The dim glow of the kerosene lamp failed to dispel the surrounding darkness, illuminating only a small circle, just enough to reveal the expressionless face of Norton, dressed in his pristine white priest's robes. From within the wooden hut behind him came the creaking of a shaking table, accompanied by a voice laced with fear and a hint of pain. "Father Mia, can the blessing truly be completed?" "Of course, my son. This is a special blessing reserved for priests noble and sacred. Now quiet." Father Mia's voice sounded both ancient and fervent. Indeed, he was already 69 years old, a senior citizen by any standard of this era. Norton found the sounds from the hut unbearable. His face twisted in revulsion. Every sound was torture to him. "Good grief. I've crossed over worlds, yet I'm still subjected to Central Europe's classic show." The wick of the kerosene lamp flickered incessantly. Finally, the noise from the table subsided. A moment later, an elderly man in black and white priestly garb emerged from the hut, looking thoroughly satisfied. The priest's hooked nose twitched slightly, and deep wrinkles finally softened into a faint trace of fatigue across his aged face. "Very good, son. Remember to return next week for another blessing. With my blessing upon you, you'll receive a loaf of black bread each day. Now you may go." "Okay." The voice inside trembled with fear. Then, under Norton's watchful gaze, a tiny figure staggered unsteadily out of the hut. Under Father Mia's benevolent gaze, the boy clung shakily to the wall and limped toward a dim path lit by candles. As the boy's silhouette vanished around the corner, the kindness on Father Mia's face disappeared as well. His eyes turned to the young priest standing nearby now, once again expressionless, and he nodded in approval. "Excellent, Norton. With your presence, our blessings proceed undisturbed." "It is my duty, Father." Norton bowed slightly, his earlier look of disgust completely erased. Gazing at Norton's handsome face and the sincere reverence etched upon it, Father Mia sighed regretfully. "Ah, if only he had arrived a few years earlier. Then Norton wouldn't feel so distant from me." Young Norton had no idea what images swirled in Father Mia's mind. He merely kept his head slightly lowered, his face filled with genuine awe. After one last lingering look at Norton's youthful features, Father Mia reluctantly pushed aside his inner musings. "I believe you're 20 now, correct?" "Yes, Father." Father Mia paused thoughtfully before speaking again. "You were raised by the church, baptized in doctrine since childhood. I believe your faith is strong enough. Therefore, you will join the Mass next week. Prepare yourself these coming days. Tomorrow, someone will come to instruct you on the procedures." "Yes, Father." Norton bowed respectfully, a flicker of excitement stirring within. Not because of the Mass itself, but because it meant he could finally leave. He was a reincarnated soul, born into this world. When his vision first cleared, he was already within this church. Raised by the previous priest, he had known nothing beyond these walls until the elder priest passed, and Father Mia was sent by the church to take over. Norton couldn't pinpoint where exactly he'd been reborn into, only that it resembled the era of the papal states in medieval Europe. Yet, judging by the church's unique structure, this place clearly wasn't Earth's medieval Europe, at least not as he remembered it. For instance, missionaries weren't recruited from outside. All were orphans raised within the church. Upon turning 20, they began presiding over Mass, transitioning from acolyte to missionary. Before that, acolytes were forbidden from stepping outside the church grounds, forbidden from standing at heights, forbidden from gazing into the distance, forbidden from speaking with outsiders. They wore hooded robes at all times, heads bowed while walking. White-armored church soldiers guarded the perimeter, enclosing the entire compound. Any breach of rules meant immediate execution by beheading. Over the past 20 years, Norton had seen over 10 acolytes execute people he knew personally, having lived alongside them. That reality made him too terrified to step outside. His only hope was reaching age 20, becoming a missionary, and finally gaining freedom to come and go. Thus, after 2 decades of reincarnation, he had never once stepped beyond the church gate, let alone discovered where in the world he actually was. "Go now," Father Mia said after studying Norton again, waving dismissively. "Yes, Father." Norton bowed once more, then turned and walked into the dark alleyway. The church complex was vast. From priests down to the lowest resident believers, there were over 1,000 people. Though he couldn't confirm the nature of this world, judging by the church's scale and organization, it was likely a theocratic state reminiscent of the papal era. Norton returned to his room. Orphans under 10 were mere parishioners, not yet called acolytes. 10 children shared one large dormitory room, similar to the communal sleeping halls from his previous life. Only after turning 10 and receiving baptism did one become an acolyte, earning a private room. Acolyte rooms were small and standardized less than 6 square meters. At most, they held a bed, a desk, and a storage cabinet. Norton's room was even sparser. No cabinet at all, just a narrow bed stuffed with straw and worn clothes, and a small table holding a kerosene lamp and 2 religious texts. That was all except perhaps for a patch of leaves stuck together on the floor. They emitted a faint, musky aroma of hormones. Chapter 2. The Holy Covenant. The kerosene lamp flickered to life, casting a weak, dancing glow. Poor as it was better than nothing. No sooner had Norton sat on his bed than a knock echoed at his door. Knock, knock, knock. Acolyte Norton, Father Mia sent me to deliver something. A dull male voice came from outside. Norton opened the door to find a missionary in white robes standing there, clutching a stack of tattered books. Without a word, the missionary shoved 5 ragged volumes into Norton's arms and left without so much as a greeting. This wasn't unusual. Most missionaries here were mentally unstable, raised in isolation from childhood. It would have been stranger if they weren't damaged. Moreover, the church forbade acolytes and missionaries from interacting excessively. Even nighttime sleep was monitored. Over 20 years, Norton had exchanged barely a handful of words with those he grew up with. This suffocating, closed-off existence was driving him to the brink of madness. Carefully cradling the books, Norton returned to his room and placed them on the wooden table. Staring at the pile, 2 tears silently rolled down his cheeks, yet his face remained utterly blank. The church's control was monstrous. For 20 years, the only books permitted were 3 religious texts: the Bible, the Baptism, the Garden of Eden. These 5 new books represented the first fresh information had encountered in 2 decades. Curiosity, long buried in silence, stirred faintly. Though dormant for years, it now sent tremors through his heart, awakening emotions long dead, tiny ripples that felt overwhelming to his desensitized soul. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, but his expression stayed frozen. Sitting on his bed, feeling his heart pound, Norton could no longer suppress his longing. He reached for the books on the table, handling them with trembling care. The pages weren't paper, nor cloth, nor bamboo slips. They were made of some soft, thin, almost translucent material. Holding them, 2 long left oily residue on the fingers. When burned under the kerosene lamp, they emitted a faint, meat-like charred smell. As much as he hated to admit it, given the absurdity and darkness of this so-called papal era, Norton suspected these might actually be made of human skin. He picked up the first book, The Mass. It detailed the procedures and etiquette for the Mass. According to the text, Norton would carry bread to a gathering of believers, essentially the slums distributed as charity, then follow the group to a place called the sanctuary. There he would receive Father Mia's blessing, offer his utmost devotion to God Caesar, undergo purification with holy water in the temple, and finally don missionary robes, becoming a true missionary. The process was simple, but the key point? He would finally be allowed to leave. Just reading those words filled Norton with exhilaration. The second book was titled The Holy Covenant. This one was different. Frowning, Norton read further, increasingly doubting his own sanity. The Holy Covenant resembled a biblical account of certain events involving God, Caesar, but with a twist. While the Bible portrayed only God's greatness and achievements, Caesar opened his eyes, chaos became order. God said, "Let there be cosmos," and the universe appeared. God said, "Let there be life," and all things were born. Living things could not reproduce, knowing neither death nor natural law. Thus, God created the Garden of Eden. The Holy Covenant focused entirely on God's darker aspects. The book was thin, with little content, but summed up, it painted a wholly negative image interwoven with monstrous legends. For example, when God created the Garden of Eden, natural laws were chaotic. Snake mated with elephant, producing Endan, a monster. Horse mated with chicken, producing Ji-Yuan, another monster. These unions disturbed God's heart. Thus humanity was born. God mated with a woman, producing Shun-In, the first supreme god in the Bible. God mated with a man, producing Jonah, the primordial death god who rules hell in the Bible. God mated with a corpse, producing Kuba, the original vampire ancestor in the Garden of Eden. What the hell is this? Norton thought. So Caesar got frisky and spawned a bunch of monsters? He had initially found the priest boy situation disturbing, but now it made sense. Father Mia, truly, was a priest, must have received divine instruction. Apparently, the saying, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams are askew, applied here. Flipping to the next page, the tone grew even more bizarre. All things reproduced, but none died. The Garden of Eden swelled endlessly. So God created death, hanging it high in the sky. He appointed Shun-In as origin, ruler of life's beginning. He appointed Jonah as in twilight, guardian of all beings' demise. But Kuba was displeased, and thus banished by God. To escape death, Kuba forever avoids sunlight. And so ended the Holy Covenant. An interesting narrative, to say the least. Most importantly, it highlighted two key points: vampires and death sunlight. Norton set the book down. Though 20 years had passed, many memories from his past life remained vivid, especially terms like vampire, which immediately brought back numerous legends had researched and consumed during his lifetime. Had always been drawn to dark themes, so had read extensively about vampires. First and foremost, vampires did not appear in the real-world Bible. The idea of Cain as the vampire progenitor was purely fictional creation by a company that expanded on Cain's biblical fate, later widely circulated. In his previous life, vampires were entirely mythical creatures. But here, everything was different. Both the Church's official text, the Garden of Eden, and this forbidden Holy Covenant contained explicit descriptions of vampires. The Holy Covenant described their origin, born from God's union with a corpse. Meanwhile, the Garden of Eden detailed vampire behavior and provided definitions. According to the Garden of Eden, Kuba, seeking to avoid death, hides from sunlight, eternally thus active only at night. Without sunlight, he cannot farm or, in another version, he refuses plants that absorb sunlight, fearing death. Forced to survive differently, he lives as a hunter. But Shun-In, Lord of the Living, forbids him to kill other creatures for food. Jonah, Lord of the Dead, forbids him from consuming corpses. Thus, Kuba can only steal blood from living beings at night while they sleep, drinking without killing, ensuring his survival. Hence, he is called blood ancestor or vampire. The Garden of Eden clearly defined the term vampire. Whether this was to justify church actions or evidence of actual existence remained unclear. Norton knew nothing of the outside world. He couldn't even deny whether vampires are gods or monsters truly existed here. For now, he had to accept this possibility and stay vigilant lest he step outside one day and discover that gods and vampires were real and end up captured by some blood-sucking creature. Note, young Norton starts naive and broken from isolation, but will gradually transform, ultimately becoming the terrifying progenitor of vampires. Chapter 3. God created death, suspended above the sky. Regarding the divine creation of death, which hangs majestically in the heavens, it is a reference to the sun. Indeed, the world perceives the sun as the harbinger of mortality for all living beings, a notion elaborated upon in sacred texts such as the Bible, the Eden narrative, and the baptismal rites. The ecclesiastical vestments, entirely enveloping and adorned with hoods, serve to mitigate the sun's rays. The reason the clergy are prohibited from gazing upward is to prevent them from directly confronting the sun, ensuring their faces remain shielded from its glare. As for the extension of life, there has been a discernible increase. The prior elder priest lived to the remarkable age of 193, a longevity scarcely witnessed in even the most advanced modern contexts. Initially, he assumed this was an anomaly, yet upon accompanying the procession to cleanse the church cemetery, he scrutinized the inscriptions on the tombstones, revealing astonishingly high ages at death. Predominantly, individuals passed away in their hundreds, with the previous priest being the longest lived. While the shortest lived among them reached 126 years. He discerned a peculiar trend. Human lifespans appeared to be lengthening. The early deceased typically lived to around 120 or 130, gradually evolving to 140 or 150, and eventually reaching 170 or 180, culminating with the former elder priest's extraordinary lifespan of 193 years. However, according to Norton's observations and insights, the medical standards in the region have shown no remarkable advancement over the years. The quality of life remains placid, and sanitary conditions have not improved. Even basic hygiene requires the use of leaves or sticks. This apparent enhancement in longevity raises significant questions. What grants these individuals the ability to live increasingly longer lives? Are they, perhaps, undergoing some form of evolution? If one were to interpret the sun as the embodiment of death, it aligns seamlessly with the observed characteristics of lifespan. Over the past 2 decades, the sun's intensity appears to have diminished gradually. Norton recalls his childhood when the midday sun was so intense that he had to squint while standing in the courtyard. Nowadays, that is no longer necessary. He wonders if his eyes have matured or if the sun is waning. Yet, the sun's hues have increasingly taken on a vibrant orange-red, casting the entire sky in a breathtaking twilight glow. Norton feels he may have underestimated this world. Should he emerge as a missionary, he resolves to thoroughly observe this realm, to discern whether any unknown forces truly exist. If vampires are indeed real, would he transform or remain unchanged? Would he attain immortality or not? Such ponderings leave him in a quandary. By the way, are there any exquisitely beautiful and aloof vampire ladies, or perhaps charming and alluring vampire mothers-in-law? Alas, he had once been an adventurer until an arrow struck his knee. Norton finds himself habitually slipping into these daydreams, a consequence of 2 decades of isolation, which has nurtured this tendency to fantasize, enriching his spirit and preventing him from descending into utter madness. After a considerable time, he finally regained his senses and picked up the 3rd book. The contents inscribed within this tome were even more peculiar, consisting entirely of a series of stringent regulations, or rather, ecclesiastical taboos and prohibitions regarding the outside world. Yet, concurrently, they starkly highlighted the existence of vampires. For instance, 1. No missionary or prospective missionary may engage in physical contact with commoners, for vampires are adept at concealing themselves within crowds. 2. The deceased must be purified with holy water, pierced through the heart with a wooden stake, and dismembered before being buried in distant locations to prevent their resurrection as vampires. The temperature of firewood does not suffice to reduce them to ashes, and the process is laborious and costly. In this era, firewood is also a form of wealth. 3. Those who perish from vampire feeding must be immersed in holy water. The 3rd book delineated a myriad of rules, all revolving around the term vampire. From the entirety of the content, it can be unequivocally deduced that this world indeed harbors the so-called vampires. However, their emergence is not a trivial matter. Yet they remain prevalent, as evidenced by the meticulous nature of the various regulations and descriptions. According to the text, the genesis of vampires in this realm is not a mere transformation, nor is there any mention of vampire lords or counts, let alone enchanting magical powers or invincible prowess. The vampires depicted in this tome lean more toward being monstrous entities that arise from the dead, characterized initially by pallid complexions devoid of blood, with the potential for post-mortem lividity on their skin. They are relatively frail, lacking any regenerative abilities, and their teeth and nails exhibit little to no alteration, rendering them weak in combat. This is their optimal period for blending into the crowd. As time progresses, typically after a year or upon consuming a sufficient volume of fresh blood, their teeth gradually morph into serrated forms, their bodily fluids dissipate, and their skin grows ever paler, concurrently displaying a sensitivity to light. Though they do not suffer significant harm under the sun, they tend to dwell in caves, shunning sunlight, and subsist on the occasional capture of small animals. Their bodies then gain a degree of regenerative capacity, with agility and strength markedly enhanced, and their eyes take on a reddish-brown hue. This species seemingly matures over time. However, the book lacks further descriptions of subsequent transformations, leaving one to ponder whether such details are concealed or simply do not exist. Yet, given the Church's heightened vigilance against vampires, it is highly probable that further evolution may occur, potentially endowing them with peculiar abilities. Otherwise, such beings would hardly withstand the onslaught of heavily armored soldiers and would not necessitate such extensive precautions. Norton felt a thrill, a tingling numbness coursing through his skin. Although these tomes unveiled the existence of the vampire species, it was evident that they merely skimmed the surface, offering but a cursory glance. With the Church's enduring legacy spanning many years, it is implausible that their research findings are limited to such scant information. Moreover, considering the level of their defenses, it is likely that the vampire species poses a far greater threat than he had previously surmised. As for the question of how such creatures come into existence, that remains an enigma. This detail is not mentioned in the book, perhaps out of fear that someone might seek to become a vampire upon learning it. Norton set the book down, glancing at the 4th volume. The 4th and 5th books resemble collections of supernatural tales, describing a myriad of strange creatures. For instance, as previously noted in the Covenant, during the Age of Eden, there exist various species that he had heard of in past lives: werewolves, mermaids, and bird-headed beings, among others. However, such creatures are likely scarce or confined, lacking extensive descriptions. Yet, these fantastical beings share one commonality: they are all living entities, imbued with life. In this regard, vampires stand out as the most peculiar, for they are neither fully alive nor truly dead. Living beings are governed by divine principles. while the deceased fall under the dominion of Jonah. It is the vampires, existing in a liminal state between life and death. Akin to the Monkey King who transcends the three realms and is unbound by the five elements that elude control. Perhaps this is why the church has specifically targeted vampires. Norton spread the 5 books across the wooden table and let out a deep sigh. He had initially believed this world to be a typical medieval setting, and with his identity as a missionary, he thought his future would be relatively secure. However, it was evident now that he had landed in a fantastical medieval realm, which left him feeling quite unsettled. While lost in thought, the church bells began to toll gently. Dong, dong, dong. Norton returned to reality, extinguished the oil lamp on his table, and retired to bed. Chapter 4. The church on another sun-drenched day, the aspiring missionary Norton was awakened early. A clergyman clad in a white ecclesiastical uniform guided him towards the nave of the church. Norton was to participate in the upcoming Mass on Monday, necessitating his attendance at a session with the other candidates to learn the rituals, specifications, and essential considerations. The church where Norton found himself was named the Great Cathedral of the Lord. He was uncertain whether he resided in a remote town or a bustling city. Yet the grandiosity of the cathedral itself was undeniable, reminiscent of the architectural splendor of medieval European palaces, accommodating a population of 10,000 within its walls. However, like many locales of the medieval era, this place was exceedingly unsanitary. The corners of the cathedral were marred by the pervasive presence of excrement and urine, and the vast structure lacked any proper facilities. Individuals within the church resorted to either finding a corner or relieving themselves in the fireplace. The air was thick with the foul stench of filth, and during winter, when the fireplace roared to life, the noxious odor that had lain dormant for half a year would permeate the entire cathedral, rendering it akin to a hellish abode. Even after 20 years of being transported to this wretched environment, Norton had yet to acclimate. His primary desire to escape stemmed from his inability to endure the pervasive stench. He was convinced that if the original Grim Reaper, Jonah, were to visit the church in winter, he would undoubtedly return to rename hell as heaven. Ever since learning about vampires the previous day, he harbored serious doubts that their abstention from attacking the church was due to a lack of strength. Rather, it was likely a disdain for entering this cesspool. Norton, clad in a white robe, followed a group of similarly attired individuals into the magnificent hall of the Father, where he was greeted by the resplendent grandeur of the chamber and the exquisite fresco depicting the divine. In this sacred space, the deity, Caesar's eldest son, had not been crucified. However, the symbolism of the cross remained, complete with a human figure carved upon it. Yet, the scriptures and the tome in his possession offered no explicit account of who was affixed to the cross or the narrative behind it, suggesting that such knowledge remained concealed. Norton surmised that it must have been the deity himself who was crucified, for the solemnity of the setting seemed to imply as much. The fresco illustrated the Good Shepherd, portraying the deity, Caesar, in a state of undress, his back turned to the masses, cradling a pure white lamb, with 2 or 3 more lambs lying on the ground nearby. The lambs were rendered with remarkable vividness, and akin to many ancient Western artworks, their anatomical features were discernible. This, without a doubt, symbolized themes of sexuality and procreation. The church frequently indulged in such seemingly innocuous yet profoundly unsettling imagery. Furthermore, the deity stood nearby, naked and holding a whip, yet hesitated to advance. Jonah, also unclothed, squatted by the stream, his head bowed in submission, while at the water's edge lay a severed head, stained with blood. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 2 small crimson dots on the neck of the lamb cradled by Caesar, as well as traces of blood on the whip held by the deity. Regrettably, for over 2 decades, Norton had remained oblivious to the true meaning of this artwork. But after perusing the text the previous night, he finally grasped its profound implications. The bloodied head, he concluded, belonged to the progenitor of vampires, Kuba, who, despite his decapitation, retained wide-open eyes that, within the context of the fresco, signified not death, but rather an enduring existence. Moreover, the deity's smooth back was adorned with a single pristine wing, the left side alone sprouting this feature, leaving one to ponder its significance, or whether it was merely an incomplete manifestation. Norton was absorbed in contemplation when he was abruptly interrupted by the voice of Father Mia, adorned in silver priestly garb. "Norton," he called out. Startled, Norton quickly regained his composure and respectfully replied. Father Mia nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 5 prospective missionaries standing before him. "I trust you have all reviewed the texts during this time?" In unison, the 5 responded affirmatively, "Yes." "Excellent," he continued. "I shall refrain from elaborating further, as you are aware of the consequences of disregarding the rules. I will now guide you through the specific procedures of the Massachusetts." Father Mia held a Bible in his hands, exuding an air of solemnity. His discourse primarily encompassed the protocols of the Mass: when to walk in tandem with the preceding missionaries, when to remain still, when to distribute the black bread to the impoverished below, and the appropriate manner in which to exit following the distribution. The explanations and drills continued until 3 in the afternoon, finally reaching a conclusion. Norton hurriedly received a piece of black bread and a small bowl of thin porridge from the cafeteria, and after hastily consuming his meal, he rushed towards the rear hall. The afternoon's tasks were obligatory. He swiftly arrived at the rear hall, locating his place among a group of clerics who were with closed eyes, silently reciting the Bible. He knelt down and joined the congregation in their solemn recitation. The church imposed a strict regimen of asceticism, fundamentally prohibiting all personal desires, disallowing companionship among 2 or 3 individuals, and forbidding socializing. When idle, one either engaged in collective studies or returned to their chambers to delve into the scriptures and the divine teachings. Thus, even after 2 decades of living here, the residents hardly exchanged words. Despite having known each other and seen many faces, it was likely that they had never spoken a single word to one another. In his youth, Norton had erred in this regard and was severely punished by the church knights wielding a thorny rod, which instilled in him a profound fear of making mistakes thereafter. It seemed as though the church was molding them into obedient automatons devoid of personal desires. To facilitate the church's operations and ensure mutual loyalty, Caesar opened his eyes, the chaos transforming into clarity. God said, "Let there be light," and thus the universe emerged. God said, "Let there be life," and thus all things were born. A faint yet harmonious murmur filled the foul-smelling hall, reminiscent of the buzzing of flies, which was psychologically unsettling. The church did not require individuals to enter and worship God. Those wishing to do so had to make significant contributions to earn their place. Consequently, their daily existence revolved around reciting prayers, and more prayers. Time passed swiftly, as Norton's voice reverberated through the hall. Eventually, it was time for his Mass. Chapter 5. The Mass. The Mass is the weekly grand occasion of the Papal States. On this day, all work must come to a halt, and the populace gathers in the streets, silently uttering the name of Caesar while observing the spectacle of the Massachusetts. It is the most significant celebration in the Papal States, a moment of divine grace. However, the weekly Mass severely hampers the productivity and lives of the people. Most notably, the stringent rules of the Papal States mean that any minor infraction could lead to confiscation of property or even execution by fire. Thus, the populace of the Papal States lives in dire straits, with poverty visible everywhere. The Papal States are considered God's domain, necessitating the display of God's greatness and holiness. Since the previous pope, to emphasize his diligent governance, beggars have been forbidden within the papal territory, and they are thus referred to as the poor. Yet, other nations are no better. Kings and nobles exhibit little concern for the welfare of the common folk, relentlessly demanding more without implementing any policies for the benefit of the people. In comparison to the fantastical creatures of this world, contemporary human society is the true embodiment of the magical. In the illustrious city of the Holy Lord, the papal capital, where humanity was birthed and divinity met its decline, the streets were adorned with an abundance of blossoms. The vibrant colors of flowers graced the walls and eaves of houses, even sprouting in the unoccupied patches of muddy earth. However, the paths were marred by filth, with excrement mingling with the muddy ground, trampled beneath the feet of the impoverished populace, who were scantily clad and bore feet sullied by mire and waste. The knights of the church, clad in gleaming white armor and wielding polished great swords, stood as sentinels, obstructing the destitute on either side of the thoroughfare. Despite their frail forms, emaciated to the point of vulnerability, and their garments failing to conceal their nakedness, they clutched handfuls of blossoms, adorning the foul-smelling city. The thoroughfare, once a mire of filth, had been transformed into a tapestry of flowers, presenting a vivid spectacle. Countless petals formed a natural carpet, concealing the sordidness of the path. The Mass was the most significant event within the papal realm. necessitating a grand spectacle to welcome the divine presence. To this end, the Holy Lord City had even raised fertile lands, coercing the impoverished below to cultivate flowers to meet the weekly demands of the Massachusetts. Yet, other cities were not as severely affected. Only the papacy and the Holy Lord City, due to their unique circumstances, were steeped in religious fervor while simultaneously imposing the harshest oppression upon their people. With the jarring toll of the church bells resonating, the celebration of the Mass, heralding the descent of divine grace, commenced with great solemnity. The heavy and reverent sound of the horn emanated from the church, instantly reverberating throughout the city. This sound was dense and muffled, solemn and grand, reminiscent of an ancient echo returning to the mortal realm. Following this, a chorus of thousands arose, their voices buzzing like a swarm of flies across the city. Both the destitute and the knights began to recite the contents of the Bible, invoking the presence of the divine. As the buzzing crescendoed, the grand doors of the Cathedral of the Holy Lord swung open with a resounding crash. A procession of pure white missionaries emerged, led by Father Mia. Stepping onto the flower-strewn path, accompanied by the prayers of countless souls, advancing towards the sacred edifice like true devotees. The immaculate garments of the missionaries gleamed in the sunlight, their pristine procession resembling the lambs cradled in the arms of the divine, imbued with a sense of holiness and mystique. The fragrance of flowers entwined with the accumulated stench of the city, creating a dissonance of sensations. The stark contrast between the immaculate church officials and the wretched poor was as pronounced as heaven and hell, two polar extremes. At the rear of the procession, Norton held a pure white flower basket, his hood obscuring his vision, allowing only glimpses of the surrounding scene. Indeed, this was the Middle Ages. Moreover, it was a time of formidable control under the papal authority. As Norton gazed at the dilapidated wooden shanties flanking the path, he felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness regarding his existence. How terrifying was the papal realm of the Middle Ages? Let us put it this way. The life of a missionary, which he currently finds utterly unbearable, is akin to a paradise for the impoverished souls around him, who may never afford a decent garment in their entire lives. At the very least, they can enjoy the comforts of sufficient food and warmth, free from the specter of insecurity. Even if he were to contemplate fleeing, the very thought drains him of resolve, for should he attempt to escape and be apprehended, he would undoubtedly face the flames or endure other forms of horrific torment. Moreover, even if he were to succeed in fleeing, the outside world offers no prospects for survival. Yet, this existence, which confines and disciplines him so completely, is driving him to the brink of madness, forcibly suppressing his emotions and desires to such an extent that his mind feels somewhat unhinged. Were he not a time traveler, were he not accustomed to a life of modernity, he could very well endure a lifetime within these ecclesiastical walls. However, having once tasted freedom and diverse emotions and thoughts, he cannot resign himself to a life imprisoned like a caged dog. Norton's inner excitement and anticipation dissipated entirely upon witnessing the scenes outside. The sight of the impoverished, clad in rags and gaunt as skeletons, starkly illuminated the harsh reality he faced, plunging him into a deep sense of despair. Numbly, he trailed at the rear of the procession, tossing the dry, stiff crumbs of black bread from his basket into the surrounding throng. As the missionaries scattered the breadcrumbs, the less fortunate seemed somewhat better off, scrambling for whatever morsels they could seize. However, those beggar-like figures lining the streets descended into a frenzy, fighting like dogs over the scraps, their bodies entangled in struggle. Those who lacked strength resorted to biting, and some even sank to the ground to lap up the filthy water mixed with excrement for a mere crumb of bread. The church knights, clad in pristine white armor, stood as formidable barriers, ensuring that the desperate crowd, even at the risk of being trampled to death, would not dare cross their threshold. As Norton beheld this grim tableau, a chill enveloped his heart. The true horrors of the medieval age could only be grasped by witnessing them firsthand, elucidating why this era is deemed one of cannibalism. Yet, the self-proclaimed messengers of God, those devoted to holiness, exhibited not a trace of compassion for the scene before them. Rather, they surveyed it from their lofty perch with palpable delight. The sanctified procession advanced upon soft pedals, making their way toward the temple. However, after traversing several hundred meters, the group dispersed into 8 separate factions. The Mass was intended as a baptism, a purification for the entire city, a blessing for all its denizens. Thus, they needed to scatter, traversing the thoroughfares of the city in their entirety. Each of the 8 factions embarked upon their designated routes, heading in various directions. Norton remained at the tail end of his contingent, his head bowed, scattering crumbs as he moved forward. With each step, those ahead of him gradually veered off into adjacent streets. Eventually, he found himself alone, stepping upon the pedals as he meandered into the final stretch of street. Chapter 6. Cowardice. As the moment approached, the number of church knights surrounding the area began to dwindle. The exorbitant weight of pure iron armor was, even for the church, a considerable burden to bear. Within the Grand Cathedral, there were at most 300 knights. Half of these were positioned ostentatiously along the main thoroughfare, while the remainder were dispersed, at most, one at each intersection. This meant that Norton would have to traverse the narrow path alone before he could converge with others at the next junction, ultimately gaining entry to the sanctuary. Gazing upon the emaciated figures of the impoverished lining the streets, their eyes filled with an all-consuming yearning, Norton felt an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders. How could one adequately describe the harrowing plight of the medieval populace? Words like starving or ragged seemed almost too lenient. Their bodies, resembling mere skeletal frames draped in skin, bore gaunt faces nearly devoid of flesh, the hollowness of their cheeks accentuating their bulging eyes, lending them an unsettling appearance reminiscent of grotesque caricatures. Why did ragged fail to encapsulate their condition? Because they scarcely wore any clothing at all. The fortunate ones might don a tattered pair of trousers to shield their modesty, while the less fortunate were completely unclothed. Women wrapped themselves in strips of bark or leaves, exposing their withered breasts, while men displayed their bare posteriors. Father Mia had previously imparted teachings regarding the living conditions of the populace. In a misguided effort to eradicate vampires, the church had resolved to starve the entire impoverished class, rendering them anemic and devoid of sufficient blood, thereby depriving the vampires of sustenance and leading to their demise. Such a thought process was emblematic of a society long ensconced in ignorance. Having lived in the world with nurturing parents and a sound education, Norton, like any empathetic individual, felt a pang of compassion for their plight. Yet, compassion proved futile in such a vast and oppressive environment. He possessed no power to effect any form of salvation or redemption, being scarcely able to care for his own well-being, unless someone were to overthrow this feudal papacy. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Norton's mind. Was there a chance for him to become the savior of this nation, the leader of the Red Movement, a revered commander, a champion in the hearts of the people? Clearly, such prospects were non-existent. Norton did not believe that with merely a modicum of insight he could guide a benighted era into modernity. That notion was as absurd as a time traveler in antiquity attempting to liberate slaves, naive and utterly out of place. Moreover, he considered himself a worthless being, a product of 20 years of institutional confinement by the church. What wisdom could he possibly possess? Lost in contemplation, Norton found himself ensnared by the mental afflictions wrought by 2 decades of isolation, easily submerged in his own thoughts. Nevertheless, his movements did not cease. Like a machine, he continued to traverse the petal-strewn path, scattering crumbs of black bread around him. This could be considered his unique skill, even while reciting the Bible. He could immerse himself in a world of his own fantasies. "O God, grant me some sustenance," he implored, beseeching the divine light. As he moved, the impoverished souls lining the streets called out to God, their bodies clamoring for bread, following Norton's footsteps with a frenzied madness. This continued until the crumbs in his basket were entirely distributed. Upon reaching once more into the basket and grasping nothing, Norton finally emerged from his reverie of envisioning a new world. He blinked, directing his gaze to the now empty basket and the street that had come to an end. Is it all gone? He pondered, reproaching himself internally. He felt a significant flaw within himself, perpetually lost in his fantasies, which seemed to hint at a sort of mental fragmentation. As he chastised his peculiar state, he failed to notice that he was on the verge of sinking back into his thoughts once again. It was until a voice jolted him back to reality. "Reverend, please, grant me a morsel of bread. My son is on the brink of starvation." Norton snapped back to awareness, his hood slowly rising, allowing him to perceive the scene before him. The bread had run out, and the destitute no longer trailed in his wake, save for one woman kneeling by the roadside. A gaunt figure, so emaciated that she wore no upper garment, knelt on the street beside him. Her eyes filled with desperate longing as they fixated on Norton in the middle of the street. She was so frail that her breasts appeared as mere shrunken skin clinging to her chest. Her face was marred by mud and scars, likely a result of the chaos in the scramble for bread. In her arms, she cradled a child who resembled a skeletal figure. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of its body, Norton might have assumed the child was already lifeless. Gazing into the sunken eyes of the woman, filled with bloodshot desperation, and observing her skeletal frame alongside the child whose head could barely be lifted, Norton's hand trembled slightly as he sought to grasp something from his basket, but found himself unable to procure even a crumb. His dark breadcrumbs had long been depleted. How could he possibly offer anything? Norton's body quivered as he remained silent, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly continuing his steps. During the Mass, one was forbidden to pause, to engage with the surrounding populace. For this was a moment of bathing in the sanctity of God's divine light, impermissible to be sullied by the filth of the lower classes. Should he falter, he would face the blade of the church knights. Should the masses trample the flowered path, divine retribution would surely follow. Norton's heart bled with regret, lamenting why he had allowed himself to fall into contemplation, why he had not kept track of the quantity of crumbs, why he could not have saved just a little. Had he only preserved a few crumbs, he could have tossed them to the woman when she knelt and pleaded moments ago. As Norton slowly advanced, the last glimmer of hope in the eyes of the woman kneeling on the ground gradually ebbed away. The child in her arms seemed to convulse from hunger, which undeniably provoked her final remnants of reason and sensitivity. She could no longer adhere to the rituals of the Mass. On her knees, she crawled up the flower path, reaching out to grasp Norton's robe. The mud on her legs sullied the petals of the path, tainting the sanctity of the divine. "Reverend, please." With a swift motion, a blade descended upon the woman's neck. Her bloodied head rolled onto the petals in the center of the street, splattering a vibrant crimson across the colorful blooms. Norton's advancing foot faltered slightly, then trembled as it descended, avoiding the severed head that lay before him, and he continued forward in silence. The church knight stood quietly behind the headless corpse, gripping a great sword, his gaze slicing through the air as it followed Norton's retreating figure, devoid of any words. The woman's head remained on the flower path she was never permitted to tread, her eyelids twitching slightly, her eyes utterly void of color. With another swift stroke, a small head rolled beside the woman's, its half-opened eyes reflecting the image of Norton's cowardly silhouette. There are many brothers questioning the origins of the populace. The Holy City is a land of divine demise, belonging to the Church's sacred domain, steeped in a fervent religious atmosphere, unlike the more tempered regions beyond. The detailed plot unfolds later. Chapter 7. Sanctity. This is a world that consumes its own. Norton, lightheaded from the concluded Mass, having bestowed blessings, found 2 large cauldrons set up at the church entrance. The aroma of boiling meat wafted from within, and although the contents were obscured, the bloodied rags piled nearby made the nature of the stew all too evident. The scent of the meat attracted a throng of ragged beggars. However, the contents of the cauldrons were not intended for their consumption. It was the weekly grand mass, and of course, the church would indulge in a feast. Norton once relished Sundays, for the weekly mass meant a meal of meat and vegetables, as opposed to the usual black bread and thin porridge. Yet from this day forth, he found himself lacking that fondness. "O children of God, bask in his radiance." Father Mia's voice resonated at the church's entrance. Surrounded by a throng of impoverished souls, they gazed with faces full of reverence and devotion at Father Mia, seemingly immersed in divine grace. Yet it remained uncertain whether their faith was genuine or merely a desperate plea for the fulfillment of their desires. Their fervor in their eyes surpassed even that of Father Mia, perhaps because all their hopes rested solely upon the divine. Norton, weary, followed the procession of missionaries, standing behind Father Mia, mechanically whispering the word baptism, preparing to receive the blessings of God. His gaze was vacant, clearly lost in his own world once more. It is utterly impossible. This wretched world is exceedingly difficult to navigate, and this accursed church treats individuals as mere livestock. Norton's eyes glazed over, his mind incessantly flashing with thoughts. 2 decades of imprisonment, cannibalism, and myriad fatal errors leading to death have ensnared him in a suffocating grip, akin to a noose tightening around his neck, threatening to hang him at any moment. No matter how he pondered, he could conceive of no alternative escape. Should he emulate Zhang Jiao and proclaim God is dead, assuming a new identity as Norton? Yet, He felt incapable of such grand endeavors. He possessed no remarkable talents and had learned no specialized skills over these 20 years. The memories of his past life were fading, leaving him as useless as the other missionaries raised within the church. Norton began to attain a modicum of clarity. He was previously uncertain why the church sought to raise them in such a manner. It now seemed evident that they aimed to cultivate obedient, subservient individuals, ensuring a constant supply of wholly loyal followers. It appeared that the figures governing the church were not as inept as he had presumed. Most likely, they were part of a lineage, contrasting sharply with the missionaries who had been reared in captivity. Norton's gaze fell upon Father Mia, who was fervently delivering his sermon at the forefront, further solidifying his internal suspicions. After the previous priest of the Grand Cathedral passed away, the new priest was not selected from within the cathedral itself, but was directly appointed by the archbishop overseeing the region, parachuting in from elsewhere. Thus, it was highly plausible that by the time one ascended to the priesthood, they were indeed genuine insiders, unlike the mere tools produced by the assembly line of training. A chill crept into Norton's heart. He had initially thought the so-called church and papal state were merely a fade, but now it seemed they possessed their own operational theories. This made any notion of rebellion considerably more daunting. As he continued to ponder, the atmosphere of the Mass reached its zenith. "May your radiance shine." The aged voice of Father Mia grew increasingly fervent, referring to God, Caesar. With the conclusion of the priest's words, the surrounding missionaries sprang into action. Some fetched bowls, others spoons, as the missionaries within the Grand Cathedral formed a line, each receiving a bowl of the broth simmering in the pot. As a newly appointed missionary, Norton was granted this honor as well. He cautiously followed at the end of the line, a small bowl in hand, his heart racing with trepidation. He had no desire to consume meat, and the tattered garments piled nearby suggested that the pot contained no wholesome fare. However, abstaining was not an option. This was a blessing from God. The church knights nearby cast ominous glances, clearly indicating that anyone daring to refuse God's blessing would be deemed a heretic and executed by the sword. Norton wished to avoid such a fate, and thus resolved to partake as little as possible. There were also protocols to observe during the Mass. A communal prayer was required before the meal. As the newly appointed missionary, Norton stood at the rear of the line, suppressing his nausea while joining in the collective prayers. His gaze fixed upon the broth in his bowl. The surface glistened with a layer of grease, releasing an enticing aroma that filled the air. It was evident that such a rich broth could not have arisen from mere bones. May the fervent prayers ascend to the heavens. The missionaries around him wore expressions of fervor, leaving one to ponder whether their zeal was genuine or feigned. Given their 2 decades of seclusion, it was quite likely that their enthusiasm was authentic. The prayers progressed at a sluggish pace, and only when the soup had cooled did they finally conclude. Subsequently, led by Father Mia, all the missionaries raised their bowls. Feeling the piercing gaze of the church's knights upon his back, Norton resignedly closed his eyes. In that moment, an unsettling thought struck him. He was not so different from the food in the pot, merely distinguished by a different label. The savory aroma overwhelmed his senses. His stomach greedily craved the precious protein and fat, yet the discomfort within him had utterly engulfed his being. Perhaps this was the sole distinction between him and the other meat. He possessed a soul that had traversed the modern world. And this, he realized, was a mark of impurity. Chapter 8. The Ascension Ritual. Having consumed food for so many years, though he had never witnessed the cooking process, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. If he were to eat a little less, he might manage. However, the church was exceedingly frugal, and their prayers before meals included admonitions against wastefulness. Thus, even after finishing one bowl, it was imperative that the entire pot be emptied. No matter how little Norton served himself, the repeated servings would inevitably leave him with a distended belly, discomfort gnawing at him. Already feeling unwell, he was further tormented by the foul air, until the sight of the strawberry tart in the church became unbearable. The food in his stomach surged toward his throat. Norton bent over to observe the tart, merely a lump of excrement, stuck to the grass in the corner, feeling the pressure in his abdomen reach critical mass. He could no longer endure it. The sounds of retching echoed in the corner. Ah, how I rather liked him. Norton, despite being confined to such an extent, still harbored impure thoughts. It seemed his previous demeanor had been a mere fade. Father Mia, clad in a white priestly robe, stood in the loft at the highest point of the church, gazing down with a face full of regret at Norton, who was continuously retching in the corner below. Beside him stood an elderly man dressed in black bishop's robes, whose eyes were darkened with disdain as he watched Norton's plight. They occupied the loft, which resembled a balcony atop a cylindrical fortress situated over 30 meters above the ground, ensuring that their conversation remained unheard by Norton below. The elderly man in black was Bishop Rosen, a low-ranking bishop within the church, whose position was hardly esteemed in the Papal States, overshadowed by archbishops and cardinals above him. Yet, within the Grand Cathedral, he held the highest rank. Father Mia gazed regretfully at Norton below, his words imbued with a deep sense of lamentation. It seemed a pity to use Norton as a sacrificial offering. After all, the one above had a particular fondness for beauties with a hint of self-awareness. Would it not be more fitting to present him instead? Norton, after all, had grown up under my watchful eye. Bishop Rosen's eyes fluttered between half-closed and fully open, his expression still bearing that characteristic aloofness, yet his words conveyed an undeniable authority. In truth, he exhibited a touch of humanity. Should Norton be offered, he would face the torments of hell. It was said that no one had ever left the archbishop's chambers on their own 2 feet. Rather than subject the young Norton to such anguish, it might be kinder to have him perish in the ascension ceremony itself. Thus, preparations for the ascension ceremony in 2 days commenced. Bishop Rosen turned away, his countenance darkened. The ascension ceremony was the most sacred and exalted rite within the church. Its primary purpose was to offer those who served God as tributes. To be chosen as a sacrifice for the ascension ceremony was the greatest honor for all members of the church, a lifelong aspiration for countless missionaries and nuns. Had Norton been a missionary nurtured within the church, devoid of ideological flaws, he would have been overwhelmed with joy upon learning of his selection as a sacrificial offering. He would have fasted for 3 days, bathed and donned fresh garments, burned incense, and even undergone purgation to ensure he ascended in the purest state, ready to serve at God's side. Alas, though Norton suffered from a minor mental affliction, he possessed a truly free spirit. The creaking wooden door swung open as Norton entered the cabin, expelling the contents of his stomach in a moment of weakness. He sank onto his somewhat odorous bed, his pallor reflecting both hunger and the psychological shock of the day. Life was as inconsequential as straw, although he had recognized this truth over the past 20 years. Each occurrence still proved difficult to accept. The crux of the matter was that he refused to be a mere pawn, subject to the whims of fate. He did not wish to be seized and slaughtered like an animal for some absurd and laughable reasons, such as the damned rules and rituals of the church. Yet, Norton considered himself a failure. After 2 decades of confinement, he had acquired little in the way of specialized knowledge. In fact, he was on the verge of forgetting his original abilities and insights. Even if he yearned to flee, he would likely starve, be executed for defying the rules, or be caught by the church and meet a grim fate. It seemed wiser to remain here in relative peace. At the very least, if he adhered to the church's regulations, he could exist as a missionary without contributing to its productivity. Nevertheless, one must be prepared for contingencies. He resolved to secretly store some provisions. Should misfortune befall him, he would be ready to escape, thus enhancing his chances of survival. With clenched fists, Norton made up his mind. After contemplating his situation, he rose from his bed, determined to procure some black bread from the church's dining hall. However, where to conceal it posed yet another dilemma. The missionary's robe bore no pockets for stowing away items, and it was inconceivable for him to carry something out on his own. Each time he ventured forth or returned, he was subjected to thorough searches by the church knights. Norton pondered for a moment, deciding to make a small sacrifice for his brother by hiding the food in his trousers. Though it might lead to an unpleasant mingling of scents, it would nonetheless inject a modicum of vitality into their predicament. With this thought in mind, he opened his door, preparing to step outside. Yet, as the wooden door creaked open, a resounding whoosh accompanied by the sound of a blade slicing through the air halted him abruptly. A formidable sword was thrust across the threshold, blocking Norton's path. Startled, Norton nearly exclaimed a traditional curse, his gaze drawn to the impassive face behind the sword. The intricate engravings on the white steel armor reflected exquisite craftsmanship, standing in stark contrast to the weathered wooden door, as though they belonged to 2 entirely different strata of society. The church knight. A jolt of fear coursed through Norton. Could it be that, lost in thought, he had inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts? After all, there was no reason for a church knight to trouble a mere missionary. Gazing at the finely crafted, cold steel armor of the knight and the sword that was almost as wide as his own arm, Norton felt a chill run down his spine, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Before he could utter a word, a voice resonated from outside the door. The ascension ceremony will take place the day after tomorrow. This is the book Father Mia instructed you to read. The terse statement startled Norton, who only then noticed another missionary standing nearby, the very one who had delivered books to him a few days prior. The previously expressionless missionary now wore an unmistakable visage of jealousy, his eyes gleaming with malice as they raked over Norton's face, the envy and hostility glaringly apparent. From now on, you are forbidden to leave or partake in meals, as you must prepare for the upcoming ascension ceremony. With each word, the fire of jealousy in the missionary's eyes grew more fervent, the malice within them seemingly wishing to devour Norton whole, leaving him utterly perplexed. Had he provoked this ire? Taking the book with a heavy heart, Norton felt an oppressive weight. He had never heard of the ascension ceremony. It appeared to be an event reserved solely for missionaries. Indifferent to whatever ritual it entailed, his lack of faith in this wretched deity of the world weighed heavily upon him. His true concern lay in the fact that he would be unable to eat today and tomorrow, which was particularly daunting given that he had only just expelled the contents of his stomach. Yet he had to endure. For the church knight's sword was not to be trifled with. With a sigh, Norton shifted his focus away from the envious missionary and retreated to his room. Clutching the book tightly, he needed to study urgently. The rules of the ceremony were not to be trifled with. For who could predict the dire consequences of such an affront? Otherwise, he might very well be the next victim of the great sword's deadly strike. Chapter 9. The Divine with Humanity. The Ascension Ceremony, the most significant rite within the Church. The paramount festival of the Holy Lord is the weekly Mass. While the most crucial ceremony is the Ascension Ceremony, they are not in conflict. Norton sat upon his bed, splayed open 2 tomes in his hands. One was titled Ascension, and the other Revival. The covers retained a slight oily texture reminiscent of human skin, and the contents were unfamiliar to him, igniting a spark of curiosity. It was not the content of the books that piqued his interest, but rather the question of how many such doctrines or divine texts the Church possessed. Why not release them all at once instead of distributing them one by one? There seemed to be little in the way of secretive information. The concept of vampires was already described within Eden, thus revealing these texts did not constitute a breach of secrecy. Norton suspected that the higher-ups were somewhat misguided. Based on his previous conjectures, it was unlikely they were merely foolish. Perhaps constant interaction with the foolish had rendered them somewhat dim-witted themselves. As Norton opened Ascension, it unexpectedly narrated a tale about the deity Caesar, echoing themes found in the Covenant, albeit tinged with negativity. Ascension, Kuba, having been exiled, fed upon the blood of the living, with pointed teeth and red eyes, desiccated and unclean. To evade death, he sprouted twin wings to shield him from the sun, his temperament growing increasingly savage. The divine traversed Eden, mating with the Lamb until the deep of night, the bloodlust attracting Kuba from his lair, raiding across vast distances. Slaying gods above the heavens, the divine blood staining the earth, invigorating all life. Enraged, the deity severed Kuba's head, dismembered his body in all directions, and subsequently hung the divine form upon a wooden cross, exposed to the sun's brutal rays, which he termed Ascension. The text of Ascension abruptly concluded. Yet, those few sentences left Norton exhilarated. Good heavens, had this book not been delivered by missionaries and deemed authentic church literature, he might have thought it was penned by heretics. What did the text convey? The deity copulated with a lamb, and in his fervor, was ambushed and slain by his own son. The elder son then bound him to a cross, exposing him to the sun's glare, glorifying it as Ascension. Such brevity ignited a fire within Norton. Although he had previously written about divine intermingling, those accounts contained the essence of creation, the grandeur of divinity. This book, however, was wholly devoted to depicting the deity's filthiness. Indeed, filthiness. The God presented in this text seemed to have shed his divinity, acquiring human desires. This was a profoundly abnormal manifestation. Among various theological texts, a commonality existed. The divine solely possessed divinity. Typically, divinity is expressed through creation, boundless love, and destruction. For instance, when the deity deemed humanity excessively greedy, a cataclysmic flood ensued. When the deity declared, "Let there be light," the sun emerged. Such expressions of divinity seldom intermingle with human contemplation and desire. Yet, the God depicted in this book harbors human desires, the urge for copulation. The covenant similarly depicts the mating of God, yet interspersed with the notion of creation, thereby embodying a certain divinity. For instance, the union of God with animals results in the emergence of various species, which illustrates the birth of these creatures rather than the desires of God. In contrast, the Ascension presents God and the Lamb purely as a release of inner desires, devoid of any creative or divine manifestation. If the covenant possesses an essence of creation and can still be regarded as a legitimate ecclesiastical text, then the Ascension emerges as an entirely heretical work that obliterates the divinity of God while showcasing human nature. Such a text would be deemed a forbidden book within a faith-based church. This is precisely what unsettled Norton. In simpler terms, the church has authored a book that undermines its own foundations, akin to the abstract nature of communism in stark contrast to the capitalist ethos of Western nations. Yet, this is merely one aspect. What truly confounded him were the subsequent actions of the divine. The act of nailing God's corpse to the cross to be scorched by the sun? What blasphemous audacity is this? Is this not a settlement page? The covenant states that God created death, suspended high in the heavens. The sun symbolizes death. Now, God's corpse is being exposed to the sun, which seems less like a preparation for resurrection and more like an effort to suppress God's revival through death. A God, akin to man, is killed by his own son and left to languish on the cross under the sun's glare. What else could be termed forbidden literature? How could this be considered an authentic ecclesiastical text? Norton found himself increasingly unable to discern the nature of this so-called church. Its various operations appeared mindless at first glance. Yet upon deeper reflection, they instilled a profound dread, embodying a paradoxical amalgamation. It seemed prudent for him to seek an opportunity to flee. Norton felt an urgent need to escape. This place was decidedly peculiar. He placed the Ascension on the table and then picked up the adjacent text, Resurrection. Resurrection. The divine essence is divided from death. The deity never perishes. The divine corpse hangs upon a wooden stake, and the divine consciousness revives in heaven. The emissaries extinguish the earth, and Jonah is imprisoned within the sun. The divine essence suspends the divine corpse, isolating Eden from heaven. The content within Resurrection is woefully scant, consisting of merely these few lines, spanning 3.5 pages, in large print, vertical format. Yet, the revelations contained within are staggering. Firstly, heaven is introduced. Secondly, God is not dead. His consciousness revives in heaven. Thirdly, the original deity of death, Jonah, makes his first appearance, yet he is confined by God's emissary, also referred to as an angel, within the sun. Fourthly, the divine essence utilizes God's corpse to sever the connection between heaven and Eden. If Norton has not misinterpreted the implications, then the essence of this book is encapsulated in these several points. Norton furrowed his brow, feeling utterly bewildered. The church venerates God. Thus it must align with him. The divine essence is God's eldest son, yet he nails God's corpse to the cross and exposes it to the sun, claiming it as resurrection. Therefore, it seems that the divine essence is, in fact, allied with God. However, the subsequent events unfolded as the messenger of God sealed Jonah within the sun, allowing death to eternally consume him. In turn, God utilized the corpse of the deity to sever the connection between heaven and earth. What does this signify? Norton found himself utterly perplexed by the convoluted relationships at play. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the two tomes provided no guidance on the Ascension ceremony. After perusing the texts, he was uncertain of his own actions for the upcoming day. What if he unwittingly transgressed the laws of the church like a simpleton? He certainly did not wish to meet his demise by the sword of a church knight. No, he must inquire with the knight stationed at the door. Norton placed the book upon the table, rose from his bed, and, with a sense of trepidation, opened the door slightly. Were it not for the threat to his life, he would never dare to engage with the church knights. Chapter 10. Burn him alive. The creaking of the wooden door immediately captured the attention of the knight outside, whose icy gaze swiftly shifted toward him. The sound of his steel armor resonated sharply as he raised his sword. Norton's scalp prickled with fear. He hastily shut the door, leaving a small crack, and whispered to the knight outside, "Please, I merely wish to inquire why there are no texts regarding the Ascension ceremony. These two books only discuss its origins, devoid of any relevant protocols. You need not know so much," came the cold, gravelly voice from within the steel armor, imbued with an unfeeling brutality. Norton, unwilling to accept this dismissive response, closed the door again. What did this mean? He wished to partake in the ascension ceremony. Why was he denied even the basic regulations and procedures? Was it merely a gathering to recite scripture? Or perhaps a modest ritual mimicking the story of ascension? Surely, they would not suspend him aloft for the ceremony. No, that was impossible. He had only just been elevated to the rank of missionary, recently becoming an official worker of the church. How could they immediately elevate him to heaven? He surmised that the most probable scenario involved a small congregation of missionaries gathering to recite scripture around a fire, emulating the ascension. Upon further reflection, this notion seemed exceedingly reasonable. Either they would recite scripture collectively, or he would be relegated to a mere bystander, observing the entire ceremony from a corner. After all, he had only just ascended to the rank of missionary, and it was improbable that any significant responsibilities would be assigned to him. Moreover, he had previously heard nothing of the ascension ceremony, suggesting it was likely a quiet, intimate gathering. Certainly, they would not consider him a sacrificial offering. After all, he had only just attained the status of missionary. If they intended to execute him, they could do so directly without the need for a cumbersome ceremony. Norton reassured himself, finding this line of reasoning quite satisfactory. With a lighter heart, he returned to his bed. A day and a half of confinement posed no challenge for him. Having been secluded for over 20 years, he was adept at lying or sitting and drifting into reverie. Aside from feeling a bit hungry from not eating, there are no other concerns. Meanwhile, as Norton lay in bed, the church was already bustling in preparation for the ascension ceremony 2 days hence. Within the grand cathedral of the Lord, thousands of church members reside, occupying an astonishingly vast area. The most significant section is the cemetery located behind the church, which holds the remains of every priest and bishop from centuries past, members of a class that can hardly be deemed mere tools. During his time as a cleric, Norton visited this place monthly for cleaning. He perceived the church's dedication to honoring the deceased as particularly sincere, for each month, when they, the junior clerics, came to tidy up, they would witness the heaps of charred remains from cremations. Yet, little did young Norton know that these blackened ashes were not offerings for veneration, but rather the remnants of wood burned in preparation for the ascension ceremony. The next soul to be consumed by flames would be his own. Ascension, after all, requires death, which elucidates why the ceremony is conducted in the cemetery. Furthermore, it serves to purify the graveyard's impurities through the purest faith and sacrifice, preventing the emergence of unclean entities, such as vampires. Thus, preparations had commenced 2 days prior. Wooden crosses were erected in the center of the graveyard. The earth beneath was still stained with inextinguishable black ashes, remnants of the fire that consumed the wood, leaving the soil charred. The vertical beam of the cross stood tall and sturdy, surrounded by layers of stacked firewood. Beside the kindling lay a barrel of mixed oil, a substance intended to fuel the flames during the ascension ceremony, and thus deemed a sacred object. Historically, such oil was unnecessary. While firewood may not reduce a body to ashes, it could still claim a life, thereby fulfilling the purpose of the ceremony. However, Norton was tainted in spirit, rendering him unlike the offerings of yore. If not completely consumed, he risked becoming a vampire, a feeble excuse, as in truth. Father Mia simply wished to avoid witnessing Norton's intact corpse, for the sight would surely evoke sorrow. After all, it would be a tragedy for such a handsome boy to be reduced to a charred, blackened figure. The ashes from the cremation serve as natural fertilizer, effectively enhancing soil fertility. Thus, the entire cemetery flourishes with verdant grass and trees, resembling a meticulously curated botanical garden. This indicates that the ascension ceremony bears its benefits. As the saying goes, fallen petals are not without purpose, transforming into spring mud to nourish flowers. Even after young Norton is burned, he will still enrich the land. Passing missionaries are adorning the surroundings with flowers, a common and effective means employed by the church to evoke sanctity, masking the refuse on the ground and the foul odors in the air. Father Mia stood in a small pavilion within the graveyard, observing the missionaries arranging the ceremonial scene not far away. Beside him stood the familiar Bishop Rosen, savoring the red wine in his glass. On the stone table before him lay a book that Norton had never laid eyes upon. The Holy Church of the Vampires has existed for millennia, yet the establishment of the Papal State is a mere 3 centuries old. The study of vampires commenced with the founding of the Holy Church, and for nearly 1,000 years, various members of the Church have contributed to this research, resulting in a considerable depth of inquiry. However, this depth is only superficial. Perhaps it is due to the antagonism between vampires and God that the Church encounters significant resistance in its vampire research. Foremost among these challenges is the Church's inability to independently cultivate vampires for observation and experimentation. Nevertheless, the millennia of accumulated research have led the Church to believe that it has discerned the fundamental factors necessary for the creation of a vampire, though this belief is merely a presumption, not a tenet of this narrative. 1. A lack of faith, a rejection of God, and profoundly impure thoughts. 2. A death of extreme nature. 3. A heart filled with immense resentment. According to the Church's research records, the birth of a vampire generally encompasses these three conditions. However, the Church has never succeeded in creating a vampire through its own experiments. It appears that the souls of the deceased have already embraced God and thus remain untainted by impurity. Alternatively, they may carry the sanctity of God, preventing their bodies from transforming into the unclean upon execution. This notion suggests a formidable passive ability, yet it is a source of great disappointment for the Church's upper echelons. After all, vampires enjoy eternal life, and even if they are grotesque and feed on blood, they remain immortal, which makes them highly esteemed by the powerful. Many bishops, at the brink of death, have aspired to transform into vampires to attain longevity, yet none have succeeded. Only those of impure faith, who are brutally slain with hearts full of resentment, possess any potential to become vampires, though the likelihood remains minimal. It seems that to become a vampire, one must harbor a purer resentment than faith in God. As for Norton, despite his impure beliefs and personal thoughts, the torment he endures during the fiery execution of the Ascension ceremony may kindle a deep-seated resentment within him. However, his identity as a church member makes it impossible for him to transform into a vampire. Yet who can guarantee the accuracy of the research documented in the texts? Perhaps it would be prudent to incinerate Norton completely, thus averting any possibility of his metamorphosis into a vampire. Chapter 11. Accompanying God. Time flows slowly. Although this era lacks mobile phones and computers, and the room contains merely a few books, for Norton, who is accustomed to prolonged solitude, time passes swiftly. After he has relieved himself for the third time, and his stomach growls for the fifth, the darkness of the room begins to dissipate under the encroaching light. The clang of iron armor as the church knights move about outside pierces the silence, rousing Norton from his slumber and tightening his heart with apprehension. The sounds from outside seem to be drawing nearer. Norton sits up in bed, hastily donning the missionary robe he had removed while sleeping, and then sits upright at the edge of the bed, awaiting the arrival of the individuals outside. What does this mean? It sounds as though there are many of them. Is such solemnity truly necessary for my summons? A sense of foreboding enveloped Norton's heart, yet he found himself utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the bizarre machinations of this dubious church. Amidst his confusion and anxiety, the door to the room was finally pushed open from the outside. With a creak, Norton turned to see Father Mia, accompanied by 6 knights of the church, entering the chamber. A tightening sensation gripped Norton's heart, sensing that something was amiss. What could be the purpose of bringing so many church knights? Father Mia regarded Norton's exquisite and handsome visage, his face adorned with a smile. Yet his eyes betrayed a profound regret. Such beauty, why was it not graced by his presence years earlier? Had he arrived sooner, it was conceivable that, under his tutelage, Norton might have solidified his faith and avoided the tragic fate that awaited him now. Rising from the bed, Norton gazed at the church knights behind Father Mia and tentatively inquired, "Is it time for the Ascension ceremony?" "Indeed, my child," Father Mia affirmed with a nod, then forced a smile. "Come with me. The ceremony begins in just 15 minutes. Father Mia turned and exited the room, with the 6 knights stationed at either side of the doorway, seemingly awaiting Norton's emergence. Norton hurriedly followed closely beside Father Mia, and as he glanced back at the knights who flanked him, a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, they were not there to apprehend him. A moment ago, he had nearly been frightened to death at the sight of so many church knights, fearing they were there to execute him. Yet, in retrospect, it appeared he had merely overthought the situation. After all, having just been promoted to missionary, it would be illogical to be executed immediately thereafter. Nevertheless, Norton's heart remained uneasy, for the Ascension ceremony was imminent, and he was still in the dark regarding its contents and any potential prohibitions. If he were to commit a transgression, it could lead to troublesome consequences. With this thought, Norton quickened his pace to draw nearer to Father Mia and nervously whispered, "What role must I play in the ascension ceremony?" Father Mia gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "You need do nothing, my child. You are the focus of the ceremony. Simply await its commencement, as the other missionaries will handle the rest." "Ah, that is a relief." Norton exhaled, beginning to grasp why the missionary he encountered yesterday had appeared so envious. Surely, he was jealous of the attention bestowed upon Norton following his recent promotion. Yet alas, Norton felt no affinity for this absurd church and planned to flee in a few days. If only this church were somewhat more conventional, not even requiring absolute normalcy, merely at the level of the Central European Papal States, then he would not be plagued by thoughts of escape, given the comforts it provided. However, the reality was that this place was far from ordinary. Norton continued to follow in Father Mia's footsteps towards the church's cemetery. The church's rules were stringent, and throughout the journey, the only sound to be heard was the echo of footsteps. Norton felt an increasing sense of bewilderment as he proceeded. He pondered what merit he possessed that warranted the church's attention. Was it merely because he was privy to Father Mia's little secret and acted as his gatekeeper? Surely, any missionary or cleric would willingly undertake such a role, even vying for it. There should be no reason for him to be regarded in such a manner. Just as he began to relax, a knot of anxiety tightened within him. What set him apart from other missionaries? Undoubtedly, it was his exquisite and handsome visage. Could it be that the reason for this attention lay in his appearance? Was Father Mia, perhaps, indiscriminate in his affections? Or did some other bishop harbor intentions towards him? Norton felt his tension mount, clenching tightly in discomfort. As the procession advanced, he became aware of their destination. To his astonishment, the ascension ceremony was to be held in a cemetery. He recalled his previous visits for cleaning, where he had seen no signs of such ceremonies taking place. Oh, but of course, the cemetery housed the deceased, and only the dead could ascend, making this venue quite logical for the occasion. Was the ceremony merely a gathering of individuals reciting the Bible in the graveyard? Then why did Father Mia claim he was the centerpiece of this ritual? Norton's heart raced, and his brow furrowed, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly complex. To be the focus of the ascension ceremony without any obligation to act, held in a cemetery, surrounded by numerous knights of the church, could it be that he was to be forcibly ascended? A sudden chill enveloped him. He could scarcely fathom the implications of his thoughts. Yet, given the church's tradition of valuing human life so little, such a possibility loomed large. It was entirely conceivable that the Sunlight Church could consider sacrificing him. Panic surged within Norton. Though he held a deep disdain for this world and the church, he had no desire for death. Well, truth be told, he hadn't contemplated living much longer either. However, he certainly did not wish to be pitifully sacrificed in the name of a so-called ritual. Moreover, the existence of vampires in this realm hinted that perhaps God was not merely a myth. If this damned ascension ceremony were to send him to heaven to accompany God, it would spell his utter ruin. Father Mia's peculiarities were learned from God. What fate awaited a handsome soul like him in heaven? Norton was overwhelmed, whether from the thought of being favored by Father Mia or the dread of ascending to accompany God. In any case, he was in a state of turmoil. Neither scenario was acceptable to him. Though he had navigated this world for 10 years, he remained steadfast and unyielding. As he drew nearer to the cemetery, anxiety consumed him. Yet, his speculations remained uncertain. He could only cautiously approach Father Mia, hoping to extract some information from him. Chapter 12. The impure uncertain about the specifics of the ascension ceremony. I found myself yearning to bask more in the divine radiance of God beneath such a noble rite. Norton, attempting to ingratiate himself to Father Mia, whispered with utmost care to ensure that his words conveyed a steadfast faith. As anticipated, a look of satisfaction graced Father Mia's face upon hearing Norton's declaration. "Well done, my child. Your faith is resolute, and I believe God will favor you. As for your desire to absorb more of God's divine light, fret not. In time, as you serve at God's side, you shall behold his holiness each day." Father Mia's words, meant to be comforting, struck Norton like shedding a winter coat and plunging into a snowdrift, leaving him chilled to the bone. His complexion turned pale. He knew it. The Church of Bayong harbored sinister intentions. What did it mean to serve at God's side daily? Was it not a straightforward admission that he was to be the sacrificial offering for the ascension ceremony? Clutching the last vestiges of hope, he tremulously asked, "Am I truly?" "Indeed, my child, you are the centerpiece of the ascension ceremony. So, I am to be slain?" "No, you shall be consumed by flames. The most resplendent fire will cleanse you of your impurities, purifying your unclean soul, so that you may ascend to heaven and serve eternally at God's side. This is our most glorious aspiration. Father Mia's face radiated with unwavering faith, and his words seemed imbued with pure devotion. Witnessing this wretched display, Norton's heart sank as he painfully comprehended his fate as a sacrificial victim, destined to be burned alive. Despair took root within him, accompanied by a surge of anger from 20 years of the church's oppressive torment and the reckless abandon of impending death. "Mia, you wretched fool!" A sudden roar shattered the silence of the church, followed by a fist imbued with despair, fury, murderous intent, and a thirst for vengeance. Faced with the certainty of his demise, Norton could no longer endure. He hurled a punch toward Father Mia's aged visage. Damn it, even in death, he would make sure to take a piece of this old man with him. Father Mia was taken aback, for at 69, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to strike him. Even the unworthy missionaries, when faced with execution, would only display anguish and regret, cultivated through years of obedience. These missionaries, raised under the church's strict regime, had long been conditioned to submit, harboring only thoughts of compliance, and even when their hearts were impure, they had never conceived of rebellion. At most, they merely contemplated escape. Thus, neither the priests nor the church's knights, produced in similar fashion, could have anticipated that Norton would abruptly turn against them and take action. His rebellious thoughts exceeded their expectations, catching everyone off guard. Bang! Norton's gaunt fist, rendered narrow by his emaciation, struck Father Mia's eye socket with force, fueled by fury and years of resentment, unleashing an astonishing 120% of his strength, nearly rendering Father Mia unconscious with a single blow. Intense pain accompanied the blurriness in his right eye, and a feeble scream escaped Father Mia's lips as he collapsed to the ground, fearfully exclaiming, "Damn it, Norton! Damn you, unclean one! You are a vile being!" As Father Mia fell, the surrounding church knights, initially stunned, finally regained their composure. Whoosh! The sound of clanking steel heralded the drawing of great swords from their backs. Thud! Just after striking Father Mia, Norton was poised to continue his assault when an icy sensation gripped his chest, followed by the delayed realization of a blade piercing flesh. A bloodied sword plunged from behind him, penetrating his back and emerging through his chest. Blood dripped from Norton's wound, gushing forth almost immediately, a cold yet strangely warm sensation enveloping his torso. He lowered his gaze, the bloodied blade now in his line of sight. Damn! The adrenaline had not yet allowed Norton to feel pain. He even contemplated turning to strike the church knight behind him. However, as he attempted to lift his right hand, an overwhelming weakness enveloped him. His hand, unsteady, barely rose before it fell limply. Darkness fully obscured Norton's vision, and before his consciousness faded, a singular thought lingered in his mind. Finally, I won't have to barter my body for God's favor. With his heart pierced by the bloodied sword, death would come swiftly. This entire sequence played out in mere seconds. Norton was utterly devoid of vitality. His feet could no longer support him, rendering him as pliable as a strand of noodle, devoid of any point of leverage. Yet, the immense strength of the church knight hoisted his body with the great sword, preventing him from collapsing onto the ground. Norton's head tilted back in weakness, causing his hood to slide down and reveal his delicate, gaunt visage. His eyes remained slightly open, yet devoid of sparkle, akin to the severed heads displayed during the last mass, lacking any focus. Blood trickled from the great sword, falling steadily onto the stone-paved floor of the church, producing a soft, flowing sound that intertwined with Father Mia's furious tirade, resembling Norton's final lament. "You wretch, you beast! The church provided you with sustenance and clothing, bestowed upon you a luminous identity, and this is how you repay the church? This is your offering to God? Norton, your sinful and unclean soul deserves to suffer in hell. Your filthy and repugnant essence shall endure endless torment." They carried him to the cemetery, taking him away. Damn it! Turn him to ashes. The resounding roars of Father Mia echoed incessantly, and beyond that, silence reigned. Father Mia felt a profound sense of injustice. He had once held a favorable impression of Norton, yet now, all goodwill had evaporated. Chapter 13. Charred. Some lives are as light as a feather, while others bear the weight of mountains with a single blow. Norton's demise stirred not a ripple within the church. He was merely a tool, a product of the church's assembly line, one among many who perish daily, none deemed extraordinary. However, the fact that Father Mia had been struck was a matter of great consequence. Firstly, the cultivation system had revealed its evident flaws. The fact that a factory-produced tool could exhibit a consciousness of rebellion was irrefutable proof that the current methods were failing. It necessitated a more stringent oppression to cleanse the minds of these wretched missionaries, ensuring that no further instances like Norton would arise. Secondly, Father Mia's assault significantly undermined the Church's authority, constituting a grave humiliation to the sanctity of God. In a church devoted to God, witnessing his servant being struck was an open declaration of divine impotence. This was nothing short of a blatant affront, and Norton was irredeemably guilty. The crackling of burning timber accompanied by thick black smoke emerged from the rear of the cemetery. The body bound to the wooden cross had been reduced to what resembled charred remains. The aroma of roasting meat transformed into the stench of charred flesh. A throng of missionaries encircled the burning cross, heads bowed as they recited the Bible, their incessant murmurs resembling the incessant buzzing of flies. Father Mia, with a bruised eye, stood grimly at a distance, observing the raging inferno, while Bishop Rosen beside him wore an expression tinged with schadenfreude. Yet, this incident was far from over. The consequences of Norton's act of defiance extended beyond himself. All missionaries cultivated alongside him, the clergy, and the 6 church knights involved in the affair would undergo thorough purging to completely eradicate the possibility of any future rebellion. The spirit of resistance is profoundly terrifying. Eliminating the rebel does not guarantee tranquility. In fact, the emergence of such a spirit might awaken others to the realization that rebellion is a viable alternative to mere escape. Norton had set a perilous precedent, a stark indictment of the Church's oppressive tactics and desires over the past 2 decades. Once there is one, there will inevitably be another. With Norton having stood up, it was only a matter of time before another would follow. Were it not for the fear that annihilating all the missionaries would render the Church inoperative, leading to even graver consequences, even Bishop Rosen's superior, the Cardinal, would have commanded a complete massacre at the great cathedral. Initially, the burning of the body would not produce smoke. Only as the flesh cooked and charred would the flames and black smoke arise. As the thick black smoke began to swirl, Norton's pyre had at last completed its grim culinary task. Owing to the relatively primitive technological advancements of this era, the combustible oil derived from animal fats proved inadequate for completely reducing the human body to ashes. Thus, Norton's remains were preserved. With a resounding clap, 5 knights of the church approached with a wooden barrel, extinguishing the remaining embers. They then moved forward in unison, removing the charred cross along with Norton, who had been incinerated to a state resembling blackened charcoal. The flames had thoroughly cooked Norton's body, transforming it entirely into desiccated charcoal. When the knights cast his remains to the ground, a sharp crack echoed as a brittle, charred arm broke off amidst the sound. Father Mia felt a twinge of regret. However, given the extent of the burning, further dismemberment seemed unnecessary. This level of incineration had eradicated any possibility of transformation into a vampire. To be frank, it was a superior outcome compared to mere dissection. Yet, the requisite stakes still had to be driven in, for the sake of formality. There was no need for a coffin. Norton's soul had been tainted by the devil, rendering him unworthy of God's forgiveness and any semblance of glory. Nonetheless, dismemberment remained essential. One must not afford a demon any opportunity for resurgence. Father Mia's countenance darkened as he spoke, before striding away from the ascension ceremony. He had been struck in the eye and was in considerable pain, yearning for the comfort of a young boy. Bishop Rosen surveyed the surrounding knights with a shadowy gaze, then commanded, after dismemberment, cast him beyond the city walls. The 6 knights who assisted will see me after this matter is concluded. The knights were oblivious to the repercussions awaiting them, yet they diligently executed the tasks assigned by the church. A stake was driven into the charred torso of Norton. The chest, already marred by a gaping wound from a great sword, had further expanded due to the flames, completely incinerating the internal organs and facilitating the ease of the stake's insertion. Were such a brittle corpse capable of becoming a vampire? The Church's years of research would be rendered moot. A small cart was brought forth, and 2 knights grasped Norton's shoulders and legs, attempting to lift him onto the cart. However, a gentle tug caused his charred right foot to detach. The knight tasked with dismemberment felt relieved of further labor. They seized Norton's thigh, which, due to its ample flesh, had not been fully charred, and hoisted his crumbling body onto the cart. The wooden wheels creaked and groaned as they turned, and Norton, within the boundaries of the Central European Papal State, finally encountered his second opportunity to leave. Yet, unlike his previous exit on foot, this time he was being wheeled away. The Papal State had been under the authority of the Church for centuries. Precisely how many centuries even the Pope could not discern. The realm's vast expanse was equally enigmatic, as even the Pope himself lacked clarity on its true dimensions. Since the establishment of the Holy Church thousands of years ago, it had swiftly consumed the entire land, and the existence of vampires made it exceedingly easy for the Church to gather followers. With the increasing influence of the Church, its status steadily ascended until, a millennium ago, it reached a divine right to rule. All monarchs were required to receive the Pope's blessing to be deemed legitimate kings. As time flowed on, the successive popes grew increasingly audacious, beginning with the formation of church knights and gradually evolving into a formidable kingdom. To this day, while the Papal States have not expanded to dominate the entirety of the Western continent, the presence of its followers and churches has permeated the other nations, with some kings even being among the most devout adherents of the Church. Thus, the dominion of the Papal States is somewhat ambiguous, yet it undeniably stands as the most powerful realm on the Western continent and represents the pinnacle of the Holy Church's influence throughout the centuries. However, the Church's flourishing does not equate to national prosperity. Rather, the peculiar machinations of the Church have rendered the populace destitute and diminished. The city where Norton resided epitomizes this plight. Chapter 14. The Church. An authority not to be defied, a cart bore the charred remains of Norton along the muddy streets toward the outskirts of the city. The houses lining the streets were a haphazard mix. A few were adorned with intricate carvings and opulence, while the majority were dilapidated to a degree that was nearly unbearable to behold, with collapsed roofs being a common sight. Yet, regardless of their grandeur or decay, every household cultivated beautiful flowers. Ever since the Grand Cathedral mandated that citizens replace their farmland with floral gardens, the city had indeed taken on a semblance of springtime beauty. Nevertheless, the occasional appearance of corpses and the refuse strewn across the streets severely marred this aesthetic. However, all corpses could be consumed and stripped clean before being taken to the mass grave on the western edge of the city, where even the charred remains of Norton would be discarded. The scent of burnt flesh attracted the attention of the impoverished denizens of the streets. Norton, scorched to the likeness of charcoal, was even spurned by wild dogs, yet the poor eyed him with hunger, trailing behind the church knights with gluttonous anticipation. The mass grave on the western outskirts could rightly be considered a refuse dump, where all manner of garbage and corpses from the city were discarded. In this Central European fantasy realm, while abandoned refuse and bodies did not conjure forth ghastly ghouls or goblins, there were indeed mutated wild dogs and rats in abundance, and it was not improbable that vampires lurked within. Upon reaching the mass grave, the church knights halted the cart as they approached its vicinity and unceremoniously tipped the charred Norton onto the ground. With a thud reminiscent of coal, the wretched Norton was flung to the outermost edge of the grave. "You take care of the dismemberment. I shall maneuver the cart," one knight remarked to the other, who cast a glance that hinted at an unusual discomfort. This peculiarity was not a sign of embarrassment, but rather an expression of hesitation that flickered across his countenance. It was rare for a knight, indoctrinated and molded by the Church into a cold, unfeeling automaton, to exhibit such a semblance of humanity. It is precisely due to the indoctrination they have undergone since childhood that they find it impossible to conceal the tumult of their inner emotions, which inevitably manifests upon their faces. Upon hearing the words of his companion, a church knight, who had maintained a stoic expression throughout, nodded impassively. He then unsheathed his great sword from behind him, directing it towards the charred figure of Norton on the ground, and lifted it high above his head. With a swift thrust, a sharpened wooden stick pierced through the gap in front of his pure white helmet. Blood erupted almost instantaneously, accompanied by a wail of anguish. Although the knight, poised to strike Norton with his great sword, suffered a sudden injury, he retained the exemplary combat prowess instilled in him through rigorous training. He immediately lunged forward, crushing one of Norton's feet beneath his boot, while simultaneously freeing himself from the wooden stick that had impaled his eye. Traitor! Heretic! The excruciating pain and blindness did not seem to affect the knight, whose resolve was as unyielding as steel. He stifled his cries after a mere gasp of agony and turned his furious gaze towards his assailant, raising his great sword once more. Blood gushed from his eye sockets, staining the interior of his helmet crimson, even spilling out from within. The knight who had thrust the stick into his companion's eye had also undergone similar conditioning. Despite harboring some thoughts of his own after Norton's punch, he remained a paragon of precision and will, akin to a machine. The stick having failed to kill his companion, he raised his great sword high and brought it down with ferocity. The clash resounded as two iron giants met with a resounding bang, producing a sharp sound. In this moment, it became evident that the knight who had launched the ambush lacked the strength to overpower his unsuspecting target. Even with one eye cruelly blinded and suffering immense pain, the faith and spirit of the knight surged to their zenith as he bellowed, "Heretic! Heretic! Heretic!" He swung his great sword with reckless abandon, delivering blow after blow to his companion before him. While the doctrines of the Holy Church were undeniably astute, the quality of their armor was truly exceptional. The two knights engaged in a fierce exchange, their swords clashing without yielding, the force of their strikes deforming their armor but failing to breach it. Their relentless assault inflicted only minor internal injuries. Dismemberment remained a distant outcome. The knight, driven to madness by indoctrination, became increasingly ferocious. Yet the loss of blood and the blurring of his vision ultimately led him to falter. As his already dulled great sword struck heavily against his forehead, the impact proved too much for his weary mind to bear. His body momentarily straightened before collapsing backward. With a thunderous thud, the armored knight, clad in at least 20 to 30 kilograms of armor, fell, inadvertently crushing Norton's charred left leg, and thereafter fell silent. Only the knight who betrayed the church stood unsteadily in place. Despite his steel armor, the force of the great sword's blow left him in considerable discomfort. Indeed, he could barely lift one of his arms, likely fractured by the earlier strike. Yet, even at this juncture, the knight, having undergone inhumane training, remained silent. He merely turned to glance behind him. The impoverished souls who had previously lingered at a distance from the knight had now scattered in disarray. Heresy, far more detestable than mere paganism, was akin to the necessity of purging the contemporaneous missionaries and clerics alongside Norton. The sight of the heretics resulted in a mass retreat. If the destitute did not flee, they too would face a gruesome eradication. Although faith had not bestowed a prosperous life upon these impoverished individuals, it had, nonetheless, imparted a sense of ideological taboo. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of heresy, no one felt any lingering attachment to the charred remains of Norton. They dared not utter a word and fled in haste. As for reporting to the church, what a farce. To report witnessing heresy would mean that one would, in the next moment, be condemned for their tainted thoughts. Why not join the heretics? Nevertheless, once this incident reached the church, the impoverished residents of the city would inevitably face an infernal purge, a sweeping investigation. This was merely to ensure that everyone understood. The church must not be defied. The church knight, who had just slain his companion, had no time for a final glance. There was no thought of delivering a finishing blow. After catching his breath, he grasped his great sword with his right hand and hastened deeper into the graveyard. He must escape. Chapter 15, Revival. Clang, clang. The footsteps of the surviving church knight gradually receded. The body of the slain knight, crushed by his own force, lay quietly atop Norton's charred remains. The wooden stake had evidently penetrated deeply, causing blood to spill forth from the knight's eye sockets. Thick, viscous blood dripped inside the steel helmet, then oozed through the seams. Plop, plop, plop. The area where the knight fell aligned perfectly with Norton's chest. Drops of blood trickled through the helmet's crevices, landing upon Norton's ashen torso. Strands of blood seeped through the gaps surrounding the wooden stake embedded in his chest. Yet, at the rear, where the stake protruded, there was no trace of blood escaping. The graveyard fell silent once more. Apart from the two bodies slumped among the refuse, there was no other sound. However, not long after, a faint, almost imperceptible sound emerged, reminiscent of flesh stirring. If one were to place a sound detection device at the scene, the source of this sound would be unmistakable. It emanated from the two bodies on the ground. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a peculiar tremor. The two corpses seemed to quiver ever so slightly. No, it should not be these two corpses, but rather the desiccated remains beneath the body of the church knight, Norton. The wooden stake driven through Norton's chest was firmly pressed by the weight of the church knight. However, the source of the tremors emanated from this very stake. Within Norton's charred cadaver, there seemed to be a force exerting itself outward, causing the stake embedded in his chest to quiver slightly, as if attempting to expel itself. Yet, the weight of the church knight and the armor he donned prevented the stake from being dislodged, resulting in this faint trembling. Were he an ordinary vampire, he might have succumbed entirely to this peculiar process. Yet Norton was no ordinary being. He was a man scorched by flames. As the quaking of the stake intensified, the charred flesh on his back began to flake away, crumbling like ash. With a crack, a fissure appeared in his back, widening the gap surrounding the stake. Consequently, the stake, once vertical, tilted obliquely, ultimately lying horizontally within his decaying flesh. This shift caused the church knight's body to exert further pressure downward, allowing more of the blood from beneath his steel helmet to flow into the gaping wound in Norton's chest. The influx of blood seemed to bestow upon Norton an invigorated strength. As the blood dripped, the organs within his already charred torso began to gradually regain a semblance of softness. The flesh around the wound appeared to soften as well, amplifying the force with which his body pressed against the stake, eventually expelling it entirely from his chest. The nourishing blood seemed to render Norton's form more supple. Although his severed left arm remained unrepaired, his right arm and legs, once reduced to char, began to noticeably swell. Norton's lips, fused together by the heat, suddenly parted, emitting a horrifying sound reminiscent of a zombie awakening. His right arm, now approximately the size of a normal human limb, finally exhibited some movement. Crack, crack. The right arm trembled slightly before beginning to bend upwards. As he moved, the charred skin continued to flake away, revealing patches of tender, smooth muscle beneath. In a state of unconsciousness, Norton's right hand slowly encircled the church knight beneath him, exerting a tremendous effort to lift the heavy body upwards. The strain was so great that 3 of his already fragile fingers snapped. The ground became littered with fragments of charred skin. Nevertheless, he managed to elevate the church knight's head to his mouth. The movement caused fresh, viscous blood to seep from the knight's wounds, trickling through the seams of the steel helmet and into Norton's gaping, charred maw. With a soft patter, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood, Norton's parched head trembled slightly, pressing against the flesh and blood of the fallen, inching closer to the knight's steel helmet. In a subconscious act, he began to gnaw at the helmet. If dogs are creatures of the earth, thriving in the soil, then vampires are undoubtedly creatures of blood, thriving in the essence of life itself. Although merely a trickle of blood nourished him, the desiccated flesh within Norton's mouth began to show signs of gradual restoration. The effect was widespread. Even his eyelids started to regain their moisture. At last, Norton opened his somewhat clouded eyes. His blurred vision did not seem to hinder him, as his right arm, nearly reverting to its original robustness, lifted the missionary's helmet. With a creak, a sound of cracking bones echoed from the knight's neck. Then, with a sudden pop, a head adorned with a helmet was flung aside. A desiccated corpse, resembling charred remains, pushed away the headless body atop it. As it moved, fragments of skin rained down from its body. This corpse seemed to lack awareness. After pushing aside the body, it stood up in an odd posture. The shattered parts of its form slowly began to mend, the newly grown flesh contrasting starkly with the surrounding desiccated skin, perhaps due to the existence of withered flesh. Its stance was somewhat unsteady and peculiar. Norton felt as though he had plunged into a dream, neither long nor short. In this dream, darkness enveloped him. There was nothing, not even the ability to think, possibly devoid of consciousness. Yet it was neither uncomfortable nor pleasant, devoid of any sense of time. As his awareness gradually coalesced once more, he found himself standing in a chaotic burial ground filled with human bones. The newly awakened Norton felt a twinge of confusion, but gradually, memories surged forth. He opened his arms and let out a low, hoarse roar from his throat, as if to glorify the name of God. Memories flooded back into his mind. The last moment of being pierced by a great sword vividly replaying alongside the impactful words of Father Mia. Norton finally grasped the truth. Yes, I must have been burned to a crisp. Chapter 16, Werewolf, I am guilty. The half-charred Norton's gaze began to clear. Have I transformed into a vampire? Observing his right hand, which was transitioning from desiccation and recalling memories from before his demise, along with the ecclesiastical texts he had perused in the past days, Norton found this transformation utterly miraculous. Rebirth brought him a sliver of joy, but more so, a profound sense of wonder. Although he had surmised the existence of vampires from the tomes, experiencing the transformation firsthand was an entirely different sensation. It felt akin to witnessing a fantastical film manifesting into reality. Indeed, there is always a glimmer of hope. Norton gazed at his recovering hands, sensing an unusual shift within his being. However, this was not the moment for introspection. He needed to flee this place swiftly, at least before the church's knights arrived. After years of research, it was certain that the church possessed methods to deal with vampires. Though he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the death of the knight before him, he was certain that this heavily armored knight would be more than a match for him if confronted by more than one. Hence, his immediate priority was to make his escape. Norton stripped the armor from the corpse of the church knight on the ground and donned it himself. Though it was somewhat ill-fitting, it provided a semblance of coverage for his half-dried body and offered an added layer of defense. I shall return. Norton's murky eyes cast a vengeful glance towards the city before he turned away, stepping into the dense forest behind the graveyard. Norton held grudges with a fierce intensity. Father Mia, damn you. The cold north wind howled, rattling the wooden windows of the livestock shed, its weathered structure creaking ominously. Darkness enveloped the entire shed, and the cattle within emitted mournful cries, as if something were gnawing at their very flesh. Sir, this is the last cow we have at home. You cannot take it away. A frail male voice pleaded from outside the shed, but his entreaty was met with a brutal kick from a heavily armored knight. Get out of the way. The knights showed no mercy to the impoverished. The force of the kick sent the elderly man sprawling, causing him to cough up blood and prompting a girl to weep. This commotion also drew the attention of the beasts within the shed. With a loud crash, the shed door was flung open, and a gust of wind rushed in, silencing the cries of the cattle. In the dim interior, amidst the faint mooing of the cows, there were also sounds reminiscent of a dogess panting. Werewolf. The knight at the entrance shouted upon hearing the feeble breath. As his voice echoed, several torches were hurled into the shed, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the horrific scene inside. In the cramped space, one cow had been viciously torn open, its innards nearly devoured by some creature. Beside it lay a monstrous being, covered in black fur, its elongated wolf-like face betraying its true nature. This classic depiction of a werewolf left little doubt as to what it was. A werewolf, a quintessential beast of Central Europe, sharing the same mythic lineage as vampires. Norton recalled a passage in the last monster compendium he had perused, detailing this creature. Like vampires, werewolves were products of divine hybridization. However, unlike vampires, which arose from the transformation of the deceased, werewolves were birthed from mother wolves. During the birthing process, there exists a slight probability that a she-wolf may give birth to a werewolf. The reasons behind the emergence of such a creature remain unexplored, leaving only theological interpretations as a possible avenue of understanding. A werewolf, from the moment of its birth, is a hybrid of wolf and human, raised by its she-wolf mother. Devoid of humanity and characterized by an extreme ferocity. Much like wolves, werewolves can be tamed by humans. However, they cannot transform into either human or wolf. Resembling more a genetic anomaly of a wolf, yet possessing distinct abilities such as remarkable regenerative capabilities and immense strength. Describing it as a beast is perhaps the most fitting. Unlike vampires, which exist as undead entities caught between life and death, werewolves and other monsters are merely living beings. As a torch was hurled into the livestock pen, the startled werewolf emitted a chilling howl. It crouched low, muscles coiling, and leapt towards the opening designed for feeding the livestock. It sought to escape, blocking its path. A knight of the church, wielding a great sword, boldly entered the pen, issuing commands. The werewolf moved with the primal grace of a wild animal. Its impressive frame, standing at nearly 1.7 meters, robustly muscular and devoid of a tail. With a swift motion, it launched itself towards the window like a bolt. However, just as it reached the window, a powerful swing of the sword came crashing down. Letting out a cry, the werewolf found itself suspended in midair with no opportunity to evade, managing only a desperate attempt to dodge, yet still suffering a brutal blow to its leg. The strength of the church knight, reminiscent of a genetically enhanced warrior, was formidable. The strike cleanly severed the werewolf's femur, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail as its left leg was left barely attached by a shred of flesh. Nevertheless, it seized the moment to flee from the pen. With a howl, the werewolf tumbled outside, its severed leg rendering it unable to rise fully. instead relying on its forepaws and right hind leg to prop itself up while it bared its teeth and howled at the knight who had inflicted the injury. Regrettably, the combat prowess of the church knights, akin to that of Gene warriors, was astonishingly formidable. Without hesitation, 3 knights positioned outside surged forward, charging at the werewolf. The fierce wind made it nearly impossible to see, as ominous rain threatened to descend upon the scene. The werewolf's severed leg appeared to be healing, albeit at a slow pace. This indicated its ability to regenerate from such injuries. Yet it was evident that the church knights would not afford it the opportunity for recovery. With a piercing howl, the werewolf opened its gaping maw wide and prepared to flee into the dense forest behind it. However, the knight emerging from the pen drew a weapon resembling a crossbow, aiming it at the already retreating werewolf. The crossbow did not launch a bolt, but rather a grappling hook with a barbed tip. The hook penetrated the flesh of the werewolf's chest, and the reverse barbs ensnared its flesh along with the internal ribcage. A chilling howl erupted, as the excruciating pain inflicted by the hook on its bones ignited the werewolf's ferocity, leaving it no option for retreat. It turned once more, lunging at the approaching church knight, knocking the nearest one to the ground. The werewolf, with its gaping maw dripping with saliva and the stench of blood, viciously tore at the knight's steel helm through the gaps, the foul saliva and blood seeping through, even trickling onto the knight's face. Whether it was due to the primitive iron-smelting techniques of this world laden with impurities or the sheer might of the werewolf, it managed to gnaw through the knight's facial armor, its teeth piercing into the knight's visage. The crunching sound of the werewolf's bite was truly terrifying, as its massive jaws crushed down, distorting the knight's helm. Blood oozed from beneath the knight's helm. Yet the werewolf itself was impaled through the chest by the knight's great sword. The agony forced the werewolf to emit continuous wails, but the hooked chains still brutally tugged at its ribcage, pulling it backward, while 2 additional church knights approached, delivering fierce blows with their great swords. Chapter 17. Let us drink the milk first. The werewolf, a quintessential nightmare of the medieval era, had now become a headless corpse, dragged away like a dead dog by the knights with their grappling hooks. The disparity in combat prowess between heavily armored knights and beasts was starkly evident, sending a chill down Norton's spine as he concealed himself in the distant underbrush. Fortuitously, after becoming a vampire, he did not impulsively rush back to seek revenge on the foolish Mia. Otherwise, he would have met a fate he could not comprehend. These church knights were utterly formidable. Their physical capabilities did not appear to exceed human limits, yet they had undoubtedly undergone rigorous training, enabling them to exhibit such strength while clad in heavy armor. Moreover, the combat proficiency of these knights was exceptionally fierce. They fearlessly engaged in direct assaults, never retreating an inch throughout the encounter. Damn it! How could the Holy Church nurture so many anomalies? How could Norton survive in such a perilous environment? The scene of battle left the newly transformed vampire Norton momentarily silent. Realizing the church was indeed a force to be reckoned with, likely possessing specialized tactics against vampires, the training of these church knights was simply outrageous. Norton quietly remained hidden in the grass, contemplating the retreating knights. He had wandered the entire afternoon, lost in the jungle without knowledge of the terrain or a map. Due to his escape, he had not dared to linger long to observe his mutated body, only noting a few advantages gained from his transformation into a vampire. For instance, his strength has significantly increased. He is now unable to ascertain the exact magnitude of his newfound power. Suffice to say, it is considerable, yet not excessively so. He can effortlessly bear the weight of the heavy armor, weighing 20 to 30 kilograms, traditionally worn by knights, which is comparable to the formidable werewolf he encountered earlier. Furthermore, it feels as though his body has succumbed to a form of death. His heart has ceased to beat, leaving him uncertain of what sustains his existence. It appears that his veins run devoid of blood, rendering his skin a pallid shade of ashen white. Remarkably, his recovery rate has accelerated dramatically. After traversing the entirety of the afternoon, his scorched form has completely rejuvenated. Additionally, his senses of smell, hearing, and perception have undergone enhancement, though the extent remains ambiguous. What is evident, however, is a distinct inclination towards vampiric traits. It is the scent of blood that has guided him in this direction. Notably, the sanguine aroma detected by a vampire does not transform into a sweet cream or a rich red wine. It retains its bloody essence, remaining unmistakably foul. Even to a vampire, His only peculiar ability lies in his capacity to detect this scent from an extraordinary distance. The precise range eludes him. Yet he knows he has traversed over 2,000 steps, potentially covering a kilometer. To sense blood from such a distance is indeed a remarkable racial gift. Norton gazed through the underbrush towards the site of the earlier skirmish. Upon his transformation into a vampire, night vision has seemingly become an inherent ability. This passive skill can be activated at will. It is termed passive because it functions automatically when unobserved, yet can be consciously summoned with intent. Lacking a mirror, Norton is unable to witness that when he wishes to employ his night vision, a gray membrane descends over his eyes, enveloping his pupils, reminiscent of the protective nictitating membrane of a crocodile. He peers through the thicket towards the livestock shed. This location bears more resemblance to a rural homestead than an urban area. Aside from the distant livestock shed, there are two wooden cabins, one large and one small. Surrounding them are cultivated fields, epitomizing a quintessential pastoral landscape. The singular distinction is that the inhabitants of this locale are predominantly Caucasian. Moreover, the fields are not sown with grains, but rather adorned with blooms. The church mandates weekly services to be accompanied by floral offerings, leading to an edict for the eradication of urban farmland, compelling all farmers to cultivate flowers to embellish the city and reflect the holiness of the divine. However, as is often the case with regulations, the farmers have ingeniously interspersed their floral crops with a few rye plants and potato seedlings. For knights of the church are dragging the werewolf's corpse further away, the flickering light of their torches dwindling into mere specks. It seems this area is relatively close to the city, or perhaps he has never truly departed. Norton's gaze drifts towards the livestock shed. In a livestock shed, a family of 3 farmers was engulfed in sorrow, mourning the death of the elderly man, who had been tragically struck down by a knight of the church. Left behind were a girl and a woman, kneeling before the lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. Fortunately, they were not in the city, otherwise, the old man's remains would have been desecrated. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Norton let out a deep sigh. Although he was unfamiliar with the old man and his family, he considered himself a person of conscience, recognizing that it would be profoundly disrespectful to feast upon the blood of the deceased during such a lamentable time. Aside from the need to adapt, the primary concern was that the church knight had just departed. He feared that should he attack the mother and daughter, he might meet a similar fate, perhaps being marked and hunted down like the werewolf. Reluctantly, he decided to wait for the two to carry the old man's body back before stealthily entering the barn. Though the scent of blood still lingered, he found himself incapable of relishing any other sustenance. Norton had attempted this earlier in the afternoon, climbing a tree to sample 2 fruits, only to find the taste utterly bland, akin to chewing wax, a sensation only those who have tasted true wax could appreciate. It was only marginally better than consuming excrement. Yet, Norton sensed he was somewhat different from other vampires. For instance, he bore no fear of sunlight. He could feed upon the blood of the deceased. The night he had consumed was indeed lifeless. These 2 traits, commonly depicted in films or novels of his previous life, contradicted the established principles here, as recorded in the church's texts. According to the covenant, Kuba avoided death by shunning the sun for eternity. This suggested that vampires should indeed fear sunlight, or at the very least, that it would diminish their corporeal forms. However, after traversing through the afternoon under the sun's rays, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Of course, it could be attributed to the steel armor of the church knight he wore. Yet there were gaps through which sunlight could penetrate and touch his skin. From Norton's perspective, he was either uniquely different or the sun itself had undergone some alteration. He leaned more towards the latter hypothesis. The Ascension depicted God being slain by Kuba, and over the years, priests seemed to live increasingly longer lives. The covenant described the sun as a creation of God that heralded death. When these 3 elements converged, Norton pondered a theory. Could it be that with God's demise and the cessation of divine energy, sunlight was gradually weakening, allowing even creatures like vampires to brazenly emerge into its embrace? This was a distinct possibility. Furthermore, his ability to consume the blood of the deceased could indeed serve as corroboration of this notion. According to the covenant, it was said, "The divine commanded the master of life to govern the demise of all living beings." Jonah forbids Kuba from consuming corpses. Thus Kuba is unable to partake even of the blood of the deceased. He can only secretly siphon the blood of living beings, ensuring they remain alive. As doing otherwise would incur Jonah's wrath, and lead to his own transformation into a member under Jonah's dominion, which Jonah also prohibits. This indicates that vampires cannot feed on the blood of the dead. In Resurrection, it is written, "The messenger annihilates the earth, and Jonah is imprisoned within the sun." Now, as a vampire, he is capable of consuming the blood of the deceased, which clearly suggests that Jonah has lost control. This corroborates the narrative in Resurrection, affirming that Jonah has indeed been confined. Chapter 18. Norton is truly a good man. Norton crouched in the grass, drawing in a sharp breath. The implications were staggering. Upon reflection, he was startled. If both aspects aligned as he suspected, mutually validating each other, it would imply that this place truly harbors a deity and a hell. Moreover, the god of creation is now deceased, and the primordial grim reaper Jonah is imprisoned within the sun. Ah, yes, the progenitor of vampires, Kuba, has also been slain. Does this not signify that 3 of the 4 principal deities have perished? A chill ran down Norton's spine. He could not shake the feeling that something was watching him from behind the bushes, sending shivers down his spine. If his thoughts were indeed accurate, the horror was overwhelming. Firstly, the mere existence of a creator god is sufficient to plunge all into despair, even in death. It signifies that a force capable of easily obliterating the world still looms. Secondly, the creator's humanity is disturbingly pronounced. It is attracted by desire, giving rise to various monstrosities, which undoubtedly implies the presence of its own thoughts and emotions. This means that divinity is not merely a cold, unfeeling cosmic machine that gazes down upon the world from heights of indifference, but rather a being easily swayed by emotions, wielding infinite power. Indeed, does this not align with the archetype of a quintessential sovereign? Moreover, there exists a deity governing the living, who has allowed the church to perpetrate numerous evils over the years without faltering. Could it be that this deity supports the church from the shadows? Or perhaps the deity is the Pope himself? It is quite plausible, for in this realm, the gods are imbued with human desires. This is precisely why Norton felt an unsettling dread. A deity possessing human desires. Who knows when it might suddenly act out of madness? And what if the Creator were to resurrect? After all, its consciousness has begun to awaken in the heavens. Norton dared not contemplate further. The more he thought, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. He had endured 20 years of oppression already. Now, even if it meant death, he would prefer to erect his own grave rather than bear any further psychological burden. Damn it. If he were to be discovered by the deity and obliterated with a mere finger, so be it. He truly wished to leave this place. Norton felt a troubling deviation in his thoughts, often becoming lost in contemplation. This was not a good sign. He worried that his mental state might deteriorate further, risking the onset of madness. Norton finally regained his mental composure and turned his gaze toward the livestock shed, hoping for an opportunity to partake in the fresh blood of the cattle. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the mother and daughter, previously weeping, had somehow procured a small knife and were in the process of dismembering the bodies of the old man and the cow. The girl was meticulously slicing the cow's carcass, hanging the severed meat on a drying rack outside, while the woman was bleeding the old man, collecting the blood in a ceramic jar, seemingly intent on wasting none of it. With his heightened sense of hearing, Norton could faintly discern their conversation. The blood can congeal into clots, and the dried meat could sustain us for half a year. How will we manage after 6 months? The woman's voice, laced with sorrow, pierced through to Norton, leaving him utterly astounded. Goodness, you two are truly ruthless. I was merely contemplating a few sips of cow's blood, yet your actions surpass even my darkest thoughts. In times of dire famine, cannibalism becomes a grim reality. Though he had been aware of this during the previous mass, witnessing the mother and daughter hoisting the old man's corpse, placing his head in the ceramic jar, and slicing his throat to let the blood flow, was a sight that evoked profound sorrow, as they reduced a human being to the status of livestock. While Norton had not yet fully transitioned from the mindset of a typical person, the idea of drinking the blood of the deceased felt less repugnant to him. After all, humans often find solace in accommodating lower standards. However, as he pondered these thoughts, he began to envision a future where he could raise humans as livestock for sustenance. This damned church is truly wretched. What will I eat if all the people starve to death? Although Hakino had not yet become the so-called progenitor of vampires, he had instinctively begun to regard these humans as his personal food reserve. Furthermore, a significant flaw of the Chinese people is their profound fear of scarcity. whether it be of firepower or sustenance. When something cannot be sustainably replenished, it ignites their deeply buried fears. What will I do if this runs out? It is as if this fear is etched into their very genes. As time gradually passed, the woman and the girl built a fire and began to smoke the meat. In this era, salt was a luxury, and they could not afford to use it in abundance for curing the meat. Instead, they resorted to smoking it to reduce its moisture content, thereby rendering it suitable for drying. The ceramic jar filled with blood was carried into their wooden dwelling by the woman, while Norton stealthily shed his armor among the grass and quietly circled around. True to their nature as nocturnal beings, vampires possess the ability to mobilize their bones and muscles to significantly minimize the sound of their movements. The crackling of the fire echoed through the air, and the mother and daughter, engrossed in their task of roasting meat, remained oblivious to the presence of a naked man lurking just behind them, who then silently slipped into the room. The scent of blood filled Norton's nostrils, overwhelmingly rich and enticing. However, despite the overwhelming intensity of the scent, he was still able to easily discern its origin through his keen sense of smell. The pungent aroma of blood inadvertently stirred within Norton a sense of insatiable hunger, even eliciting a feeling of discomfort that gnawed at him. The wooden cabin was devoid of any flickering flames. Households of this era, particularly among the impoverished, lacked even the humble presence of candles. Nevertheless, Norton's vision remained remarkably clear, and he quickly spotted a ceramic jar tucked away in the corner. With a slight furrow in his brow, he found himself grappling with his aversion to such actions, for he had once been an ordinary man. Yet, the choice between his personal distaste and the threat of starvation was an untenable one. Thus, Norton resolved to drink, and he did so with great abandon. Chapter 19. The perfect being. It must be said that vampires are indeed creatures of the blood. The flavor of the liquid, upon his first conscious tasting, was utterly unlike anything he had ever known. It bore a resemblance to a sweet and tangy jelly. However, upon further examination, there lingered an undertone reminiscent of the unpleasant scent associated with the elderly. This indicated that the age of the ingredients significantly influenced the taste. Yet, with sustenance readily available, Norton found little room for scrutiny. Stealthily, he lifted the jar and cautiously slipped back into the grass where he had previously lain. He needed to don his armor anew. Otherwise, should he encounter the church's knights, he would possess no means of defense. Initially, Norton had sought refuge in a dilapidated building, but given the circumstances, it seemed wiser to abandon that idea. Although the family had not reported the werewolf pilfering from their livestock, the church's knights had arrived with unwavering certainty that something lurked within the barn. Norton suspected they possessed tools capable of locating magical beings. Otherwise, their focus would not have been so precise. Until he unraveled this mystery, he would refrain from venturing into the city, for if he were tracked down, escape would be impossible. Norton felt that the world was becoming increasingly perilous. The church's knights were merely one threat among many. The various monsters chronicled in the church's texts posed the most significant dangers in the wild. After all, this world was not solely populated by vampires. A corpse lay silently upon a bed constructed of wooden planks. The flickering light of the torch illuminated the surroundings, casting a soft glow that, while dim, was not overly dark. The church's morgue was fortunate to possess such facilities, as most bodies were typically discarded in mass graves. The sight of the corpse was chilling, particularly when viewed at night. Its eye sockets, grotesquely punctured by branches, were horrifying, but what drew the eye even more was the neck, seemingly torn apart by immense force. The church's knights possessed no such strength. Father Mia's finger traced the jagged break in the corpse's neck, his gaze narrowing, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. The bloodstains at the scene were minimal. The volume of blood that would have flowed from a severed neck could not be so scant. Furthermore, Norton's body was nowhere to be found. A traitor would not burden himself with such a liability in his flight. Bishop Rosen stood aside, a shadowy visage marred by a hint of avarice. Notably, there was no armored knight of the church present, and it was implausible for a traitor to don steel armor while laboriously dragging another's suit. Thus, it could only be surmised that young Norton had taken it. The expression of greed also flickered across Father Mia's countenance as he interjected, "A vampire. It has been years since one has graced our presence. Who would have thought a creature of such magnificence would appear here? It is truly enchanting." There was a tinge of obsession in Bishop Rosen's demeanor, which, when combined with his words, evoked an unsettling strangeness. Yet Father Mia seemed oblivious to this, equally entranced. Indeed, His Holiness will be most pleased. Our standing shall undoubtedly be elevated. However, our immediate priority is to locate him." Father Mia clapped his hands, and from the dim recesses of the morgue emerged 2 church knights. Their armor, though reminiscent of the standard church knights, bore distinct variations, and their demeanor lacked the usual coldness, instead radiating a fervent zeal. The faithful servants, an upgraded version of the church knights, were selected from among the most devout adherents, adorned with armor that symbolized the divine, thus becoming enforcers and servants who could approach the inner sanctum. "Activate the holy knights." "Yes," the 2 knights replied reverently. "A vampire? An abomination. The papal realm has not seen a new one in many years. As the sun waned each day, such impurities ought to proliferate. Yet, while other monstrosities had surged in number, the vampire species appeared to be diminishing. This decline was attributed to the legacy and expansion of the papal faith. Creatures like vampires, which stand in stark opposition to the divine, cannot arise from the corpses of believers. With the increase in the faithful, the potential for vampire mutations has consequently dwindled. Furthermore, the Church's stringent burial requirements have significantly reduced the likelihood of vampire births. Originally, the emergence of a vampire was a rare occurrence. Now, with the mutation base substantially diminished, their birth has become exceedingly improbable. According to the Church's extensive statistics and existing records, the number of vampires that may still exist has dwindled to fewer than 100. Currently, apart from the Church headquarters retaining a vampire corpse for research, all others have completely vanished, likely either hiding in remote wilderness or perishing elsewhere, or perhaps concealed in foreign lands. Thus, Norton's emergence is invaluable. Capturing him would be a monumental achievement. Failing to do so would be a significant transgression. Chapter 20. Norton and hiding. The terms vampire and perfect being are evidently difficult to conjoin. For both in past cinematic portrayals and in the Church's tomes of this era, vampires have been unequivocally depicted as unclean beings, mere transformations of the deceased. The very nature of vampires, neither truly alive nor wholly dead, renders them profoundly difficult to associate with the concept of biological existence. At the very least, Norton perceived himself as having transcended the realm of the living. Drip by drip, water from the mountain's rocks seeped through the cave's entrance, where the continuous flow over the years had sculpted a formation of stalactites. Should a geologist venture to examine this cave, it would undoubtedly merit designation as a protected national site. However, in this age, such protections are non-existent, allowing Norton to traverse its depths unimpeded. Outside, the daylight shone brightly, while within the cave, darkness reigned supreme. Yet, endowed with the ability to see in the night, Norton was indifferent to the cave's obscurity. His primary concern lay in its capacity for concealment. Upon discovering the death of the Church's knight, it was inevitable that the Church would deduce his transformation into a vampire, and thus, emissaries would surely be dispatched to apprehend him. Having fled throughout the entire night, clutching the ceramic vessel he had pilfered, he found himself disoriented and unaware of his current location, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the terrain. Nonetheless, he remained acutely aware of the distance he had traversed, striving to avoid straying too far from the city. According to the tome he had perused, which detailed various monsters, the surrounding forests and lakes were fraught with peril. Hybrid creatures roamed the wilderness, each species possessing its unique habitat, including bizarre flora and fauna within the forests and a plethora of aquatic monstrosities lurking in rivers and seas. In summary, despite his transformation into a vampire, Norton felt an overwhelming sense of confinement. Presently, the only suitable refuge lay in the vicinity of large cities. These areas, not deeply entrenched in dense woods, had been largely cleansed of monsters by the Church to maintain urban stability, yet remained distant enough to avoid entanglements with ecclesiastical authorities, rendering them ideal havens for fugitives. Among these, caves stood out as the paramount choice. Numerous expansive caves feature an intricate network of passageways. Even modern, specialized equipment would struggle to locate individuals within their convoluted corridors. Undoubtedly, such caves represent the most suitable sanctuary, were it not for the strict oversight of the Church's knights. Norton would contemplate donning armor and masquerading as a Church knight, seeking refuge within their ranks. After all, darkness conceals. Of course, it is possible that he had fled far enough that no search would extend to the cave he currently occupied. As Norton ventured deeper into the inky blackness of the cave, he noted that while it was termed a cave, It resembled more of a mountain crevice, its entrance modest, yet its interior vast beyond reckoning. The path within stretched interminably, ascending in height, accompanied by the sound of flowing water echoing through the chambers. An underground river, perhaps? His gaze fixed ahead. Norton observed that the ground was already beginning to pool with water, and, coupled with the sound of the current, it was evident that a channel lay ahead. Only a subterranean river, through eons of erosion, could have carved such a grand opening. Caution stirred within him. The multitude of monsters that inhabited this realm left him hopeful that the underground river harbored no fearsome leviathans or monstrous entities akin to the great Cthulhu. He indeed harbors a slight fear of deep waters, particularly apprehensive about the lurking monsters that might emerge from the subterranean rivers within the cave. However, fortune smiled upon Norton. Upon reaching the depths, he found no peculiar creatures had yet manifested. A secluded pool occupied a small portion of the cavern's floor, but the traces of water flow around Norton suggested that this space had once been entirely submerged. It remained uncertain whether the water had receded due to a period of stillness or a change in course, revealing extensive dry ground. The tranquil pool appeared deceptively shallow, its surface still, yet there could well be hidden currents beneath. Norton's gaze meticulously swept across the small basin. The water was crystal clear, revealing only a few small, translucent fish and shrimp, devoid of any aquatic vegetation. This discovery brought a sense of relief to Norton. Moreover, there seemed to be no other openings in the vicinity. Truth be told, this place did not exude a sense of safety. Nevertheless, the presence of flowing water indicated that some crevice must exist below. Becoming a vampire indeed had its advantages. At the very least, he no longer needed to breathe, rendering him impervious to drowning. This ability allowed him to explore beneath the water's surface, even to dwell there, concealing himself from prying eyes. Plop! Norton set down the blood vial he had carried and removed his heavy armor. He intended to cleanse himself and carefully examine the changes he had undergone. After nearly a day and night of traversing this wilderness, he was encrusted with dust and the remnants of plants. As for the bloodstains, his body seemed capable of absorbing any splattered blood, alleviating any concerns regarding that matter. Given the presence of small fish and shrimp, it was evident that the water posed no toxicity, and he need not worry about his body succumbing to any potent poisons. Splash! Norton, stripped bare like a peeled egg, leapt into the water from the bank. The frigid waters of the dark river did not elicit a shocking sensation, though he could perceive temperature. He no longer seemed to be a homeothermic creature. His body matched the water's chill, and as he submerged, his body temperature dropped accordingly. Norton floated serenely, his night vision goggles effectively isolating the water, allowing him to see with remarkable clarity beneath the surface. The lungs, unused since yesterday, felt no pressure, nor did they change with the depth of his dive. If he could return to his world, he might become the finest fisherman. Exhaling, Norton surfaced and attempted to blow air from his mouth, discovering he could indeed do so without the sensation of suffocation. Yet, he pondered, from where did this air in his lungs originate? The mysteries of vampirism continued to astound him. Splash! Norton dove beneath the water once more, his eyes wide open as he surveyed his surroundings at the bottom. He sought out potential hiding places, for if the knights sent to apprehend him were to block the entrance, he would need an escape route from below. If there were no second exit here, he would have to reconsider his hiding place. Norton had always favored a cautious approach. Otherwise, he would not have remained confined for 20 years without ever contemplating an escape. The water was crystal clear, and the surroundings were fully visible. Norton perceived the direction of the currents enveloping his body and then directed his gaze accordingly. To his surprise, at the inner side of the small pool, there was indeed a slanted opening, partially obstructed by a stalactite that had presumably fallen from the cave's ceiling, leaving only a narrow gap for the water to flow through. A surge of joy filled Norton as he swiftly swam towards the small opening. The stalactite was not large, and the opening was similarly modest. Norton's enhanced physique easily pushed it aside. As the stalactite shifted, he felt no rush of water, likely due to the connection with another water body on the other side, preventing a siphoning effect at the entrance. Norton felt a sense of pride. After 20 years, the knowledge he had acquired in his previous life was still applicable. He peered into the depths of the opening. It was long and dark, and although his vampiric night vision allowed him to discern nearby features, the more distant landscape remained obscured. He could not ascertain whether there were terrifying piranhas or colossal serpents lurking in the pool beyond. Thus he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Splash! Norton swam back to the shore and retrieved the clay pot he had used to collect blood. After a night had passed, the blood had already congealed. He reached in and extracted a soft, gelatinous mass, which he subsequently tossed into the pool. The blood slowly dissolved in the water, its metallic scent potent enough to attract carnivorous creatures from another pool. Chapter 21. Norton contemplates. Rather than ponder, time flowed slowly, and nothing unusual occurred in the pool. Norton glanced at the still solidifying blood mass before leaping back in. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, narrow and elongated. The deeper he ventured, the tighter the confines became, forcing him to claw at the edges to navigate further inside. This extreme endeavor was incredibly taxing, especially for someone with claustrophobia. It was akin to a hellish torment. Thankfully, as Norton continued to swim ahead, the passage gradually expanded. Light began to filter in, though scant. It was evident that he was nearing an exit, likely leading outside the cave. Norton swam a bit further. At last, with a splash, he surfaced from the depths. Sunlight bathed him, bringing a slight sting to his skin. He had completely emerged from the cave's confines, finding himself at what appeared to be a crevice at the foot of the mountain. The pool was modest in size, with the mountain looming behind and a gentle slope before him, surrounded by dense vegetation. The tranquil, icy surface of the water remains crystal clear, devoid of any substantial life except for a few leaves settled at the bottom. This indeed presents an exquisite environment for sketching. Sunlight streams through the mountain crevice and illuminates the pond, causing Norton to squint against the brightness. One of the most perplexing aspects of his transformation into a vampire is this. Why does a vampire not fear the sun? Could it be that, with the death of God, the lethal power of the sun is gradually waning? With a splash, Norton emerged from the depths of the pond. It seemed that hiding here would provide a semblance of safety. He surveyed his surroundings, finding no signs of humanity. At last, he felt a sense of relief. Standing naked at the water's edge, with his safety temporarily secured, the next step was to explore the nature of his current state. What peculiar abilities does this strange species of vampire possess, and how do they enhance his existence? It would be exceedingly unwise to remain ignorant of such matters. Standing in the sunlight, he examined his body. Having not taken a close look the previous day, he was struck by the realization that vampires truly transcend the boundaries of humanity. His skin was hauntingly pale, devoid of any trace of color. This pallor was not merely a fair complexion, but rather an unhealthy whiteness, as if all blood had been drained from his veins. Beyond this, there were no remarkable features, save for his eyes, which lacked pigmentation, giving him an appearance reminiscent of those afflicted with albinism, consistent with the depictions found in ecclesiastical texts. According to the illustrations in the Garden of Eden, he was at the initial phase of transformation from corpse to vampire. In a year's time, his eyes would become a fierce red, his fangs elongated, and even serrated teeth might emerge, altering his visage in ways unrecognizable. At that point, he would lose any possibility of blending into human society. The church must be eradicated. This sentiment is not born from a personal vendetta against it, but rather from the intrinsic opposition between his vampiric nature and the church's existence. The church poses a formidable threat to him, potentially wielding mysterious means to counter his existence. However, he need not be the one to dismantle it. He could simply lie in this earth for 3,000 years and rise to find a transformed world. Yet, he sensed this might be improbable. He was uncertain whether the Holy Church possessed even greater forces to maintain its dominion. After all, in a world teeming with monsters, humanity must harbor formidable power to maintain its supremacy. Should such strength exist, the realm would stagnate, for the control exerted by such power, coupled with policies of ignorance, would fundamentally preclude the church's downfall, much like the present day, unless a more potent external force were to invade and disrupt the church's foundational rule. Of course, these remain mere conjectures, just as it is implausible for Norton to lie in wait for 3,000 years. These speculations, too, are unlikely to materialize. Thus, he must act covertly, beginning with the elimination of that old charlatan, Father Mia. Norton was thoroughly disgusted by Mia. What if a deity truly exists? In that case, it becomes irrelevant. If such a being were indeed real, whether one hides or stirs trouble, it could easily extinguish one's existence with a mere gesture. Living cautiously under the watchful eye of a sentient god is hardly preferable to being swiftly obliterated by its finger. Norton has survived under the oppressive yoke of the church for 20 years, and he is weary of such an existence. Determined, he resolved to change his fate. Norton is not particularly distinguished. He is a man of few words, malleable like clay, shaped by the whims of others. Yet, he senses that his lack of resolve has held him back. If only he were to commit wholeheartedly, he believes he could achieve his aspirations. Thus, he immediately set forth ambitious goals. As time passed, on the first day, Norton felt he had yet to fully adapt to his new form and needed to acclimate before venturing out. So he chose to remain in the cave for the time being. This retreat had its advantages. He discovered that his strength far surpassed that of an average person, perhaps equivalent to that of 2 or 3 robust men. That night, feeling sufficiently adjusted, Norton lay upon a stone, exhilarated, deciding to explore the surroundings the following day to ascertain the presence of any monsters, thus facilitating his future plans. On the second day, upon awakening, he swam through the passage beneath the lake and emerged into the sunlight, which rendered him momentarily numb. He promptly slapped himself back into the cave, recalling that he was a vampire, a creature of the night. He should be resting during the day and emerging under the veil of darkness. Since becoming a vampire, it seemed he no longer required sleep, or perhaps after a full night's rest, he felt no drowsiness at all. However, this led him to ponder a dilemma. If he ventured out at night, would donning the armor of a church knight create too much noise? Yet without it, he lacked protection, left with only his sword to engage in combat. Thus, he decided he ought to practice his swordsmanship, at the very least to familiarize himself with the movements of wielding a great sword. Norton began to swing his sword vigorously in the cave, reveling in the thrill of his newfound prowess, convinced of his invincibility. That afternoon, he noticed the blood in the jar had darkened. Fearing it had spoiled, he consumed its contents, and true to his vampire nature, felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him, akin to a human who has feasted and soaked in a hot spring, bringing him immense pleasure. He concluded that this state was not conducive to going out. Having indulged, it would be best to digest before embarking on any endeavors. Determined, he pressed on. On the third day, he practiced swordplay throughout the day, but due to a lapse in concentration, he inadvertently struck his own calf. He discovered that no blood flowed from his wound. In fact, the injured flesh appeared as if it had been washed with water, the underlying veins seemingly fading away. After being struck by the sword, he felt no pain. Within mere seconds, the severed flesh spontaneously rejoined, restoring itself completely. Norton fell into contemplation. His skin retained sensitivity to external stimuli, be it temperature or touch. He was even quite certain he possessed the capacity for pain, as the sun's rays upon his skin elicited a subtle, needle-like discomfort, a tingling sensation. Pain serves as a biological alert to injury, yet his flesh remained unscathed by the sword's blow, which could only imply one thing: the sword inflicted no tangible harm upon him. This thought led Norton to recall the lore of vampires from his past life. For instance, only holy water, silver, sunlight, crucifixes, and fire could genuinely harm or even slay a vampire. All other physical assaults proved ineffective in the sense that they would not genuinely breach the vampire's defenses or lead to death. Although these two worlds diverged, Norton had never considered applying the vampire's various stipulations to himself, yet now he felt compelled to experiment. Thus, for an entire day, Norton wielded the sword against himself, severing his fingers, scorching them with fire, and crafting a crucifix from a wooden stick to press against his forehead. He endeavored to explore every conceivable method. Save for piercing his heart with the wooden stick or inflicting wounds with silver, he tried everything else. Ultimately, he arrived at a surprisingly delightful conclusion. His body seemed impervious to all physical harm. Even to the searing flames, severed digits could regenerate. Remarkably, he experienced not a trace of pain throughout the process. He even attempted to fracture his spine, yet neither his upper nor lower body lost its capacity for control. This suggested he was no longer a vertebrate, or, rather, that he no longer required the neural and electrical systems to coordinate his movements. His form appeared entirely self-governing. Only when the crucifix rested upon his forehead did he sense a slight oppressive weight, akin to having something pressing down upon him. He could not discern whether this was due to the wood's inherent weight or if the crucifix indeed exerted an effect. Regardless, each discovery filled him with immense joy. This indicated he was nothing like the frail werewolves, who could be pierced through by an iron hook. Norton was sturdier and more resilient, allowing him a greater sense of confidence in confronting the church knights. However, it would be prudent to avoid direct confrontation with the church, having endured for so many years. They must possess their own formidable arsenal against various monsters lurking in the wild. The likes of holy water, scriptures, or consecrated crucifixes might inflict magical harm he could not withstand. Thus, caution remained his best ally. Norton resolved to venture out the following day, at the very least to clandestinely ascertain the circumstances surrounding the church. He needed to grasp the nature of this world, to discern the expanse of the papal states, and to identify any other realms devoid of ecclesiastical influence that might be conducive to his survival. For 2 decades, he had been sequestered from such knowledge, and now he found himself utterly in the dark, desperately in need of information. On the 4th day, Norton finally emerged from his seclusion. After wandering for half an hour, he grew apprehensive about becoming lost again and decided against further exploration. Instead, he resolved to draft a rough map of the area to avoid losing his way upon venturing out again. The cartographic endeavor consumed considerable time, prompting him to linger in the vicinity for the 5th and 6th days, meticulously observing his surroundings and attempting to navigate back from a distance. In a cave, he constructed a rudimentary topographical map using stones he had gathered. By the 7th day, Norton had fully assembled the map of the surrounding terrain. He stood in the pitch-black cave, gazing with immense satisfaction at his creation, which resembled a stone burial mound. Although it appeared rather unrefined and was comprehensible only to him, it infused the cave with a semblance of Norton's own essence. However, as the traces of his presence became evident, he realized that there were many aspects he had yet to consider. For instance, as a future progenitor of vampires and a traveler from another realm, his living conditions were woefully inadequate. He had no furniture whatsoever, not even a simple bed frame. This severely diminished his stature. As a bona fide vampire, Norton believed he should at least possess a coffin. Additionally, he noted an alarming fact. He had gone several days without feeding and had yet to feel even a hint of hunger, which seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that vampires could survive without sustenance? That would be extraordinary, a perpetual being. Norton pondered testing his hunger threshold while concurrently crafting a coffin for his slumber. After all, how could a vampire exist without a coffin of his own? As for exacting revenge on the church or observing its movements, he decided to wait a little longer. There was no need for haste. On the 8th day, Norton grasped his great sword and ventured into the woods to fell trees. Notably, even in the forest near the city, he encountered the presence of monsters. While chopping wood, he heard a sound unlike any he had ever experienced. When he looked up, he beheld a terrifying giant bird soaring overhead. It was a creature so monstrous it scarcely deserved the title of bird, for it possessed a human face and was reminiscent in size of the griffins depicted in his previous life, yet its limbs resembled those of an enormous eagle. Perhaps it was the man-faced bird he had read about in the church's texts. This creature clutched a deceased cow in its talons as it ascended into the depths of the forest. Norton was paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Yet for reasons unknown, he felt himself inexorably fixated upon by the horrific man-faced bird. It even abandoned the cattle caught in its claws and swooped towards Norton. Fortunately, Norton was not far from the pond where he had been chopping wood. He immediately leaped into the water, or else he would have likely been snatched away by that terrifying creature, the man-faced bird, and turned into a pie. On the 10th day, the existence of the man-faced bird rendered Norton too fearful to venture outside. He concealed himself in the dark recesses of a cave, too afraid to make a sound. For the time being, the cave was his only sanctuary. However, it seemed as though fate conspired against him. Only 2 days had passed since he had quietly hidden in the cave when he began to hear an unusual sound reverberating through the stones. It resembled the tapping noise of a woodpecker locating insects within a tree. Yet this time the sound was not aimed at a tree hollow, but rather at the cave itself. It was as if some sinister entity outside the cave was using vibrations to ascertain whether any living creatures resided within. It was utterly terrifying. This was hardly a place for a human. Had he known it would be like this, he would have preferred to remain in the city. Norton turned pale with fright. He submerged himself in the water to evade the frequencies produced by the vibrations, hoping to prevent the creature outside from discovering his presence. Fortunately, the tapping sound persisted for only a few hours. On the 38th day, after hiding in the cave for an entire month, Norton finally resolved to venture outside once more. He had no choice. Despite his exhaustion, sleep eluded him. It is said that vampires can slumber for thousands of years in a state of hibernation. Yet Norton discovered that he lacked such dormant abilities. After a single night's rest, he struggled for an entire week to find solace in sleep. The days spent in the pitch-black cave, unable to sleep, were far more terrifying than being imprisoned in a church. It was dreadfully dull, almost enough to drive a person mad. At least in the church, there were daily tasks to occupy one's time. Within the cave's darkness, he had nothing to do but fiddle with the stones he had collected while mapping his surroundings. Norton had managed to endure thus far, largely due to the mental fortitude he had developed during his 20 years of confinement. However, by this point, his patience was wearing thin. Norton cautiously donned his steel armor and grasped his great sword, using the weight of the armor to sink beneath the water's surface. He sought to observe the environment outside, preparing himself for any potential ambush. Notably, he still felt no pangs of hunger. Moreover, compared to a month ago, he sensed a slight growth within his body. It was faint, yet not an illusion. Could it be that vampires do not require blood and can grow merely with the passage of time? Norton recalled certain depictions of vampires from his previous life that suggested they could grow autonomously with time, explaining why some ancient vampires hibernate for centuries. Yet, he could not hibernate. Nevertheless, this realization alleviated some of the urgency he felt regarding his desire to grow through blood consumption. Since growth can be achieved without the need for blood, it seems that this craving for blood is akin to an addiction found among sorcerers, a mere indulgence of vampires. Norton was uncertain. He could only experiment to ascertain the reasons behind his growth. After confirming that the giant bird was absent from the waterside, he finally stepped out of the pool once more. A slight, putrid odor in the air caught his attention, and its proximity instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Norton ascended the tallest tree closest to the pool, gazing towards the source of the sanguine scent. To his horror, he beheld the once menacing giant bird, which had attempted to hunt him a month prior, now transformed into a half-decayed corpse, dangling from a distant branch. Astonishing, Norton felt paralyzed. The forest no longer seemed a haven, and he pondered that perhaps survival in the city might be preferable. At the very least, he had never encountered such terrifying creatures during his 20 years in the church. The sight of the grotesque avian carcass rekindled memories of the dreadful knocking sound. Norton recalled the origin of that noise, carefully climbing up a low earthen slope. Soon, in alignment with the cave's mouth, he discovered a series of elongated, deep holes in the ground. These holes were evidently crafted intentionally, and judging by their shape, they could belong to a creature boasting a beak over 3 meters long. Reminiscent of a woodpecker, Norton lost his appetite for crafting a coffin. He returned to his cave in a daze. He had once believed that becoming a vampire would render him invincible, only to find himself relegated to the lowest tier of existence. How had the church managed to maintain the city in such pristine condition? Could it be that God truly protects humanity? Nonetheless, for the first time, Norton felt that residing in the city was a preferable option. Although he remained in shadows and was perpetually wary of the church, at least he knew his adversaries and how to evade them, as opposed to the unpredictable dangers that lurked within the forest. On the 40th day, after hiding in the cave for 2 additional days, Norton finally ventured outside again. He resolved to secure the cave entrance to prevent any intrusions from outside threats. Moreover, he deemed it essential to construct a coffin, as a vampire ought to possess a semblance of ritual. On the 41st day, rain fell, prompting Norton to drag timber into the cave to carve his coffin. On the 42nd day, the rain persisted. Yet the small pool connecting to the cave seemed to rise slightly. Fearing that the downpour might flood his refuge, he ventured outside to dig a drainage channel at the pool's edge, ensuring that excess water would flow out, thereby preventing further inundation of his inner sanctuary. On the 47th day, after days of labor, Norton finally completed both the coffin and the stones necessary to seal the entrance. Strangely, he felt no pangs of hunger, which struck him as peculiar. He resolved to continue crafting other furnishings to test the limits of his endurance against hunger. On the 48th day, Norton wielded a great sword to cleave some branches, crafting 2 chairs from the wood and vines. This marked the first time in 20 years of his journey that Norton possessed his own chairs. He took flight upon them, reminiscing about the past and soothing his anxious spirit. On the 50th day, Norton remained unhungry, and his flight continued unabated. He found himself perplexed at the abundance of energy he possessed. Logically, the nutritional content of his blood should have been minimal. For instance, a vampire bat must feed continuously throughout the night to sustain its energy expenditure. Yet he could not fathom that merely drinking from a clay pot of blood could sustain him for an entire month. Could it be that vampires were, as he suspected. A form of perpetual being? The furnishings within the cave had taken on a semblance of form. He had fashioned chairs, a wooden coffin, a slightly crooked table, and a wooden frame for storing items. Additionally, there were wooden planks to seal the cave entrance, a stone calendar for keeping time, a handcrafted stone goblet, and a garment woven from leaves and vines resembling a cloak. In Norton's eyes, these creations were remarkably stylish. Lying in the coffin served as a mattress, and when venturing outside, he could don it as a cape, which he deemed exceedingly fashionable. Norton felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his accomplishments during this period, and he found himself somewhat entranced by the wild survival lifestyle. On the 51st day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the cave, a small bat, presumably a vampire bat. Norton wondered how this little creature had found its way here. Was it perhaps due to the association between vampires and vampire bats? He contemplated shooing the creature away, for the droppings of bats were notoriously foul, and he could only imagine the odor that would permeate the cave should their numbers increase. However, before he could act, the vampire bat alighted on his shoulder and extended its bloody tongue towards him. The act of borrowing blood is a mutual behavior among vampire bats. Given that the nutritional content of blood is quite low, a vampire bat that fails to feed within 48 hours would lack the energy to hunt and would ultimately perish. Thus, they often borrow blood from their hungry kin, a behavior more frequently observed among relatives and friends. Why, then, did this vampire bat seek to borrow his blood? Was it possible that Norton, on a physiological level, was perceived as one of their kind? Or perhaps as a closely related kin? His initial impulse to drive the creature away began to waver. After some contemplation, he decided to temporarily allow the little creature to remain, curious to see if any developments would arise between them. What if it transformed into a diminutive being with demonic wings, and he, Norton, awakened the ability to control bats? Chapter 23. Finally stepping out, the bat emitted a series of chirps, introducing a touch of amusement to Norton's otherwise monotonous cave life. Previously, he could sit in his chair for hours on end, but now he had a distraction that allowed his wandering thoughts to flourish anew. Nearly 60 days have elapsed, yet the pangs of hunger remain conspicuously absent. As night falls once more, the little bat, suspended in the cave, takes flight. It circles above Norton's head before darting into the darkness beyond the cave's entrance, embarking on its nightly hunt. This blood-sucking bat cannot afford to forego its daily foraging. Otherwise, it risks awakening the following night too weak from hunger. Norton, still free from hunger, fixates on the quivering bat as it flits away, realizing that he can no longer remain in hiding. The wilderness surrounding him is decidedly daunting, and it is precisely this terror that has kept him from straying far from the sacred city. The peripheries of human metropolises are inherently safer than the depths of untamed forests, much like the ancient cities that were seldom plagued by formidable beasts. The church, in its quest to safeguard the urban populace, would assuredly purge the vicinity of various monstrosities, which is why he finds himself lingering here, too fearful to venture deeper or to enter the city itself. Otherwise, he would have long since distanced himself from the sacred city. Yet, upon reflection, even the outskirts of the city do not guarantee safety. They may be even more perilous. While he is confident that ordinary harm cannot extinguish his existence, what if he were to be hunted and torn apart by other creatures? Would he still be able to recover as he had in his experiments? Norton dares not risk his body to test such possibilities. Unlike other vampires, he lacks the ability to enter a state of slumber to transcend time. Thus, his options are severely limited. Faced with the choice of continuing to exist amidst the ever-present dangers of the forest or seeking refuge in the relatively stable perils of the city, Norton recalls the immense bird-headed creature, the unknown entity that vanquished it, and the harrowing sight of the werewolf hunt. Neither option appears favorable. In the forest, these monsters possess keen senses and tracking abilities, yet the church's capacity for locating threats is evidently formidable as well. How should he decide? He must confront the danger and take a leap of faith. Norton finally comprehends the struggles of the vampire progenitor, Kuba. Indeed, it is no easy existence for vampires. And no wonder Kuba sought to confront the divine. Norton, too, feels an imbalance within himself. He tosses aside the leaf cloak he fashioned and leaps into the nearby pond from the edge of his coffin. Splash! The ripples spread, marking the commencement of Norton's inaugural foray into action. As for the sacred city, choosing to venture there is a matter of necessity. Norton remains oblivious to the geographical distribution of cities in this world, even if he wished to escape the sacred city. he must first enter to procure a map or inquire about directions. The city that houses the Grand Cathedral is indeed the sacred city, a hallowed ground of the sacred church, where, according to legend, the Almighty created life. Norton is uncertain of the truth behind such tales, yet the vast scale and populous nature of the sacred city unmistakably lend credence to the narrative. He had never contemplated that the cities of Central Europe could possess such vastness, stretching endlessly before him as he stood atop the canopy of trees. In truth, the Holy See ought to have designated the Holy City as the nucleus of the Papal States. However, this city is not merely a site of divine creation, but also the location of divine demise, rendering it profoundly impure and disqualifying it from being the capital of the Papal States. The Holy City lacks conventional city walls. Indeed, there were once walls, with the Grand Cathedral serving as the former heart of the Holy City, which has since become merely a domain of the Church. While the considerable populace is relegated to dwell in its vicinity, Norton discovered a household outside the city where garments were hung out to dry, pilfering a piece of clothing before seamlessly infiltrating the urban landscape. This marked his second encounter with the visage of the Holy City. His first experience occurred during Mass, when all production and activity came to a standstill, leaving him surrounded solely by a profusion of flowers and the impoverished, obscuring the city's true operational nature. Now, as he surveyed the area, he found it to be somewhat unexpected. The streets were lined with lowly, dilapidated structures, yet most were constructed of stone, lending a semblance of character to the thoroughfares. Norton had ventured out at night, and after considerable time had elapsed, dawn began to break. At this hour, he was surprised to find a notable number of people on the streets. Although clad in tattered clothing and appearing grimy, they seemed poised to embark on their labor. Some breakfast establishments had already opened, with dark loaves of bread, mingled with bran and chaff, freshly baked. However, such fare was a luxury reserved for those with means, and the early risers lacked both the privilege and the finances to partake in such sustenance. The ground was strewn with muck and fragments of petals. The environment within the city was in a state of utter disarray, reminiscent of Central Europe, where individuals would rise at dawn to hurl waste from their second-floor windows. Outside some of the more affluent stone houses, pipes resembling chimneys dripped steadily. The foul stench pervaded Norton's nostrils, and had he not been a vampire, capable of existing without breath, his sensitive sense of smell might have led him to a dire fate within this city. As Norton wandered the streets, his vigilance heightened to its utmost. He dared not venture too deeply, content to linger on the periphery of the Holy City to avoid encounters with ecclesiastical personnel. Yet, as the sanctuary of the papacy and the site of divine downfall, the Church's influence and numbers remained astonishingly formidable. Even on the outskirts, he frequently spotted missionaries venturing forth. His skin was exceedingly pale, compelling him to shroud himself in a hooded cloak and wrap his entire being in cloth to evade immediate recognition by the Church's representatives. Fortunately, the women in this area predominantly covered their heads with scarves, allowing him to blend in somewhat inconspicuously. This land fell under the jurisdiction of the Papal States, where the streets were replete with religious iconography, such as depictions of the Good Shepherd painted on the walls and wooden crosses adorning the doorways of every household. Even though this is merely the periphery of the Holy City, the atmosphere of reverence remains palpable. In this era, precious dyes are lavishly applied to the walls, creating noble images that reflect the sanctity of the divine. The myriad religious elements weigh heavily on his heart. He fears that, akin to the depictions in films, the so-called divine power of these relics might purify him as if he were being melted away. In fact, he has already begun to sense an unsettling feeling. The familiar image of the Good Shepherd adorns the street walls, and occasionally, passing workers cast glances at the lamb's genitalia, a testament to the peculiar eccentricity of Central Europe. Unlike these ordinary folk who derive some pleasure from the mural, Norton finds no joy in it whatsoever. The scorching sensation, akin to being pierced by the sun's rays, envelopes his skin, causing his complexion to change drastically. Surely, there are methods aimed directly at me. A sense of panic washes over Norton as he attempts to slip into a nearby alley, seeking refuge from the gaze of the Good Shepherd. As he does so, the searing heat on his skin gradually dissipates, yet an overwhelming sense of oppression lingers in his heart. To his astonishment, the Church indeed possesses means to target vampires. Could this be equipped with a tracking mechanism? The more he contemplates, the heavier his heart feels. If mere murals can inflict such burning sensations, What might holy water or a sacred sword do? Would they not be capable of slaying me once more? Though he has already faced death, Norton is not particularly keen on experiencing it again. Moreover, the Good Shepherd's depiction is exceedingly bizarre, clad in garments that cover his head. One would think that sunlight would not pierce through to inflict pain. Yet, this divine image somehow manages to cause him real harm. This only heightens his wariness of the Church's capabilities. Chapter 24. The Holy Night. I cannot linger any longer. If this thing indeed has tracking effects, I am in grave danger. Norton wraps the cloth around his head more tightly and strides quickly towards the outskirts of the city. Barely 5 minutes after Norton makes his escape, the sound of clanging armor echoes through the streets, sending a chill down the spine of any who hear it. The morning's languor dissipates instantly as pedestrians instinctively step aside, preparing to make way for the Church's knights. However, today's knights appear starkly different from those of the past. 10 armored figures stand sentinel at the street's ends, completely obstructing the path for those in the middle. Stand still, and those who defy will be executed. A cold voice commands from among the knights, instantly intensifying the fear in the already panicked pedestrians. Yet, years of conditioning compel them to remain obedient, trembling in fear, yet resolutely standing still, too terrified to make a move. The street had succumbed to an eerie silence. And with the arrival of the Church knights, the entire city seemed to be enveloped in this stillness. No one dared to speak above a whisper. Even the crowds beyond the street instinctively recoiled upon sighting the Church knights, as if fleeing from a plague. The 10 Church knights stationed on either side of the street remained utterly motionless, silently brandishing their great swords at the entrance, as if awaiting the arrival of someone significant. At last, amidst the growing trepidation of the onlookers, the sound of clashing steel echoed once more. The rhythmic clatter of their armor resonated through the air as 2 figures clad in resplendent golden armor emerged from either side of the street. The Holy Knights. Their armor bore no resemblance to the traditional garb of the Church knights. It appeared far more robust and solid, with a design that deviated entirely from the norm. While the conventional Church knights' armor resembled that of Central European knights, adorned with white fabric and emblazoned with a red cross. These 2 holy knights sported majestic golden armor that transcended the classic canister-like appearance of their predecessors. Notably, their helmets lacked the typical closed visors. Instead, 2 small golden wings took the place of where eyes would ordinarily be, rendering their method of seeing the world a mystery, and eliminating the greatest vulnerability associated with the eyes. Resembling angels in their radiant golden attire, they exuded an aura of sanctity far more profound than that of traditional Church knights. This purity seemed to react when tainted by any form of filth. Vampire. A hoarse, somber voice issued forth from the mouths of the holy knights, a sound that scarcely resembled that of a living being. Purification of filth. The harsh, grating voice emanated from within their steel helmets as these seemingly unearthly beings drew forth their gilded swords. They proceeded in the direction that seemed to trace the lingering essence left behind by Norton, as if following an invisible trail. A hissing breath, reminiscent of steam escaping from a locomotive, reverberated within their helmets, hinting at the terrifying nature of what lay beneath. They appeared capable of tracking the essence to its ultimate destination, opting for a direct course. This confirmed that these entities were certainly no ordinary life forms, as their linear path suggested they would collide with the walls of the street. With a resounding crash, the earthen walls of the alleyway crumbled as the 2 holy knights forcefully broke through, creating a significant breach. While the walls, bolstered by modern technology, remained formidable against ordinary individuals, they proved utterly incapable of hindering the relentless advance of these holy knights. The true weapons of the Church, the Holy Knights, had locked onto Norton's location. A profound sense of dread welled up within Norton, an ominous premonition that he was on the verge of encountering something dire. The sensation compelled him to run with increasing fervor. After retrieving his great sword and leafy cloak, he dashed frantically towards his cave. Why did it feel as though someone sought to harm him? Norton's brow furrowed. He began to regret venturing out today. Life in the forest was fraught with challenges, yet he discovered that the city harbored even more perilous threats. A mere mural could inflict genuine harm upon him. It was astonishingly advanced. The sanctity of this god truly was magnificent. The more he ran, the heavier the weight upon his heart became. He felt that only by reaching the safety of his cave could he find solace. Norton quickened his pace, the glaring sun now risen, casting a slight sting upon his skin and urging him onward. At last, as the sun reached its zenith, he returned to his cave. The blood-sucking bat hanging at the cave's entrance had returned, seemingly alerted by Norton's commotion, and emitted a couple of calls, perhaps greeting him. Norton had no time to acknowledge it. He hurried into the cave, clumsily settling back into his coffin. He closed the wooden lid, and the darkness of the cave enveloped him in silence once more. The gentle ripples of fish swimming in the pond created a soft, soothing sound that, rather than being disruptive, accentuated the cave's tranquility. Lying within the coffin, Norton stared wide-eyed at the dark lid above him, his mind still restless. Not only was it not peaceful, but he felt increasingly oppressive. He lay there unable to sleep, consumed by unease. He was certainly being watched, otherwise. Why would he feel so strange? Could they have pinpointed his exact location? Scratching his head, he crawled out of the coffin, deciding it prudent to don his armor. Clad in steel, he felt a modicum of safety, yet his heart remained heavy. He had an unsettling sense that nowhere was truly safe. Could the Church's knights traverse this treacherous forest to track and eliminate him from such a distance? If the forest posed no danger, he might entertain the possibility. For the Church's methods were unpredictable. However, the forest was far more perilous than the city. Could these knights dare to pursue him without fear? Regardless, Norton resolved to prepare himself. After all, he was utterly ignorant of the Church's capabilities. As a vampire who had clung to life at all costs, he habitually envisioned every scenario in the worst possible light. What if? Thus, gazing at the pond, he felt fortunate to have chosen this cave. Should the Church's knights indeed approach, he could retreat into the water. If they sought to enter, they would undoubtedly shed their heavy armor to avoid drowning, rendering themselves vulnerable. This would afford him the opportunity to eliminate these fragile humans. He would regard them with disdain, for without their armor, what were they? They could meet his great sword instead. Chapter 25. The haunting of the fun. The sound of heavy armor clattering was inescapable as it echoed through the cave, rousing the bats suspended in slumber within the cavern's depths, prompting their startled squeaks. Beneath the still waters, Norton's eyes flew open, his heart racing at the ominous vibrations reverberating through the cave, a clear indication of his perilous situation. His countenance darkened, weighed down by a sense of foreboding. He surmised that he had been located. However, he had not anticipated the range of such detection, which seemed to surpass even modern capabilities. He had taken great care to circumvent his trail upon returning, traversing the pool to cleanse his presence. A month prior, he recalled witnessing the Church knights vanquishing werewolves, a memory that sent shivers down his spine. He steadied himself, resolving to proceed with his original plan, to use the water as a buffer, ambushing the knights from beneath. If overwhelmed, he would make his escape through another exit. With a soft splash, Norton lifted the wooden lid of the coffin, which floated to the surface as he emerged clad in heavy armor. The weight of his gear allowed him to sink beneath the water's surface. His keen ears detected the sounds within the cave, prompting him to shed his steel armor, listening intently for the knight's movements. The acoustics of the cavern, however, seemed somewhat off. A thunderous roar erupted in the inky darkness as two golden-armored holy knights barreled through, resembling human bulldozers, crashing through the stalactites overhead without hesitation. Unclean, be purged. Their voices, devoid of warmth, resonated with an overwhelming force. The sound of their breath, akin to a steam engine's hissing, hinted at the terrifying might contained within their armored shells. Though concealed beneath the water, Norton sensed an unsettling presence, an instinctual awareness akin to a sixth sense that the holy knights were drawing near. The knights pressed onward, pushing through the cave's depths, undeterred by the obstacles in their path. With a sudden crack, the small wooden chair that had supported Norton's plans for days splintered under the weight of a knight's boot. Though cloaked in darkness, it seemed no barrier could obscure their gaze. They swiftly turned their heads towards the deep pool. Vampire unclean, be purged. With a guttural cry, the two golden knights leapt into the depths of the pool. Norton, already attuned to the sounds echoing within the cave, had surfaced just beneath the water's surface, poised to strike as the Church knights approached. After all, they were human, and despite their simplistic minds, they would surely shed their armor to enter the water. Norton submerged beneath the water's surface, feeling an exhilarating rush coursing through his mind, as if his once lifeless heart had revived. His gaze fixated on the serene water surface, when suddenly he witnessed two golden figures, knights in shimmering armor, plunge into the depths with a mighty leap. The impact created a deep crater in the water, startling Norton. What are these golden warriors? I've never encountered such beings in the church. This is utterly reckless. Did they truly leap into the water clad in heavy armor? Are they not courting their own demise? A flurry of thoughts raced through Norton's mind, yet his actions remained unwavering. Gripping his sword, he maneuvered through the water like a fish, aiming to thrust his blade at the forehead of the nearest holy knight. The force of the sword's descent would be far more effective than a mere stab, at least providing sufficient power. Norton believed that with his current strength, even if he failed to slay the knight with a single thrust, he could at least incapacitate him momentarily, seizing the opportunity to drag the knight down into the depths, drowning him. However, the knight's thirst for battle surged to an extreme. As they plunged into the water, they had already raised their golden greatswords, bringing them crashing down towards Norton. The tumult of the water disturbed the surface, significantly slowing the sword's descent and intensity. Nonetheless, the holy knights showed no sign of hesitation. With a resounding clang, Norton's greatsword struck the knight's forehead, producing a clear sound even underwater. Yet, as his blade made contact, the golden sword was already descending upon him. Norton's legs propelled him swiftly through the water, evading the looming strike with the agility of a fish. The sword's tip collided with the rocks behind him, and even beneath the water, the force cleaved a narrow gash into the stone, startling Norton. What terrifying strength! This is no ordinary knight of the church. Norton couldn't fathom that the wretched Mia had concealed such formidable entities. Observing the two golden-armored knights sinking deeper, he felt a prickling dread. Encountering either of them on land would surely lead to his demise. The submerged knights seemed oblivious to their aquatic predicament, relentlessly swinging their golden swords at Norton, their legs mimicking running motions, as if attempting to pursue him through the water as they would on solid ground. Their seemingly irrational behavior perplexed Norton. Are they truly intent on purging me, even while submerged? He looked back at the cleaved rock behind him, feeling a sense of trepidation. Floating in the water, he kept his eyes fixed on the two holy knights now resting on the bottom, increasingly convinced that there was something profoundly unnatural about them. Two sacred knights, already submerged beneath the water's surface, flailed violently, their feet thrashing in a desperate attempt to reach Norton. Their colossal swords swung wildly, reminiscent of mindless beings. Those adept at swimming understand that, when buoyed slowly by the water's force, one might maneuver even in heavy armor. Norton, for instance, could traverse the depths while clad in his cumbersome gear, utilizing the buoyancy to his advantage. However, should one's movements become frantic, surpassing the limits of buoyancy in speed and frequency, the very force that once lifted them transforms into the oppressive pull of gravity. This renders their armor even more cumbersome, making it a Herculean task for anyone to lift their feet. These two sacred knights, consumed by their murderous intent towards Norton, engaged in chaotic, frenzied motions. Despite their considerable strength, the water's buoyancy thwarted their forward progression, instead propelling them backward, their bodies swaying erratically in the depths, at times horizontal, at times vertical. Was this not sheer folly? Observing their abstract antics, Norton felt his anxiety and unease dissipate entirely. Biological weapons, indeed. The church possesses such capabilities? Mia, you ought to be condemned. Norton felt an immense relief at having not been selected to become such a biological weapon. Witnessing the foolish display of these two knights, he was grateful he retained his own intellect and common sense. To become like them would be a fate worse than death. Yet, if the church truly dispatched only such simpletons, then there was little to fear. Chapter 26. Archbishop Adam. The two simpletons struggled desperately beneath the water, their great swords cleaving the air as they seemed to reach for a moment of respite. Their breaths, akin to the hissing of a steam engine, filled the water with a peculiar sound. However, this very act became their greatest disadvantage in the liquid depths. Gurgling sounds erupted, and countless bubbles escaped from the knight's armor. Eventually, their relentless hacking ceased, and they flailed their limbs like struggling yearling pigs, akin to fish flopping helplessly on a cutting board. Norton secured himself against the rocks beside him, ensuring he neither floated nor sank, observing the demise of the two sacred knights with cold detachment. A gurgle erupted as a large bubble escaped from one knight's armor. Perhaps the water they inhaled during their desperate gasps had damaged their internal organs, as rich crimson blood accompanied the bubbles. The blood spread through the water, and Norton felt a pang of regret. Such a bounty of food. He lamented the loss, but remained still. As the struggles at the bottom of the pool grew increasingly feeble, the two sacred knights ultimately sank like lifeless swine, their movements ceasing entirely. These once formidable warriors, true weapons of the church, met their watery demise in a pool less than 10 meters deep. It was utterly absurd. Norton waited another half hour. Yet the two corpses showed no signs of disturbance. Instead, some small fish and shrimp had already swum past, meandering around as if they were consuming the blood that surrounded them. However, the constraints of the steel armor prevented them from truly delving into the depths to feast upon the flesh and blood of the corpses. Norton thus felt a sense of relief and gradually made his way toward the bottom of the water. He reached out and removed the helmets of two sacred knights, revealing two ordinary faces beneath. It was indeed a marvel of biological technology. He had initially expected such formidable golden knights to possess the rugged visages of burly men. Yet their faces resembled those of frail missionaries. What kind of secret art could have transformed these weak individuals into powerful sacred knights? Norton could not fathom it. He could only ascertain that such potent sacred knights must possess blood that was highly nourishing. Yet, he remained wary of the church potentially poisoning the blood. After all, there were numerous cinematic tales from his past life concerning the poisoning of blood, and some even involved the infamous poisoning in the 13th. What terrified him further was the notion of altering one's own blade. This classic scene compelled him to extend a finger, taste a drop of blood, and draw it into his mouth. The flavor was exquisite, without any adverse effects. After waiting for an hour and feeling no unusual changes in his body, Norton opened his mouth wide, revealing his teeth, which had begun to transform into something more pronounced and white. Oh, the Cathedral of the Holy Lord. Father Mia, with a face full of benevolence, gently stroked the head of the boy before him, offering comfort. Well done, child. You have completed the necessary blessings. I believe that in the future. Before he could finish his sentence, the wooden door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Damn it. Who? Father Mia exclaimed in a fit of rage, abruptly turning to face the entrance, his hands instinctively pulling at his garments to shield his frail body. However, the intruder swiftly approached and seized him by the throat, violently slamming him against the wall behind. Rodamia, such enthusiasm. A somber old man clad in a regal purple robe entered, casting a glance at Father Mia pinned against the wall, and spoke in a deep voice. The once enraged Father Mia now gazed at the elder entering through the door with eyes wide in terror, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound. Archbishop Adam. In the book of the Bible, Adam is depicted as the first man created by God, the one who copulated with him, thereby giving birth to the primordial death deity Jonah. In the church, bishops possess holy names, and Adam is the holy name of this archbishop, collectively referred to as the holy name thereafter. The purple attire of the archbishop unequivocally indicated the unparalleled status and power of this elder. The archbishop governed a province, which contained several districts, equivalent to a governor in ancient terms. His direct superior was not the cardinal, but the pope himself. Bishops of a lower rank were akin to prefects or governors, while those of an even lower tier, such as Bishop Rosen, would be comparable to mayors of cities within the province. The cardinal, who ranks higher than him, resembles more of a mascot, primarily tasked with matters of ritual and worship. However, this does not imply that the cardinal lacks status or power. As an elder figure who accompanies the pope, the cardinal embodies a high-ranking official within the capital. Although he cannot act as a sovereign in the outer realm, the cardinal is typically regarded with a degree of reverence. Yet, it is uncommon for the cardinal to offend the archbishop inviolate. As a figure akin to a ritual elder, the cardinal lacks the privilege to elect the pope. Historically, popes have either been chosen from the archbishops inviolate or have been cultivated internally within the papal structure. At this moment, upon witnessing the esteemed figure of the archbishop inviolate, Father Mia felt akin to a county magistrate encountering a governor. He dared not utter a sound, even without the threat of a chokehold. The terror etched upon Father Mia's face had solidified into something palpable as he trembled before the entering archbishop. The anguish of being throttled overshadowed by the dread in his heart. The abrupt intrusion into the room sent waves of panic through the boy present. Yet years of existence in this cursed environment had ingrained in him a survival instinct that prevented him from screaming out loud, despite his evident fear as he quaked before the imposing figure of the archbishop inviolate. Regrettably, such fearfulness was inexcusable. A knight of the church burst into the room, roughly seizing the boy's head and yanking him off the wooden table, dragging him towards the exit. within mere seconds. A cry for mercy barely escaped the boy's lips before the sound of a sword severing flesh and bone echoed from outside the wooden abode. Father Mia's body convulsed violently, and he began to plead desperately. Your Excellency, Archbishop, I am unaware of my transgressions. What transgressions have you committed? Humph. 2 sacred knights perished because of you, and you question your fault. You failed to report the emergence of a vampire in your jurisdiction, instead opting to conceal the information, resulting in the loss of 2 sacred knights. That is your error. What? Father Mia gasped, his visage contorted in horror. The sacred knights can perish? This cannot be true. Silence. Archbishop Adam snorted, his expression darkening to an extreme. As his words hung in the air, the trembling Bishop Rosen entered from outside. Upon seeing Adam, Rosen immediately knelt. I have witnessed your presence, Archbishop Adam. I am guilty. My failure to oversee adequately led Father Mia to commit such a grave mistake. I beseech you to impose punishment upon me. Bishop Rosen's admission of guilt was sincere. He knelt and confessed without offering any defense, merely distancing himself from the situation. You wretched fool. It was we who agreed to deploy the sacred knights. Father Mia's frustration grew palpable at Rosen's words, nearly twisting his nose in indignation. However, Your Excellency, I implore you to allow Father Mia to atone for his sins. I firmly believe he will capture this vampire and deliver him into the hands of the Archbishop. Immediately following, Archbishop Rosen hastily proposed measures of compensation. Just moments prior, Father Mia, nearly driven to madness by the despicable words of Archbishop Rosen, dared not implicate him. For there lies a significant distinction between the county head and the mayor. He could only desperately defend himself alongside the path laid out by Archbishop Rosen. Indeed, Your Excellency, I am well acquainted with Norton. I understand this vampire, and I am certain I can apprehend him. I implore Your Excellency to grant us one more chance. Father Mia beseeched repeatedly, his aged visage awash with terror. Archbishop Adam's countenance darkened as he regarded the 2 men, who knelt like dogs, wagging their tails in desperation. In a cold tone, he remarked, Atonement through merit? His Holiness has already personally intervened in this matter. The demise of 2 holy knights has rendered any possibility of atonement for you non-existent. Moreover, do you think that something even the 2 holy knights could not capture could be seized solely by your efforts? Archbishop Adam ceased further speech and directly exited the wooden cabin. Archbishop Adam, Your Excellency, no, no, no. Archbishop Rosen too. In despair, Father Mia knelt on both knees, crawling toward the departing Archbishop Adam, continually crying out in anguish, justifying himself, while also attempting to drag Archbishop Rosen down with him. Yet, before he could finish his plea, 2 knights of the church standing behind him seized his arms, forcibly straightening his body. A great sword pierced through Father Mia's neck and spine, severing his head and thrusting into his chest, ultimately emerging from his abdomen. The faint sound of cracking bones and Father Mia's final struggles gradually faded, plunging the room into silence once more. Father Mia, aged 69, had become the priest with the shortest lifespan in many years. Archbishop Rosen, within the wooden cabin, could hardly spare a glance at Father Mia's final moments. He rose from the ground and hastened towards the door where Archbishop Adam had gone. In truth, even if he had not shifted the blame onto Father Mia, his fate would not have been sealed. Firstly, the life and death of a bishop must undergo the judgment of His Holiness before a final sentence can be pronounced and the death penalty executed. Secondly, as a member of Archbishop Adam's faction, a low-ranking bishop is akin to a mayor, already holding a comparable status. Archbishop Adam would not allow him to perish so easily. However, with the deaths of 2 holy knights, someone must bear the responsibility. Though they were merely low-ranking holy knights, they were still sacred knights that only His Holiness could wield. Clearly, the lowest-ranking Father Mia was the most suitable scapegoat. Your Excellency, Archbishop Rosen respectfully addressed Archbishop Adam, who stood at the door. There is no need for further discussion. This matter is no longer within our purview. His Holiness has dispatched the Holy Tribunal to intervene, and from this moment on, the vampire is of no concern to us. Archbishop Adam waved his hand dismissively. The Holy Tribunal? Bishop Rosen was evidently taken aback upon hearing that name, almost rendered speechless by his surprise. Hadn't they vanished for over a century? Why, His Eminence has aged. Archbishop Adam turned to fix his gaze upon Bishop Rosen's eyes and spoke. He had reached the venerable age of 253, making him the oldest pope in many years. Although the sun continued to fade, He could no longer wait. Bishop Rosen shut his mouth. He understood. Yet he could not speak. Archbishop Adam was permitted to discuss the Pope, but he was not, a disparity dictated by their respective statuses. Nevertheless, he grasped the meaning behind Archbishop Adam's words. Though vampires had long been regarded by the Church as unclean, they were, in truth, the most coveted beings among the Church's upper echelons. Even bishops and elders within the hierarchy referred to vampires as perfect beings. After all, immortality is the dream of all humanity and the foremost pursuit of His Holiness. Yet, it simultaneously represented an obstacle to Archbishop Adam's ambitions. Do not let anyone discover him. A cold, penetrating gaze from Archbishop Adam fell upon Bishop Rosen. He had occupied this esteemed position for far too long and no longer wished to remain. After years of scheming and accumulating power, he would not squander it. Thus, His Holiness must not attain immortality. This was also one of the reasons for Father Mia's demise. Damn it, Mia. Father Mia's devoted disciple, Norton, remained blissfully unaware that Father Mia had ascended to the celestial realm. Instead, he continued to regard Father Mia as his lifelong adversary, perhaps a testament to the latter's existence in this world. Angry curses echoed within the dark cavern as Norton writhed on the ground, clutching his abdomen and cursing vehemently. Nearby, two corpses, drained of blood, lay pallid, their golden armor scattered about. How had Norton come to this state? In short, the food was poisoned. Indeed, even after he had cautiously consumed a small amount to ascertain that the Church had not laced the blood with poison, he discovered, upon drinking it all, that something was still amiss. Caution proved futile. A searing pain, akin to being engulfed in sulfuric acid, welled up in Norton's stomach, tormenting him unbearably. This was the first time he had experienced such intense agony since becoming a vampire. The excruciating pain compelled Norton to unsheath his great sword and slice open his own stomach, discarding the organ in a desperate bid to alleviate the suffering. Yet, even as he nearly emptied his own insides, the searing pain showed no signs of abating, and he found no trace of the blood he had consumed within his stomach. The digestive system of a vampire is truly perverse. A piercing scream mingled with Norton's writhing echoed throughout the cavern, unending. What on earth is this? Mia. Poisoned blood, you fool. How naive I have been. I only know that these two church knights are damned biochemical weapons, specifically designed to combat vampires. To my astonishment, they have even infused their blood with a poison targeting vampires. Norton, akin to a lamenting spirit, is tormented, his cries intermingled with anguish. Even the act of disemboweling himself fails to alleviate the torment. He can only endure it with sheer will. The cave is shrouded in darkness, and the intensity of Norton's pain causes his fingers to dig into the hard, rocky ground. Shallow gasps force his mouth wide open, and in a desperate attempt to relieve his suffering, he repeatedly strikes his head against the ground, oblivious to the fact that the stones beneath him have begun to chip from the impact. Within that cavernous maw, his teeth seem to be growing slowly, becoming increasingly sharp, while his skin appears to be shrinking, rendering his form ever more emaciated. It seems that as his body withers, the thinness of his fingers causes his nails to protrude outward. At long last, the torment begins to subside. Norton's eyes, once tightly shut in pain, finally open. Two crimson orbs emerge in the pitch-black cave, and as Norton moves, they cast fleeting shadows. Sharp-toothed and bloodshot, gaunt and unclean. The blood of these sacred knights has allowed him to transcend the year-long transformation from corpse to fledgling vampire in mere moments. Undoubtedly, however, this has utterly disrupted Norton's plans for vengeance against the Church. Chapter 28. Growth. The death of Father Mia was as inconsequential as a mere fart in the grand scheme of things. If anyone in this world cared about Father Mia, it would likely be Norton himself. Alas, he is now somewhat preoccupied with his own plight. At high noon, the cicadas herald the sweltering heat of summer. The mountains remain lush and verdant, and the waters of the pond are still crystal clear. The world has not changed in the wake of a few deaths. This is the essence of grandiosity. The branches sway gently with the breeze, causing the reflections on the pond's surface to ripple as if they have come to life. A humanoid figure stands quietly beside the pond, gazing into the water at its own reflection, seemingly scrutinizing it, yet also struggling to comprehend. How have I become this? Norton gazes into the pond and can hardly accept the visage before him. He was once a strikingly handsome man, even Father Mia. An elderly fellow with a penchant for youth, had harbored some unsavory intentions towards him, a testament to his extraordinary features. But now, everything has changed. The reflection that emerges on the water's surface is shrunken and withered, resembling a corpse that has been left to dry in a latrine for over a decade, desiccated, wrinkled, and utterly repulsive. Whether due to this shrinking or some intrinsic alteration of his bones, his excessively slender form appears somewhat elongated, yet from the back, he seems hunched, akin to a desiccated cadaver. Norton opened his mouth, revealing a set of teeth reminiscent of a shark's, while his eyes had lost all distinction between pupil and iris, now entirely a blood-red hue. His fingernails and toenails appeared grotesquely protruded, seemingly dehydrated, evoking a sense of revulsion and fear. Were it not for the absence of any discomfort within his body, he might have surmised that this abhorrent transformation was a consequence of consuming that tainted blood. Sharp-toothed and bloodshot, emaciated and unclean, this marked the second stage of vampirism. As Norton gazed at the repulsive reflection upon the water's surface, he pondered, recalling the descriptions of vampires he had previously encountered in literature. Although the text delineated only 2 stages of vampirism, he theorized that these so-called first and second stages resembled an intermediary transformation of a corpse into the vampire species. Much like evolution, it was improbable that such a transformation would occur flawlessly in an instant. Various intermediate stages of evolution were inevitable, a process that could aptly be termed growth. Thus, he speculated that vampires must indeed possess a fully evolved stage. Norton felt he was undergoing such growth, though he could not ascertain the accuracy of his conjecture. Regardless, the reality of his transformation was undeniable, leaving him in a state where he could no longer face the world. However, the appearance of those 2 golden knights made him realize that venturing out was no longer an option. It was opportune to hide away. In addition to his grotesque appearance, Norton felt a significant increase in his strength. What once might have equated to the strength of 3 or 4 adults had now escalated to the point where he could carve marks into stone with merely his fingernails. While he could not quantify the extent of his newfound power, there was no doubt that both his strength and the resilience of his body had been greatly enhanced. As he stared at his repulsive reflection in the water, he suddenly reached down to grasp it. Though this creature had also diminished, it still retained a palpable sensation. A rush of joy surged within him. At last, there was genuine hope for survival. Norton joyfully leapt back into the water. The essence of little Norton was his true self. If he were to lose this vital lifeline in his long existence, he would lack the courage to continue living. This place was no longer safe. The terrifying knights of the church had managed to locate him, indicating that the church surely possessed further means of tracking him. Moreover, with these 2 corpses still lying here, if they bore any tracking capabilities, he needed to flee immediately. The fact that these 2 fools had not killed him this time did not guarantee that the church would send such inept adversaries in the future. Should they dispatch someone with combat intelligence, his fate would be sealed. Norton had not forgotten how the werewolf had met its end. The church knights evidently possessed a specialized arsenal and strategies for dealing with various monsters. Therefore, he had to hastily gather his belongings and escape, ideally finding a large river in which to conceal himself. This way, even if the church could still track him, they would be unable to locate him within the depths of the river. To my surprise, becoming a vampire has proven to be quite a lamentable fate. Had I known, I would have preferred to sell my soul for a place in heaven alongside God, though perhaps even he might not have deemed me worthy. It is all that wretched Mia's fault. Damn that Mia. She has taken it upon herself to torment me alone. Norton, filled with rage, rose from the water and began to collect his belongings. The traces of his life during this time were numerous, such as the specially designed flight chair, the coffin-like sleeping board, the wooden bucket carved for blood, and the garments pilfered from the city. Cursed be it. My airplane chair has been ruined. Norton glared at the rattan chair, now shattered by the intrusion of the holy night, his heart aching. This chair was so comfortable, he had grown fond of its height. Tenderly, Norton picked up the broken stick from the ground and forcefully thrust it into the corpses of the 2 knights nearby. With a sickening sound, the stick pierced through flesh and blood, and the once formidable knights lost their terrifying presence, their bodies now akin to ordinary mortals, easily becoming offerings for the makeshift incense holder. Fortunately, the blood within had been fully absorbed by Norton, leaving no trace of spillage. Norton placed his dishes into his coffin, binding it and the lid to his back with vines. Then, using his immense strength, he hoisted the coffin onto his shoulders and began to march outward. As for the equipment of the church knights and the gear he had previously acquired, he left them behind. He feared that these items could be tracked. Thus, everything associated with the church remained there. If these items could not be traced, he could always return for them later, but if they could, taking them along would be no different than carrying a beacon. Norton set off from the mouth of the cave, his large coffin board on his back. The passage within had originally been narrow, requiring considerable effort to exit, but now a gaping hole had been created by the two monsters bred by the church, making his exit much easier. Bats hung from the ceiling of the cave, chattering at Norton as if bidding him farewell. "Come here," he called, reaching up to capture one, allowing it to dangle from the folds of his chest. "You won't escape, little one." This creature not only served as a reminder, but could also provide companionship, and Norton had always had a fondness for such furry little beings. Chapter 29. Relocation time is irrelevant in the pursuit of cultivation, and vampires are no exception. After 20 years since my arrival in this world, Norton finds himself leaving home for the second time. He traversed the woods, carrying his wooden coffin, deliberately choosing secluded and elevated paths. His strategy was to either conceal his resting place underwater or high upon a cliff. Physical attacks posed no substantial threat to him, as injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Thus, in the absence of rivers or seas, he believed that hiding on a precipice would be the safest option. When the time comes, the faithful of the church will leap from the precipice to escape, though they might suffer grievous injuries in the fall. It remains a viable means of evasion. However, the monstrous bird he encountered, along with the terrifying creature that vanquished it, instilled in him a profound wariness of the wilderness that this world harbored. If the beasts on land are of such gargantuan proportions, one can only imagine the horrific nature of the aquatic creatures lurking in lakes and rivers. Though he possesses the ability to hold his breath, humanity's innate dread of the depths dissuades Norton from making his home in any body of water. On land, his exceptional vision, hearing, and sense of smell aid him in combat and flight, far surpassing the limitations of murky waters where clarity is obscured and scents are undetectable. Even as a vampire, the domain of humanoid beings remains firmly rooted on land, not beneath the waves. Thus, Norton concludes that establishing his residence on the cliff would be most prudent. He envisages carving a dwelling into the rock. Should non-flying adversaries approach, he can simply leap from the edge, while aerial threats may be thwarted by retreating into his lair. A perfect solution, indeed. The dense thicket conceals its precise location, and amidst the wild grass and lakes, beasts abound. Yet, whether wolves, tigers, leopards, bears, or wild boars, they all seem to sense his presence and flee at the sight of him, showing no inclination to attack. Nevertheless, Norton remains vigilant, for this world harbors not only predators, but a plethora of other monstrous entities. Although he is a vampire, he is but a fledgling in this form, his strength scarcely rivaling that of a mere cow. This is the crux of his struggle for survival in this precarious existence. Venturing deeper into the wilderness presents unimaginable dangers, while proximity to civilization brings the church into play. After traversing the mountainous terrain for an indeterminate number of days and nights, he finally ascends to a peak crowned with cliffs. The moon hangs faintly amidst sparse stars, casting a dim light that allows him to discern his surroundings. For Norton, light or darkness bears no distinction. He thrives in the shadows. The shrill cries of bats echo in the heights as they return from their hunts, landing upon him with their talon-like claws gripping the creased skin of his back before tumbling off. With a resounding thud, he places his wooden coffin upon the ground, the heavy lid striking the earth with a dull thump. Rising to his full height, he surveys his surroundings. He stands at the pinnacle of the mountain, one side a sheer cliff, the other a gentle slope. The cliff is steep, though not excessively high, estimated at a mere 200 meters. Before him lies an inky expanse of dense forest sloping downward, while behind stretches an infinite starry sky and the distant darkened slopes. This is indeed the highest peak in the vicinity, suggesting that it is situated within a plain. Leaning against the coffin, Norton gazes up at the celestial tapestry overhead, his spirits lifted, even finding the inclination to hum a tune reminiscent of Chopin. However, his voice had grown hoarse due to the strain, sounding less like that of a human and more akin to the terrifying roar of some dreadful creature. From this vantage point, the distant city came into view, ensuring that he would not lose his way. Norton cast his gaze toward the cliff, standing high above, with a clear sky stretching endlessly to night. From his position, he could distinctly see the twinkling stars sketching the outline of the city below. were it not for his fearsome appearance. Residing here would indeed evoke a sense of ethereal bliss. Norton had settled atop the mountain, and this was the most satisfactory abode he had found during this time. The scenery was exquisite, a gentle breeze caressed him, and the sensation of his hand, loosely held in the air, felt as soft as holding snowflakes. Even the ascent of flights could be attempted with this refreshing gust, allowing for an unusual takeoff experience. However, living in this coffin-like dwelling was rather rudimentary. Even if he were to carve a hole into the cliffside to accommodate the coffin, it would possess little grandeur, resembling more the burial customs of certain cultures. Norton's inherent Chinese lineage surged forth once more within less than a day. The desire to construct and create burgeoned in his mind. Finally, after spending 3 days fashioning a stone axe, he commenced his grand architectural endeavor. He felled trees and shaped them with precision, and as the days and nights alternated, the nascent form of a house gradually took shape atop the mountain. For the first time in 20 years, Norton experienced the bliss of freedom. Not only could he not play on his phone, but even the physical labor of building brought him an overwhelming sense of happiness. The 2 decades spent in the cloistered life of the church had become a haunting nightmare for him. Meanwhile, the church continued to turn into a nightmare for many others. In the Holy Lord City, the weekly Mass commenced once more, with a profusion of flowers strewn across the filthy ground to highlight the sanctity of God. A newly appointed missionary followed at the end of the procession, conducting the Mass that Norton had once officiated. However, today's ceremony was abruptly interrupted midway. The sound of synchronized footsteps, sharp and distinct, began to overpower the congregation's chants. It resembled the approach of armored knights from the church, marching in unison. Drawing closer to the main thoroughfare of Holy Lord City, prompting Father Andrew, who was leading the Mass, to pause his recitation and lift his hooded head. Gazing towards the end of the main road, the golden figures of the nightly procession began to emerge amidst the floral rain that blanketed the city. The heavy footsteps grew increasingly distinct, marked by a mechanical precision. The golden armor gleamed brilliantly under the sun, radiating a sense of sacred power. As the sounds drew nearer, the contingent of 500 golden knights finally came into view before the crowd. The synchronized sound of their footsteps was matched by the clanking of their armor, echoing the rhythm of their march. A phalanx of 500 golden knights stretched for 100 meters, each warrior maintaining an exact distance from their neighbor, measurable with precision. Their mechanical movements resembled those of modern robots. Each lift of a leg and each footfall not only aligned perfectly, but also executed with impeccable accuracy. As their march came to a halt in the center of the main thoroughfare of the Holy City, a collective sound akin to steam erupted. The force of their breath was so powerful it resonated in the ears, creating an overwhelming sensation of dread. The citizens of the Holy City, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, were struck with panic, hastily bowing their heads in reverence and submission. Father Andrew, responsible for the Mass, halted all actions, kneeling fervently in place, clasping the cross from his chest in his hands, and earnestly beseeching the name of God. The Holy Judging Assembly, Bishop Rosen, having received the news within the Grand Cathedral, swiftly exited to greet the Holy Judging Assembly, which had already come to a standstill on the main avenue of the Holy City. The Holy Judging Assembly, a group not beholden to the Church, but rather servants of God. Even the Pope holds merely a 24-hour usage right over the Holy Judging Assembly. The history of the Holy Judging Assembly traces back to the very inception of the Church. From the moment of the Church's birth, the Holy Judging Assembly emerged alongside it. Initially ungoverned by the Church, it was established as a divine cohort tasked with judging the impurities of the world. However, with the passage of millennia and the relentless efforts of countless popes, the Holy Judging Assembly has since evolved into the Pope's personal retinue. Following the advent of the Holy Knights, the Holy Judging Assembly has become the preeminent force within the Papal States and the Pope's most magnificent entourage. Indeed, these 500 Knights of the Holy Judging Assembly are all Holy Knights. Chapter 30. The Judgment Bishop Rosen humbly welcomed the Holy Judging Assembly, bowing respectfully in his black clerical attire. The significance of this assembly was akin to that of imperial guards standing before an emperor. A lowly bishop like Rosen dared not exhibit any semblance of disrespect. His words elicited no movement from the Holy Judging Assembly, who remained steadfastly in place. After a brief moment, a hoarse voice, as if it had not spoken in years, resonated from the leading Holy Knight's armor. By the command of His Holiness, we are to cleanse all impurities. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bishop Rosen cautiously inquired, "Then, shall I proceed with the Holy Judging Assembly taking over all affairs of the Holy City Church effective immediately?" "Affirmative." Bishop Rosen wiped his brow again. He then turned to the church knights and missionaries behind him and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, the Holy Judging Assembly will oversee all matters of the Holy City. The Grand Cathedral will be closed immediately, and all missionaries and church knights are to remain indoors." The appearance of the Holy Judging Assembly heralds the onset of tumultuous times. The subjects of judgment encompass not only vampires like Norton, but also a myriad of so-called impurities. The Holy City has commenced a sanguinary cleansing. Cannibals, defilers, and those lacking in piety shall face the death sentence imposed by the Holy Inquisition in the name of heresy. If the previous church valued human life as mere fodder, the Holy Inquisition embodies a total disregard for all life and established norms. Since the arrival of the Inquisition in the city, fervent prayers have become the essence of the Holy City, with God reigning as its singular deity. Yet the true bloodshed is not instigated by the Inquisition itself. Unlike the indifferent church knights and missionaries who shun the destitute, the Inquisition is all too willing to heed the voices of the populace. Whether one is a pauper or a wealthy individual, whether one possesses an unseemly visage or an attractive countenance, utter the words, "I have discovered a heretic," and the knights of the Inquisition will spring into action without hesitation. It remains unclear who initiated this malevolent trend. When the impoverished citizens of the Holy City first witnessed the Inquisition executing an irreverent wealthy family, followed by their looting of the household, this grotesque feast of humanity commenced in earnest. The Inquisition, originally tasked with purging vampires and impurities, devolved into a mere instrument for the unbridled release of human desire. A bloody massacre unfolded within the Holy City, ignited by the avarice of its own inhabitants. The cry for the slaughter of the unclean resounded amidst the clamor of armor and hoarse voices. The great cathedral of the city sealed its doors, allowing the Inquisition to enact its will unopposed. Countless destitute individuals fabricated non-existent impurities to vilify the wealthy, thereby inciting the knights of the Inquisition to carry out their bloody executions, only to then swarm in to seize the riches of the affluent, even usurping their homes and lands to herald a new beginning for themselves. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, the wealthy resorted to wielding the Inquisition against the poor, accusing them of colluding with demons, thereby guiding the holy knights to unleash their wrath upon the impoverished masses. Some wealthy individuals, seizing the opportunity, accused their peers of heresy, manipulating the knights into executing their rivals and subsequently claiming their fortunes. Furthermore, the impoverished collective was not united. Those who stole less envied those who stole more, while the disgruntled exploited the Inquisition for a redistribution of wealth. Those who amassed more feared the less fortunate, using the Inquisition to safeguard their riches. After a year of the Inquisition's presence in the city, a mere tenth of the population remained. The streets of the Holy City were strewn with corpses, the noxious stench of decay and sin intermingling, with dark bloodstains and putrid flesh congealed to the ground. Bodies lay everywhere, some fresh, others severely decomposed, some half-dried and stuck to the pavement, while others had been entirely devoured by rats and wild dogs, their bones reduced to mere fragments. The foul stench of rot permeated the Holy City, rendering the air nearly unbreathable. The mice, with their red eyes, can grow to half a meter in size due to excessive consumption of human flesh, their bodies grotesquely patchy and bald. They swarm in packs, brazenly racing through the desolate streets, indulging in scavenging and mating. The few remaining citizens huddle within their homes, their spirits languid, yet their physiques glistening from the sustenance they have consumed. The drastic reduction in population has significantly diminished the conflicts within the Holy City. When wealth lay exposed in the streets, unclaimed by anyone, this uprising of humanity has finally drawn to a close. However, the damage to the Holy City is somewhat severe. With barely 1 in 10 of its populace remaining, the overwhelming stench of the mountain of corpses is so potent that even Norton, residing atop the heights, can detect it. This calamity, akin to extinction, has not been witnessed in the papal realm, which has known no warfare for many years. The cause for the intervention of the Sacred Judgment Tribunal remains elusive to the vampire Norton, while the Holy City teeters on the brink of collapse. The survivors, even if they escape the revelry of human depravity, face an arduous battle against the impending plague. By September, the heat intensifies. and the noxious odors within the holy city become unbearable, compelling the long-secluded cathedral of the Holy Master to reopen its doors and dispatch missionaries and church knights to oversee the grim task of clearing the bodies. Following this catastrophe, the holy city will require at least 5 generations, over a century, to regain a semblance of vitality. However, this bears little consequence for the Church. For the Pope, the death toll matters not, as long as he can unearth the secret to immortality. For Bishops Rosen and Adam, the number of deceased is trivial, provided the Pope remains oblivious to Norton's whereabouts. As for the deceased population, in this age, they are merely renewable resources. As long as death persists, rebirth is ultimately assured. Chapter 31. His Holiness the Pope. The pungent stench, carried by the gentle breeze, reached Norton's nostrils, forcing him to momentarily cease breathing. In truth, he had not inhaled for quite some time. The odor of the holy city had grown increasingly foul, permeating even from a distance, tormenting him immensely. The small wooden cabin atop the mountain has been constructed. Though crooked, it is habitable. This past year has not been kind to Norton. His range of movement is confined to the cliffs and their immediate surroundings, as the deep forest often echoes with terrifying roars, compelling him to minimize his operational area and avoid unnecessary peril. Yet, despite such caution, he has encountered danger twice, instilling a sense of paranoia that renders him reluctant to venture outside. In the city, there exists the church. In the wilderness, monsters roam. This is truly no realm for mortals. Norton remains unchanged, neither hungry nor thirsty. Even after a year without sustenance, he feels no discomfort or pangs of hunger, as if he were indeed a being of perpetual existence. Do not be hasty. The next chapter will delve into the theme of bloodsucking. He is merely experimenting to ascertain whether he can attain growth with or without the act of consuming blood over the passage of time. Nevertheless, his physique has undergone some changes. The withered Norton stands beside the precipice, his gaze fixed on the faintly visible outline of the holy city in the distance. A year of abstaining from food has not diminished his spirit, yet his body seems to have shrunk once more. His already parched, wrinkled skin now appears even more taut, resembling little more than flesh stretched over bones. Norton does not attribute this to the prolonged exposure to the wind, for his original form was already lacking in moisture. This condition appears more akin to the excessive depletion of the fat reserves within his body, which once provided nourishment. Of course, given his current state, it is evident that he possesses little to no body fat left. However, it may be interpreted as his body consuming other substances to maintain an everlasting peak condition. Thus, the sole reason he remains unhungry and in an optimal state, seemingly devoid of physical limitations, is likely due to the extraordinary efficiency of his body's energy mobilization and consumption. Wherever there is deficiency, it compensates. The body remains in its prime until the very end. Yet, Norton harbors uncertainty regarding this hypothesis. For the sensation of power accompanying the passage of time has stagnated approximately a week ago. However, he did not begin to exhaust the stored substances in his body after the stasis of power growth. Rather, it was only after the depletion of these substances, resulting in his form becoming increasingly emaciated, that the evolutionary process came to a halt. In other words, even though his body currently lacks any nutritional sustenance, he still retains vitality and a semblance of immortality. This predicament leaves Norton perplexed, as he cannot discern whether the substances he has consumed were utilized for evolution or merely for the sustenance of his activities. Regardless, he has come to understand the prerequisites for his desired growth, essential nourishment, and the passage of time. It implies that his evolution is contingent upon time, reminiscent of certain vampire lore from his past life. The longer the lifespan, the stronger the vampire becomes. Norton's gaze sweeps across the distant, hazily discernible holy city. Although he has not witnessed the devastation within its walls firsthand, the diminishing lights of the holy city and the increasingly putrid stench in the air lead him to conjecture that it has experienced unimaginable upheaval. Throughout history, there are two primary catalysts that could induce such drastic changes within a vast city: war or plague. During his recent nights of observation around the holy city, he has not witnessed any unusual gatherings of flames. Consequently, Norton suspects that a plague has likely befallen the holy city. As for the notion of a church-sanctioned massacre, that is entirely implausible. The individuals within the church are, after all, human. They may be avaricious or misguided. Yet their very existence as the elite is predicated upon the presence of numerous subordinates. If all the subordinates were to be eradicated, how could the elites continue to maintain their status? Throughout the annals of Central European history, during the ecclesiastical era, there were no instances of such slaughter, excluding the expulsion of the Jews. Thus, has a plague befallen the city of the Holy Lord? Norton strained his gaze towards the distant city of the Holy Lord. Although his vision had been enhanced, it still lacked the capabilities of a high-powered telescope, leaving him regrettably unable to discern anything clearly. However, it would not be surprising for a plague to arise in such a repugnant and filthy environment. It would be abnormal for the city of the Holy Lord to go an entire year without experiencing at least 1 or 2 outbreaks. Unfortunately, the church's elements and various murals surrounding the city deterred him from venturing even a step closer. Remaining in the wilderness daily brought a constant sense of dread, rendering it a place unfit for humans. After spending a year in this desolate area, Norton found himself ravaged by the circumstances, his mental state aging him beyond even the Pope. Yet, thinking of the terrifying strength of the church's knights and their formidable tracking abilities, Norton sighed deeply, resigning himself to continue surviving in the wild. After all, he had grown accustomed to it. The Pope was indeed quite old, at over 200 years of age. Even as human lifespans extended with the fading sun, his age was undeniably approaching the end. Wrapped in precious squirrel fur blankets, the frail elderly man lay upon a golden bed, which was layered with at least 10 layers of squirrel fur to enhance its softness. However, due to the thinness of these small creatures' pelts, this softness did not render the bed devoid of resistance, thus preventing the aged man from suffering back pain due to excessive softness. The golden bed and the squirrel coverings were but 2 of the many luxurious creations within the resplendent hall. Translucent jade tables, vibrant red jade goblets, pale blue crystal chandeliers, and intricately carved skulls of deep-sea leviathans were mere commonplace items in the presence of His Holiness. Yet, even amidst this myriad of exquisite treasures, none could halt the inevitable decline of the Pope's life. Cough, cough. Wrapped within the blankets, the Pope, reduced to skin and bones, emitted a feeble cough, hinting at a possible congestion in his lungs. A beautiful young nun, awaiting nearby, immediately approached and leaned over the aged Pope, then placed her mouth to his to draw out the phlegm from his lungs. After a moment, the Pope finally managed to catch his breath, exhaling a deep sigh before addressing the attendant beside him. Have there been any updates regarding the vampires in the city of the Holy Lord? Your Holiness, there is still no news. In fact, the population of the city of the Holy Lord has dwindled to barely a tenth. Bishop Adam seems intent on inciting discord among the populace, perhaps to divert the attention of the Holy Judgment Council, the attendant replied, lowering his head slightly. Hesitating at the mention of Bishop Adam, it was well known that Archbishop Adam harbored ambitions to ascend to the papacy, and His Holiness was acutely aware of this. When the Pope initially dispatched the Holy Judgment Council to investigate the vampires in the city of the Holy Lord, some had advised him to appoint individuals of intellect to lead the expedition. However, the Pope had disregarded this council, insisting instead on sending only the knights of the Holy Judgment Council. In light of the current circumstances, it appears that the chaos in St. Lord's City has indeed been instigated by the actions of Bishop Adam. Upon receiving this news, the Pope, enveloped in his blankets, exhibited not a trace of disappointment. Rather, a glimmer of satisfaction graced his countenance. Although his objectives remain unfulfilled, he seemed to revel in the fulfillment of a different desire. Excellent, splendid indeed. With this development, the formal successor can be determined. Summon Adam and the Holy Tribunal. It is time to address certain matters with him. After uttering these words, the Pope appeared to be utterly drained, visibly more fatigued than before. The attendant, bowing deeply in respect, retreated. The once vibrant Pope, now resembling a desiccated husk, succumbed once again to slumber. Chapter 32. A brief interlude. The warm blood of the deer coursed down Norton's throat, and with the ingestion of this life-giving essence, his physique began to exhibit a subtle, yet discernible swelling. This expansion was not akin to that of an inflated balloon, but rather a gradual restoration to his former self from a year prior. Although still emaciated, he now bore a semblance of increased vitality. Alongside this physical revival, the sensation of growth, which had stagnated for a week, resumed, albeit faintly, akin to an electric signal that could be distinctly perceived. With a soft thud, Norton discarded the carcass of the fawn onto the ground. He then retrieved the larger deer, which he had bound with vines, and prostrated himself upon its body. With his sharp fangs, he pierced the vascular region of its neck, continuing his sanguine feast. In truth, the small deer had sufficiently satiated him. Yet he yearned to experiment. Could the consumption of additional blood expedite his evolution? After all, the very essence of a vampire lies in its sanguinary nature. An abundant intake might indeed facilitate rapid advancement. In the various depictions of vampires he had encountered in previous lives, they seemed to possess the ability to transform others into their kind, a process known as the embrace. However, he had yet to ascertain whether he possessed such a capability. Yet, he felt it highly improbable. Presently, his body was so devoid of vitality that even blending it in a mixer would yield little blood. The embrace, it seemed, required one to offer their own blood to another, a feat he could not accomplish, as he lacked even a drop to spare. As for the notion of a virus, that seemed even more absurd. Anyone acquainted with high school biology knows that a virus cannot survive independently. A vampire devoid of living cells could hardly sustain any viral existence. Bacteria or fungi might be a more plausible scenario, yet even that seemed unlikely to him. If vampires were indeed formed through bacterial or fungal transmission, they would have proliferated long ago. After draining the larger deer, he summoned another. To ensure the success of his experiment, Norton had deliberately captured several specimens, encompassing a variety of creatures, even wolves. These ordinary beings did not exhibit the same insatiable desire as the monstrous birds. Rather, they approached with a respectful distance, making them easier prey for Norton. Norton savored the warmth within his abdomen, feeling a certain degree of satisfaction. Although he could survive for extended periods without feeding, the sense of fulfillment and contentment that accompanied a fresh intake of blood was undeniably more pleasurable. Yet, despite his incessant consumption, he did not experience the rapid growth he had envisioned. The blood seemed to transform into energy, stored within his body, rather than being immediately mobilized for evolution. His physical development progressed at a pace akin to an old man pushing a cart, indifferent to the volume of blood he ingested. Clearly, copious consumption yielded little result. Only the two golden saints from the church could transcend his bodily limitations to achieve enhanced growth. Should he pursue further nourishment? Norton felt a twinge of temptation. This was akin to leveling up in a game. Knowing there was a quick route to advancement made it difficult for an average person to resist. However, recalling how those two golden saints could effortlessly cleave stone underwater, he reconsidered. He doubted his own enhanced strength would allow him to replicate such a feat, underscoring the formidable power of those saints. Yet, a year had passed, and he pondered whether the armor still remained, whether the cave had been discovered. If the armor had not been claimed, it would suggest the absence of a tracking device, allowing him to return to the cave for sustenance. This cliff was indeed a precarious location, far too conspicuous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered danger twice. Particularly from the man-faced bird. If it flew overhead and spotted him, he would inevitably become its prey. This perplexed Norton. As a scrawny vampire with little flesh, why did they not pursue wild boars or buffalo, but instead target him? In contrast, the cave seemed the safer option. Resolute, Norton stood and gazed at the cliff behind him. His humble wooden cabin had been constructed from entirely ecological materials, featuring hand-planed boards and vines. The structure leaned precariously, offering just enough space for a coffin. Additionally, he had dried numerous vines, tying them together to serve as climbing ropes for easy access to and from the cliff. The choice to avoid the mountain paths was not due to distance or laziness, but rather because a longer journey posed greater dangers within the forest. Norton secured his rope to the protruding edge of his modest abode, testing its resilience with a firm tug. He then suspended himself, descending towards the precipice. Chapter 33. The Crown Beneath Death Beneath the Crown. Archbishop Adam stood with his head slightly bowed before the golden bed, clad in a violet ecclesiastical robe. The Pope, lying beneath the covers, whether in meditation or slumber, slowly opened his aged eyelids, gazing with murky eyes at the gaunt figure of Archbishop Adam. Indeed, cough, Adam. His Holiness the Pope coughed twice, taking a deep breath to steady his breathing. His aged, murky gaze fell upon Archbishop Adam, observing the profound desire reflected in his eyes, which only deepened his satisfaction. The Archbishop was ruthless, unyielding until he achieved his goals. Excellent. You have passed the assessment. Upon hearing the Pope's words, a flicker of confusion momentarily crossed Adam's face, which was otherwise filled with desire. An assessment? The assessment to become pope. You do not truly believe that capturing a vampire guarantees immortality, do you? For millennia, the church has tirelessly studied vampires to no avail. Why would this time yield different results? Today, the pope seemed remarkably spirited, managing to articulate so much without succumbing to exhaustion. For a man over 250 years old, this was quite commendable. Listening to the pope, Archbishop Adam looked up in shock. The assessment to become pope? This was absurd. He had sought to eliminate the pope to ascend to the position himself. Yet instead of being condemned, he had passed the pope's own assessment? What kind of assessment was this? Perhaps sensing the archbishop's bewilderment, or perhaps due to his own unusually vibrant state, the pope elaborated with unexpected interest. Since 1,000 years ago, when the pope gained the authority to wield the holy tribunal, the process of electing a pope has evolved beyond mere internal selection. The pope, wielding supreme power, possesses the prerogative to designate his successor, transforming elections into a solemn ritual. Then why single me out for assessment? The archbishop's heart raced. Realizing he was already predestined to be the next pope was almost too much to comprehend. He had toiled in secrecy for years to attain this position, enduring countless fears and anxieties. If his arduous journey culminated in the fulfillment of his ambitions, it would be the saga of a true warrior. Yet now, on the brink of that ultimate goal, he was abruptly informed that the papal seat was already his. What did all his years of effort amount to? Bishop Dorsey was excessively ambitious, Bishop Ethan stubbornly arrogant, and Bishop Melio lacked the necessary fortitude. Each had their own shortcomings that disqualified them from the papal throne. Only you, who have diligently amassed strength over decades, harboring ambition while remaining patient. You are willing to slaughter an entire holy city for your goals, demonstrating both ruthlessness and cunning. Prepared to pay any price to achieve your aims. This is why I chose to assess you. Moreover, you possess a broader perspective than any of them. I am nearing the end of my days, Adam. It is time for you to learn the true secrets of the church. I hope that upon discovering these secrets, you will retain your original intentions, for the fate of humanity will rest in your hands. The Pope lay beneath the covers, his gaze directed towards the beautiful nun waiting beside him. Having caught the Pope's glance, the specially trained nun instinctively understood his thoughts and desires. Two nuns promptly approached, gently lifting the package wrapped in bedding, resembling the frail, gnarled branches of an ancient tree, and carefully placed it into a golden wheelchair nearby. You shall push me, Adam. Throughout my life, I have orchestrated far too much carnage. As I approach death, I yearn for a semblance of peace. His Holiness had become utterly immobile, capable of uttering only a few words. Archbishop Adam took hold of the wheelchair from the hands of the nuns, respectfully pushing His Holiness toward the outside. Where to, Your Holiness? To the back mountain of the Vatican. As Archbishop Adam slowly advanced the golden wheelchair, they exited the opulent palace, the remnants of sunlight casting a warm glow upon them. The aged visage of the Pope lifted slightly, his murky eyes filled with profound longing as they gazed upon the crimson sunset in the distance. It is truly wonderful to be alive, Adam. Adam remained silent, unable to respond to such words before a dying elder. The Pope was unconcerned by his reticence. It seemed he had not basked in the sun or witnessed the beauty of the outside world for an eternity. His eyes, brimming with nostalgia, greedily drank in the sights around him. Life is indeed magnificent, is it not? This was an invitation for a reply, albeit rhetorical. Indeed, Your Holiness, how immense is the power of the divine, capable of bestowing life. This statement required no response. Do you recall the various scriptures of the church? The Pope's gaze shifted from the distant scenery back to Adam. I study them daily, the Archbishop replied with reverence. This was no mere platitude. He genuinely immersed himself in the church's texts each day. Though these texts were penned by the church, not everyone harbored belief in their contents. Despite the existence of vampires, werewolves, and a myriad of other creatures in this world, no one had ever witnessed a deity, heaven, or hell, nor had they encountered the god, angels, Jonah, or Kuba depicted in the church's writings. Consequently, some of the higher-ups leaned toward the belief that these entities were merely fabrications devised by the church to control the populace. The intent was to instill obedience among the masses. Given the passage of time, they regarded the church's texts much like modern individuals perceive ancient tomes like the classic of mountains and seas. Individuals like Norton, who possessed limited knowledge of this world, might readily accept the existence of vampires and werewolves as truth. This was especially true for the Pope's subjects. many of whom had never ventured beyond their own villages. Conversely, those in higher echelons, who were more informed, often viewed these texts through a lens of conspiracy, believing these tales were mere fables concocted by the church to dupe the populace. The ignorant lived in perpetual dread, while the knowledgeable clung to their own analyses. This is the norm of society. Yet, as one of the elite, Adam harbored thoughts divergent from most in his rank. He held a profound belief in the veracity of the accounts recorded in these texts. For while fabrication might achieve a semblance of authenticity, when the narratives within the books resonate with reality, even if they were initially conjured, they attain a certain truth. Moreover, he aspired to become the Pope. Hence the authenticity of this book was paramount. This was the crux of the matter. Listening to Adam's response, a rare look of satisfaction graced the Pope's aged countenance. "Well done, Adam, you have done well. Since you are always engrossed in study, I trust that this news is acceptable to you. Proceed to the rear of the artificial mountain," the Pope instructed, gazing at the immense structure behind the Vatican. Though it was a mere faiade, its height and magnitude surpassed that of real mountains. As the headquarters of the Church and the palace of the Papal States, the Vatican was indeed vast, encompassing 2 lakes and a mountain, and housing a population of 200,000. These individuals were all servants of the Pope, attesting to the immense power wielded by the papacy. The rear mountain of the Vatican was considered the most secluded area within its premises. This place served as the Church's hunting ground, a venue for the Pope's leisure pursuits. However, with the Pope's advancing age, it had remained untouched for decades. Being a hunting ground, its expanse was naturally considerable. Archbishop Adam, nearly exhausted from pushing the Pope, finally maneuvered along the paved path, completing half a circuit around the artificial mountain and arriving at its base. Observing the Pope, who had dozed off again in his wheelchair, Adam suddenly felt that perhaps the old man sought to amuse himself in these final moments. Chapter 34. Ancient murals. By the time the two arrived at the rear of the artificial mountain, night had fallen, and the exact hour was unknown. However, Archbishop Adam was indeed feeling famished. The rear differed from the front. The latter was a sloped mountain rising over 200 meters, while the back transformed into a sheer cliff. The exposed stone was smooth and vertical, devoid of any climbing opportunities. Surrounding woods were dense, and the onset of night enveloped the area in darkness. Had it not been for the 2 holy knights bearing torches following them, Archbishop Adam might have feared encountering some predatory beast in this desolate place. The Pope seemed to have an innate sense of timing, or perhaps was attuned to something. As his tightly shut eyes gradually opened, "Adam, Your Holiness, I am here," Archbishop Adam replied, bowing respectfully. "You claim to always study the Church's texts. What is your opinion on their veracity?" The Pope's demeanor appeared less vigorous than in the afternoon, his furrowed eyelids struggling to fully open. Squinting at the dense thicket before him, hesitating slightly at the Pope's inquiry, Archbishop Adam responded, "I believe they to be genuine, Your Holiness. Moreover, they must be true. It is not a matter of assessment now, Adam. Then I too believe them to be true, Your Holiness. When much of the content within the texts aligns with reality, the distinction between truth and falsehood becomes inconsequential." Archbishop Adam lowered his voice in respectful reply. "Of no consequence? How could that be? Though the entire tome contains no trace of the 4 deities, everything emanates from these 4 divine beings. Thus, the Archbishop's statement ought to be inverted. If those 4 deities indeed do not exist, then the book holds little significance." "Humph, you are indeed a clever man, Adam. This is also the primary reason for my choice of you." His Holiness the Pope chuckled softly before letting out a deep sigh. "The clever often fall victim to their own cunning, Adam. I hope you shall not face such a day." With that, he urged forward, traversing the woods ahead, where a fissure in the cliff awaited us. Our destination nestled within the mountain. It appeared that His Holiness had finally grown weary, his vitality visibly diminished. The exertion of this day equated to the physical activity he would typically engage in over the course of a month. Adam's gaze fell upon the darkened forest before him, and without a hint of hesitation, he gently guided the Pope deeper into its embrace. As they progressed, the Pope's breath became increasingly labored, his eyelids barely parting to reveal mere slits as he strained to peer into the encroaching shadows. As Adam delved further into the thicket, he soon discovered a narrow, man-made path. Continuing along this trail, they soon arrived at the precipice's edge. Before Adam's eyes lay a fissure, as if the cliff had been cleaved apart. It was just wide enough for them to pass through. Guarding this opening were 2 hallowed knights, standing sentinel in the enveloping darkness, their presence almost ghostly, covered in a layer of dust that adorned their gleaming armor. Were it not for the occasional sound of breath, reminiscent of a steam engine, Adam might have thought these blessed sentinels had long since perished. To his astonishment, such a hidden enclave existed within the holy see. Adam gazed around in wonder, harboring a bold speculation that lingered just beyond his certainty. Perhaps due to Adam's support of the Pope, their entrance faced no opposition. Behind them, the holy knights wielding torches followed closely, illuminating their path and revealing the interior of the cliff's fissure. To Adam's surprise, the torchlight unveiled vivid cave paintings adorning the rock walls. These murals bore no resemblance to the artistry of the present age. Their style and imagery resonated more with the primitive tribes of ancient times. Figures in abstract forms danced across the walls. Some congregated, others appeared in acts of worship, while a few bore circles atop their heads. The most striking depiction was that of a diminutive figure suspended upon a cross, adorned with half-formed wings. A classic representation of the divine from antiquity. Were Norton present, he would likely be confounded by the imagery. Yet, the well-versed Adam could discern their meaning. The murals vividly illustrated scenes reminiscent of those described in Norton's book, Ascension. As previously mentioned, the narrative entailed the deity's burgeoning desire, culminating in a union with the Lamb under the veil of night, whose blood subsequently drew forth the primordial vampire progenitor, Kuba, from his lair within the cave. Kuba, filled with resentment towards the deity, questioned the fairness of favoritism towards the sun, and thus sprouted wings to strike down the god amidst the heavens. Then, the divine Son of God retrieved the deity's corporeal form, affixing it to the cross, where it endured the relentless exposure of the sun, a process referred to as ascension. The diminutive figure depicted in this illustration encapsulates the entirety of this sequence. The representation of God features not only a small halo above his head, but also possesses a singular wing on his left side. This halo may symbolize mortality. In a preceding artwork, prior to God's demise, there was no halo present. Furthermore, the sun is illustrated with concentric circles, a detail that is quite evident. However, it is perplexing that amidst this intricate tapestry, there exists only a single pair of wings. Neither the figure representing the divine Son nor that of Jonah bears wings. While this solitary pair is shared between God and the progenitor of vampires, Kuba, were Norton to stand here to conjecture, he might simplistically conclude that both God and Kuba merely possess wings. After all, the text has meticulously detailed Kuba's dual wings that shade him from the sun. Since God is Kuba's father, it stands to reason that if the Son possesses wings, so too must the Father. Yet, within the Holy Church, wings signify something far more profound: divinity. Chapter 35, God. Wings represent divinity. Divinity, a rather peculiar term. In European mythology, deities are endowed with various forms of divinity, such as the god of thunder or the god of the sea. Deities devoid of divinity are deemed worthless. True gods possess divinity. However, in this realm, divinity does not carry such connotations. Rather, it simply denotes the status of a god, akin to a title. In the context of these illustrations, the wings depicted behind a figure symbolize divinity, thus indicating that those with wings are indeed gods. This leads to an intriguing anomaly. Only God and Kuba possess wings, while the figures of the divine Son and Jonah lack them, which is decidedly incongruous. Why would the Almighty God, the supreme deity, and the primordial death god Jonah be devoid of divinity? What justifies the presence of a wing on the least favored Kuba? Archbishop Adam furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on the illustration, utterly confounded. Quite curious, isn't it? The Pope's narrowed eyes seemed to traverse the adjacent artwork, his words rousing Archbishop Adam from his reverie. Indeed, Your Holiness, the details within these murals appear somewhat amiss. Archbishop Adam continued to urge His Holiness deeper into the chamber. The narrow rock walls gradually expanded, revealing faint flickers of light ahead, suggesting the potential presence of others. Listening to Archbishop Adam's discourse, the Pope seemed to divert the topic. What do you perceive vampires to be, Adam? Perfect beings, Your Holiness. Immortal, eternally at their zenith. Capable of surviving endlessly without the need to consume blood, a quintessentially perpetual life form. A glimmer of avarice flickered in Archbishop Adam's eyes. Indeed, Adam. Vampires are the epitome of perfection, flawless to an unimaginable degree. God created Eden along with all living things. Yet it is the vampire species that stands as the most perfect of them all. Yet, one must ponder why such an exquisite creation would be met with disdain from the Almighty. Archbishop Adam fell momentarily silent. Why would God harbor such aversion? After all, Kuba had not slain God before the fateful act, unless God, in his omniscience, foresaw Kuba's eventual betrayal. It remains a perplexing enigma as to why other creations were favored while only vampires were cast aside. Yet, it is evident that God lacks omniscience. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to Kuba's hand. Thus, Archbishop Adam hesitantly posited, perhaps it is precisely because vampires are too perfect. Perfect to the point that even God feels a sense of trepidation. The unspoken thoughts lingered in the air, yet their meaning was unmistakable. The Holy Father sighed softly, acknowledging Adam's insight. Indeed, Adam, vampires are exceedingly perfect. Whether it be the divine offspring birth from the union of God and woman, the progeny of God and man, or the myriad of creatures born from unions with other beings, they all share a fundamental trait, the intertwining of divine essence and the vitality of creation, granting them a semblance of mortality. Divinity remains eternal and unchanging, while living beings are in a constant state of flux. Thus, they can never fully embody the divine essence. Among the myriad creations of God, only vampires, a species birthed from the union with the dead, can truly carry the divine nature of God. This notion can also be elucidated through genetic discourse. How could a corpse enable genetic fusion? The genes of a lifeless body lack vitality. The creation of other species can be viewed as a fusion of God's genes with those of various creatures, resulting in new life forms. One might consider God as the primordial life form, whose genes encompass all species, allowing for interbreeding across the spectrum of life. Admittedly, I am not a specialist in biology, so there may be inaccuracies in my explanation, but the overarching concept should suffice. In contrast, vampires emerge as beings born from the nurturing of corpses, possessing genes that are entirely akin to those of God. In other words, while other species arise from natural mating and genetic exchange, vampires represent a form of genetic cloning. In genetic terms, vampires are indistinguishable from God, miniature deities, if you will. They resemble God so closely, Adam, or perhaps they are mere reflections of him. If you were the supreme being, having created a species that mirrors your own essence yet possesses independent will, what sentiments would you harbor towards them? A rare flicker of shock crossed the aged, soulless visage of the Holy Father. Though he had long grappled with these revelations, even now, the gravity of the matter left him taken aback. Listening to the Pope's contemplations, Archbishop Adam declared without hesitation, I would eradicate them. No deity would cherish the notion of having fashioned beings so strikingly similar to themselves. This is not the legacy of blood, but the creation of formidable adversaries. This, Adam, elucidates why God abhors vampires. The Holy Father exhaled deeply, the weight of the revelation settling heavily upon him. This is precisely why the vampire progenitor, Kuba, depicted in these murals, embodies symbols of divinity. Vampires themselves can be perceived as replicas of the divine, inherently possessing an element of sanctity. Archbishop Adam was profoundly shaken by the Pope's declarations. Throughout his life, he had been indoctrinated with the belief that vampires are unclean beings. Now, to be informed that those he had relentlessly hunted down were, in fact, the true sons of God, essentially no different from God himself. What could this possibly imply? Does it not suggest that they have been slaughtering lesser deities all along? Moreover, if reality truly aligns with the Pope's assertions, does that not imply the existence of God as an undeniable truth? Archbishop Adam felt parched, his throat dry. He attempted to voice his thoughts, yet his voice emerged hoarse and barely audible. However, being a person of high standing with immense ambition, he swiftly regained his composure and, still incredulous, ventured to inquire. Your Holiness, if that is the case, does it mean that God is indeed real? Indeed, Adam, he stands before you, replied the Pope. With the Pope's words, the cavern they traversed suddenly transformed from darkness into a radiant dawn. Upon passing through a narrow passage, a vast hollow within the mountain revealed itself to Archbishop Adam. This immense cavern appeared to have hollowed out a substantial portion of the mountain, housing countless holy knights standing in pristine formation, numbering in the hundreds. These knights seemed to be in a dormant state, much like the two stationed at the cave's entrance, their armor encrusted with dust from prolonged inactivity. It was said that the 500 holy knights of the Sacred Judgment Tribunal represented the Pope's true essence, However, it was evident that the number of dormant knights in this cavern was no less than 500. Yet, the most striking feature was not the holy knights within the cave, but rather the central edifice. In the heart of the cavern stood a base seemingly hewn from pure jade, exuding a strong religious aesthetic, measuring 10 meters in length and width. This structure, while referred to as a base, resembled a circular basin carved in its center. At the core of this jade base, a crucifix, seemingly forged from bone, suspended a pallid humanoid corpse over 2 meters tall, with an elongated and perfectly proportioned form. Although the corpse retained a human silhouette, its flawless physique and elongated limbs conveyed an unsettling, inhuman strangeness, coupled with its exposed, pale, and delicate skin. The visage, though exquisitely perfect, evoked an eerie sense of terror upon closer inspection. "My God!" Archbishop Adam gasped in disbelief. Chapter 36. The ultimate life form. Archbishop Adam had contemplated the possibility that the Church's texts held truth. He had considered that remnants of ancient times might exist in the real world to substantiate God's existence. He even envisioned a day when, during a church mass, God would manifest in divine radiance. Yet, he had never dared to imagine that one day, God would appear before him. Moreover, it is the deceased God. A bizarre humanoid entity is affixed to a cross crafted from bones, with a pure white bony spike deeply embedded in its chest. Strands of golden blood seep from the chest of this pallid figure, trickling along the inserted white spike, yet the entire process unfolds with excruciating slowness. Not a single drop of that golden blood has fallen onto the hollow jade base below. Archbishop Adam appears as if he has been momentarily paused, his eyes wide with shock, fear, confusion, and even obsession, fixated on the exquisitely proportioned body of God suspended upon the bony cross, rendered utterly unresponsive. At this moment, considering the content of the mural he had just observed, how could he not recognize that the corpse before him is that of the God slain by Kuba in midair, now displayed upon the cross for all to see? It is astonishing that the tomes of the Church hold truth, even to the extent that the body of God rests within their grasp. His Holiness the Pope appears somewhat better off, though not by much. The same mixture of obsession and fear, coupled with shock in his eyes, rivals that of Archbishop Adam. He himself has not witnessed such a sight often. In over a century of holding the papacy, he has only visited thrice. The first occasion was when he was brought in by the reigning pope. The second was over 50 years ago when he came to gather the divine blood. Today marks his third visit. God is divine, transcendent, and cannot be perceived directly. Even in death, God possesses formidable power. Archbishop Adam gazes with rapt fascination at the God nailed to the cross, yet with each passing moment, an unsettling sensation intensifies within him. The longer he looks, the more his scalp prickles and his heart quakes. This feeling is akin to a lower being encountering a higher entity. Even gazing upon such an exalted being is an act of sacrilege. As Archbishop Adam scrutinizes with increasing detail, the perfection of this body grows increasingly uncanny. God's skin is pale and delicate, devoid of any visible pores. The body is unclothed, yet there are no reproductive organs to be seen. That area is entirely smooth. The face is exquisite to the point of being androgynous. However, the entirety of the figure is hairless, with the head covered in a tender, pure white skin. His chest appears to rise and fall gently. Suddenly, Archbishop Adam is jolted from his reverie, sweat pouring down his brow as he directs his gaze once more to the God upon the cross. This time, the corpse seems to remain motionless, showing no signs of tremor. Archbishop Adam feels his hands trembling uncontrollably. He is certain he did not misinterpret. He indeed witnessed the body of God subtly rising and falling. Adam. The voice of His Holiness rouses Adam from his self-induced terror, bringing him back to reality. It is then that Archbishop Adam realizes his back is completely soaked, and even his fingers gripping the wheelchair have turned pale and are trembling. "Your Holiness, I just saw God seeming to breathe." The voice of Archbishop Adam trembled slightly, for reasons unknown, as he gazed upon the lifeless form of God upon the cross. An overwhelming sense of dread surged within him, an inferiority complex of a base existence confronting a higher being. He could even sense an aura of profound danger emanating from God's corpse. This fear and vigilance, etched into his very genes, rendered him unable to meet the gaze of the divine for more than a fleeting moment. That is not death, Adam. That is the manifestation of vitality. God is not dead. He is merely sealed. The Pope's eyes had already withdrawn. Sealed? Not dead. Indeed, Adam, with the power to create all things. How could God possibly perish so easily? The Pope gazed up at the divine form suspended upon the bony cross, letting out a long sigh. Do you remember resurgence? Yes, Your Holiness, replied Archbishop Adam, who dared not look upon God's corpse any longer, redirecting his gaze to the jade pedestal that bore the cross. Death separates the divine essence. The divine spirit never perishes. The divine body hangs upon the stake. The divine consciousness resurrects as heavenly messengers obliterate the earth, and Jonah is imprisoned within the sun. God, by suspending the divine body, isolates Eden from heaven. If even death has been stripped away from God, how could he possibly die? Archbishop Adam was utterly shaken. If this were true, then all the records of the church, God, heaven, hell, the divine essence, Jonah, must indeed exist. This realization left Archbishop Adam feeling somewhat unsteady in his convictions. He had initially thought he was on the verge of becoming the most esteemed person in the world, only for the Pope to inform him, "Do not jest. There are many who could extinguish your life at will." The disparity was akin to a fall from heaven straight into hell, and he began to fear, much like Norton, that one day a deity might descend and obliterate him or bring about the world's end. Even God must fear the vampires he created. Even the Church, which professes faith in God, does not genuinely desire his existence. Chapter 37. The divine corpse, then who could seal God? Adam's voice had grown hoarse. He cleared his throat and steadied his demeanor before continuing. Kuba? In the distance, the 2-meter-tall corpse hung silently from the cross in the cavern, motionless yet somehow giving Adam the impression that it was still alive. Or perhaps, at that very moment, it was listening to their conversation, just without any visible response. This thought sent a shiver down Archbishop Adam's spine. He dared not even utter the name of Kuba, lest the progenitor of vampires sense his invocation. Since God could not die, it was clear that the vampire progenitor Kuba, who had inherited all of his essence, also could not be said to experience death. No, it was the divine essence. The Pope's gaze was filled with reminiscence, as if he had lived through that era himself. Yet, his form appeared increasingly frail, his eyes fluttering closed slightly. What? Archbishop Adam was taken aback, struggling to believe what he had just witnessed. In the records of the Church, it is evident that the deity is the one most favored by God, to the extent that the ritual of ascension was created to resurrect the divine. To this day, the ascension ceremony remains one of the most pivotal rituals within the Church. Young Norton certainly possesses a voice in this matter. You claim to study the Church's texts daily. What is your perspective on the divine, Adam? After a moment of contemplation, Archbishop Adam glanced at the sacred figure suspended upon the distant cross and hesitantly spoke. God is holy, imbued with great power. However, whether in the accounts of the covenant or those of the ascension, it appears that God harbors desires and preferences of his own. Perhaps his humanity supersedes his divinity. Indeed, God evidently possesses his own desires, thoughts, and inclinations. Yet, this very fact instills profound dread in all living beings. God can be an indifferent, emotionless, desireless deity, lofty and transcendent. He may also embody pure love and sanctity as the Holy Father or represent an unparalleled will. But he cannot be a being with self-serving desires and thoughts. His existence poses a threat to all creation. Thus, after Kubar assaulted the divine, the deity dismantled Kubar's body, crafting a cross from his bones. The divine figure was then suspended upon the cross, exposed to the relentless sunlight day after day, employing Kubar's divine essence and the congealed death to thwart God's resurrection. The fundamental purpose of the ascension ritual stands in stark contrast to what Archbishop Adam had surmised. He had previously sensed something amiss. If the sun signifies death, then why bask the divine in sunlight? Is it to facilitate or hinder God's resurrection? Initially, he had believed that the sun was created by God, and thus absorbing sunlight would restore his strength. Little did he realize that the true objective was to prevent God from reviving. As the papal words resonated, Archbishop Adam slightly raised his gaze to the cave's ceiling. Only now did he notice the large opening above, with an enormous oval crystal lodged within it. The prominent bulge in the center of the crystal clearly indicated its function as a magnifier, intensifying the light's strength. This masterpiece of divine craftsmanship momentarily left Archbishop Adam in a daze. Divinity, yet again, manifests itself. Kubar is a lesser deity, thus, only through the embodiment of divinity could he suppress God's resurrection. It is astonishing to uncover such history from ancient times. Nevertheless, Archbishop Adam thoroughly understood the papal words. He believed that had he been the deity, he would have acted similarly. No one would tolerate the existence of a being with the power to create and annihilate all within the world, for it would render peaceful slumber impossible. Just as Archbishop Adam was engulfed in the shock of this revelation, a gentle cough from the Pope jolted him back to reality. Ahem, I have little time left, Adam. I have already sensed God's call. Your Holiness, Archbishop Adam exclaimed, urgency rising within him. He had previously wished for the Pope's swift demise so that he might ascend to the papacy. However, he now felt that the position of the Pope held little significance, burdened as he was by the presence of a divine corpse that gnawed at his very soul. Contemplating this, he concluded that perhaps it would be better not to be Pope at all. At least then, he would be spared the knowledge of this troubling matter and the incessant anxiety that accompanied it. Adam, the Holy Father's body had begun to tremble. His previously closed eyes reopened, but now they were devoid of light, cloaked in a pallid twilight, saturated with desolation. Lying beneath the covers, the Holy Father extended his right hand, withered and more terrifying than a mummified corpse. Archbishop Adam immediately took it with both hands, cradling it in his palms. Your Holiness, the Holy Father gasped for breath, as if he had entered the final throes of convulsions. The divine blood can nurture the sacred knights. I have commanded that you shall succeed to the papacy. The governance of the Church is yours to wield. However, regarding the divine corpse, you must transcend the boundaries of the Church. The resurrection of God will herald an apocalyptic calamity for all existence. Therefore, even if the Church perishes, even if you are hanged from the gallows, you must reveal the existence of the divine corpse, so that the next king or pope may be informed. Adam, the Church may fall, but the divine corpse must not. The Holy Father's body leaned forward in the wheelchair, seemingly resisting the encroachment of death. Yet, as his words grew more intermittent, his desiccated form suddenly lost all strength, collapsing back into the chair. The old pope's emaciated body lay there, eyes slightly open, devoid of any breath. Your Holiness, Your Holiness. Archbishop Adam called out the venerable title of the old pope, but received no response whatsoever. No, this cannot be. I am now the pope. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Archbishop Adam, not solely due to his ascension to the papal throne, but also because of the newly acquired knowledge of the divine corpse and the old pope's final words. Even if the Church falls and I am hanged, I cannot allow anything to happen to the divine corpse. Your Holiness, you have too much faith in me. Archbishop Adam's gaze turned towards the suspended divine corpse within the cavern, and he sighed deeply. Your departure was far too hasty, Your Holiness. Kuba, the divine. Jonah, what fate now awaits them? Archbishop Adam felt that his choice to assume the papacy was indeed a dismal one. Chapter 38. The Wolf Pack, a monumental event, stirred a tremendous wave across the southern continent. The vacancy of the old pope's seat, a term denoting the death of the pope, had emerged. The election of the new pope commenced. Although the old pope had already designated Archbishop Adam as his successor, this ceremonial charade still had to unfold. Moreover, just as Archbishop Adam had been unaware of his predetermined position before being named, the other purple-clad archbishops were also in the dark. Thus, with the passing of the old pope, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire papal state. Each purple-clad archbishop engaged in extravagant displays upon their respective territories, with a ceaseless array of ecclesiastical ceremonies being conducted. The papal states have been ravaged by this frenzied spectacle, leaving the populace in dire straits. However, the divine radiance of the Almighty steadfastly illuminates every street and the humble abodes of the impoverished. Yet, the common folk languish in despair. In this tumult, Norton has embarked on a novel survival plan. The good news is that the great sword and armor have been retrieved, confirming the absence of any tracking signals upon them. The bad news is that the Holy City has suffered immensely due to an unknown plague, resulting in a staggering number of casualties. The mass graves on the outskirts have become veritable mountains of corpses, attracting swarms of wolves, wild dogs, and various carrion-eating creatures. Moreover, these creatures appear to have proliferated into substantial populations. Their abundant presence has drawn peculiar beings from the depths of the forest, such as colossal avian species and gigantic serpents. Norton even witnessed a werewolf ensnared in the claws of a bird, destined to become sustenance. Despite their formidable stature in the natural realm, werewolves, as innate hunters, are still perceived as a source of nourishment by certain creatures. Yet, These birds, in turn, fall prey to packs of werewolves, becoming their blood meal. Indeed, nature is a formidable force. The macabre spectacle of the mass graves in the Holy City compelled Norton to abandon the notion of residing in the old cave, which had been occupied by bears, too perilously close to the chaos of the mass graves for comfort, fearing that new monstrosities might take interest in him. A gentle breeze caressed the cliffside, bringing a refreshing chill, while the sun's warmth incited a mild discomfort in Norton, causing an itch akin to the prick of needles upon his skin. He released the deer, from which he had drawn some blood, observing it as it lay upon the ground, regaining its composure and beginning to graze upon the grasses. Only then did he feel a semblance of relief. The previous overindulgence in blood had diminished the local species' density, necessitating considerable time and effort to procure sustenance in the perilous woods. Thus, Norton resolved to adopt a sustainable approach. He captured several prey and tethered them, serving as his blood slaves, allowing him to siphon nourishment at his convenience. Oh, how wretched! Has Norton truly begun to cultivate blood slaves? Is this not the very essence of what a true vampire ought to do? Since resuming his diet, Norton has returned to his former physique. Each day, he senses a slight enhancement in his strength. It is less a matter of power augmentation than a refinement of his constitution. He can perceive his gradual transformation, albeit the changes are so minuscule that only the passage of years may reveal their true significance. Norton has also attempted to expedite his growth by increasing his blood intake. Yet it appears that vampires cannot hasten their evolution through sheer volume of consumption. Even after draining a dozen large animals, he received no tangible feedback. His strength continues to develop steadily, with only the relentless march of time promising gradual advancement. This leads Norton to reminisce about the 2 golden saints he had once feasted upon. If only I could capture a few more bloodsuckers, his evolution would progress further. Norton felt a flicker of temptation. However, there was no rush. After all, he knew he could not defeat them. He reached out to detach the vampire bat that clung to his wrinkled skin and hung it on a nearby branch. At this moment, constructing a suitable shelter was of utmost importance, for the chaotic graveyard in St. Lord's City was becoming increasingly populated with various creatures, diminishing the little sense of security he had left. This was unacceptable. After all, Norton aspired to achieve immortality. To ensure his safety, he had contemplated culling these species through hunting, lest they swarm around him like the monstrous birds had. Yet, the sheer number of corpses in the graveyard attracted an overwhelming multitude of creatures. Strange birds still regularly soared above the graveyard, accompanied by even more terrifying sounds emanating from that direction. The harrowing scene of this gathering of nightmarish beings rendered Norton incapable of hunting them to reduce their numbers. With hunting no longer a viable solution to his predicament, he resolved to construct a shelter, enhancing his defensive shell to safeguard himself. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The vampire bat hanging from the branch seemed dissatisfied with its position. After a series of calls, it clumsily crawled toward Norton, using its claw-like appendages to latch onto the folds of his skin. Rising to his feet, Norton grasped the large sword he had brought and began to fell the surrounding trees. A new construction project was about to commence. One by one, trees fell under Norton's blade, transformed into planks for the creation of his dwelling. Becoming a vampire was undeniably exhilarating. Although Norton appeared withered and unattractive, he no longer needed to exert himself or engage in frenzied cultivation as depicted in fantasy novels to enhance his power. Instead, with the passage of time and the consumption of sustenance, his strength and stage would naturally and steadily improve. This was a true boon for the idle, allowing Norton to dedicate his time to other pursuits. As day turned to night, Norton's shelter and various defensive spikes gradually took shape. Before he realized it, a year had passed. The sun began its descent, casting shadows across the land. The onset of late autumn brought an air of solitude, and one with even a hint of melancholy could easily feel the somber atmosphere amidst the decay of nature. Howls of wolves echoed through the now pitch-black forest. Accompanying the haunting cries were countless glimmering green eyes, resembling will-o'-the-wisps, weaving through the trees. The height of those eyes suggested that this pack of wolves must be quite formidable. The wooden cabin-esque defensive system at the cliff's edge had taken form, and compared to the initial construction, Norton had made significant progress. It was now impressively structured. A wooden cabin, perhaps covering an area of 6 square meters, stands resolutely beside a precipice, its apex adorned with sharpened wooden spikes pointing skyward. serving as a deterrent against avian incursions. Encircling the structure, a row of outward-facing caltrops further enhances its defenses against ferocious beasts. In such rudimentary conditions, it is indeed remarkable that Norton could construct such fortifications. The interior of the cabin is engulfed in darkness. However, a faint commotion stirs within its confines. The creaking of a wooden window reveals a narrow gap, through which a blood-red eye ominously emerges. The combination of night, cliff, desolate cabin, and the monstrous crimson orb conjures images befitting a midnight horror. Yet, this midnight specter finds itself in a state of disquiet. Norton's blood-red eye grants him exceptional nocturnal vision, and with the transformation of his physique, the once utilized night vision goggles appear to have regressed and fallen away. A year has not yielded significant growth for him. He remains in a withered state, albeit with slightly enhanced physical strength. Perhaps, for a vampire, a year is still a fleeting moment. However, the predicament of St. Lord City has festered over time, growing increasingly dire. Norton had sensed the foul stench emanating from the city 2 years prior, while the inhabitants had begun to perish 3 years ago. 3 years is a considerable duration for the myriad of beastly factions to develop. The overwhelming mortality in St. Lord City has seemingly ensured that these creatures lack for sustenance, resulting in a cessation of hunting and an abundance of mating opportunities, leading to a rapid increase in their populations. Yet, as time progresses, with food gradually decaying and being consumed, the burgeoning numbers have created a precarious imbalance in food supply and demand. Consequently, these factions have begun to prey upon one another or migrate as entire groups. After a year of conflict, the various factions either relocated or were gradually worn down by their adversaries occupying the territory. Today, the ultimate victor has emerged, the werewolf. Chapter 39, The Assault Werewolves. The progeny of divine unions between God and the she-wolf. In this world, another creature exists, known as the head wolf, born from the mating of God and the male wolf. However, as male wolves cannot naturally conceive, head wolves have long since become extinct. Norton has encountered depictions of head wolves in the Monster Compendium, describing them as bizarre beings with human heads and wolf bodies, though their strength pales in comparison to that of werewolves. It remains uncertain whether it is the excellence of divine genes or the overwhelming potency of werewolf lineage that prevails. The inherent strength of werewolves surpasses both wolves and humans. With formidable regenerative capabilities, extreme resilience to environmental extremes, and although not as intelligent as humans, they possess brains considerably more astute than ordinary wolves. Their human-like sweat glands confer remarkable endurance, and their human-like stature renders them larger than typical wolves, combined with robust musculature that makes them far more formidable than humans. If we disregard the vampire, a mere clone of creation, then the werewolf undoubtedly earns the title of the most perfect being. They are the quintessential hunters of nature, capable of preying upon any creature that exists within their dietary repertoire. However, their formidable physique has stifled their potential for intellectual evolution. With an unending supply of food obtainable without the aid of tools or strategy, the necessity for cognitive advancement becomes irrelevant. If vampires are the anomalies among God's creations, then werewolves stand as the aberration between wolf and man. Due to their differing physique, werewolves, once they have grown to a certain size under the care of their lupin kin, are often ostracized from their packs, leading to the solitary nature of adult werewolves. Although they can be tamed like wolves, their superior intelligence renders them less loyal, and their cunning makes them even more challenging to domesticate. In summary, these beings are innate hunters, embodying traits of slyness, brutality, strength, and savagery. Now, these natural hunters have turned their gaze upon Norton. Their blood-red eyes gleam ominously in the darkness, a glow that, while detrimental to the success of stealthy ambushes, undeniably heightens their menacing presence. The scarlet orbs move within the shadows of the blackened window crevices, devoid of whites or irises. They strangely convey a sense of focused intent. In Norton's eyes, deep within the dark forest, towering werewolves, each over 6 feet tall, robust in build, and poised on all fours, are gathering, their target being his humble abode. This is perplexing. These werewolves lack for food. Despite the scarcity in the holy city, the dense forest teems with thriving species, such as feral dogs, which have proliferated over the past 3 years. They could easily hunt other creatures for sustenance. Why then have they fixated on Norton, a mere figure of skin and bones? This mirrors his previous encounter with the man-faced bird, Even after securing prey, they would rather forsake their catch to pursue him. What then could possibly attract these monsters to Norton? Could it be the blood of the Holy Knight coursing through his veins? The blood of the Holy Knight has evidently allowed him to bypass a stage in vampirism, suggesting it is a rare specimen cultivated by the Church through mysterious means. If this blood possesses such effects on any species, then the werewolves hunting him could be considered a natural occurrence. Yet, during his previous encounter with the man-faced bird, he had not yet consumed the blood of the Holy Knight. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A bat, dangling from the darkened rafters of the wooden cabin, seems to sense the anomaly. It opens its mouth to emit a series of peculiar sounds before plummeting onto Norton's shoulder, where it clings with its hooked claws to his skin, which is as dry and rigid as aged bark. Norton pried it off and bent down to retrieve the Holy Knight's armor piled in the corner, donning it piece by piece. The werewolves outside seemed intent on surrounding him. Norton recalled that in his past life, werewolves and vampires were natural enemies. Yet that was a tale from another existence, one whose narrative structure diverged entirely from the scriptures recorded in this life. The means of entering the city were shrouded in mystery, and a mere image of God could pinpoint him with uncanny precision. The wilderness was fraught with peril at every turn. He had yet to enter the river, lest the aquatic creatures tear him asunder. It was no wonder that Kuba felt such discontent. He had evidently fared poorly in the wild. Norton sighed, and, with his withered and delicate hands, grasped the golden sword that lay upon the ground. His current physical state bore a striking resemblance to that of a bat's membranous wings, a mere skin stretched over bone, with just enough flesh to prevent complete desiccation. His parched skin was as hard and wrinkled as tree bark, yet it evidently afforded him considerable protection. His hands, shriveled and emaciated, appeared elongated and peculiar, with nails that were both hard and sharp. He was forever in a state of peak physical condition, granting him boundless strength. And he believed that, given his current physique and characteristics, the best means of offense would be to forego armor and weaponry, thus maximizing his agility. However, confronted by the pack of werewolves, he deemed it prudent to don some protection. As Norton donned his steel armor, the sound of metal scraping against metal resonated with each movement. The atrophy of his flesh rendered the armor somewhat ill-fitting. Two crimson eyes glimmered faintly within the confines of the helm, and his nose detected the pungent stench of the approaching werewolves in the air. His withered visage betrayed no expression, yet his mind was a tempest of thoughts. The increasingly potent odor of the werewolves mixed with the advancing greenish eyes in the darkness confirmed his suspicion that this pack had come specifically for him, exhibiting remarkable organization and discipline. Norton was uncertain why these werewolves were so purposefully intent on hunting him, but he felt confident that, with his vampire regenerative abilities, he could make a valiant stand. After all, werewolves lacked the means employed by the Church to inflict genuine harm upon him. The robust physique and near-immortal capabilities of a vampire alleviated much of his anxiety, transforming his demeanor into one of brutal ferocity in the face of such circumstances. A low, wolf-like growl echoed through the air, sharpening his focus. The surrounding environment sharpened in his senses, and his crimson eyes gleamed with intensity. This encounter must conclude with a trip to the city. The wilderness was hardly a place for any human to dwell. A chilling howl from a werewolf pierced the darkness of the forest, and with it came the sound of numerous werewolves rushing forth. Dozens of shadowy figures, moving on all fours, erupted from the underbrush, swiftly converging upon Norton's cabin. Chapter 40. Escape. The werewolf speed of assault is astonishingly swift. Their physique is not only adept at standing upright like humans to launch attacks with their claws, but also remarkably suited for rapid quadrupedal sprinting akin to wolves, pouncing upon their adversaries. The leading werewolf is particularly formidable, its massive frame stretching nearly 2 meters in length, with piercing green eyes fixated intently on Norton's wooden cabin, saliva dripping uncontrollably from its gaping maw. Clearly, this is a meticulously orchestrated ambush. How? The towering wolf king surges forth with remarkable speed, traversing the dense forest to reach Norton's cabin in mere seconds. Its imposing figure is nearly half the size of the cabin itself. As it crashes into Norton's abode, there is no pause. Instead, it tenses its right arm, utilizing the might of its bicep to bulldoze through the wooden barrier, colliding violently against the wall of the cabin. Boom! With a resounding echo, Norton's frail wooden structure collapses under the onslaught. Simultaneously, a massive golden sword descends from above within the cabin, slicing downward with ferocity. Although Norton's strength pales in comparison to that of the Wolf King, he possesses a formidable power that allows him to cleave through the Wolf King's arm with relative ease. Howl! The golden blade severs the Wolf King's right arm, yet in the same instant, Norton's body is struck by the Wolf King's left arm. Propelled like a cannonball against the remnants of the cabin. Boom! Norton crashes through the splintered wood, landing 5 meters away upon the rocky ground. The impact distorting the steel armor that encases him, constricting his chest. He had never fathomed that a werewolf could possess such immense strength. Feeling as though he had been rammed by a bulldozer, utterly lacking any grounding. Despite losing an arm to the sword, the Wolf King exhibits no sign of fear. Instead, it bellows a rallying cry, commanding the approaching werewolves to converge upon the still recovering Norton. Norton had never anticipated that dozens, though not quite 100, of adversaries could evoke such a profound sense of dread. Initially, he believed that with his vampire regenerative abilities and formidable sword, he could withstand this onslaught, if not prevail. Yet, his conviction has waned. Though the number of werewolves seems modest, the sight of them surging forth is overwhelming, an endless tide of feral creatures. Just as Norton regains his footing, he is assailed by the oncoming werewolves. Even as his great sword pierces the body of one, several more descend upon him. The attack methods of the werewolves, once they bring a human down, mirror that of wolves, relentlessly biting, shaking their prey, and clawing to prevent any stable resistance. This entangling and saturating assault may appear rather exhausting from a distance, yet only those who have been bitten comprehend the sheer potency of such an attack. Norton's limbs and neck were relentlessly shaken by the foul-mouthed werewolves, their overwhelming numbers and ferocious biting rendering him unable to free himself from their grasp for even a fleeting second. Several werewolves clung to his armored limbs, tugging as if intent on forcibly dismembering him, leaving Norton struggling to rise amidst their wolf-like tearing. The stench of saliva dripped from the crevices of his helmet onto his face, the elongated jaws of the beasts nearly engulfing his entire head, their gleaming white teeth seeking to carve a long, crimson line across his visage through the ventilation holes of his armor. The weight and thickness of the Holy Knight's golden armor far exceeded that of an ordinary church knight, and its fully enclosed design left the werewolves somewhat at a loss. However, should they be allowed to continue their biting, it would be impossible to withstand their unrelenting tearing. After all, the armor was not a singular entity. His limbs were merely encased like gloves. Amidst the frenzied onslaught of the werewolf horde, Norton could distinctly feel his armor being pulled away under the force, instilling within him a profound sense of threat. He could indeed pierce through flesh and endure, but he could not guarantee that he would survive being torn apart and consumed by the werewolves. His head was gripped and shaken by the beasts, his crimson eyes growing ever more vivid, reminiscent of a scene where a butcher forces a compatriot's head to the ground. Mia! A sharp cry erupted from Norton's lips as he was pinned to the ground by several werewolves, and then, with a sudden surge, his right arm wrenched free from the confines of his helmet, swinging violently backward in a direction entirely contrary to his body. Crack! The sound of his right arm's bone fracturing echoed in the air. He had forcibly twisted his own arm to strike at the creatures behind him. Thud! His withered, stiffened fingers pierced through the chest of the werewolf atop him. A howl of anguish erupted from the beast, as scalding blood splattered onto Norton, its heart having been completely pierced by his arm. Bang! Norton abruptly overturned the werewolf that had begun to weaken beneath him, and then, with a tremendous leap, he soared over 5 meters high, erupting from the mass of werewolves, charging towards the cliff without a backward glance. Unable to withstand the overwhelming odds, he realized that he was utterly outmatched, as a dozen werewolves bore down upon him with no means of resistance. Norton knew he needed further evolution. 2 years was still too brief a span for a vampire. Although his agility had significantly enhanced with his constant state of readiness, it still paled in comparison to the earthbound prowess of the werewolves. As Norton sprinted towards the cliff, the one-armed Wolf King, observing the battle from the ruins of Norton's cabin, suddenly leapt into action, darting towards him like a bolt of lightning. Behind Norton, a throng of werewolves followed, their foul, dog-like stench so thick that even the wind struggled to disperse it. Norton had long discarded his great sword, and the steel armor he wore had lost much of its agility due to deformation. In a desperate bid to escape the jaws of the werewolves, he had removed all the steel plating from his limbs, executing a maneuver akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell. However, This left him with significantly diminished protection. Suddenly, the Wolf King lunged at Norton, its gleaming white teeth and drool visible in stark clarity. Had the Wolf King been in pristine condition, Norton might not have managed to evade its lethal claws, but at that moment, it possessed only one paw and was unable to leap. It could only open its jaws to bite at Norton's body. The sharp teeth aimed for the steel armor that had once served as a shield but had now become a liability. Should they sink into the armor, Norton would find himself ensnared, inevitably falling prey to the ravenous pack that followed closely behind. In a desperate sprint toward the cliff, Norton leapt to avoid the biting jaws of the werewolves, forcibly twisting his spine in midair, which resulted in a painful fracture. He ran forward with his lower body while facing backward, swinging his withered arm at the advancing Wolf King. In a horrific moment, Norton plummeted over the cliff, the sound of tearing flesh echoing as the Wolf King's elongated jaws were partially severed by Norton's arm, which clutched a piece of desiccated flesh that bore a resemblance to his own forearm. A chorus of howls erupted from the werewolf pack at the cliff's edge, as dozens of them surrounded the precipice, howling at the moon. Then, at the Wolf King's command, they swiftly disappeared into the darkness of the forest. The hunt seemed far from over. Chapter 41. Returned to the Holy City a year later, Norton leaped from the cliff once more. The good news was that establishing a home on the edge of a cliff certainly facilitated escape, much like the dual-mouthed cave. The bad news was that the home he had painstakingly built had been destroyed, leaving him without shelter. Moreover, due to the werewolves' relentless mobility and fierce tracking abilities, Norton was compelled to undertake a long journey to evade their persistent harassment. The sole drawback of being a vampire lay in the painfully slow rate of growth. During this time, he had attempted to increase his blood intake, hoping that a greater volume of blood might accelerate his development, yet it bore no fruit. His growth remained excruciatingly sluggish, possibly linked to the vampire's exceedingly slow metabolism. But does such a thing as metabolism truly exist? While it was conceivable that every long-lived vampire was an exceedingly formidable ancient creature, the prerequisite was the ability to survive for such an extended period. Norton had originally believed that surviving in this wilderness, devoid of cameras and satellites, would be relatively straightforward. However, the previous monster attacks and the recent werewolf onslaught had shattered this naive notion. Thus, he pondered the unsettling question: why had they suddenly begun to hunt him? The wound on Norton, pierced by a branch, was rapidly healing, and the flesh that the Wolf King had bitten off his arm had completely mended even as he fell from the cliff. Throughout this battle, he felt no pain. The werewolves' attacks could not inflict any fatal injuries upon him. Unlike the sharp, piercing sensation of sunlight or the radiance of a divine statue, pain was a secondary concern. What truly gnawed at him was the question of why this damned wolf would hunt him. Was he some sort of despicable creature? Norton felt utterly wronged. He simply wished to exist as a vampire, feeding sparingly on animals without killing them, striving to maintain the sustainability of his food sources rather than depleting them entirely. As a conscientious vampire, was it fair that he was targeted? Norton was genuinely incensed. In the darkness, Norton's crimson eyes gazed up at the cliff above. At that moment, the howls of the wolf pack echoed from the precipice. The werewolves at the summit, after their cries, swiftly turned away, but one remained at the edge, fixated on Norton as he plummeted, emitting occasional sounds akin to communication. This particular werewolf seemed to be reporting its position to its comrades. A chill ran down Norton's spine, prompting him to hastily remove the deformed steel armor that had been battered during his fall, and without a backward glance, he sprinted into the depths of the shadowy forest. These werewolves were unervingly clever, and it appeared they had no intention of ceasing their pursuit. This realization tightened Norton's chest. He would much prefer to contend with the steam-powered knights he had encountered previously. At least those knights lacked intelligence, whereas this pack of werewolves exhibited organization, discipline, and cunning, making them the ultimate predators. Being chased by such formidable hunters instilled in him an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the dark forest, the gaunt, ghostly figure of Norton darted swiftly towards the direction of Sacred City. The bat that had accompanied him for 2 years suddenly reappeared, alighting on him, its claws dangling from his wrinkled skin, swaying and jostling against his body as he ran. Norton's expression darkened. It seemed as though every creature in the wild sought to hunt him, as if he were some exquisite delicacy. He had once believed that if he lived long enough, he would eventually unravel all secrets. Yet now it seemed that understanding himself might prove a more formidable challenge than mere survival. Thus, he resolved that he must return to the city, to the church. After all, it was within the church that detailed studies on vampires existed. I have come for you. In the serene forest, a figure, akin to a wretched specter from hell, swiftly traversed between the trees, leaving only a haunting echo of its mournful voice. Amidst the flickering flames of white wax, Father Andrew placed the flint he held upon the altar, subsequently lifting the white wax and sequentially igniting the white candles adorning the church altar. In this era, the expensive candles were reserved solely to illuminate the sanctity of God during the night. The dim, golden light illuminated the silver cross adorning his chest, the polished surface of which reflected the dancing shadows of the flames. One wonders what rationale the Holy Church possessed in designating the very instruments meant to suppress God's resurrection as symbols of sanctity. Such a notion indeed carries a hint of madness. Outside, the night was shrouded in darkness, and despite the numerous candles within the church, the atmosphere remained dim and muted. While the Cathedral of the Holy Lord had never been particularly bustling, it was typically graced by a fair number of missionaries. However, today, the church was strikingly desolate. With only a handful of missionaries seated on the choir benches designated for confession, awaiting the commencement of the recitation, Father Andrew ignited all the candles, and then, with a countenance reflecting compassion that belied his years, he raised his hands in a gesture of prayer. "May God forgive our transgressions," he murmured softly, his voice a gentle whisper. As he spoke, the few missionaries seated below bowed their heads, joining in the murmured prayers. This ritual constituted the nightly obligation of the Cathedral of the Holy Lord, though today's attendance was markedly sparse. Following the annual judgment of the Holy Tribunal, the population of the Holy City had dwindled to a mere fraction. This decline was accompanied by a significant reduction in food supplies, compounded by the emergence of a plague, further exacerbating the plight of the populace. However, the drastic decrease in population also meant that the plague did not spread with excessive ferocity. Its effects felt only within the relatively dense confines of the cathedral. One might not perceive anything amiss upon reading the aforementioned lines. The sharp decline in the cathedral's population must be analyzed in relation to the broader context. The reduction in food sources did not stem from fewer individuals engaged in agriculture and livestock, but rather from a diminished populace, as the cathedral's sustenance was derived from its inhabitants. To ensure the upper echelons of the church could indulge in superior meats, venturing outside was temporarily prohibited, and thus, the clergy raised from youth became the most viable source of nourishment. Consequently, the number of clergymen has gradually diminished during this period. The arrival of the plague has also eroded the ranks of missionaries venturing beyond the church, culminating in the current desolation of the cathedral. Chapter 42. Serving the church as the devout prayers continued unabated. Father Andrew was beckoned outside by a knight of the church who entered from a side chapel. Bishop Rosen, clad in a black low-placed bishop's robe, awaited in the side chapel, his countenance somber. Though his expression was grave, his spirits were, in reality, rather buoyant. He merely possessed a naturally stern visage, yet he was, by nature, a kind-hearted individual. At the very least, when Father Mia initially sought to deliver Norton into the hands of Bishop Rosen, the latter did not acquiesce. Had he done so, Norton would undoubtedly have endured a life far more agonizing than death by fire. Bishop Rosen, with a swift motion, greeted Father Andrew with the customary gestures of the church, respectfully inquiring about his well-being. With the papal seat vacant and the ascension of Archbishop Adam to the role of new pope seemingly a foregone conclusion, Father Andrew, though lacking the requisite rank for certain information, still belonged to the sphere of influence wielded by Archbishop Adam, thus garnering a modicum of attention. As a trusted aide to Archbishop Adam, it was unquestionable that once the archbishop assumed the papacy, both priests and the lower and higher-ranking bishops under his command would experience promotions, which also contributed to Bishop Rosen's favorable disposition. As for the dire circumstances within the Holy City, they did not dampen their spirits. After all, it was merely a herd of domesticated sheep that had perished, which hardly warranted grief. In contrast to the unfortunate sheep of the Holy City, they found themselves far more intrigued by the reports of werewolves lurking beyond its walls. Have you been adapting well, Father Andrew? The environment of the Holy City is rather harsh, and I trust you have been enduring, Bishop Rosen remarked with a rare, somewhat chilling yet self-perceived benevolent smile as he regarded Father Andrew. Ever since the passing of Father Mia, who had perpetually occupied Norton's thoughts, It seemed that the former pope had prepared for this eventuality by deploying Father Andrew to this locale. The position of priest is not typically appointed by the pope, as it is a priestly role usually delegated directly by the cardinal bishops, with all priests being nurtured by them. However, the fact that Father Andrew was directly assigned by the former pope undeniably drew Bishop Rosen's attention. "It is not burdensome. I serve the church," Father Andrew humbly declared with a wave of his hand. Yet, his words bore no semblance of humility. He not only accepted Bishop Rosen's greetings, but also elevated his own status in the bishop's eyes by proclaiming his service to the church. This, in turn, softened Bishop Rosen's demeanor slightly. "I wonder what prompted you to summon me, Bishop Rosen?" Father Andrew inquired, cradling the Bible in his arms while clutching the silver cross around his neck. Though silver held no lethal power over vampires, the cross, imbued with the glory of God, possessed effective harm against them. However, it had been many years since a vampire had been seen, and the current clergy were on the verge of forgetting this matter altogether. It was only upon hearing of the emergence of a vampire in the vicinity that Father Andrew kept the cross close at hand. For rumors suggested that vampires possessed the ability to alter their appearance, potentially inflicting great damage upon the church through deception. "It is the werewolves," Father Andrew reported. According to the missionaries who had ventured out, the situation in the Holy City had drawn a significant influx of werewolves, with recent sightings indicating that they had formed a considerable presence. Numerous attacks attributed to these creatures had already transpired in the vicinity of the Holy City. Thus, "I intend to consolidate the Church's knights to ensure the safety of the Grand Cathedral, and I advise you, Father, to refrain from venturing out during this period. Await the new appointment from His Holiness the Pope." Bishop Rosen articulated the purpose of his visit. The werewolf incident in the Holy City had shown signs half a year prior, as the remaining impoverished populace on the outskirts gradually vanished, with reports of werewolves arriving at Bishop Rosen's desk almost weekly. However, he remained indifferent, for the loss of a few souls held little consequence for the church. Soon, Archbishop Adam would ascend to his position, and at that time, they would surely be promoted elsewhere. This troublesome affair would be left for the other bishops, who were at odds with Archbishop Adam, to grapple with. Thus, Bishop Rosen did not regard the werewolves beyond the city with concern. Nevertheless, it was essential to gather the knights of the church to prevent any harm from the werewolves. After all, the holy judicators had been recalled by the old pope, leaving merely over 200 knights to ensure their safety. It was quite fortuitous, for the citizens of the Holy City had succumbed to greed. Plunging into the depths of hell, even the sanctity of God would shy away from them. Father Andrew nodded in agreement. The Grand Cathedral of the Holy Lord had once again closed its doors after a year of being shuttered. While the reasons for this sudden closure remained unknown, the populace was acutely aware that their descent into hell was imminent. Following the last closure, nearly 90% of the city's inhabitants had perished within a year. This was a metropolis of hundreds of thousands. The loss of nearly 70% left only a few thousand souls struggling to survive within the city. Such devastation could not merely be described as a grievous wound. It was akin to a complete evisceration. It was hard to fathom how, in such dire circumstances, the remaining individuals could still proliferate their lineage. It was sheer lust that drove them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness once again enveloped the Holy City. Compared to 2 years prior, the now sparsely populated city appeared eerily ghost-like under the shroud of night. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the lingering stench that had proven difficult to dissipate over the past 2 years. The farmlands on the outskirts had become utterly desolate. While the flowers bloomed vibrantly, the hands that once tended to them had likely become nothing more than withered bones in a grave. A slender and peculiar figure emerged in the outskirts of the Holy City, bathed in moonlight, yet casting no shadow, as if it were a creature of legend. Its 2 crimson eyes glowed ominously, leaving trails in the darkness. Chapter 43. The city of Norton tread upon the decaying leaves and petals as he made his way into the Holy City. Absent the fresh petals that once adorned the ground, the filth and rot beneath were fully exposed. With each step Norton took, a foul breeze wafted up from the matted, decaying leaves and petals below, swirling toward his nostrils. Inhaling even a single breath would surely induce nausea, if not a severe illness. Weeds had overrun the makeshift shelters erected outside the Holy City, and the dark brown stains of blood had yet to fully dissipate. The prolonged absence of habitation had caused the shelters to assume a withered appearance. The only fortunate aspect was the absence of scattered bones upon the ground. His gaze swept around, hardly able to believe that this was the once bustling holy city he had witnessed 2 years prior. The sight of decay and desolation starkly separated him from the past. Yet, this also implied that Norton seemed unable to seek the church's protection within the holy city. As he meandered through its streets, breathing in the stench of decay and listening to the desperate cries echoing through the air, he had hoped to find sanctuary. However, upon glancing at the church's entrance, he discovered it was entirely sealed off. Not only was protection out of the question, even Father Mia was nowhere to be seen. The scent of werewolves lingered in the air, growing more palpable. Clearly, if Norton did not flee soon, it would be too late. Like a drifting leaf, he departed from the holy city. As time flowed gently onward, night faded, and the crescent moon became barely visible. Shadows of figures, moving on all fours, traversed the forest, rushing toward the holy city. After cautiously observing their surroundings, they resolutely surged into the city. A chorus of anguished screams erupted from all corners of the holy city. The warm summer breeze carried the foul odor of decay, now mingled with a hint of fresh blood. As time continued its slow march, autumn arrived. Just as the saying goes, one only realizes the vastness of the world upon diving into the deep sea. After leaving the vicinity of the holy city, Norton discovered that the world was not as hopeless as he had imagined. Although the papal state was founded upon religious tenets, not everyone was a fool, nor was every place saturated with the church's fanatical ideologies. In fact, it could be argued that among the numerous ecclesiastical cities, only the holy city and the capital, the sacred city, harbored such inhumane religious doctrines and regulations. This is quite understandable, as the holy city is deemed the birthplace of humanity, created by God. Had it not also been a place of divine decay, it would hardly qualify as the capital of the papal state. Thus, the religious atmosphere in the holy city was exceedingly intense, bordering on the perverse. Only the holy city could rightfully bear the sacred title, akin to the sacred city. In contrast, other cities appeared far more normal. In Lino City, the aroma of freshly baked black bread wafted through the air. Laborers at the docks were bustling about. The bustling visage of a classic Central European city unfolded before Norton, despite the pervasive muck and the mingling of filth and foul odors still lingering in the air. At least this city brimmed with fresh vitality, far more alive than the lifeless holy city. A dilapidated cart laden with cargo stood by the roadside, while the owner of a newly opened shop greeted the workers with a broad smile, directing them to unload the tables and chairs needed for the store. The tail of a horse swished lightly, releasing a damp whiff. In a city lacking drainage, standing water was a significant issue. In crowded areas, the mud was pervasive, while in quieter spots, stagnant pools lingered. A laborer clad in coarse linen stood at the corner, heedlessly urinating into the accumulated water, indifferent to the bustling street around him. 2 church knights clad in steel armor vigilantly guard the city gate, while laborers stand nearby, engaged in the restoration of the towering 10-meter-high city wall. What manner of creature has left these claw marks? The wall bears several conspicuous scratches, some of which have deeply penetrated the stone itself. The shape of these scratches suggests that the laborers could easily align their palms with them. Moreover, the freshness of the marks indicates they were made not long ago, evoking a sense of astonishment and trepidation among the workers tasked with repairing the wall. This is a stone edifice, where even blades would struggle to carve out such notable blemishes. What terrifying beast could possibly leave such horrific claw marks upon this fortification? The marks ascend ominously, clearly indicating that this fearsome creature has scaled the wall and entered the city. A stir arises near the wall, while the city remains bustling with activity. A beggar, entirely wrapped in tattered rags, squats in the muddy street, his head bowed, neither asking for food nor praying, resembling a lifeless form, devoid of any sign of breath. Such attire is commonplace in this era, rendering him unremarkable. Women of this time often cover their heads with cloth, mirroring the beggaress appearance. Passers-by pay little attention to the beggar, for it is customary that at night, church knights would come to remove the beggars who remained collapsed by the roadside. Thus, the streets rarely bear witness to decaying corpses. The tattered rags envelop Norton's withered skin, concealing his entire being. Through the filthy fabric, Norton's crimson eyes survey the streets of Central Europe, taking in the desolation of this city under church control. In this abnormal world, Norton, too, finds an unsettling sense of stability. He is settled within the confines of a clock tower in the city of Lino. This clock tower, another asset of the church, reaches a height of over 20 meters, adorned with a golden clock face, and its interior features a pendulum system, indicating the nascent emergence of mechanical civilization within the papal realm. Each day, white-robed missionaries from the church visit to correct the time beneath the clock, while Norton resides at the top of the tower, living in relative peace. As time flows steadily, Norton spends his days wandering the streets, gradually gaining insight into Lino and the church itself. Chapter 44. Archbishop Doja. Lino, a modest city within the papal territory, boasts a population of merely several tens of thousands. Governed by Archbishop Doja. Among the archbishops, Doja stands as a somewhat rebellious figure. The elder pope has remarked upon him. Archbishop Doja harbors excessive desires. His interpretation of doctrine insists that it should cater to human appetites, often clashing with the church's fundamental tenets. This is evidenced by his leading rejection of the weekly mass, his refusal to partake in grand displays during church events, such as the city adorned with flowers, and his aversion to the ascension ceremony that incinerates sinners, as well as his refusal to indiscriminately obliterate the lower-ranking members of the church, such as knights and missionaries. His insatiable love for wealth did not manifest in the plundering of the common folk. Rather, he fervently encouraged commerce, trade, and production to augment tax revenue and fulfill his monetary aspirations. His passion for animal pelts transformed him into a figure of opulence. He frequently dispatched his knights to hunt tigers, wild boars, and grizzly bears beyond the city limits, indulging his collecting obsession. Yet, this peculiar hobby inadvertently benefited the landowners of Lino City, allowing them to safely assign serfs to cultivate the outskirts, thereby increasing agricultural yield and accumulating greater wealth. Numerous rumors swirl around this Archbishop of Dorsha, but I shall refrain from enumerating them all. From Norton's perspective, the Archbishop appeared to be an entirely rational individual. Although his policies predominantly served the interests of the city's landowners and aristocrats, this very fact underscored his normalcy. However, the era was different. In this age of ignorance, feudalism, and corruption, the Archbishop's clarity of thought became a perceived transgression. Yet, to the vested interests, the Archbishop's actions rendered him a most exalted sovereign. Norton mused that had he traversed into the body of a cleric in this city, he would never have entertained thoughts of betraying the church. Nor would he have found himself in his current predicament. A blood-sucking bat flitted through the shadows of the street, soaring into the lofty bell tower. Two crimson glimmers ignited within the darkened tower. Upon closer inspection, one would be horrified to discern that these were no mere lights, but rather two blood-red eyes. Norton stretched his weary form, emitting a ghastly sigh from his parched vocal cords. A bat, suspended from his wrinkled skin, leapt down to join the newly arrived bat, seemingly engaged in a ritual of blood exchange. Indeed, two bats now flanked Norton, the newcomer having been brought by his previous companion. The pair, a male and a female, exhibited a certain intimacy, adding a touch of liveliness to Norton's surroundings. A month had elapsed since Norton's arrival in Lino City. The degree of openness in this city took him by surprise. The church operated as a lofty enforcer, not in a derogatory sense, but rather as an ethereal being overseeing the stability and order of Lino City while allowing other matters to unfold freely. This fostered a vibrant atmosphere within the city. Although the Archbishop's ideals were unpopular among many, Norton did not count himself among them. He held a certain fondness for the unseen prelate, as he at least provided a sense of normalcy. This inclination prompted Norton to contemplate settling in this city, where he could evade the pursuit of werewolves and seek opportunities to infiltrate the church in search of tomes on vampire studies. Initially, Norton believed he had transformed into a vampire, endowed with eternal life, and could thus explore the peculiarities of his own body through the passage of time. However, after being hunted and pursued by the werewolves, Norton began to doubt the validity of his previous thoughts. If he remained ignorant of his own traits, who could predict the troubles that awaited him next? Perhaps he would encounter some terrifying creature once more or be splashed with holy water. What a way to meet his demise. Who would he turn to for justification? Moreover, he felt compelled to ascertain the extent of his current abilities within this world. It was all the fault of that foolish Kuba. Why hadn't he imparted some ancestral memories? Even goblins had their legacies. Why was the vampire lineage so woefully inadequate? Norton believed he must critically assess this progenitor of vampires. His arrival in this clearly fantastical realm was supposed to be steeped in magic, yet it appeared to be a mere low-budget version of such. Nonetheless, Acquiring an extended lifespan was already a monumental fortune. Lacking ancestral memories was unfortunate. But as he had previously reasoned, with time, understanding would naturally dawn. Yet, in the present, Norton needed to make careful choices regarding his life. Stretching his limbs, he emerged from the attic of the clock tower to gaze down at the city below, now shrouded in darkness. The stability of the city offered him no sense of belonging. The so-called pitiable populace evoked no sympathy from him, especially the church that had persecuted him for 2 decades, which he truly loathed and detested. Chapter 45. A regulated life. Norton was an exceedingly easily satisfied individual. The 2 decades spent in the confines of the church had instilled in him a profound curiosity and desire for exploration regarding everything around him. Although this yearning for discovery had to be ignited by his own efforts due to prolonged dormancy, nevertheless, his existence within the clock tower was more than adequate for his contentment. The terrifyingly resilient nature of a vampire's hunger rendered Norton almost devoid of any material needs. Thus he had no necessity to seek wealth. Apart from venturing out for a hunt every 10 days or so to satiate his desire for growth and strength, he faced no significant issues. Speaking of hunting, one must mention the topic brought up by Father Mia previously. In order to eradicate vampires completely, the church has decided to starve all the impoverished, causing them to become anemic. With insufficient blood, vampires will lack food and ultimately perish, achieving the goal of exterminating them. At the time, Norton regarded this church's approach as utterly foolish. Yet now, having transformed into a vampire, he realized how remarkably effective this strategy truly was. How much blood could the emaciated, starving populace possibly possess? Furthermore, their abysmal quality of life meant that their blood was not only scarce, but of exceedingly poor quality. In contrast, consuming the blood of a deer could be considered a substantial boon. Only the plump aristocrats or church members could qualify as prime sources of sustenance. Squeaking. 2 bats hung upside down at the edge of the clock tower, seemingly engaged in intimate activities. It would not be long before Norton's little household welcomed a new member. Norton reached out to hang a meticulously stripped werewolf pelt from the ceiling of the clock tower. This was his bounty from a recent hunting expedition. As he had anticipated, the cursed pack of werewolves continued to pursue him, albeit in diminished numbers. Yet, he could discern from their scent that they were indeed the same group lurking in the mountains of St. Lord City. How far they had followed him? What could they possibly covet from him? Norton smoothed the pelt to prevent it from wrinkling in the drying breeze. His gaze lingered on the freshly skinned werewolf hide, a weight of seriousness settling upon him. The last encounter with the wolf pack had left him profoundly perplexed, and discovering their lingering presence beyond the outskirts of Lino City only deepened his unease. No beast would chase a meager prey across such distances, especially when food was abundantly available. Norton was certain there was no animosity between himself and these werewolves. After all, they resided in the mass grave surrounding St. Lord City, while he dwelled high upon the cliffs. What other reason could compel these creatures to relentlessly pursue him over such vast distances? He began to suspect it was linked to his identity as a vampire, or perhaps there was something intrinsic about his vampiric nature that attracted these werewolves. The enigma of vampires only seemed to deepen. Norton felt increasingly frustrated with Kuba, the progenitor, who had proven to be rather foolish. It was one thing to lack ancestral memories, but why had he, as a founder among vampires, been unable to gather a community of his kind over the years? The figure crucified was not the vampire progenitor Kuba, but rather the divine Caesar. Having secured the werewolf pelt, Norton donned his tattered full-body attire, pulling a wide-brimmed hat low to obscure his crimson eyes before descending the clock tower staircase. His life had taken on a rhythmic routine. Each dawn, once the denizens of the streets had finished disposing of the refuse accumulated overnight, he would descend from the tower, carefully selecting a path that was relatively clean, and listen to the conversations of passers-by, absorbing the vibrancy of the crowd. Through this process, Norton felt a gradual return to his former humanity, a semblance of psychological healing that brought him immense joy. Furthermore, he gleaned insights into the Papal States and the broader world from the exchanges around him, as his understanding of this realm was alarmingly limited, and he craved information. Typically, he would meander through the morning until the afternoon, drawing closer to the Church of Lino City, where he would quietly observe the arrangement of personnel within, the strength of the defenses, the number of ecclesiastical knights, the vulnerabilities, and the shifts of duty. By discerning the various scents emanating from individuals, even if the missionaries and knights remained faceless. He could ascertain a rough estimate of the congregation within the church. His observations were thorough, and Norton recognized the necessity of understanding the peculiarities of the vampire species. The church, undoubtedly, had the most extensive research on vampires in this world. Thus, he contemplated the possibility of finding an opportunity to enter the church in Lino City and uncover some texts pertaining to vampires. Certainly, entering should not be undertaken with such haste. He must deliberate carefully. Otherwise, should he rashly approach the church, he might find himself obliterated beneath the shadow of God's cross. Norton recollected the vampire films he had once watched, where vampires were reduced to ashes by silver and sunlight. Thanks to the regulatory framework in Lino City, a greater number of affluent individuals were enabled to venture forth and broaden their horizons, thus facilitating a more vibrant flow of information both within Lino City and for Norton himself. The most prolific source of information was undoubtedly the tavern frequented by Norton. With just a couple of mugs of beer and a plate of robin beans, one could glean fresh tidings from the intersection of the slums and affluent districts in Lino City. Although these tidings might recount events from several months prior, they nonetheless served as a valuable channel for information acquisition. Of course, Norton could not afford to order drinks. He refrained from entering the tavern, instead posing as a beggar leaning against the tavern's outer wall, utilizing his extraordinary hearing to capture the conversations within. What a fortunate endeavor! Alas, it seems the new pope is a foregone conclusion. This could spell trouble for us. I heard that individual is rather. Do you wish to perish for speaking thus? Indeed, indeed. Ha ha, come, let us drink. Ah, you have no idea, brother. In the past 2 years, I ventured to the empire of Boya for business, and their standard of living is simply incomparable to ours. The scale of their cities, the grandeur, the living conditions. I cannot fathom how the Boyans constructed such marvels. If only our church could adopt a fraction of their enlightenment, then we. This individual was clearly inebriated, daring to speak ill of the church. Norton noticed figures around him discreetly rising and hastening towards the church, presumably to inform on the matter. As anticipated, it was not long before he witnessed 2 church knights enter the tavern. Amidst cries of alarm and pleas for mercy, within a minute, a man who had soiled himself was forcibly dragged out by the knights. The empire of Boya had surfaced in Norton's conversations several times of late. According to the locals in Lino City, this empire appeared quite formidable, boasting a relatively enlightened governance compared to the Holy Kingdom, or the Papal State, which was decidedly more oppressive. However, he remained unaware of its precise location or its true nature. His primary concern lay with the preceding topic. It seemed a papal transition was imminent. Rumors of the Pope's replacement had reached him frequently, and due to the sheer volume of discussions, even in whispers, his acute hearing had allowed him to glean some understanding of the situation. Over 5 months ago, the old Pope's seat became vacant. The 8 purple-clad archbishops of the Papal State journeyed to the Holy See for the election of a new Pope, and now, more than 5 months had elapsed. The prolonged duration was primarily due to the vast distances involved. Each of these 8 archbishops governed at least 3 provinces, indicating the staggering expanse of the Papal State, which naturally resulted in extended travel times. However, the position of the Holy See lies at the heart of the Papal States, akin to a celestial body surrounded by its retinue of stars. Therefore, considering the journey and the time required for the election, it is estimated that within a month, the papal seat will be firmly established. As the saying goes, a new official tends to make a grand entrance, and this new pope is not one to be trifled with. It is anticipated that the state of the papal realm will further deteriorate. When the populace suffers, chaos will inevitably ensue, leading to a more stringent enforcement of order. With such strict oversight, life will undoubtedly become more challenging for Norton. Although he considers himself not a citizen of the Papal States, he finds himself quite concerned about the papal election, truly embodying the sentiment that the emperor is not anxious, but rather, the eunuch is. Chapter 46. His Excellency Adam. Time flows steadily, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have swiftly passed. From a human perspective, this duration may not seem lengthy, yet it feels distant. However, for Norton, who has reached the brink of immortality, these 2 months are scarcely different from his previous existence. No, there are indeed some distinctions. A month ago, the new pope was officially appointed, bearing the title of His Excellency Adam. It is said that this Adam presided over the region of St. Lord City and hails from the Church of St. Lord City itself, having served as a low-ranking bishop there, which makes him a compatriot of Norton. His character is marked by cruelty and brutality, with a penchant for bloodshed. Upon his ascension, he executed the former Pope's attendants and staff in a ceremonial conflagration, including a carefully selected group of buxom nuns, gentle caretakers, and a cadre of young clerics personally nurtured by the former Pope. This act, while harsh, is not unprecedented. It is akin to how a new game developer swiftly eliminates the protagonists crafted by the previous team, an all-too-human tendency, resulting in minimal overall harm to the Papal States. In contrast to the former Pope, who had once fervently waged war against neighboring nations to expand his dominion and achieve great renown, the new Pope, Adam, exhibits a peculiar approach. During the past month, aside from the aforementioned executions, he has taken but one minor action, establishing a new position within the church hierarchy called the Eye of Purity. The primary function of this Eye of Purity system is to scour the world for various monsters and vampires for in-depth study. The citizens of Leno City are abuzz with rumors that His Excellency Adam seeks to attain immortality, hence the creation of this ecclesiastical framework. For the church itself, this represents a modest reform. For the populace of the Papal States, it is a largely inconsequential addition, merely an increase in the number of figures they are expected to venerate. Yet for Norton, this news is far from favorable, for he is a vampire, and a vampire pursued by werewolves. With the presence of werewolves outside the city, his situation has already grown precarious, and now he discovers that even within the city, it is equally untenable. In recent days, he had observed that each night, a squad of knights clad in unfamiliar armor traversed the streets en route to the outskirts of the city, perhaps members of the newly established department known as the Eye of Judgment within the church. Their presence undoubtedly affected Norton's ventures outside, albeit not significantly. After all, he could still gain an advantageous view from the bell tower to ascertain the direction and timing of their departures, allowing him to navigate around them. However, it was from this elevated vantage point that Norton also discerned a rather enigmatic force at play within the city. The spies of the Boya Empire embedded in the Papal State piqued his interest, revealing that this world was far from the unchanging realm he had once envisioned, or rather, it was the first time he sensed the capricious nature of his surroundings. Moreover, Norton stumbled upon an unexpected encounter, one that could hardly be deemed a true gain. A boy, adorned in garments of modest luxury, cautiously emerged from a breach in a wall, his clothes bulging with hidden treasures. With vigilant eyes, he surveyed the throngs passing by on the street before stealthily approaching an inconspicuous beggar at the corner. "Here you go, sir," the boy said, presenting a pastry he had concealed, holding it aloft before Norton without the slightest concern for the foul odor emanating from the beggar's tattered rags. His youthful voice, infused with innocent goodwill, sent shivers down Norton's spine. "Not again. Are you mad? Why do you insist on feeding a beggar like me daily?" To observe the church, Norton often masqueraded as a beggar, taking refuge at the most advantageous vantage point to monitor their movements. He believed that genuine surveillance did not consist of furtively glancing here and there. Such actions would inevitably attract attention. After all, who would casually loiter around a neighborhood without purpose? Norton maintained that the most effective method of concealing oneself while observing was to remain steadfastly in one location. Perhaps on the first day, one might draw some attention, and even on the second, a passing glance. However, by the third, fourth, or fifth day, or even a month later, one would no longer be noticed. In fact, should one fail to occupy that spot, those who had grown accustomed to one's presence might ponder whether something had gone amiss. This was the epitome of discreet observation. As expected, during his initial day squatting at this wall corner, there were those who remarked upon his presence, and he even faced the occasional admonishment from missionaries. Yet now, passers-by scarcely glanced in his direction, having grown accustomed to the notion of a beggar residing there, including the missionaries and church knights who had long since accepted his presence as a norm. Norton felt an overwhelming sense of cleverness. However, this prolonged existence also drew the attention of individuals who ordinarily would have overlooked him, such as the priest's favored young boy. Perhaps the boy's family held too much power, and the kindness of those around him left his innate benevolence without an outlet. He impulsively directed his thoughts towards Norton, who was squatting in the corner, playing the part of a beggar. The boy's innocent, wide eyes brimmed with goodwill, while his delicate little hands cradled pastries of such exquisite appearance that they would be beyond the reach of even affluent families. This does explain why, in this era, There exists such an innocent child. His family affords him the luxury of naivety. Under the scrutiny of the boy's sparkling eyes, Norton could only brace himself in silence. Reluctant to extend his hand for the treat, despite the incongruity of this action with his beggar's identity. He understood the plight of this unfortunate child all too well. If he did not accept the pastry now, the boy might feel rejected, and his warmth could dissipate over time. However, should he accept the offering or provide any form of acknowledgement, the boy would instantly be filled with joy and likely return again, perhaps even bringing his little friends along. Thus, Norton chose to ignore him. Chapter 47. Reproduce. Like pigs and dogs, Norton continued to disregard him. The boy, seemingly undeterred, had grown accustomed to Norton's indifference over the past days. He set the pastry down on the ground before Norton, thoughtfully wrapping it in a clean cloth. Then, he hugged his knees, allowing his luxurious attire to become soiled, resting his head upon them. His innocent eyes remained fixed on the rag-wrapped Norton, a pensive expression gracing his face, one that seemed somewhat out of place for his age. Yet, combined with his distinctly European features, he evoked the image of a little prince from a storybook. "Beggar sir, what do you look like? Beggar sir, what are you drawing? Beggar sir. Jennifer said she doesn't like to play with me anymore. She said she likes Henry. Why is that, beggar sir? She told me I was her favorite before." Norton listened to the boy's naïve words, feeling an unsettling discord with his own twisted thoughts. This sensation was quite disconcerting. Thankfully, he was not Father Norton. Otherwise, the scene would have unfolded quite differently. He turned his gaze away from the boy, a hint of crimson lingering in his eyes, indeed, a deep red that cut through the air. The boy continued to pour out what he perceived as sorrowful sentiments to the so-called beggar, believing that his kindness had forged an audience for his woes, unaware that not a single word had penetrated the consciousness of the beggar before him. Norton squatted in the corner, gazing distantly at the church, while the boy incessantly poured forth his melancholic emotions. His fingers, worn and withered, bore nails that appeared elongated yet could leave deep scratches upon the ground, sketching the simple designs he envisioned. Norton set about drawing a basic outline of the church and marking the positions of the knights and missionaries as discerned through sound. During this period, his frequent presence near the church has proven fruitful. By discerning sounds and scents, he has gained a rough understanding of the distribution of individuals within the church. He can identify areas of congregation, potential sleeping quarters, locations for waste, and even the heavy footsteps of armored knights, suggesting the presence of the church's warriors. His extraordinary auditory, olfactory, and visual abilities are all-encompassing, unlike the superheroes depicted in films of a bygone era, who possess remarkable powers yet seem inept in their application. Currently, Norton, endowed with formidable physical prowess, is more than capable of guarding against ambushes. His acute senses allow him to detect even the faintest presence of a fly within 100 meters. This remarkable capability is one reason he has yet to relocate. His strength instills a sense of confidence within him. Presently, his only fear lies in the church's arcane methods and the potential for a brutal assault by werewolves. Thus, he remains vigilant, observing, experimenting, and contemplating how he might navigate this world without consuming beef. As time drifts on, the sun gradually descends in the west. The boy, who had been lamenting to Norton, departed contentedly, seemingly indifferent to whether Norton was truly listening. He merely sought an outlet for his grievances. Perhaps he imagined Norton akin to the whimsical creatures hidden within storybook tree hollows, ever attentive to his woes. Norton wiped away the ghostly symbols he had traced in the dirt with his finger, then rose, preparing to return to his clock tower to render these designs upon its walls in full form. As he set forth, he paused abruptly. The spot where he had squatted was arguably the cleanest on the street, and within this rare patch of cleanliness lay a delicately wrapped pastry, ensconced in a relatively pristine white cloth. Norton glanced at it, then stood and tossed it aside onto the edge of another street. Such human delicacies are not for him. Once more, Norton's life fell into a serene silence. Although the newly appointed Pope Adam has established the so-called Holy Eye, its efficacy appears limited. While Norton remains largely unaware of occurrences beyond this locale, the members of the Holy Eye in Leno City have shown no signs of progress over time. The church knights, indoctrinated to the point of absurdity, still venture out nightly, yet their returns yield no visible gains. Well, perhaps not entirely fruitless, they have managed to hunt down 3 werewolves. Which brings Norton a measure of joy. He is reassured that his decision to take refuge in the city was indeed wise. He has witnessed the church knights in action against werewolves. Despite their somewhat dulled demeanor from training, their combat prowess is undeniably high. And this is without the appearance of any golden saints. If that golden saint warrior were to appear, the dangers would not merely be limited to the werewolves. However, it seems that such biological weapons only activate when necessary. Norton has been observing the church in Lino City for nearly half a year, yet he has yet to catch a glimpse of any golden saint warrior. In summary, Norton's life has not been significantly impacted by the change in the Pope. He continues to conceal himself within Lino City, living quietly, biding his time to foster his own growth. Months have passed, and the two wretched bats, which constantly flaunt their affection in front of Norton, have finally given birth to a young one. It was born hanging upside down, nestled against the parched, wrinkled skin of Norton's chest. The newly born bat quickly learned to hang upside down, which truly astonished Norton. To his surprise, the little creature was nursing. The mother bat, perhaps sensing Norton's prolonged fasting and need for nourishment, flew up to his face, hanging there as if to invite him to partake. How thoughtful! Norton's raspy voice echoed atop the bell tower as he gently removed the mother bat from his face, and then took down the little bat hanging on him, placing them both on a branch he had set up for their convenience. Indeed, the upper level of the bell tower, due to its sealed nature, remained quite dark, making it a fitting habitat for these light-averse creatures. No one would imagine that in such an abandoned place, which had seen no visitors since its construction, resided a family of 4. Chapter 48. This is talent. Norton sat upon a stone he had recently moved from outside. The simplicity of this environment naturally prevented him from adorning it with the decorations or furniture he once cherished, diminishing the sense of refined living. However, the more austere conditions proved increasingly beneficial for his seclusion. Norton felt the strength within his body. It had been nearly 3 years since he began to consume blood, and he could indeed perceive an increase in his physical strength compared to the beginning. The contrast in power was not vast, by his estimation. His strength now surpassed that of a werewolf, yet it fell short of reaching the level of those 2 golden saint warriors. Simultaneously, his tolerance to sunlight seemed to be diminishing. Prior to evolving to his current withered bark stage, being fully exposed to the sun caused merely a sensation akin to needle pricks. Now, however, the discomfort was far more pronounced, and he could no longer gaze directly at the sunlight. Norton pondered whether further evolution would render him completely unable to stand in the sun. The intensity of his strength augmentation, however, was somewhat correlated with his blood sources. For instance, the benefits derived from consuming rabbit blood paled in comparison to those from deer blood, and the strength gained from deer blood was still significantly less than that obtained from werewolves. Currently, the most substantial enhancement came from the blood of those 2 golden saint warriors. Norton felt an insatiable longing for their blood, yet simultaneously yearned to remain hidden and evolve slowly. This conflicting psychology plagued him several times each day, only to be dismissed again. A quintessential manifestation of the left brain rebutting the right. A faint musty odor permeated the attic, prompting Norton to stifle his breath, which was attuned to the scents around him, and his gaze shifted towards the source of the mildew. In the corner of the attic lay a small heap of moldy pastries, at least 20 or 30 in number. Indeed, these were the wretched gifts bestowed upon him by the insufferable boy named Carl, who treated Norton like an emotionless vessel, venting his grievances and the trials of his infatuation every few days. Norton mused that he might as well deliver the insufferable Jennifer to Carl's bed in the dead of night and rid himself of that detestable Henry. Yet, he did not discard the pastries but instead collected them, stacking them against the wall. As time drifted by, 2 years had swiftly passed. Norton had grown increasingly familiar with Lino City. He had spent 2 decades in St. Lord's City and the St. Lord Church, yet never felt a semblance of belonging. However, after just 2 years in Lino City, he sensed a trace of existence that was distinctly his. This essence was not merely the lingering odor of sweat in the air, but rather the indelible marks of human life. Familiar faces in the crowd, well-known streets. Though simple, these elements sketched the lines of his life. On those familiar streets, dressed in humble attire, Norton resumed his habitual position. To be frank, his observations of the Lino City Church over the past 2 years had become almost complete. Yet he had grown accustomed to sitting there daily. The bustling crowd around him was familiar. This sense of security and belonging in a known environment made him reluctant to depart from this place. "Mr. Norton, Jennifer is truly bothersome now. I prefer Mary much more." Is it possible for me to stop associating with Jennifer and be with Mary instead? Carl, the little brat, had matured somewhat over these 2 years. Norton couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the rapid growth of this human child. If only he, as a vampire, could experience such swift development. He would not be coiled up in Leno City, but would have long since sought out Mia to stir trouble. The thought of Father Mia filled Norton with a sense of purpose. He had devised countless methods to torment Father Mia over the years. For instance, impaling him with a stick and roasting him over a fire, or piercing his eye sockets with steel needles, suspending him from a stake with his feet barely touching the ground, ensuring he would neither die nor be able to move, suffering excruciating pain at any attempt to shift, rendering him in a state of desperate agony. Norton felt his psyche had veered towards the macabre. However, he soon became incensed by Carl's notion. Foolishness. Why could he not have both? Norton's raspy voice scraped like fingernails against glass, sending chills down the spine of anyone who listened. However, Carl had grown accustomed to this voice, or rather, he had come to regard it as a guiding principle. A year prior, when Norton first spoke, it had startled Carl. Although Norton's voice was hoarse, the words he uttered illuminated Carl's mind, transforming Norton from a mere sounding board into a mentor on the path of life. Now, this mentor had just imparted a crucial idea for his journey ahead. How splendid it was. Mr. Norton, how do you always possess such wisdom? Carl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Norton's words consistently resonated deeply within him, rendering disbelief impossible. Over the past 2 years, Carl's thoughts had been thoroughly influenced by Norton. This child of wealth might one day evolve into a complete scoundrel. Such was talent. Norton's remarks remained succinct, and rather than discussing the trivial matters of childhood with Carl, he preferred to glean other information from him. The volume of information accessible to the children of the affluent and powerful far surpassed that available to the common folk, and its accuracy was more assured. A year ago, Norton had begun to consciously guide Carl in gathering information within his own family, and now he was adept at it. Any recent news? Carl, jolted from his tainted reverie by Norton's inquiry, immediately felt a surge of pride. Mr. Norton, I have quite a bit of information I've gathered lately. Let me think. Children are often the best at gathering what you desire, as they will exert considerable effort for praise and to showcase their abilities. Although Carl, being from a privileged background, was more cautious and contemplative, he could still share non-confidential information. Yet, for someone like Norton, even non-sensitive information was not easily obtained, as it required immense resources to compile. Well, my father mentioned that His Holiness the Pope seems dissatisfied with the recent outcomes of the Sacred Eye's endeavors. He speculated that the Church would soon undertake significant actions. However, I am unaware of what those actions might be. Additionally, the Church has recently acquired some new entity in secrecy, though my father does not know what it is. It is rumored to have originated from the city of the Holy Lord. I also overheard my father say that His Holiness appears to desire to consolidate power, but I believe that is improbable. Archbishop Dorsha and other bishops would never agree to that. Although His Holiness holds a position of supreme authority, his control over local matters remains too weak. Despite his youth, Carl's insights, shaped by his affluent upbringing, were far beyond those of the impoverished. His desire to share this information with Norton stemmed not only from a wish to impress, but also from the fact that these were not significant secrets. If his life mentor wished to hear it, he would gladly share. Chapter 49. I am not envious. The transformation of Norton is anticipated with great eagerness. Yet a proper foundation is essential. Abrupt transitions would appear jarring. It is implausible for one who has languished for 2 decades under the Church's confinement, teetering on the brink of madness, to suddenly emerge as a cold and cunning vampire lord. Furthermore, the first volume details Norton's genesis, while the second delves into the Dark Age, known as the Norton era. In essence, the entirety of the first volume serves to meticulously illustrate Norton's evolution from an eccentric individual to a sovereign of the bloodline, concurrently marking the conclusion of the Mythic Age and the advent of the Norton era. For those seeking immediate gratification, there will certainly be moments of exhilaration, yet many desire a swifter transformation of Norton, as a grand event is on the horizon. My aim is to construct a veritable world, thereby weaving an authentic legend. The tidings that Carl brought forth proved somewhat beneficial to Norton. Beyond aiding in the formation of his worldview, it allowed him to cross-reference and analyze information gleaned from various sources, enabling him to arrive at informed conclusions. What purpose does this serve? Quite simply, Knowing that the church is poised for significant action prompts Norton to exercise caution, extending the intervals between his forays for sustenance. Being aware of the church's schedule for Mass allows him to evade it, thus avoiding the peril of being utterly purified by divine light. Did Norton place particular significance on this information? Indeed, he did. What treasures had the church unearthed from the Holy City? The Holy City, once again. Norton reminisced about the scene when he departed from the Holy City. Although the streets had been cleared of corpses, the desolation echoed in the silence of the once thriving metropolis, a testament to its prior devastation. Norton had never encountered news of the Holy City while in Leno City, for to venture there was tantamount to courting death, given the church's stringent beliefs. Thus, this marked the first occasion in a long time that he had heard of the Holy City. What could the city, ravaged for reasons unknown, possibly have yielded to the church? Was it the plague he had previously speculated upon? Or perhaps the werewolves that hunted him? Or could it be that the Holy City's calamity was not wrought by a plague, but by some nameless monstrosity that the church had now obtained? Surely, they could not have captured Father Mia. Norton pounded his chest in despair, lamenting his past choices, feeling inexplicably as though he had lost a fortune. What, I wonder? Did the church truly acquire? Norton's life resumed its tranquility. As Carl had foretold, a mere 3 months had passed when his grace, Adam, erupted in a fit of rage. He proclaimed that the members of the Holy system were utterly foolish, woefully inept. The upper echelons were duplicitous, while the lower ranks remained dull and ignorant, laboring fruitlessly day after day. This, indeed, could not be laid at the feet of the Holy members. Norton was well aware of the church's methods for training its personnel, and those present were equally cognizant. Thus, it was only fitting that the lower ranks remained uninformed. Should they outshine their superiors in intellect, the church would soon find itself in turmoil. As for the upper echelon's duplicity, there is little to be done. The drawbacks of policies devised by a select few astute individuals are all too evident. Without the infusion of fresh blood, the church will inevitably decline with each passing generation, and those in positions of authority will become increasingly inept. This is a common affliction of all empires once class rigidity sets in. Yet the church's policy of a select few clever individuals accelerates this process. Were it not for His Holiness possessing an invincible Holy Inquisition, the Papal States would have long been overthrown by neighboring kingdoms. After venting his wrath, it took merely a month or two for Norton to notice a growing number of spies from the Boya Empire infiltrating the city of Leno. While others might struggle to discern the identities of these spies, Norton, endowed with superhuman hearing, sight, and smell, could easily observe their activities. Moreover, the scent of the blood of Boya's citizens differed markedly from that of the Papal States. Perhaps the prolonged immersion in divine grace had imbued the blood of the latter with a hint of decay. In stark contrast, the blood of Boya's people bore a refreshing aroma. Through this olfactory comparison, Norton also detected the presence of individuals from other nations, albeit in minimal numbers, far overshadowed by the multitude from Boya. A tumultuous era looms ahead, a season fraught with turmoil. Atop the towering bell tower, a slender figure stood at its pinnacle, surveying the expanse of Leno. Although the scenery remained unchanged, for some inexplicable reason, Norton sensed a metallic tang in the air, reminiscent of blood. It seemed as though an impending calamity was on the horizon. This scent, elusive yet palpable, sent a shiver down his spine, as if it heralded some ominous forewarning. Such sensations struck Norton as peculiarly extraordinary. Every individual possesses a sixth sense. Though it may seem ethereal, it can be remarkably potent at times. Norton pondered whether vampires not only heightened the five senses, but perhaps even enhanced the sixth, explaining his peculiar intuition. This feeling, while tightening his chest, also ignited within him a sense of inexplicable exhilaration. If indeed a great disaster were to unfold, would this not provide him with an opportunity to infiltrate the church? He had always firmly believed that as long as he lived long enough, he would eventually unravel the secrets of the vampires, provided that such matters did not disrupt his own existence. Currently, packs of werewolves awaited outside, hunting him down, forcing Norton to retreat into the church's confines, thus robbing him of any sense of ease. If he continued to endure such humiliation and oppression, what difference would there be between his life and that of his mother within the church? By all that is sacred, Norton resolved to rise. A pungent, moldy odor wafted from the bell tower, assailing Norton's nostrils and momentarily repulsing him. Within the tower, The pastries he had accumulated over the past 2 years had reached the height of a brick wall. The lowest layer had decayed and fused with the walls and wooden floor, creating a nauseating spectacle. However, Norton found it rather agreeable. The more repulsive the environment, the fewer souls would venture near. 5 bats flitted about in the air, spiraling gracefully before drifting into the bell tower. Over the past 2 years, their bat family had welcomed 3 new members, which brought Norton immense joy. Although they were not his offspring, each one had grown under his watchful eye. In their youth, they would often dangle from Norton's head, which instilled in him a profound sense of involvement. Considering that he and the first little bat would inevitably part ways due to the constraints of lifespan, Norton thoughtfully bestowed upon it a name, Cole. True to his nature, even before fully transforming into a vampire, he was already contemplating separation. With a heart full of trepidation toward the future, he continued his life of concealment. As an immortal vampire, Norton was destined for solitude and monotony. Perhaps, in a millennium or so, past memories would fade into history, leaving even him unable to recall the minutiae of the present moment. Ultimately, all would be buried by time. Even Norton's fondness for Father Mia would one day wilt away. Chapter 50. A modicum of conscience, yet not much in the brief span of 6 months. The atmosphere in Lino City began to grow increasingly tense. According to information provided by Carl, it seemed that the distant holy city, 1,000 miles away, was facing significant troubles. It was not surprising for the holy city to encounter issues, given its dismal management and the burgeoning werewolf population that existed when Norton departed. However, he did not anticipate the church in the holy city to be so inept as to exacerbate every problem to such an extent. The ambience in Lino City appeared to be worsening. Although the troubles in the holy city seemingly had no direct correlation to Lino City, observations from the local church indicated that the number of werewolves outside Lino City had been on the rise, with numerous incidents of werewolf attacks reported in the surrounding villages. This heightened the anxiety within the church, prompting the knights to patrol the outskirts of the city incessantly, day and night. The immediate consequence within the city was a dramatic surge in food prices, alongside a significant increase in the shipping costs within the city. Furthermore, the populace faced restrictions when venturing outside the city gates. Teams of missionaries clad in white robes scurried about the city, appearing exceedingly busy. "Mr. Norton, please take refuge in my home. My father mentioned that werewolves might be planning an assault on Lino City. We may soon face a complete lockdown." Norton crouched at the familiar street corner, yet the once familiar throngs of people had not been seen in quite some time. The news of the werewolves had spread through Lino City, instilling fear in every citizen. Even Carl had not appeared for 2 or 3 weeks. Nevertheless, he made an appearance today. Carl, now 10 years old and on the verge of 11, had grown considerably taller and more mature compared to 3 years ago. However, the influence Norton had on his thinking was profound. To this day, he had amassed 5 girlfriends, each one he was determined to keep. Norton initially believed that under his influence, the young man would inevitably evolve into a complete brute. To his surprise, apart from a tendency towards romantic entanglements, the youth's character and thoughts were unexpectedly commendable, resonating with Norton's own style. Why did he suddenly feel a sense of the Minotaur as the conversation progressed? Norton never anticipated that the young man would take the time to seek him out at this moment. Yet, it was undeniable that Carl kindled a flicker of warmth within him. The fact that he allowed a beggar, cloaked in tattered rags and whose eyes he had never seen, to enter his home for refuge spoke volumes about Carl's feelings towards him. It was not in vain that Norton had constructed a microbial barrier in gratitude for Carl's kindness. However, Carl, trusting someone so readily is not a survival strategy. This applies to you as it does to me. Today, Norton unusually articulated a lengthy sentence. "But the werewolves might come in, Mr. Norton." "No. I have faith that the great church will serve as our most steadfast shield." Norton's voice brimmed with devout conviction. He resolved to gather his belongings and set sail anew that very night. This was not an act of evasion from the so-called werewolves, but rather a reflection of his nature as an immortal, a natural drifter destined to wander the world. Carl returned home, slightly melancholic, while Norton hurried back to the pinnacle of his bell tower. These werewolves were utterly insufferable. Why did they relentlessly pursue him? Norton felt overwhelmed, aware of an inexplicable attraction he had towards the werewolves, yet astonished by the magnitude of this allure. Not only had he fled from St. Lord City to Lino City, but now they sought to regroup and launch an attack against Lino City, undeterred by death, in an effort to assail him. What was it about him that drew them in? Norton sensed a profound enigma enveloping him, or perhaps it was the very essence of vampires that held an immense mystery. Should he stay or should he go? Standing atop the towering bell tower, he gazed upon the distant cityscape, his keen eyesight discerning the lit torches along the city walls and the patrolling knights of the church. Reluctantly, he admitted that the church provided him a certain sense of security at this moment. Should he choose to leave now, he would undoubtedly attract all the werewolves, plunging himself into a perilous flight for survival. Why then would he consider departing? The church had yet to deploy even the golden saints. He could continue to linger in the city, sheltered by their power. If these werewolves truly possessed such might that they could vanquish the church, it would be even better. Norton could seize the opportunity to stealthily enter the church and seek out tomes concerning his vampiric nature. Thus, whether for the sake of unraveling the mystery or safeguarding his own life, Norton perceived that leaving Leno City, encircled by werewolves, would be a grave miscalculation. As for the werewolves he had drawn towards him, who had slaughtered numerous innocent poor souls, if only he could turn a blind eye to it, he would find solace in his own benevolence. He resolved, from this moment forth, to cease gazing into the distance, lest he encounter scenes of cruelty that might disturb his inner tranquility. Alas, he sighed deeply to conceal his tears, lamenting the multitude of hardships endured by humanity. The sound of his sighs echoed incessantly, prompting the 5 bats within the room to emit faint cries. Hanging upside down from the bell tower's apex, the bats looked curiously at Norton, who stood below, sighing heavily, finding the behavior of their reclusive kin somewhat incomprehensible. Norton possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit not much. Although he claimed that refraining from witnessing the plight of the citizens of Leno City would spare him from moral conflict, he nonetheless found himself daily perched at the edge of the bell tower, observing, or venturing out at night in pursuit of werewolves. Remaining in Leno City was for his own sake, while hunting werewolves served to alleviate the guilt festering within him. Perhaps, given a bit more time, Norton's mindset would harden like iron, but for the moment, he still wished to retain his soul. This notion stemmed from his belief that he had lured these werewolves. To this day, Norton had surmised that the church, or rather those golden saints, could likely pinpoint his location, primarily because he had exposed himself beneath the sanctity of God, the illumination of the portrait, enabling the golden saints, evidently touched by divinity, to trace his whereabouts through the aura of the Almighty. Clearly, this world belonged to some notion of God, as the church's texts resonated perfectly with reality. Thus, the creation of those biological weapons was likely intertwined with the so-called divine. From this perspective, the church's research on God appeared to be quite profound, having even developed into a coherent theoretical framework. This also elucidated why the knights of the church residing in Leno City had exhibited no reactions during this period. Based on the sense lingering in the air, he discerned that the number of werewolves had indeed increased. However, their positions were remarkably dispersed. This pack of werewolves did not seem to be stalking Leno City, but merely passing through. Moreover, the intensity of their odor was exceedingly high. Even though much had been dissipated by the wind, the pungent scent of the werewolves lingered, nearly suffocating. Furthermore, this group of werewolves was not approaching from the direction of the Holy City, but rather from other avenues, merely traversing Leno City en route to the Holy City. This revelation instantly alleviated Norton's feelings of guilt. He no longer felt the need to observe from the bell tower each night. After all, if it was not his doing, it was of no concern to him. Chapter 51. It is a disgrace to waste food. Although the werewolves passing through Leno City were not attracted by Norton, familiar packs remained outside Leno City, surveilling the area. This contingent was the true watchers of Norton. In the dense, dark woods surrounding Leno City, the night was thick, shrouding the moonlight and enveloping everything in profound darkness. The sound of heavy panting, akin to that of a large canine, echoed faintly through the woods, accompanied by a fleeting green luminescence darting through the dense underbrush. Unlike ordinary wolves, werewolves possess heightened night vision capabilities, their eyes seemingly glowing with a light that is, in fact, a result of gathered and reflected diffuse light. A chilling howl pierced the stillness of the forest, both harrowing and terrifying. Yet, in comparison to the fearsome werewolf that issued the howl, it was the silent predator lurking in the night that instilled a greater sense of dread. A familiar scent trailed closely behind. In the depths of the forest, the absence of any rustling creatures belied the palpable presence of this being drawing ever nearer. The frigid aura emanating from its formidable form pierced the werewolf's lungs, constricting its breath and eliciting a whimper akin to that of an anxious dog. A crimson streak flitted through the obsidian night, moving with the swiftness of the wind towards the green glow, visibly accelerating with each passing moment. Aware of the approaching presence behind it and realizing escape was futile, the werewolf abruptly halted its flight. Standing tall at nearly 2 meters, it spread its arms wide in a display of readiness to attack, its oily green eyes fixated on the obscure depths of the forest, barking a warning growl. However, a single werewolf could hardly instill fear in the ranks of the Nortons. After all, even a master can fall to the chaos of sheer numbers. How could this solitary werewolf possibly rival the strength of the Nortons? In the relentless pursuit, the ability to maintain optimal stamina was, in itself, an insurmountable advantage for the Nortons. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a slender figure darted past the werewolf, a desiccated arm piercing through its heart without resistance. A howl, reminiscent of a dog's anguished cry, erupted from the werewolf, only to be swiftly followed by a gnarled maw filled with sharp teeth encircling its neck. The razor-sharp fangs severed the werewolf's jugular, the warmth of its blood filling the Norton's mouth, a sensation of vitality that was utterly intoxicating. The towering werewolf, nearly 2 meters tall, was easily subdued by a single hand thrust into its heart while the other restrained its body, leaving it incapable of any meaningful resistance. Ultimately succumbing as prey. Compared to the battle fought years ago at the cliff, the Norton had exhibited tremendous growth in both combat experience and prowess. The texture of werewolf blood is unparalleled among animals, its essence far richer than that of ordinary deer or antelope. As for human blood, perhaps the corpulent elite and clergy could be deemed suitable prey, while the emaciated poor barely offered enough sustenance to be worth the effort of the hunt. Indeed, the value derived from a few sips might not outweigh the energy expended in the act of feeding. A terrifying behemoth, nearly 2 meters in height, was ensnared by a slender, grotesque figure that drained its essence. Yet this quintessential horror movie tableau remained unseen amid the dense forest. Norton's withered skin rendered his physique far less robust than that of a werewolf, lacking the imposing stature typically associated with such creatures. However, the slender figure exuded an eerie aura, imbued with an unmistakable sense of malevolence. The act of siphoning nourishment did not result in any distension of his abdomen. Rather, it seemed as though his desiccated form lacked a digestive system altogether, maintaining an optimal state by allowing the absorbed blood to circulate throughout his body, serving as sustenance for his continued growth. The vampires of this world were far more peculiar than those depicted in the cinematic narratives Norton had once viewed. Yet, this was hardly surprising, as there were even portrayals of vampiric entities resembling insects in certain films. Norton carelessly discarded the werewolf's carcass within the woods and swiftly made his way towards the city of Lino. The recent howl of the werewolf had undoubtedly drawn the attention of nearby wolf packs. Lingering would likely thrust him into yet another chase. As for the wolf pelt, it proved utterly useless. Its foul stench surpassed that of ordinary wild deer, and its coarse fur lacked any softness. Although the individual wolf hairs were not as rigid as steel needles, they possessed a hardness akin to bristles on pigskin, rendering them of no practical value when stripped away. As for why he did not resort to a surprise attack to eliminate them all, Norton had no inclination to squander such a prime source of nourishment. Despite the current predicament of being pursued by werewolves, he firmly believed that he would eventually grow strong enough to disregard them entirely. Once he ascertained that the werewolves outside Lino were not drawn by his presence, any lingering guilt dissipated. He resumed his residence in Lino, continuing to perch at his usual corner, keenly observing the movements of the church. Perhaps due to the disturbances caused by the werewolves, Karl's household had become more restrictive, significantly elongating the intervals between his visits. Nevertheless, each time he arrived, he brought with him a wealth of accumulated information. After careful observation, the church in Lino also discerned that the werewolves outside the city were merely passing through, leading to a slight easing of the atmosphere within. Yet, it felt more like the calm before a storm. Regardless of the situation in Lino, it was clear that something significant was unfolding in the Holy City. After the passage of 2 or 3 months, during Karl's third visit, he delivered a shocking revelation to Norton. The Holy City had been overrun by werewolves. "This is what my father told me," he confided. "I overheard his conversation with Bishop Good. They said werewolves were gathering in the Holy City." and Bishop Rosen is frantically seeking aid from the church. It seems they are assembling for something momentous. Bishop Good, a low-ranking bishop in Leno, held a position comparable to that of a city mayor, lending considerable credibility to his words, as this echelon had access to the church's inner sanctum. This development was perplexing. Although werewolves possessed a degree of intelligence, it primarily manifested in their hunting prowess. How could such a vast congregation suddenly coalesce? Could it be that the item discovered by the church in the city of the Lord, as mentioned previously, is the cause of this? Norton furrowed his brow. He believed he had a considerable understanding of werewolves, having engaged with them over the past few years. Although werewolves possessed a modicum of enhanced intelligence compared to their wolf counterparts, this improvement primarily manifested in cooperative hunting and clan coordination. They remained, at their core, beasts incapable of grasping the deeper sentiments of human patriotism and loyalty. Thus, a large-scale congregation of different tribes among werewolves was utterly implausible. It would be akin to expecting primitive tribes, each harboring blood feuds, to set aside their enmities and unite to form a new nation, a feat requiring an intellectual leap of several millennia. What exactly did the church acquire in the city of the Lord? Do you have any insight? Norton inquired of Carl, who stood before him. I am unaware, Mr. Norton. It seems even His Grace, Bishop Good, is in the dark. I overheard them mention that this particular item was sent directly to the Vatican without interruption. Chapter 52, Manwolf, Werewolf, the Vatican, the newly established center of the Holy Eye system. Indeed, this entity could be described in contemporary terms as a research center. At this moment, within this research facility, the newly appointed Pope, His Excellency Adam, donned in resplendent golden robes, stood outside an observation chamber. Through the gaps of a cage constructed from the bones of the deep-sea behemoth, Moan, he gazed upon the diminutive form within, expressing heartfelt admiration. Truly, a magnificent creation of divine origin. Through his discerning eyes, he observed a figure akin to an infant in a deep slumber within the cage. Its appearance bore no distinction from that of an ordinary child, yet its body was covered in an unusual abundance of hair, unlike the extreme fur of a savage beast. This length appeared quite normal on a Caucasian frame, though its presence on an infant seemed rather peculiar. This infant within the cage was the very object the church had procured from the city of the Lord, a werewolf. Or more accurately, a werewolf cub resembling a human infant. A werewolf cub that bears the semblance of a human child? Anyone familiar with previous accounts of werewolves would recognize this as sheer folly. In this world, werewolves are birthed by she-wolves, merely a grotesque form of wolf. Thus, throughout history, there have been no tales of werewolves transforming into humans, nor any possibility thereof. Indeed, werewolf cubs do not resemble humans. Upon birth, they resemble wolves more closely, akin to puppies. And only through a grotesque metamorphosis akin to that of a frog do they gradually develop into their werewolf forms. Consequently, the notion of werewolf cubs resembling human infants is utterly astonishing. What nefarious activities have these werewolves undertaken in the city of the Lord to give rise to such an unprecedented aberration among their kind? Members of the Holy Eye were diligently conducting a series of studies on the werewolf cub before them. In this world, any deviation can be traced back to its origins. For all creation stems from the divine. While species may adapt and evolve to their environments, the transformation from one species to another remains an impossibility. Unless there exists an inciting cause for mutation, the emergence of a transformed werewolf within the pack is evidently indicative of some extraordinary substance that has catalyzed this aberration. Lord Adam observes the experimental process before him with keen interest. Prior to ascending to the papacy, he believed that the current pope, due to age and frailty, had lost all ambition, while the surrounding nations thrived in the midst of the chaos within the papal states. Despite the formidable presence of the Holy Knights, this was not sufficient justification for the pope's lax governance. Thus, before becoming pope, Lord Adam vowed to expand the church's dominion, engage in battles across distant lands, propagate the divine ideology, and restore the glory of the church. However, all his aspirations underwent a catastrophic transformation upon witnessing the corpse of the deity that day. He became entranced by these accursed mysteries, nurturing a desire to pursue them, even contemplating the possibility of becoming a part of this enigmatic realm, perhaps even a true deity himself. This peculiar werewolf, seemingly birthed from its parents' consumption of some arcane substance, presents an excellent entry point for his ambitions. Lord Adam, unwilling to become a soulless automaton, places exceptional importance on this creature, yearning to acquire any catalyst that might incite transformation, thus allowing him to ascend the divine staircase. The thought of commanding the ages is exhilarating. My lord, a trusted confidant roused Adam from his reverie. What is it? He withdrew his gaze from the werewolf, resuming his imposing demeanor. There have been unusual movements among the werewolves within the Papal States. They seem to be converging towards the Holy City. Furthermore, traces of werewolves have been discovered outside Lino City, prompting Bishop Rosen to seek assistance from the church. In addition, numerous spies from the Boya Empire have been detected across the nation, and they are currently under surveillance. Upon hearing this news, Lord Adam remained unfazed, his aged and shadowy visage exuding a sinister aura. This presents an opportunity for their entire clan to ascend. They will certainly act with fervor. Relay my orders. Deploy the Holy Judgment Brigade to cleanse the werewolves from the Holy City. Elevate Bishop Rosen to the position of High Bishop, overseeing the Hadley district. As for the spies from the Boya Empire, we shall feign ignorance for the time being. In recent years, the Boya Empire has experienced some development and now gazes covetously at the papacy, having secured a strategically advantageous position. Since their treacherous intentions persist, we shall project weakness and unite to eliminate them. The Boya Empire ranks among the prominent powers of the Western continent, originating from the ancient and sanctified Noah Empire, which was fractured by the Papal States a millennium ago. In essence, both the Papal States and the Boya Empire derive from the ancient Noah Empire. However, the Papal States established themselves by slaughtering the royal lineage of the ancient empire, while the Boya Empire represents an external branch of that royal lineage, establishing legitimacy and assuming the mantle of the empire. As the saying goes, when legitimacy perishes, all vie for its claim. The Papal States, as a bona fide new empire birth from the ancient Noah Empire, should inherently embody the essence of Noah itself. However, the Empire of Boya, possessing the ancient royal bloodline of the sacred Noah Empire, considers itself the legitimate heir of Noah, resulting in mutual disdain and a desire for expansion from both sides, thus creating a discordant relationship. Yet, a formidable mountain range, the highest in the Western continent, stands as a natural barrier between them, complicating any attempts to escalate their conflicts. Aside from scaling these towering heights, their means of engaging one another are limited to traversing the ocean, navigating through the territories of other nations, or journeying across desolate deserts. When the former pope ascended to his position, he aspired to achieve a grand feat worthy of his exalted title. Consequently, over a span of 30 years, he launched 3 campaigns against the Empire of Boya, rendering it a disarrayed mass. However, the vast distance hindered effective governance, compelling him to withdraw his forces. Yet, in anticipation of future incursions, he nonetheless forged missionary agreements and various other treaties with the Boyan royal family. Unfortunately, due to the extensive distance, the outcomes of these missionary efforts fell short of expectations, and many of the treaties became selectively forgotten over the passage of time. Now, a century has elapsed. The Empire of Boya, still harboring ambitions, stirs restlessly, oblivious to the fact that the Papal States are currently in a period of unprecedented prosperity. Chapter 53. The resurgence of the Holy Tribunal. Norton's life returned to a semblance of tranquility, as it appeared that the werewolves posed no direct threat to the city of Lino, easing the atmosphere within. Although, for safety's sake, the city gates remained shut and trade caravans had yet to commence their journeys, activities within the city returned to normalcy. The arrival of the werewolves had provided the citizens of Lino with ample fodder for conversation, shifting discussions from mundane matters to tales of the supernatural, whether amongst laborers, merchants, or slaves. My God, I heard that the holy city is on the brink of falling. Those werewolves have nearly occupied it completely. What are you afraid of? Do you think the church is defenseless? Aren't you scared? How many from the outer city have been devoured by werewolves these past few days? If you aren't frightened, why have you ceased your business? I'm merely taking a break. After toiling for half a lifetime, am I not entitled to some rest? Then why didn't you rest before? Mind your own business. I've never encountered someone as insufferable as you. Hey, old Norton, be careful. You sit here every day. Watch out for the night when a werewolf might come and carry you away. 2 wealthy individuals, on the verge of a quarrel, exchanged heated words before departing in opposite directions toward their homes. One of them passed by Norton, hurling a remark that sounded like a friendly warning, yet was laced with barely concealed irritation. Having lingered in this spot for a considerable duration, the townsfolk had grown accustomed to the sight of the old beggar. This aligned perfectly with Norton's earlier intentions. He understood that as long as he remained in one place long enough for everyone to acclimate to his presence, he would achieve true stealth. Looking back now, it is evident that his strategy has indeed borne fruit. The governance of Lino City appears to have grown increasingly lax, almost hinting at a return to its former state. However, silence often heralds a tempest of greater magnitude. Merely a month has passed since the tranquil days, and a disquieting rumor begins to permeate Lino City. The holy city has fallen. Good heavens, even the illustrious church has succumbed to the onslaught of werewolves. It is said that even the esteemed bishops within offered their lives for the nation, tragically perishing in battle. How could the common folk possibly survive in such dire circumstances? It turns out the werewolves have migrated to the holy city. No wonder the werewolves outside Lino City had vanished. They had gathered with purpose. Is this truly the nature of werewolves? How terrifying it is that such beasts can congregate with intent. Norton crouched in a familiar spot, employing his extraordinary hearing to eavesdrop on the hushed conversations echoing through the streets. The holy city has fallen? Curse it! What a horrific conclusion to this extermination. Norton recalled vividly that when he departed from the holy city, the werewolf population outside numbered no more than a mere 100. Although the holy city had endured a brutal massacre, it still retained a population in the tens of thousands, along with the grand cathedral. How could it simply be extinguished? What colossal gathering of werewolves has transpired in these few short years? And what of his old acquaintance, Father Mia? Surely he hasn't fallen as well. That cannot be. Norton had yet to return to pay a visit to dear Mia. Anxiety gripped Norton. He was still in the midst of his own development, and now his old adversaries were perishing at the hands of new foes, depriving him of the sweet taste of vengeance. Yet, the unfolding situation far exceeded Norton's expectations. Within a week of the news of the holy city's demise reaching Lino City, the entire locale was placed under strict martial law. Every street was patrolled by the church's knights, and commercial activities were brought to a near standstill. Even Norton was compelled to conceal his presence, lurking in the shadows of the city to glean the latest tidings through careful observation. Within just 2 days of the lockdown, the Golden Saints, known as the Holy Knights, made their appearance in Lino City. The sprawling expanse of Lino was entirely under the control of the church's knights. It seemed reinforcements had been summoned from elsewhere, as the number of church knights in Lino City now surpassed that of the holy city. Each knight donned immaculate white steel armor, their swords held firmly in hand, marching in a remarkably mechanized unison behind a venerable archbishop clad in purple, whose age was evident, yet his physique remained robust. Countless petals were scattered in the streets by a multitude of missionaries, laying a sanctified path for Archbishop Dorsia, shielding his pure form from the city's impurities. Trailing behind him were nearly 100 knights of the church, each embracing their great swords, advancing with an odd posture that mirrored the straightness of their bodies and weapons. Treading upon the carpet of petals, the entire scene exuded an air of dignified solemnity, pristine holiness. This was Norton's first encounter with the unorthodox Archbishop Dorsia. Despite the considerable distance between them, one positioned near the entrance of the city and the other concealed atop a towering belfry at the boundary between the impoverished and affluent districts, Norton was still able to discern every minute detail of the Archbishop of Morsha with his keen eyesight. This clarity, however, only served to reaffirm his previous conclusion. The last time he was located was indeed due to the divine depiction upon the wall. Otherwise, the entire order of church knights would not be present here, and he could even catch a glimpse of the holy knights, who remained entirely indifferent to their surroundings. The sole difference from that moment was that he had been exposed to the radiant glory of God, akin to the searing pain of the sun upon bare skin, a sensation that Norton could still vividly recall, affirming that it had indeed inflicted a form of corporeal damage upon him. In truth, the arrival of the Holy Judgment Corps did not necessitate the presence of a bishop of the archbishop's stature. However, circumstances had changed. The former holy city had been a trial imposed by the old pope upon His Majesty Adam, resulting in a lack of astute leadership within the Holy Judgment Corps at that time. Now, the scenario was entirely different. The current mission of the Holy Judgment Corps was to eradicate werewolves, prompting His Majesty Adam to dispatch his trusted confidant, who bore the Pope's sacred mandate to command the Corps. This confidant's presence was the very reason for the Archbishop of Morsha's arrival. akin to a grand eunuch leading the imperial guard to the provinces. Hence, a governor must personally attend to the occasion. How could your grace trouble yourself to come in person? The confidant, Wayne, displayed a commendable demeanor, refraining from asserting his authority over the archbishop. His majesty's will shall flow unimpeded within the realm of our holy pope. The defenses of Lino City are now fully established. The remaining matters shall be orchestrated by Mr. Wayne. The archbishop's aged visage appeared surprisingly genial, a testament to the very countenance that had facilitated his ascent to such a position. Although not contemporary, the societal structure of this era likewise valued appearance. Individuals like Bishop Rosen, whose demeanor exuded malevolence, could not ascend to lofty ranks, as they contradicted the church's image of holiness and benevolence, which would discomfort the pope. Upon hearing these words, a satisfied smile blossomed upon Lord Wayne's face. Chapter 54. Prayer. The holy city lay in ruins, and His Majesty's wrath demanded the reconstruction of our church's glory through the blood of werewolves. As Lino City stands as the closest urban settlement to the holy city, we shall wholeheartedly support His Majesty's decision, providing 10 boys and girls for this summoned force. Though the distance rendered Norton unable to hear their words, he discerned a familiar fragrance wafting through the air. The scent of blood, reminiscent yet distinct, reached him even from afar, its intensity almost startling, subtly drawing him toward the belfry. Norton's crimson gaze fixated on the 500 holy knights at the city gate, a yearning sensation blossoming from within, stirring his emotions. The last time he had feasted upon these holy knights had propelled him into a state of growth. If he could consume all 500, would he not ascend to his complete form? Although Norton was unaware of the precise stages of a vampire's growth or the forms it could assume, he was nevertheless cognizant of the considerable advantages it entailed. The sole dilemma was that he, Norton, was utterly incapable of confronting them. One alone was a formidable challenge, let alone 500. What could be ascertained was that this group of holy knights could not autonomously locate their position, otherwise they would have long since charged into the city to eliminate him. Norton suppressed the insatiable desire surging within him. As an immortal being, he had no reason to plunge himself into peril merely to hasten his transformation. He could hide indefinitely, until the end of time, until the church's downfall. And then he would emerge as a formidable progenitor of fearsome vampires. Norton felt an inexplicable fire ignite within him. Though he could not fathom what there was to ignite in mere concealment, he sensed it was somehow more invigorating. Drawing upon his ancient life, Norton resolutely chose to maintain his composure. However, the unfolding situation exceeded his expectations. The Holy Judgment Order did not linger in Lino City for even a full day before they took 200 missionaries from the city to serve as support. Heading towards the city of the Lord, the townsfolk of Lino City buzzed with speculation. They had never encountered these holy knights, but they were familiar with the church knights. Thus, based on their knowledge of the latter, they began to conjecture various possibilities regarding this conflict. The incident of the fall of the city of the Lord, in an era where such news scarcely circulated, became a substantial topic of discourse. Although Lino City remained under a state of vigilance, people gathered daily to eagerly share their theories. Even the members of the church themselves voiced numerous opinions about the event. Those accursed werewolves were truly vile. How dare they invade the church and even besiege the grand cathedral of the Lord? Such an affront to the sanctity of the church. How could they presume to taint the holiness of God with their impure forms? There was no need for concern, with the Holy Judgment Order intervening. These werewolves would find it increasingly difficult to survive. However, the spies of the Boya Empire within Lino City had been unusually active of late. Yet His Grace Adam instructed us to remain silent, perhaps anticipating a new wave of warfare. There was even less reason for worry. His Grace Adam possessed unrivaled power. And should the Boya Empire entertain any treacherous thoughts, the Holy Judgment Order could traverse vast distances to eradicate their royal lineage. Since these relics of the past harbored unyielding ambitions to restore the ancient Holy Noah Empire, they must prepare for total annihilation by our Holy Church. In the garden pavilion of the Lino City Church, 3 purple-robed archbishops sat serenely upon the stone steps, sipping tea from their cups. One cradled an object in his arms, and amidst their conversations, they moved their hands with a semblance of ritualistic sanctity, their expressions imbued with an air of prayer. In truth, they were indeed in prayer. The upper echelons of the Holy Church, burdened by excessive power, coupled with environmental corruption and a lifetime of oppressive conditions, had minds as unhealthy as that of a lowly missionary like Norton. However, while Norton, as a lowly missionary, often exhibited a demeanor rendered cold and aloof due to a stifled upbringing, these archbishops were ensnared in their own web of power and corruption. The bishops, having long been subservient and subject to severe punishment, often exhibit erratic and cruel dispositions, accompanied by various grotesque proclivities. To legitimize these distasteful inclinations and simultaneously enhance their own images, the Church, over 3 centuries ago, sanctified such bizarre behaviors as acts of worship emulating divine conduct, referring to them as pilgrimages. This notion has deep roots, for the God depicted in the scriptures is far more indulgent than they. Thus, such mimicry of divine behavior is perceived as a ritualistic expression of unwavering faith. Therefore, they are not merely indulging their perverse appetites, but are, in fact, performing sacred rites to express their boundless reverence for the holy God. Archbishop Dorsha, amidst this, wore a benevolent visage exuding the holiness of ritual. The recent werewolf incident in the Holy City was indeed significant. Otherwise, the 3 cardinal archbishops would not have gathered here. After all, the werewolves have undeniably tarnished the Church's dignity and sullied the sanctity of God. Yet, compared to the incident in the Holy City, their primary concern lay with the discoveries made by His Majesty Adam within its confines. The existence of a werewolf infant was a secret not meant for the ears of Karl's father or the lesser bishops of Leno City, but for these archbishops, who were but a step below the Pope. It was hardly a mystery. Historically, werewolves have always retained their lupin forms. Thus, the emergence of a human infant this time was perplexing. The Church had previously investigated the possibility of interbreeding between humans and werewolves, but they had never succeeded in producing anything, let alone a malformed creature. What could exist within the Holy City that enabled a werewolf to give birth to such an anomaly? Archbishop Milieu picked up a pastry from the table, savoring its intoxicatingly delightful aroma. It was evident that this was no mere coincidence. The reaction of the werewolf community in the Holy City indicated a profound concern regarding this anomalous werewolf, capable of uniting their otherwise factionalized species. Archbishop Ethan exhaled deeply, rising to embrace the boy before him, drawing him closer to the edge of the pavilion. With a slight push, he sent the boy plummeting from the height of over 10 meters. The boy's terrified screams echoed, followed by the thud of a heavy object striking the ground. Archbishop Ethan had no affinity for redundancy. The gruesome sight below did not perturb the 3 archbishops in attendance. Rather, it evoked a sharp intake of breath from Archbishop Milieu. The boy was understandably frightened. Archbishop Dorsha cast a dim glance at Archbishop Ethan, seemingly lost in thought. There were werewolf sightings beyond the city of Leno, as if they were keeping watch. While werewolves congregated in the Holy City, their presence was lacking outside the papal enclave, where the anomalous werewolf resided. Thus, I suspect that these wretched beings may very well direct their next move not towards the papacy, but towards this very place. Archbishop Ethan extended his hand and remarked, "If that is the case, there may yet be another possibility." "What?" Archbishop Dorsia gently placed a pastry from the table into the boy's mouth and replied calmly, "The source of the mutations that might cause such transformations is now within the city of Leno." Ethan's words caused both Dorsia and Archbishop Milieu to furrow their brows. Chapter 55. For the tribe. The sound of steel boots echoed against the muddy ground, each step creating deep impressions that were swiftly obliterated by the following footfalls. A few splashes of mud struck a beggar at the roadside, causing him to instinctively curl up in fear, wary of being trampled by the rampaging church knights. Norton lowered his head, feigning trepidation while ensuring his crimson eyes remained concealed. He could still hear the commotion caused by the knights forcibly entering the homes of the residents. For reasons unknown, the church knights had begun a thorough investigation throughout the city since yesterday. Regardless of whether the inhabitants were home or not, they would break into every dwelling, searching from the affluent to the destitute, inspecting any room that could not be entirely viewed at a glance. It appeared that they were in search of something specific. The knights' unusual activity compelled Norton to dismantle the wall of pastries he had constructed, discarding it outside the city, and to cover his temporary abode in the bell tower with dust, rendering it reminiscent of a long-abandoned dwelling. Ironically, the very location where he usually resided drew no attention from these church knights, which filled Norton with a sense of pride, convinced that his hiding spot was exceptionally effective. He mused that true concealment did not merely involve relocating. Rather, It entailed allowing others to grow accustomed to one's presence, which was the essence of genuine stealth. Little did he know, the knight's search extended far beyond the confines of mere human habitation. The church's actions instilled a sense of unease in Norton. He was uncertain what the knights sought, initially suspecting they were after him. However, their focus on rooms that could not be fully seen, disregarding the streets and passers-by, led him to dismiss that notion. What, then, were the knights searching for? Norton instinctively felt that it must be related to something the church had previously uncovered in the Holy Lord City. The search in Lino was remarkably stringent, as if they intended to plow through the entire city. This rigorous investigation deterred Norton from returning to his bell tower, prompting him to seek refuge in the slum where beggars congregated, huddling in a corner to blend in more seamlessly. Despite the tumultuous nature of the search, not a single spy from the Boya Empire was apprehended. This peculiar outcome struck Norton as odd, yet he found himself too preoccupied to concern himself with the struggles between nations. The Holy Judgment Brigade, having entered the realm of the Lord City, has commenced a gruesome purge of the werewolves. At this moment, the once vibrant Lord City is devoid of its former clamor. Poverty and suffering, exploitation and oppression have been buried in the past with the arrival of the werewolves, leaving behind an empty citadel strewn with bones. No, it cannot be merely termed empty, for now. The Lord's City is teeming with grotesque werewolves, towering at heights of 1.70 meters to 1.80 meters, who have usurped humanity's place and become the new rulers of this domain. The Grand Cathedral, once a sanctuary for the worship of God, has devolved into a den for these creatures. The mournful howls of wolves echo through the air, while dark silhouettes of werewolves lie in repose, nearly filling the expansive streets of the Lord's City. Since the capture of a mutated pup by the church knights of the Grand Cathedral 2 years ago, the Wolf King has summoned allies, calling forth werewolves from far and wide. This marks a pivotal transformation for their kind. Even though these creatures possess a lowly intellect akin to beasts, the magnitude of their kin's fate has united them in fervor as they relentlessly converge upon the Lord's City. Now, 2 years have passed, and their numbers have reached a truly terrifying magnitude. Within the hallowed center of the cathedral, which was once a place for penance and the veneration of God, has now been reduced to a breeding ground for werewolves. Hundreds of robust she-wolves gather here, engaging in frenzied copulation with the scarred Wolf King. Some of these she-wolves exhibit clear signs of pregnancy, while others are in the throes of labor. The once solemn cathedral hall has transformed into a gruesome and foul birthing ground, permeated by the stench of blood and decay. The mingling of amniotic fluid and blood has rendered the ground slick and reeking. In one corner of the hall, piles of werewolf pups' corpses resemble small hills, their mutated forms grotesque and unsettling, far from the perfect aberration of the captured wolf infant. Some are not yet lifeless, emitting eerie cries that bear no resemblance to the sounds of their kind, struggling feebly amidst the remains. In stark contrast to the robust she-wolves, the Wolf King appears emaciated, resembling a piece of decaying wood, bearing the signs of impending demise. Yet, even in this state, it expends its last vestiges of strength in pursuit of transformation for its kin. Alas, time is not on its side. The night is shrouded in darkness, with a cool breeze that fails to disperse the oppressive atmosphere and the stench of decay that permeates the Lord's City, hinting at an impending downpour. The streets are overrun with werewolves. Some stride brazenly along the thoroughfares, while others lie watchfully upon rooftops, vigilant as if patrolling their territory, preparing for some unknown purpose. The wind intensifies, bringing with it the promise of rain. A chilling and mournful howl echoed outside the Holy Master City, a piercing warning from the wolves. As the haunting cries reverberated, the entire city stirred to life. The cacophony of howls soon intertwined within the city, for the sheer number of werewolves nearly drowned out the very essence of Holy Master City. With each agonizing howl, the grand doors of the Holy Master Cathedral burst open, revealing the gaunt figure of the Wolf King emerging from within. Though frail and on the brink of death, the Wolf King's howl resounded powerfully, overshadowing the cacophony of its kin. With this commanding cry, the werewolves found their direction. Countless ebony figures surged forth, transforming into a dark torrent under the cloak of night, sweeping through the streets of Holy Master City like a relentless tide, racing towards the outskirts. Within the cathedral, the expectant mother wolves, burdened with life, lined up to exit the sanctuary, escorted by a battalion of their brethren as they ventured into the distance. Such cunning intelligence attests to the treachery and slyness of the werewolf species. Chapter 56. Defending the radiance of the holy teachings. A deep, resonant howl emanated from the distant holy master city, grand and imposing, yet it did not stir any concern in Lord Wayne. The Holy Judgment Corps, renowned as the world's foremost fighting force, had earned this reputation through the crucible of blood and battle. The Pope boldly proclaimed the invincibility of his power, referring explicitly to the Holy Judgment Corps. Although they had never appeared on the front lines, primarily tasked with execution missions, no royal family had ever withstood their lethal operations. Their individual might, while not rivaling that of a catapult, clearly surpassed human standards. They could be likened to a legion of tireless, unyielding warriors, devoid of the need for sustenance or rest, akin to brainless embodiments of Captain America. After all, the divine blood they carried was minuscule, a mere drop. Yet it represented the utmost limit of what humanity could endure. The torrential rain poured down, yet the low growls of the wolf pack and their thunderous advance masked even the sound of the rain. Even from a distance, the ground trembled subtly beneath the weight of their approach. Expressionless, Lord Wayne sat regally in a lavish ecclesiastical carriage, coldly observing the direction of Holy Master City. Positioned further back, he was mindful of the impending battle, unwilling to be torn apart by the ensuing chaos. The deluge did not trouble him. Rather, the 200 missionaries accompanying him, serving as logistical support, were thoroughly drenched, resembling drowned rats. The Church, sacred and merciful, grants life to all. Yet some misguided souls presume our faith to be weak and vulnerable, even committing the heinous sin of defiance. Today, we must unequivocally demonstrate the thunderous might of our faith. Lord Wayne, with a gaze as sharp as a blade, cradled two beautiful maidens clad in pure white clerical garb. Though his words resonated with righteousness, once spoken, he returned to his own indulgences, appearing quite preoccupied. Thunder roared across the night sky, heralding the approach of a dark torrent of werewolves. Unclean, unclean, unclean. The holy knights, sensing the foul presence of the werewolves, simultaneously raised their golden broadswords, their armor shimmering faintly in the night. The heavy, thunderous breaths of the werewolves echoed like a tempest, crashing against the golden defenses without hesitation. The mournful howls of the wolves harmonized with the resounding strikes of the great swords. The battalion of 500 holy knights stood unwavering against the onslaught of the wolf horde, as relentless as a tidal wave. Each time the golden broadsword was raised and fell, it cleaved the werewolves in twain. None could withstand such might. The holy knights, akin to well-oiled machines, met the deluge of werewolves with neither fatigue nor fear. Blood sprayed into the rain, mingling with the downpour. The first wave of werewolves collided violently with the knights' defenses, swiftly reduced to mere limbs and bloody remnants. Instinctual fear of death gripped all living beings. Yet, this horde of werewolves, gathered in ferocity, charged forth as if imbued with divine blood, unyielding in their assault. Countless werewolves surged forward, encircling the holy knights from all directions, their fervor palpable. The black tide of werewolves had completely enveloped the ranks of the holy knights, and the sheer scale of their numbers caused Lord Wayne's countenance to falter. Damn it! Why are there so many werewolves? He surveyed the mass of darkness encroaching upon the mountaintop, a chill running down his spine. Cursed be Bishop Doja for harboring such malice. Before their approach, they had meticulously scouted the approximate number of werewolves in Holy City. Although the Church was not without its faults, it was not foolish. The task of reconnaissance fell to the Church of Linnet, under the purview of Archbishop Doja, given its proximity. According to his intelligence, the werewolves of Holy City numbered at most 2,000. Yet, gazing upon the encroaching mass of werewolves, it seemed their numbers had swelled to at least 20,000. If this was a deliberate maneuver, then Archbishop Doja's intentions were indeed intriguing. Lord Wayne found himself unsettled. 500 against 2,000. That was a manageable disparity. The formidable combat prowess of the Holy Knights, clad in their steel armor, could easily compensate for such a difference. However, 500 against 20,000 was an entirely different matter. Should the werewolves converge upon them, they could overwhelm the Holy Knights with sheer numbers. No matter how resilient the steel armor, it remained merely armor. As young Norton had confirmed, it could indeed be dismantled and deformed by the werewolves. Even the most formidable of Holy Knights would surely be overwhelmed when besieged by an unrelenting tide of werewolves, and the fate awaiting them would be far from favorable. The black torrent had entirely obscured the presence of the 500 holy knights, as torrential rain battered the earth, failing to cleanse the ever-growing mire of blood and mud. As he beheld the nearly omnipresent figures of werewolves covering the mountainside, Lord Wayne felt himself nearly unsteady in his seat. He was in a state of panic, utterly despairing. Though the encircled holy judicators continued to unleash formidable power, occasionally managing to carve a significant breach in the darkness of the werewolf horde, Lord Wayne could still see clearly that some of the holy knights were beginning to fall. The severed limbs and mangled corpses of werewolves were trampled into the muddy blood by their kin, while a golden steel helmet, adorned with tiny wings, was expelled from the heart of the conflict, now severely deformed. The roars of the holy knights clashing and the anguished howls of the werewolves drowned out the relentless roar of the rain. And soon a separate tide of werewolves began to surge toward Lord Wayne's position. Taking a deep breath, Lord Wayne's trembling frame epitomized the fear that gripped his heart. Yet, despite this, he still struggled to rise, clutching the handrail of the cart. The terror etched across his face was tempered by a flicker of determination that, at this moment, seemed to embody the holiness proclaimed by the church. With a sudden motion, he drew the holy sword from his waist, severing the tether that connected the cart to the horse. Weakness in his knees, he painfully climbed onto the horse's back and raised his arm, calling out, "The holiness of the church is noble and inviolable. The majesty of the crown is sacred and cannot be infringed upon. Missionaries, charge with me." Leading the charge, Lord Wayne urged his specially trained steed toward the encroaching werewolves. Kill. 200 missionaries, brainwashed through inhumane means, had long surrendered their will. Even in the face of the vast multitude of werewolves, even knowing that this charge would likely be their last, and despite their legs trembling in fear, they hesitated not for an instant. They roared in unison, following closely behind Lord Wayne, launching themselves at the oncoming werewolves. They would uphold their faith until they reached the heavens. Yet, tragically, this so-called faith they clung to was merely that which had been instilled in them by the church. The rain intensified, ultimately drowning out the sounds of battle. The blood that had been impossible to wash away was finally diluted beneath the relentless downpour, disappearing entirely from the harrowing scene. The rain fell in a mournful patter, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Norton extended his hand to catch a few raindrops before withdrawing it, wiping the stains from the floor of the bell tower. The stench from the bats was unbearable, and Norton could no longer tolerate it. The church knights who had come to search the bell tower could hardly endure the foul odor of bat droppings, hastily glancing around before making their swift exit. In this world, bats are not associated with vampires, and the current era is indeed conducive to their existence. As dusk descends, bats take to the skies in abundance, rendering the appearance of a few in the bell tower insufficient to alert the church knights. The reason the previous world linked bats to vampires lies in their wing structure and habits, which align with the folkloric portrayal of demons, thus establishing this connection as a metaphorical representation of an imagined creature. However, in this world, vampires truly exist, and they represent two entirely distinct entities, making any association unnecessary and impossible. Chapter 57. A storm approaches. Although the church knights ceased their search of the bell tower, the church maintained its vigilance in external investigations, conducting a thorough search that proved exceedingly slow for the city of Lino. Given its size, 200 knights were simply insufficient for such a vast metropolis. Norton continued to occupy his usual spot, clandestinely observing the church and listening for any tidbits of information, driven by his curiosity regarding the nature of their inquiries. This extensive search persisted for a full month, until a shocking piece of news emerged from the Holy City, abruptly concluding this relentless hunt. The Holy Inquisition had fallen. Indeed, the organization renowned as the world's mightiest force, which solidified the Pope's supreme authority and was revered as God's servants, had met its demise in battle against werewolves in the Holy City. Even the Pope's close aide, Lord Wayne, along with the 200 missionaries from Lino, had perished, sacrificing themselves for the church. Upon receiving this news, Norton immediately envisioned rushing to the Holy City to scavenge the battlefield, eager to partake in the blood of those accursed holy knights, seeking his ultimate evolution. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized the futility of such a plan. The annihilation of the Holy Inquisition implied that the werewolves had surely not been eradicated. Would he not be presenting himself as an easy target? Moreover, The blood and flesh of the holy knights would undoubtedly have been consumed by the werewolves. Furthermore, since the news had already circulated, it indicated that the church's forces had likely already scoured the battlefield, rendering any subsequent visit meaningless. Sighing, he reassured himself that the holy knights must have been torn to shreds by the werewolves, their blood entirely drained, making it impossible for him to partake in any bounty. "It's all right, Norton, there's no need to lament," he consoled himself, despite his heart aching with disappointment. Although the Holy Inquisition, with its formidable might, had fiercely clashed with 20,000 werewolves in the Holy City, nearly driving them to extinction, their total annihilation rendered the entire endeavor devoid of significance. It is worth noting that the werewolves stationed outside Leno to monitor Norton had also vanished, seemingly following their wolf king or perhaps venturing elsewhere. If Lord Wayne's sacrifice for the church was a matter of varying importance, the complete dissolution of the Holy Inquisition was undeniably a monumental event. Indeed, one could argue that the Holy Inquisition constituted the very foundation of the church, the bedrock of the papal state, and the cornerstone of the Pope's supreme authority. Possessing the Holy Judgment Corps is akin to wielding modern nuclear weaponry. Indeed, in this era, the might and deterrence of the Holy Judgment Corps far surpassed that of nuclear arms. A legion of super soldiers clad in steel may seem of little use on a battlefield bustling with hundreds of thousands. Yet what if they were tasked with executing a decapitation mission? Which royal family would not tremble at the thought of the Holy Judgment Corps striking in the dead of night, bringing demise to their entire lineage? This is a metaphorical steel blade poised above the heads of monarchs in other nations, with His Holiness the Pope wielding the power to strike whenever he chooses. Alas, this blade has now dulled. The rain cascaded from the sole aperture of the bell tower's loft, droplets infiltrating the space, dampening the floor and introducing a chill. Autumn is upon us. A fall rain brings a chill, and though this is a different world, the adage holds true. The downpour has yet to relent, precluding Norton from venturing outside. To masquerade as a beggar requires the appropriate guise. One may squat on a sunny day, but to do so in the rain would only serve to unmask oneself. Thus, Norton remains ensconced in the loft, devising a comprehensive analysis of the church. The presence of the Holy Knights instills fear not only in the royal families of various nations, but also in the likes of Norton, a rat lurking in the shadows. With the Holy Knights in existence, coupled with the church's fearsome tactics, Norton had long harbored a deep aversion to probing into church affairs. However, upon learning of the demise of the Holy Judgment Corps, he perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. Not yet, not yet. Standing upon the loft's high platform, Norton gazes through the rain-smeared air at the towering cathedral in the distance. Despite the torrential downpour, two church knights stand unwavering at the entrance, exposed to the elements without a hint of faltering. The missionaries of Liner City have largely been ushered into paradise, leaving behind these last 200 knights as the final barrier between Norton and the cathedral. Yet, Norton believes he can afford to wait a while longer, for another faction has yet to make its move. The rain intensified, its heavy curtain rendering it difficult for Norton to discern the scene below from the bell tower. Having resided in this world for over 20 years, he had never witnessed such a deluge, relentless and unyielding. In modern times, extreme weather can significantly disrupt the lives of the populace, even wreaking havoc. How much more so in this medieval Central European era? What might transpire amidst this rare downpour? The multitude of enemy spies nestled within the city, and the recently extinguished Holy Judgment Corps? The uncertainty is profound. As Norton gazed at the tempest outside, he murmured to himself, sensing a semblance of destiny at play in this world. The church once basked in glory, yet suddenly, ominous clouds gathered. The bats in the bell tower loft chattered incessantly, their cacophony a slight distraction. With the passage of time, these two bats had produced 8 litters. Now, with 10 bats in total, their little family has become rather cramped. Norton, the indisputable patriarch of his household, finds that the birth of each little bat carries with it his essence, enabling their acceptance within the bat family. He withdraws his gaze from the tempest outside, directing it towards the 5 bats suspended from the attic ceiling, feeling a burgeoning sense of hope for the days to come. He ponders the moment when he might, like a true vampire count, exude elegance, accompanied by a multitude of bats in his wake. Yet, as he gazes upon his parched skin and unsightly form, he fears that this aspiration may remain unfulfilled for the foreseeable future. whether due to an excess of werewolf blood or the innate transformations of a vampire. He senses a slight increase in his height. This alteration is so subtle that it is nearly imperceptible without careful scrutiny. His awareness stems from the fact that, previously, standing upright, his head barely grazed the attic ceiling. Now, he finds himself pressing against it. He wonders if this might be an inevitable aspect of vampiric growth. The obscurity surrounding the evolutionary process of vampires leaves him feeling unsettled, engendering a profound sense of insecurity. He curses Kuba. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes that Kuba, the progenitor of vampires, has endured far greater hardships than he. This height increase, while indicative of growth, presents certain disadvantages for Norton. If he continues to grow taller, surpassing 2 meters, even a mere pretense of normalcy would arouse suspicion. In this era, where malnutrition is rampant, a height of 2 meters would render him conspicuously out of place among the populace. Nevertheless, Norton speculates that the church will soon be preoccupied with more pressing matters, even neglecting its oversight of the city. This presents him with an opportunity to seek out a human and sample their blood, to discern the differences from that of a werewolf, or to explore whether he possesses the myriad abilities attributed to vampires in tales of old. Chapter 58. Entering the church. The night is thick with darkness, and the downpour continues unabated, accompanied by a noticeable drop in temperature. Even Norton can perceive the extremity of this weather, which starkly contrasts with the previous 20 years of his existence, unmarred by such severity. The church's oppressive policies and its manipulation of the populace have stifled technological advancement to an extreme degree. Norton once struggled to comprehend why this world had stagnated in terms of progress, but now, observing the church's draconian governance that suppresses human nature, he realizes that the mere survival of these people reflects their resilience. Any attempts at technological development would likely lead to brutal persecution. Consequently, the city's drainage system is woefully inadequate, bordering on non-existent. The deluge has shrouded the entirety of Lino City, and after 3 days of relentless rain, the streets, already tainted with filth, have become nearly impassable, with the water now rising to the level of one's ankles. In ancient times, such extreme weather would have effectively sentenced many impoverished families to death. The torrential rain not only paralyzed the city, but also obliterated the surrounding farmlands, annihilating the very foundation of their existence and inflicting severe damage upon the Papal States. The deluge served as an excellent cover for one's silhouette. Shrouded by the curtain of rain and the cloak of night, Norton stealthily traversed the rooftops, gradually approaching the church's location. His keen sense of hearing had absorbed the sounds of the surroundings, a remarkable gift indeed. Astonishingly, he could categorize the noises, distinguishing the roar of the storm from the murmur of conversation, each sound distinctly classified in his mind, enabling him to isolate precisely what he sought amidst the cacophony. It was peculiar. Alas, this year's harvest appears troubled. Chaos is surely on the horizon. With food supplies unable to be delivered, the church will indeed resort to dire measures. This cursed rain. Oh, let us beseech the Almighty to bring it to a halt. Amidst the dilapidated, leaky homes, the lamentations of the impoverished echoed endlessly, most expressing their despair over the relentless downpour. In stark contrast, the concerns of the affluent families diverged entirely. Why has His Holiness not yet responded? Surely, this news must have reached his ears by now. The silence from the Vatican is unnerving, especially with such torrential rain persisting for days. I fear chaos is imminent. Bishop Good has yet to send a reply. What value does his response hold? He is merely a low-ranking bishop. Only the esteemed Archbishop Dorsha could truly receive such news. The rain cascaded over rooftops and streets, the sound of rushing water drowning out Norton's nearly imperceptible footsteps. 2 crimson eyes swept across the elegantly decorated parlor. Briefly glancing at Carl, who was concealed in the corner, eavesdropping on his father's conversation, Norton lifted his head and continued towards the direction of the church. The heavy downpour and thick night provided an impeccable environment for clandestine deeds. The impoverished in Lino City were gaunt, reeking of filth, and predominantly anemic. In contrast, the missionaries cultivated by the church, the knights of the church, and the various nobles of Lino City enjoyed balanced nutrition, robust growth, and sanitary conditions, making them excellent candidates for sustenance. Moreover, there were also spies from the Boya Empire, who presented themselves as equally viable targets. Most importantly, Norton needed to determine whether it was the blood of the holy knights that would catalyze his super-evolution, or if the blood of those touched by divine grace within the church would yield the same result. After all, this was a mythic world. What if the reason for his transformation stemmed not from physiological factors, but from matters of faith? Previously, Norton had refrained from taking lives, fearing the complications it might entail. Yet, at this moment, amidst such turmoil, it presented an opportune moment to act. He could adopt a more calculated approach. For the time being, he would intermittently eliminate a few missionaries using the shards of tiles from the rooftops, allowing the Church of Lino City to acclimatize to the unsettling sensation of sudden fatalities among their ranks. Once they had adjusted to this morbid reality, he could then orchestrate disappearances. With so many casualties, the loss of one or two individuals would hardly raise an eyebrow. Norton found himself reveling in the wickedness of his thoughts. Nevertheless, he recalled the vampire tales from his previous life, many of which depicted powers intricately linked to the consumption of human blood, such as acquiring memories through blood, ensnaring humans in a trance, or transforming them into vampires or blood thralls. Though these notions defy scientific rationale, this world is steeped in theology. Even if he lacked ancestral memories, experimenting bore no detriment. Lacking any significant abilities thus far, he surmised this might correlate with the nature of blood consumption, prompting him to explore this avenue. The demise of a noble is a grave matter, compelling him to seek out relatively untainted, sanguine church personnel. This was certainly not an act of deliberate vengeance. Norton, in his essence, considered himself a virtuous being. Of course, this perspective was subjective. For the church members, such occurrences were matters of life and death. The only concern troubling Norton was the fear that the divine light of God truly enveloped the entire church, rendering him susceptible to incineration upon entry or leaving him powerless and at the mercy of others. Caution was imperative. The imposing silhouette of the Lino City Cathedral materialized before him, in stark contrast to the grandiose Cathedral of the Holy Lord, which dominated half the city. The Lino City Church appeared considerably more modest, accommodating merely a few thousand souls, and still retaining the fortress-like architecture, with the central sanctuary comparable in size to that of Notre Dame de Paris, albeit lacking in the same level of ornate embellishment. The 10-meter-high walls, even amidst the torrential downpour, stood out conspicuously. Despite the ferocity of the storm, two armored church knights stood resolutely at the entrance of the church, dutifully safeguarding its sanctity. The flickering lanterns at the church's entrance were obscured by the rain, rendering them indistinct. Norton altered his course, darting towards the side of the church. His nails, sufficiently robust, could easily penetrate the crevices of the sturdy wall, allowing him to scale the 10-meter-high barrier. With a determined thrust, his hardened claws embedded themselves into the stone, enabling him to ascend. Having transformed into a vampire for several years, he had yet to assume the true form of his kind, an affront to the lineage of vampires. Thus, today he resolved to unleash a torrent of violence, to spill blood, and to demonstrate to this wretched church what it truly means to be a vampire. It seemed that the Lino City Cathedral's walls had never faced such an audacious assault, or perhaps the church knights were overly confident in their defenses. The edges of the cathedral walls were devoid of any guarding knights, most stationed at various building entrances, granting Norton a rare opportunity to infiltrate. Truly, Lino City was a world apart from the Holy Lord City, presenting a far less daunting challenge. Norton crouched atop the city wall, carefully avoiding the defensive spikes that adorned it. His gaze swept across the Cathedral of Lino, and he couldn't help but express his admiration. The grand cathedral was a veritable fortress, with sentinels stationed every few paces, even at night, when the knights of the church dutifully patrolled its hallowed grounds. In stark contrast, Lino City appeared remarkably lax. Among the various ecclesiastical buildings below, aside from the occasional movement of church personnel, there were no visible signs of guards. Most notably, the absence of divine murals and portraits alleviated any fears of being detected. Norton had deliberately chosen a time not too late, primarily to encounter these sporadic church members. After all, had he arrived in the dead of night, he would only have encountered pairs of knights, making stealthy ambushes exceedingly difficult. Although 200 missionaries had been taken from Lino City, this did not represent the entirety of the city's ecclesiastical presence. The remaining clergy could easily sustain the church's normal operations. With great caution, Norton extended his finger beyond the church's outer wall. To his relief, he felt no oppressive sensation or sharp pain. Gaining a modicum of boldness, He pushed his arm through as well, experiencing no unusual feelings. Norton clung to the wall, steeling his resolve, and shifted his entire body into the enclosure. Still, nothing untoward occurred. A wave of joy washed over him as he quietly descended the wall, aided by the cover of night and the rain, seamlessly infiltrating the Cathedral of Leno. This marked Norton's first official entrance into a church since becoming a vampire. Contrary to his expectations, he felt no searing pain akin to sunlight's rays, nor any peculiar pressure. His sensations remained consistent with those he had outside. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. It seemed that the sanctity of God was only partially released through certain representations of the divine. At this moment, the mental map he had formed through sound and scent detailing the distribution of church personnel proved invaluable. He discerned which areas were vigilantly guarded, where the missionaries congregated, and the residences of high-ranking church officials, allowing him to navigate the cathedral with ease. Chapter 59. For the church, destroy the church. The night was pitch black, as torrential rain pounded the roof of the cathedral, creating a cacophony of sound. A single flickering candle offered meager illumination, insufficient to penetrate the surrounding darkness. Even with several candles standing tall in the silver lamp on the table. Why has the Bohemian Empire yet to take action? A voice, tinged with age and simmering fury, murmured softly, failing to pierce through the rain's din and reach the ears of others within the church. His Majesty has not yet confirmed the veracity of the news. Currently, the Holy See remains silent. If the report of the Holy Tribunal's destruction proves to be a fabricated lie, the repercussions of taking action would be unbearable for the royal family. The classical church chamber was spacious, yet it was crammed with bookshelves and a myriad of miscellaneous items, leaving only a small area for the use of His Excellency, the Bishop of Mauritia. The Archbishop of Dorsia possessed a profound love for literature, particularly for those tomes that defied convention. He was drawn to political treatises that presented perspectives starkly divergent from contemporary norms, as well as economic writings by obscure authors that, while rebellious, held merit. In this era, such works were collectively deemed forbidden texts rather than being categorized by their respective disciplines. For instance, a scholar previously associated with the papacy penned a heretical manuscript asserting the non-uniqueness of God, positing that the sun and moon were merely spherical bodies of light. By extension, he questioned whether other luminous celestial bodies might also be distant suns and moons, leading to the tantalizing inference that other worlds, perhaps governed by their own deities, existed in the vast cosmos. The consequence of this audacious thought was his execution, denied even the chance to ascend to paradise in flames. Archbishop Dorsia's fascination with such imaginative literature inevitably brought him into direct conflict with the insular mindset of the papacy. He derided the Church's various repressive doctrines, advocating for a departure from rigid tradition, which he believed would only lead to decay beneath an outward facade of strength. He championed the notion that the Church must embrace transformation to retain its vitality and relevance. Crucially, he rejected the Church's authoritarian rule, foreseeing that its current dogmatic governance would culminate in dire repercussions. He held that all forms of power are ephemeral, reminiscent of the disintegration of the ancient Holy Noah Empire, where authority and politics were mere vessels for self-interest, ultimately succumbing to more formidable forces. Archbishop Dorsia cherished the Church, pledging unwavering loyalty to the holy institution. Yet, he was resolute in his desire to avert the Church from the path he envisioned. Consequently, he vehemently opposed the existing papal structure. To liberate the Church from the shackles of violence and self-interest, while still preserving its positive image, Archbishop Dorsia resolved to dismantle the institution that symbolized such interests. Aspiring to rebuild a Church solely devoted to the propagation of faith, it is indeed difficult to fathom such thoughts emanating from a mortal mind. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the prescience of his vision, as the eventual fate of the European Church was to devolve into a genuine theological sanctuary, abstaining from any governance, thereby ensuring its perpetuity and expansion. However, if the impending crisis of the Church's demise was unavoidable, might I not be the architect of destruction that heralds rebirth? Clad in his regal purple vestments, Archbishop Dorsia cast a brooding gaze upon the agent of the Boyar Empire kneeling before him. Upon hearing the agent's words, he scoffed. Foolishness! Your people have already investigated the annihilation of the Holy Tribunal. How can you not ascertain the truth even now? I assure you, the Church possesses the means to continue nurturing these holy knights. Should you further delay, in a matter of years, The Pope will once again rally a new cohort of holy knights. At that juncture, your century-long schemes will crumble into nothingness, and you shall find no avenue for redemption. The Church possesses the capacity to cultivate holy knights, a fact that the Archbishop of Doja is aware of, albeit without knowledge of the specific methods employed in such training. Initially, the Holy Judgment Order comprised a mere 50 members. However, over the years, this number has evolved to exceed 700. With each cathedral manned by bishops housing 2 low-ranking holy knights, it is evident that the Pope must be privy to some clandestine secret. Should we delay our actions, it is likely that His Holiness will soon cultivate another batch of knights. Even the most basic cadre of 100, tasked with execution, would be insurmountable for any royal family to withstand. After all, an army cannot be permanently stationed within the palace, ever vigilant against the arrival of holy knights. Thus, Your Majesty, the king brings forth a piece of news, Lord Doja. If you were to cooperate with our endeavors and incite rebellion within the Pope's domain, the Empire of Boya would seize the opportunity to entirely dismantle the Pope's dominion. While I hold great admiration for your willingness to relinquish power, you still wield significant authority. A modicum of effort on your part would ensure that your eventual rewards are indeed more generous. Although power may not be your desire, His Majesty has nonetheless resolved to offer you the position of the next Pope. The agents of the Boya Empire exhibit an attitude of utmost respect. In truth, the Empire's reluctance to deploy troops stems not from a lack of information regarding the papacy, but from their uncertainty about whether this is a ploy orchestrated by the papacy in collaboration with Archbishop Doja. The peculiar nature of this archbishop instills fear and disbelief in the Emperor of Boya. Archbishop Doja embodies the contradiction of human desire against divine order. He perceives the Church's current governance as a profound destruction of humanity, with all potential for reform ruthlessly obliterated under its harsh regime, rendering human society devoid of vitality. He contends that the Church should exist solely as a genuine missionary entity, rather than wielding control over nations through ideologies, inflicting a devastating mental torment upon the populace. He is willing to forfeit his existing power in hopes of rejuvenating the vitality of human society, allowing the Church to endure in a manner free from concern. Who would dare to believe such a philosophy? Even today, the Emperor of Boya finds it difficult to comprehend that such thoughts could belong to a single individual. Or perhaps he simply does not grasp the essence of Archbishop Doja's ideology. If understanding eludes him, belief is impossible. Were it not for the undeniable fact that the entirety of the Holy Judgment Order had indeed perished within the Holy City, he would undoubtedly assume that Archbishop Doja was merely a bait presented by the Church to lure him into a trap. Yet, even under these circumstances, he remains perplexed and incredulous. Thus, the Archbishop of Doja must be compelled to contribute even more. The Church is devoid of rationality. As the rain poured relentlessly, Norton, eavesdropping from the rooftop, felt his mouth twist with incredulity. See, he had foreseen this. The weight of fate rests heavily upon the head of the papal state. An incident is inevitable. To his astonishment, the involvement of an archbishop in the treachery was utterly exhilarating. This only bodes well. The city of Lino is soon to become the paradise of His Grace, Norton. Norton held his breath, gliding silently across the rooftops, making his way toward the more secluded parts of the church. Even before the hunt had commenced, he had already reaped a significant reward, making this venture feel far from futile. Now, it was time for the hunt. Norton's crimson gaze swept through the vast cathedral, despite the torrential rain. His sense of smell remained largely unaffected, allowing him to discern where the congregation was dense and where it was sparse. Given that Archbishop Doja was preoccupied with a multitude of troubles, Norton decided to add to his burdens, complicating matters further. Having spent 2 decades within the church, even without knowing the names of the various halls, Norton could ascertain their functions merely by the number of individuals present. The confessional was undoubtedly the most suitable place to drop a brick and cause fatality. Chapter 60. The church lacks normalcy. I beseech you to forgive my transgressions, Caesar. The clerics in the confessional confessed their inner sins to God. Norton had chosen an opportune moment, coinciding with the evening confession time at the church. The confessional was not open to everyone. Only missionaries were privileged to confess, while clerics merely attended to their daily duties. The church explained that clerics, being in a state of seclusion, had no worldly sins to confess. It was only the missionaries who had ventured into the world that needed to atone for their transgressions. The sparse attendance in the confessional was primarily due to the unfortunate demise of 200 missionaries at the hands of werewolves in the Holy City, resulting in a drastic reduction of individuals left within. The relentless downpour nearly soaked Norton to the bone, yet the cacophony of rain effectively masked any sounds he might produce. A soft thud echoed from the roof of the confessional as Norton, to render his assault more plausible, meticulously pried loose a sizable tile from the eaves, utilizing its weight to deliver a fatal strike. What? You inquire if Norton felt any remorse during his first kill? He was unequivocally certain that had he been in the presence of these churchmen, they would not hesitate to eliminate him as a heretic, employing the most grotesque methods to torment him. Thus, he believed his actions against them were entirely justified. Regrettably, Norton lamented the absence of traditional vampiric means to convert a thrall. Had he possessed such abilities, transforming the entire church into his blood servants would have been a splendid endeavor. Norton lay in wait atop the confessional's grand ceiling, minimizing his presence. The rain lashed down mercilessly upon the earth, ensuring that this year's harvest would likely be obliterated. Yet, the impending calamity paled in comparison to the significance of confession in the eyes of these missionaries. After all, if food ran out, they could always resort to cannibalism. Norton remained concealed within the rain, patiently anticipating the conclusion of the confessions. At long last, the resounding clang of the bronze gong echoed thrice within the church, signaling the onset of slumber. As the reverberations faded, faint sounds emerged from the confessional. Norton pressed his fingers against the loosened tiles, prying up a piece twice the size of a human head, along with the bricks beneath, weighing several pounds. The church's architecture was renowned for its grandeur. Although the Church of Lino City did not rival the magnificence of the Holy Lord City, the height of the confessional hall reached an impressive 6 or 7 meters. It remains a mystery why the first floor was constructed to such towering heights, yet it undoubtedly provided Norton with an advantageous means to strike. A fragment of such considerable weight, when dropped from such a height, would assuredly result in fatality. Norton concealed his presence, relying on his auditory and olfactory senses to ascertain the location of the clergyman within. The number of clergymen in the room was scant, and to ensure a more plausible demise by stone, Norton focused on the footsteps of the priest exiting through the center, gently maneuvering his fingers in anticipation. "I beseech your forgiveness for my transgressions," came the muffled voice, followed by a resounding thud of stone meeting skull, and shortly thereafter, the sound of a body collapsing to the ground. Gasps of alarm resonated below, and the air began to thicken with the metallic scent of blood. A promising hit, indeed. Norton, stealthily crouched upon the rooftop, moved with the grace of a predator, minimizing his exposure as he retreated. From the sounds, he discerned that his aim had been true. Elated, he carefully made his way to the wall, seizing the opportunity to traverse the building's apex towards the city walls before employing his remarkable skills to scale the church's towering edifice, leaping down with remarkable agility. It is difficult to fathom that such feats could be performed by a mere human. In the dead of night, forsaking rest amidst the torrential rain, all for the purpose of delivering a brick upon another's head, Norton's method of vengeance is truly remarkable. Emerging from the church, one could hardly claim to be of sound mind. As the downpour gradually subsided, famine loomed ominously. In such dire times, even the most seasoned of popes would issue decrees of salvation, mandating the church to open its granaries to alleviate the suffering of the populace. Though the provisions often consisted of the remains of deceased victims, requiring families to surrender their children to the church, it could still be deemed merciful. After all, in this era, entrusting a child to the church signified the prospect of a normal upbringing, a dream unattainable for the impoverished. Of course, many of these children would ultimately become sustenance themselves, as the clergy would select only the most suitable. Yet this year, the newly appointed Pope Adam seemed devoid of such intentions. Not only did he lack the inclination to provide for the needy, but he also sought to issue decrees to further delude the masses, thereby stifling enlightenment and extinguishing hope. Your actions, Pope Adam, are indeed a disgrace to the glory of our holy faith. The sanctity of God is universally acknowledged. In these times of calamity, we ought to open our doors wide and generously bestow our blessings, thereby proclaiming the mercy of Caesar and the grandeur of our holy teachings, rather than engaging in petty calculations that deceive the hearts of men. Regarding the annihilation of the Holy Inquisition, although the Vatican has thus far remained silent, the Pope himself appears to be oblivious to the matter, refraining from any mention. However, beneath the surface, currents of discontent swirl within the church. Most strikingly, a cardinal has boldly confronted the Pope in public, openly questioning the validity of His Holiness's decrees. Such an affront to authority would have been inconceivable in the past. As the Pope, master of the Holy Inquisition, wielded unrivaled power, and none dared to display even the slightest disrespect. Yet now, with the Holy Inquisition utterly vanquished, a cardinal has dared to emerge and challenge the Pope's decisions, an act of profound humiliation, indeed a direct insult. While his assertions may hold merit, they nonetheless constitute a provocation against papal authority. In stark contrast, the other cardinals remain silent, standing idly by as if in a state of observation. But does such an action not also imply complicity? High upon the papal throne, Pope Adam raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a cold glance at the audacious cardinal, seemingly indifferent to his words. The world knows the sanctity of our church, yet the hearts of men are inscrutable. Countless individuals harbor ulterior motives. If we do not exert control over the populace and deceive their intellect, how can we uphold the dominion of our holy church and the brilliance of God? As his words concluded, a golden figure silently materialized behind the speaking cardinal. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed through the air as the golden sword effortlessly penetrated the cardinal's chest. Racked with pain and gazing at the blade protruding from his torso, the cardinal's eyes widened in shock, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as blood flowed forth. Adam, you will drag the church into eternal damnation. Crimson liquid pooled upon the golden floor as the lifeless body of the cardinal was dragged away by the holy knights. The remaining cardinals, previously with heads held high, now bowed their heads once more in silence. Eternal damnation? If we truly allow the hearts of men to roam free and develop unchecked, that would be the true path to the church's ruin. Pope Adam recalled the magnificent divine body hidden in the mountains behind the Vatican, feeling an unsettling anxiety that would rob him of restful sleep this night. The hearts of men are difficult to fathom. As a man who has ascended through the ranks, how could he be unaware of this truth? Without the existence of the divine corpse, the church could navigate any challenges, society could evolve in any manner, and even the church's downfall would pose no significant issue. Surely, Pope Adam is not a man devoid of resolve. How could he fail to recognize that such actions undermine the very foundation of societal progress? Yet, the existence of the divine corpse compels him to act with ruthless decisiveness. The more prosperous society becomes, the more clever individuals with ulterior motives will emerge. Only when everyone is deprived of basic sustenance, and their lives are not their own, will they think less, consumed solely by the instinct to survive, leaving no room for other thoughts. Otherwise, there will always be some self-proclaimed intellectuals, driven by insatiable desires, scheming to unearth the essence of the sacred night. Should they ever unearth the divine remains, Adam need not ponder. These individuals would undoubtedly fantasize about exploiting the relic for their own machinations, dragging humanity into an abyss from which there is no return. They manipulate hearts, suppress progress, leaving the lower classes to merely survive while instilling fear in the upper echelons, causing society to stagnate, thus sapping the energy of individuals to contemplate anything beyond their immediate plight. This enables those with ulterior motives to dwindle in number, allowing the Pope to maintain eternal dominion, confining the divine remains to the mountains behind the church. The human heart is inscrutable, and Adam dares not gamble on the thoughts of others. In short, His Grace Adam has been driven to extremism by the divine, remains hidden in the mountains behind the church. The church truly lacks individuals of sound mind. Chapter 61. Consumption. It is uncertain whether the sun's gradual decline is to blame, or perhaps the so-called rare and extreme weather conditions. The fluctuations in temperature have been particularly pronounced during this period, transitioning abruptly from the stifling warmth of early autumn to the deep chill of late autumn. The temperature plummeted several degrees, and the cold winds in the early hours cut through the skin like daggers. The reduction in crop yields, coupled with the low temperatures, foretells a bleak winter ahead. In Lino City, deaths have already begun to occur. However, the corpses have not gone to waste, as the church has gathered them to concoct a pot of broth for the starving populace. Yet, this phenomenon has yet to become overt, as the coldest days have not yet arrived. The situation for Archbishop Dorsha has been quite dire. First, the Boya Empire incited him to instigate rebellion, marking the dawn of a transformative era. This task is exceedingly challenging for Archbishop Dorsha, for although he wields considerable power, the clergy are loyal to the church, devoted to God, and faithful to his grace Adam, rather than to him. The clergy have been indoctrinated from a young age to devote everything to the Pope. While Archbishop Dorsha might exploit information asymmetry to incite a rebellion, the moment the church's forces descend upon him and the Pope's decree is issued, these clergy members will undoubtedly revolt and have him executed on the pyre. Archbishop Dorsha, who cherishes the church, does not wish to find himself on the church's pillar of disgrace, nor does he desire to inflict harm upon it. Yet, as time progresses, his grace Adam grows increasingly unhinged, his principles becoming more ruthless and his actions more tyrannical, instilling greater fear in Archbishop Dorsha. He fears that under such immense pressure, the populace might develop a rebellious sentiment towards the church, tarnishing the church's image of sanctity and leading them to a stance of opposition. Should this come to pass, the church's millennium-old foundation would undoubtedly crumble in an instant, potentially relegating it to the status of a rat in the gutter, forever shunned from the light. It is likely that the church would struggle even to maintain a righteous image, transforming into a missionary institution, and might even be branded a cult. This is utterly unacceptable to Archbishop Dorsha. The mere thought of the Holy Church being classified as a cult brings him to tears. Yet for him, the burdens of concern do not end here. Uncertain whether it is the decline of the sacred teachings or some alleged architectural issues, the church has recently witnessed a disturbing frequency of fatal incidents within its confines. First, a missionary met a tragic end when struck by falling debris from the roof after a night of penance. Then another missionary, during an unfortunate mishap while using the church fireplace, fell in and broke his neck instantly. Once resilient and steadfast in their faith, the missionaries now seem to have transformed into fragile beings, reminiscent of delicate students, leaving one to wonder who might succumb next. The church in Lino City has been beset by such calamities, leading Archbishop Dorsha to suspect that perhaps his own thoughts have displeased the Almighty, resulting in this divine retribution. However, the church remains indifferent to the loss of a few missionaries, as the number who perish by their own hand far exceeds these unfortunate accidents each year. In stark contrast to the anxious church, Norton has been enjoying an exceedingly pleasant period. It is curious how the human spirit can revel in a sense of bliss after committing unsavory acts, revealing the darker tendencies of mankind. One must admit, the extreme ideologies of His Holiness the Pope seem to possess some merit in hindsight. As the heavy rains ceased, Norton resumed his duties with renewed vigor. With over 200 missionaries having recently died, the church in Lino City has decided to elevate a new batch of clerics to missionary status during the upcoming Mass to replenish their ranks. Yet, this has resulted in a shortage of clergy. In summary, the lack of personnel must be addressed, leading missionaries to scour Lino City in search of suitable infants or children to bring back to the church for training. Get away, you filthy creature. The pristine white garments of the clerics gleamed with an almost divine purity under the long-awaited sunlight. Yet this sanctity clashed painfully with the filthy beggar crouched on the street corner. The series of coincidental deaths within the church have left the missionaries in a state of discontent, rendering the previously ignored beggar an unwelcome sight. Norton found himself kicked in the rear, followed by a cacophony of harsh insults. Infuriated, he felt the buoyancy of his previous good spirits, derived from his nefarious deeds, dissipate entirely. However, it was fortuitous that the number of missionaries who had met their demise lately was substantial. Surely, the church had grown accustomed to the loss of its missionaries, and losing one more would hardly be a concern. Feigning terror, Norton hurriedly crawled backward. With a modicum of pressure alleviated from his missionary duties, he refrained from lingering too long over the incident. As he observed the retreating figure of the missionary, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then stealthily followed suit. Few could ignite the flames of vengeance within Norton, but this missionary, who had dared to kick him, was certainly one of them. Norton was a man of retribution. Even Father Mia had received a punch from him. And what was this insignificant missionary to elevate himself above that? Silently trailing behind the missionary clad in white, Norton engaged all his senses, sight, sound, and smell, fully alert to ascertain his surroundings and to seek the opportune moment to strike. In truth, missionaries rarely ventured out alone. They either traveled in groups or were accompanied by the church knights. In recent times, following the werewolf incident, the church knights have been stationed at the church to safeguard the bishop's safety. Moreover, the number of missionaries in Lino City has sharply declined. Although new positions for novice missionaries have been designated, the mass is yet to occur, leaving the few available missionaries to operate independently. This circumstance has provided Norton with an advantageous opportunity. The missionary's intended direction leads him towards the slums on the city's outskirts, where the impoverished inhabitants possess little power and, generally speaking, lead short lives. By taking in their children to nurture within the church, the parents of these children are often deceased by the time they grow up, allowing the missionaries to devote themselves entirely to the church, free from worldly constraints. Consequently, novice missionaries typically opt for children from impoverished backgrounds. The path becomes increasingly desolate as one approaches the outskirts of the city, necessitating passage through narrow alleyways. The incessant rain has rendered the ground waterlogged, and the deplorable sanitary conditions of the city have made the roads exceptionally repugnant, with refuse floating atop the murky puddles, evoking a loss of appetite. The treacherous and unsightly path only exacerbates the missionary's foul mood, compelling him to wade through the water with great effort. However, his once pristine white garments have become sullied, stained by the detritus around him. Norton, adopting a vertical position against a standing wall, digs his nails deeply into the crevices of the bricks, stealthily trailing the missionary without making a sound in the water. His ears attuned to the ambient noises, his nose detecting the scent of humanity. His eyes glowed with an increasingly crimson hue. His prior consumption of the Holy Knight's blood had assured him that he need not worry about the effects of the church personnel's blood on a vampire, thus emboldening him to feast without trepidation. At last, Norton propelled himself forward with a powerful push against the wall, lunging towards the unsuspecting missionary. The sound of his feet splashing into the water echoed as his hands swiftly seized the missionary's neck. Before the missionary could react, Norton opened his withered maw, filled with sharp fangs, and sank them viciously into the missionary's throat. Blood gushed forth, as the tender human skin and fragile bones offered no resistance against the vampire's incisors. The missionary's soft neck was torn asunder, and blood erupted forth in a torrent. Chapter 62. Experiment. The sensation of consuming fresh human blood for the first time was oddly enchanting. This peculiar feeling stemmed not from any unique quality of the blood itself, but rather from the tactile experience of human skin against his lips, akin to the sensation of fingernails scraping across glass, a certain grittiness. The missionary, gripped by Norton's fangs, attempted to twist and struggle, but Norton's arms encircled his body and limbs like a vice, rendering him utterly immobile. The missionary, having been trained for over 20 years, was reduced to the frailty of a chick within mere seconds, as the lifeblood ebbed away, swiftly extinguishing his vitality. Remarkably, throughout the ordeal, he uttered not a single sound. The struggle of the missionary, however, attests that being drained by a vampire does not lead one to succumb to death in the enchanting embrace of a beautiful environment, as depicted in certain modern films. Moreover, Norton does not experience any fragmented memories, unlike the ancient vampire progenitors from the film underworld, who possessed the ability to acquire memories through the consumption of blood. Such a straightforward capability eludes him, which is rather perplexing. When Norton could no longer draw blood, he finally released the pristine missionary he had been clutching. The blood at the corner of his mouth did not require the extension of his tongue for cleaning. His skin could autonomously absorb the blood, thus reducing the necessity for meticulous cleansing. Remarkably, even to this day, Norton remains baffled by the underlying principle or ability that governs this phenomenon. The taste of blood is still rather delightful to him. The blood of werewolves carries a sweet, slightly exhilarating flavor, while the missionary's blood resembles an aged red wine, imbued with a sense of ancient preservation. However, the taste of flesh is far from exquisite, remaining as bland as chewing wax. Logically, if the blood of the deceased can be consumed, so too should their flesh, particularly since Jonah has already been sealed away, rendering such concerns moot. Yet, contrary to Norton's expectations, there is no remarkable flavor to be found. The blood does not impart any sudden surge of strength, nor does it evoke the fervor he experienced when consuming the blood of the two holy knights, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It appears that those touched by the divine radiance of the church bear no distinction from ordinary creatures in terms of their blood, and perhaps due to their sanctified essence, the taste is even slightly inferior, reminiscent of something past its prime, akin to expired goods. Aside from the initial pangs of hunger when he refrained from feeding, he has never lacked sustenance, whether it be animal blood or that of werewolves. He has absorbed plenty. He has long since discerned that his progression does not hinge upon the quantity of blood consumed, but rather the duration of time. Much like the traditional notion of vampires, growth is not expedited by sheer blood intake, but rather, with age comes greater strength. Perhaps when young Norton transforms into elder Norton, he shall stand proudly at the church's threshold and proclaim, "Who else?" For now, only one peculiar type of blood can hasten his evolution, the blood of the holy knights. How did the church manage to produce such a thing? Norton finds himself utterly perplexed. How could a mere church produce something that facilitates rapid evolution for vampires? Is it possible that these holy knights are fashioned from the blood and flesh of ancient vampires nurtured by the church? Norton cannot fathom the answer, nor does he wish to dwell on it further. Instead, he hoists the now limp body of the missionary and, maintaining a vertical posture against the wall, hastens towards his bell tower. Fortunately, the heavy rain has just ceased, and the accumulation of water on the ground, coupled with the unrelenting cold wind that gnaws at his skull, has deterred many from venturing out. Otherwise, he would have needed to invest considerable time seeking an opportunity to ambush this missionary. Norton meticulously evaded all gazes and passers-by with his keen senses, carefully dragging the body of the missionary into the bell tower where he resided. In his previous life, zombies would infect those from whom they had drained blood. A similar premise exists in certain vampire-themed narratives. Thus, to exercise caution and to ascertain whether he possessed such an ability, Norton refrained from discarding the missionary's body immediately outside the city. Although the likelihood was slim, prudence was essential. Moreover, even if he were inclined to dispose of the body, doing so in broad daylight was impractical. He could discreetly drag the corpse back to the bell tower through an unpopulated alley, but it was inconceivable to transport it outside the city during daylight hours. With a thud, Norton cast the body onto the attic floor, the sound eliciting a flurry of chirps from the family of bats residing within. "I have returned." Norton waved his hand, and the bats hanging upside down from the ceiling responded with a couple of welcoming calls. The members of his burgeoning family were multiplying rapidly. He now had 10 bats. And astonishingly, some were interbreeding, with several expecting offspring. The rapidity of their reproduction was somewhat daunting to Norton. Each newborn bat clung to his head in a display of affection. Should they continue to proliferate, he pondered how many bats he would eventually have to accommodate. "Alas, I am becoming an ancestor." He sighed deeply, sitting on the attic floor, gazing up at his bat family, his mind flooded with memories. It had been over 8 years since he first encountered the bat he affectionately named Cole. This duration did not even account for the lifespan it had lived prior to meeting Norton. The lifespan of vampire bats typically spans only a decade or so, yet Cole showed no signs of aging. This might be attributed to their nocturnal nature, which kept them shielded from sunlight, thereby extending their lifespan in a manner akin to the cloistered clergy. However, regardless of how long they lived, their existence could never surpass that of the immortal Norton. He pondered whether there existed any means to prolong Cole's life further, as Norton gained enhancements from consuming the blood of holy knights. It stood to reason that allowing the bats to feast on him might induce a transformation. After all, the monstrous creatures in the wild, such as werewolves, pursued him with an insatiable fervor, akin to dogs fixated on carrion. This line of reasoning resonated with Norton as sound logic. Yet, he was reluctant to experiment with others or wild beasts, based on the werewolves' reaction following their attack on him. It was evident that consuming his flesh and blood did not grant them any control over him. Should he utilize the missionary or other animals for experimentation? A successful outcome would likely result in these subjects seeking to confront him, potentially viewing him as a source of superior evolutionary material. Although Norton believed he could prevail in a confrontation, he was unwilling to take such risks. The nature of mutations was unpredictable. No one could foresee what kind of entity might emerge. After much contemplation, Norton concluded that he could only dare to experiment with the bats. Chapter 63. All dried up. "Cole," Norton called softly, lifting his gaze. The vampiric bat, which had accompanied him for over 8 years, had indeed developed a certain rapport with him. Upon hearing Norton's call, the bat, Coleball, released its claws from their suspended grip and fluttered over to perch on Norton's hand. The vampiric bats of this world bore a striking resemblance to those of Earth, with only slight variations in size, perhaps a few centimeters larger, roughly the size of a human palm. However, their size remained modest. Any greater would render them incapable of sustaining the energy required for their sanguine diet. Fortunately, their diminutive stature suited the divine, for had they been larger, Norton mused that the term vampire would likely refer to an entirely different species. Norton gazed at the bat resting in his palm, gently stroking its head with a finger. He then resolutely tore a piece of flesh from his own leg with his nail, placing it before the bat. It was a troublesome affair to be devoid of blood. Thankfully, this act bore little pain, and the flesh he had torn would heal almost instantaneously. Otherwise, he would not have dared to experiment in such a manner. Go ahead and try. Coalball, should you perish, I shall take good care of your wife and children. Norton affectionately caressed the bat's head, feeling a twinge of reluctance. He had no desire to use Coalball as a test subject, yet it was the oldest bat he had, with little time left to live. Its demise would certainly be more bearable than that of its newborn offspring. Conversely, should it survive, it would undoubtedly experience remarkable growth. Norton was uncertain of the usefulness of his flesh, yet he felt a strong inclination that it might prove beneficial. Even if it did not, the potential harm seemed negligible. Otherwise, the Wolf King would have perished the moment it bit into his flesh. Moreover, those wolves and monsters would not be so fervently intent on hunting him. This was the primary reason he felt at ease in offering Coalball his flesh. Chirp, chirp. It seemed that Coalball understood Norton's words, for the little black bat lifted its head to glance at him. Hurry and eat. This is the flesh of Lord Norton, he urged, pushing the morsel closer to the bat, his anticipation palpable enough to make Coalball a touch anxious. Perhaps Norton's offering held a slight allure. Or perhaps the bat felt the urgency of Norton's gaze. Eventually, the small black bat hesitantly raised a claw, nudging the piece of flesh before extending its tongue to lick the offering. Norton watched with bated breath. It appeared that his flesh indeed possessed significant potency, yet it was as if Coalball struggled to absorb such power. After licking the morsel, the bat's body began to stretch in an unusual manner, its membranous legs straining to extend, even as its previously crouched form on Norton's palm began to rise. It worked. Norton's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the transforming creature in his grasp. Suddenly, a small, black droplet fell onto his hand, and Coalball's elevated body slumped back down. Damn it! Norton exclaimed, utterly exasperated. Norton extended his finger and sharply flicked the bat's head. Although he did not exert much force, his current strength was considerable, and the flick still elicited a couple of squeaks from the coal-black creature, reminiscent of a human touching its own head in confusion. Observing the bat flutter its wings and return to its perch on the rooftop, Norton took a deep breath, discarded the bat droppings from his hand, and then consumed the piece of flesh he had torn off. This was meat that even werewolves coveted. He could not afford to discard it carelessly, lest he inadvertently cultivate something terrifying. After all, novels and films often depicted such scenarios, and Norton knew he must exercise caution. This attempt had proven unsuccessful, leaving Norton feeling somewhat paranoid. He had initially believed that his flesh would attract werewolves, but now he was uncertain. Could it be that his consumption of the blood of a holy knight had drawn the attention of these monsters? Regrettably, there was no holy knight available for further experimentation. However, one thing he could ascertain was that his flesh held no allure for the bat. The vampire was indeed quite lackluster. How could it possess no extraordinary abilities whatsoever? Not to mention, the capacity to extract memories from the blood was a common trait among vampires. How could this one lack such a feature? Norton was deeply troubled by this absence, as it was precisely this ability he desired most. If he possessed it, he would seize the opportunity to extract secrets from the Archbishop of Dorsia by delving into his memories. After all, the church's interior was replete with depictions of various deities, and he was hesitant to enter. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the corpse resting within the bell tower showed no signs of change. Perhaps it was due to the blood being fully drained by Norton, for he had not witnessed the legendary phenomenon of corpse reanimation, which was indeed a significant disappointment. Two crimson glimmers flickered in the dark attic, instilling a sense of dread. Norton recalled that his own resurrection had merely entailed a few hours' separation from death. Currently, the corpse exhibited no unusual characteristics. It was clear that it could no longer be revived. It seemed he still lacked the ability to infect. As for the bat that had licked his flesh, Norton raised his crimson eyes toward the attic ceiling. The coal-black creature remained suspended in silence, displaying the same lethargy it always did, even as night had fallen. It showed no signs of movement whatsoever. Norton's gaze fixed intently upon the bat hanging from the ceiling. The creature was utterly still, not even engaging in its usual grooming behaviors, and Norton could no longer hear its frantic heartbeat. How could this be? Bats were legendary for their heart rates, purportedly beating 1,000 times per minute. Surely it could not have succumbed due to a mere piece of my flesh. Norton quickly sprang to his feet and hastened to the bat's location, extending his hand to probe. As he gently touched it, a firm sensation met his fingertips, followed by a sharp crack as the bat fell from the ceiling into Norton's grasp. Upon closer inspection, he found it utterly desiccated. Chapter 64. The goat my coal ball is not this desiccated, lamented Norton, gazing in bewilderment at the parched bat in his hands, struggling to comprehend that it was indeed a coal ball. The flesh of the bat had withered, its already desiccated membrane now shriveled and rigid, rendering its form grotesquely stiff. Is it truly dead? Norton grappled with disbelief as he manipulated the desiccated bat corpse, no matter how he turned it over. He could not shake the feeling that it was undeniably real. Its body had stiffened and shrunk, taking on the appearance of mere skin stretched over bones. If it were a vampire, it would be understandable. After all, he, Norton, felt just as parched. Yet this was no vampire. Even the werewolves that feasted upon his flesh had not become so desiccated. Staring at the bat's dry carcass, Norton felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Nevertheless, he clung to the hope that perhaps there was still a chance for revival. After all, as he had just said, he too was in such a state and yet remained alive. Perhaps this was merely a transitional phase of transformation. Regardless, he was determined to discover whether the effect was toxic or enhancing. Though this bat, Coal Ball, was but a creature of the night, it had accompanied him for 8 years, serving as his first true companion in this world, one he could trust and draw close to, even if it had little practical utility. With a flicker of hope for Coal Ball's revival, Norton hung the desiccated body back upon the rafters and, dragging the now stiff body of the missionary behind him, departed the bell tower. This corpse needed to be dealt with. Although the recent weather had warmed, the air had yet to reach the chill of winter. If he delayed, it would soon begin to rot. Norton dragged the missionary's body into the forest outside the town, intending to dispose of it. He unceremoniously cast the corpse onto the muddy ground and prepared to dismember it. Though the body showed no signs of change, for the sake of prudence, dismemberment and pulverization were the safest methods of disposal, lest he find himself in a classic horror movie scenario, where, upon his departure, a pale claw suddenly emerged from the earth. The sound of tearing flesh echoed unpleasantly through the woods. The dense forest was shrouded in darkness, the werewolves having decimated the local prey over the past few years, leaving the woods eerily quiet in their absence, save for the faint chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. This dark and silent setting, combined with the sound of tearing flesh and the two shifting crimson eyes, evoked a spine-chilling sensation. It resembled a demon from a film, terrifying and oppressive. As the darkness deepened, the call of an owl resonated faintly in the distance, barely reaching his ears. A shadow emerged from the depths of the darkness, moving awkwardly toward Norton in a humanoid manner. In his hand, Norton clutched a severed human thigh, poised to crush it completely with a stone. A chilling sensation coursed through him, halting his actions as he swiftly turned to survey the shadowy expanse of the surrounding forest with keen vigilance. This unsettling feeling seemed to arise from nowhere, yet Norton had unwavering faith in his sixth sense. Something is stalking me. Norton was profoundly certain of his intuition. As a cautious individual, he never doubted his premonitions. The forests of this world were fraught with peril. The ecclesiastical texts he had perused chronicled various monstrous beings. Only the areas bordering the city were relatively safe, as their proximity to civilization deterred these creatures, and the knights of the church routinely patrolled to ensure the city's safety. This was precisely why Norton had refrained from venturing far from the vicinity of Holy City. Thus, he made a decisive choice, violently tearing the head from the corpse of the missionary. Grasping the severed head in his hand, he dashed swiftly towards the direction of Lino City. Though he had yet to crush the body, removing the head would significantly minimize any potential transformations. After all, without a head, what could possibly transform? As for hiding here to ascertain what entity sought to hunt him, such behavior was profoundly foolish. Given his ominous premonition, it was evident that whatever sought to ambush him had already locked onto its target and prepared to hunt. The dark forest enveloped him as he ran with great speed. The act of severing the head and executing a strategic retreat had taken mere seconds. The underbrush fell back into darkness and silence, leaving behind only the headless corpse, its limbs torn asunder, lying limply upon the muddy ground strewn with fallen leaves and roots. devoid of any further sound. Before long, a faint rustling echoed from nearby. Bah! A peculiar bleating pierced the air as a goat, moving in a strangely anthropomorphic manner on its hind legs, emerged from the dark thicket with an odd gait. Bah! The goat's bleat was peculiar, resembling that of a sheep, yet not entirely so. Its rectangular pupils fixated intently on the direction from which Norton had retreated, yet it made no move to pursue him, for beyond lay the domain of the church. The goat ambled to the site where Norton had disposed of the body and, at last, assumed a position akin to a normal goat, lowering itself to the ground and grazing upon the remains that Norton had torn asunder. Upon returning to the bell tower, Norton continued to ponder the sensations he had experienced in the woods. The missionary's head had been shattered by a rock he casually picked up as he neared the city, effectively ensuring that the unfortunate soul had not transformed into a vampire or any other creature. However, the sound of bats suddenly jolted him from his reverie. Having worked alongside Cole for 8 years, he was well acquainted with the distinctive calls of these bats, and the familiar sound invigorated him. Cole. Norton stood in the attic of the bell tower, gazing upwards. As anticipated, the once desiccated coal ball, resembling a lifeless husk, had now regained its vitality. Suspended in the attic and chirping towards Norton. I knew it. Norton was overjoyed, nearly overwhelmed with delight. He extended his hand to grasp the coal ball hanging from the ceiling, elatedly caressing its head. Splendid, splendid. As long as it's alive, that's what matters. Norton's spirits soared. Nothing could be more exhilarating than the relief of a false alarm. As the creature that had accompanied him the longest in this world, the coal ball held a unique significance for Norton. This was precisely why he had chosen to experiment upon it. After all, good things ought to be shared with one's own. Although it had nearly met its demise, it was, after all, still alive. It had merely become somewhat desiccated. Indeed, the coal ball resting in the palm of Norton's hand had not returned to its former plumpness. It, much like Norton, appeared emaciated, with wrinkled skin and a rigid exterior. Yet, its spirit was evidently much improved compared to before. Whether this was due to evolution or merely the appearance of elongated form due to its desiccation, Norton felt it had achieved a slight growth in size. This realization brought him both joy and concern. His flesh could indeed provoke biological evolution, an exceedingly valuable experiment. He resolved to be cautious in the future to avoid having a piece of his flesh torn away by an enemy during battle, which could lead to an unexpected evolution that might ultimately turn against him. Furthermore, he must ensure to reclaim any severed limbs post-battle. Otherwise, they might become the source of a ghastly legend, granting immortality to those who consumed them. Curse it. Norton truly had to be wary of becoming a target for the church. Chapter 65. Truly Awakened? The transformation of the bat instilled a profound sense of crisis within Norton. He felt akin to a panacea, possessing a potent allure and evolutionary influence over other species. No wonder werewolves were always eager to hunt him, or why those unknown creatures in the forest had fixated on him while he was disposing of a corpse. Even the church sought to hunt vampires. Ultimately, he realized he was nothing less than a superior material for evolution. He felt utterly ensnared by the machinations of the church. Leaning against the wall, he found himself resigned to this fate. The desire to simply exist as a humble, immortal vampire had become a distant dream. Did he possess any special abilities? The coal ball. Could it comprehend human speech? Norton extended his hand and poked the bat's belly, observing its withered form, hoping to provoke a response to ascertain whether it had developed any extraordinary powers. Unfortunately, this creature still struggled to comprehend his words, showing no signs of special abilities. It had not transformed into a diminutive Batgirl, nor had its strength significantly changed. Aside from becoming a tad more withered, it exhibited no enhancements compared to before. After all, having consumed Norton's blood, perhaps the little creature's recovery abilities would be slightly altered. Moreover, it might be free from the constraints of stamina. Beyond that, there likely were no passive abilities to speak of. If he himself possessed none, how could the bat, having fed on his flesh and blood, possibly have any? As the bat nibbled at Norton's hand, it tugged him aside and, with a flutter of its wings, soared out of the attic. It seemed to have just completed its evolution, invigorating its aged body with newfound strength, inspiring thoughts of venturing forth to hunt. Meanwhile, Norton remained frozen in place, watching the silhouette of the bat recede into the distance. An inexplicable sensation akin to a magnetic field enveloped him. Indeed, it felt like radar. Within this dark expanse, only the fleeting figure of the bat was discernible. Norton instinctively sensed that his status, or rather, his essence, surpassed that of the flying bat, to the extent that he could effortlessly crush it. Yet, within this magnetic field, darkness prevailed, save for the silhouette of the bat in flight. Hiss! It seems I have truly awakened something within. Flapping its wings, a bat entered the estate of the affluent, perching on the eaves of the grand house. Instead of immediately indulging in the blood of the livestock below, it hung upside down, tilting its head as if attempting to locate something. In this era, bats are common, and due to their repulsive appearance, they are often associated with filth. A rumor, born from some unknown mouth, claimed that bats are poisonous and fatal if consumed. This gradually morphed into a widely accepted myth, akin to the falsehood that gecko urine is toxic, still believed by a segment of the populace today. Norton resided in a clock tower situated at the socio-economic divide of Leno City, where 70% of the land was dominated by opulent mansions of the wealthy, leaving only 30% for the entirety of the impoverished population. Thus, the bat had the choice of descending into either the slums or the affluent quarters. Given that wealthy households abound with livestock, be it chickens, ducks, fish, geese, or horses, donkeys, cattle, and sheep, these creatures became the bat's preferred targets, leading it to gravitate towards the rich. However, this particular affluent family was noteworthy, for it belonged to one of Karl's romantic interests, Lady Mary. The papal state lacks a feudal system. From top to bottom, the church suppresses all, rendering titles such as count or marquis irrelevant. All noble families are intertwined with the church. For instance, the low-ranking Bishop Good of Leno City hails from a prestigious lineage. Yet, their prominence is not due to their affluent background. Rather, it is only after ascending to the bishopric that one acquires such esteemed status. The church fundamentally dictates who may attain prominence, thus granting the Holy See absolute control over the papal state. As for the children entering the church, whether they become priests, missionaries, or knights of the church is internally regulated by the institution itself. The astute are groomed for higher positions, the attractive become missionaries, the benevolent become priests. The less appealing become knights, and the most unfortunate are cast out as sustenance. Their fates are sealed upon entering the church. Lady Mary's family is indeed connected to the household of Father Abraham, the esteemed priest of Leno City. Indeed, priests are permitted to marry and procreate. Even the institution of marriage, albeit within this oppressive realm of feudalism under the papal authority, is regarded as a sacred affair. After all, procreation is the essence of humanity. Even the divine is born of the union between God and woman, making the continuation of lineage something the church cannot possibly prohibit. As the night gradually wanes, it is just past 4 in the morning. The clergy and higher echelons of the church are afforded a day of rest, typically the day preceding the Mass, allowing them to bathe and change attire in preparation for the forthcoming celebration. Although Archbishop Dorsey has suspended the Mass in the city of Leno, the day of rest remains intact. Today, fortuitously, is such a day of respite, prompting Father Abraham to hastily return home after completing the midnight confession. Circumstances have been rather unfortunate lately, with several cases of unexpected deaths occurring within the church in Leno, and yet another missionary has been reported missing today. This has instilled a sense of fear in Father Abraham, compelling him to avoid lingering within the church. As he approached the entrance of his grand estate, there was no need for him to knock. A servant on watch promptly opened the door, kneeling in reverence and displaying utmost humility in welcoming Father Abraham. In truth, even in this era, the servants are not required to perform such elaborate gestures each time. However, the servant's act of kneeling is largely attributed to Father Abraham's peculiar whim. As the lowest-ranking individual among the church's hierarchy, Father Abraham, while possessing a modicum of authority in the eyes of outsiders, is subject to ridicule and scorn by his superiors. Even his wife, whom he married with divine sanction, is often reduced to the status of a mere object. This has engendered a pathological obsession within Father Abraham, where power and status have become his paramount fixation. Consequently, he mandates that all servants kneel in his presence to honor his arrival. Any slight transgression on their part invites a litany of cruel tortures, serving to accentuate his dominion and position. Observing the servant kneeling beside him, Father Abraham nodded in satisfaction, preparing to step into the estate when suddenly, a faint rustling of wings pierced the air, followed by a shadow hurtling towards him. A desiccated bat, more slender and emaciated than its kin, descended upon Father Abraham's neck, its steel-like claws effortlessly piercing the tender flesh, affixing itself to him. With a vicious bite, it sank its fangs into his skin, and blood flowed forth in an instant. "Ah, help me. Damn it, save me." The excruciating pain and the attacking shadow sent Father Abraham into a panic. As he desperately swatted at the bat clinging to his neck, the kneeling servant nearby was paralyzed with terror, torn between the urge to assist Father Abraham in dislodging the creature and the fear of the repercussions stemming from years of the priest's brutal tyranny. The bat, with a swift flick of its tongue, licked the blood from Father Abraham's neck. Miraculously, it regained its plumpness at a visible pace. It appeared that its haste in consuming the blood caused it to struggle to swallow, and perhaps the sanctity contained within the priest's blood prompted the creature to suddenly mimic a human in the act of retching after a few quick laps. A small pool of blood was expelled from its narrow mouth, mingling with the priest's own blood at the site of the gaping wound. Father Abraham writhed in agony, his torment finally inciting the timid attendants to rush forth, their hands flailing as they attempted to seize the bat from the priest's neck. The sudden commotion startled the bloodsucker, prompting it to unfurl its wings and escape from Father Abraham's neck. Damn it, I shall kill you all, I shall kill you all," he shouted in a furious outcry, clutching his bleeding neck. Chapter 66. The weight of authority. After hunting the missionary, Norton became subdued, having discovered his awakened magnetic abilities. After all, being missing is far different from meeting an untimely death, which might arouse some suspicion within the church. Therefore, he deemed it wise to remain discreet in the city for a time. Initially, he had thought that with the werewolves departed, he could leave Lino City at any moment and boldly seek vengeance against the church. However, his unsettling encounter the previous night extinguished that notion. The experience was profoundly bizarre. Previously, when confronted by monsters intent on hunting him, be they werewolves or otherwise, Norton could always sense their approach through his heightened senses, allowing him to ascertain their positions and numbers, thus preparing himself thoroughly. Last night was entirely different. He felt no awareness of his pursuers, nor could he discern what entity sought to hunt him. He merely sensed a chill creep down his back, a disquieting sensation reminiscent of watching a horror film alone at night, compelling him to flee in haste. Throughout the ordeal, he remained oblivious to the source of the gaze fixed upon him. In contrast to that harrowing experience, this city, steeped in religious ambience, felt comparatively safer. Thus, Norton resolved to behave cautiously for a few days, at the very least to experiment with his newly acquired powers. The bat, with a flurry of wings, returned to the bell tower, then hung from Norton's withered skin with its claws. Observing the bat's newfound intimacy, Norton closed his eyes, attempting to harness the instinctual magnetic field that had recently manifested within him. This new ability was peculiar. It was not an active power, but rather a passive one. Following his mastery of the five senses, sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, Norton discovered an additional aura, a magnetic field that radiated approximately 10 meters in diameter. He found it challenging to articulate this sensation. At present, only terms like magnetic field or radar seemed remotely appropriate. This peculiar magnetic field appears to be an incessant release of tiny particles from his body, which, upon colliding with objects, return to him, enabling the construction of a radar-like sensory perception. Much like respiration, it operates autonomously when he is indifferent, yet he can also exert manual control when desired. Indeed, this is a magical realm of Central Europe, where such a scientific phenomenon might also be referred to as pressure. At present, this entity, reminiscent of both radar and magnetic fields, seems to warrant this singular, fitting appellation. If His Excellency Adam were to stand here and behold Norton, he would undoubtedly feel an unsettling familiarity and be utterly astonished. This sensation is known to me, for he has experienced this feeling before. Indelibly etched in his memory, a terror so profound that it could never be forgotten. Yes, it is akin to what he felt in the presence of the divine corpse at the Vatican, a sight so daunting that he dared not gaze directly upon it. The mere act of standing before it invoked an excruciating sense of dread. Yet, while the divine corpse could induce discomfort from afar, Norton's influence currently extends only to a radius of approximately 10 meters. Adam understands the nature of this phenomenon, whereas Norton remains oblivious. He harbors a persistent belief that the abilities he has evolved must possess significant implications. Thus he retracts and releases this magnetic field repeatedly. He ventures through the slums, experimenting with this magnetic field, attempting it hundreds of times, only to discover its limitations. This field acts as a radar, merely identifying nearby living beings and their movements, coupled with an inexplicable allure. Indeed, anyone or any creature within 10 meters instinctively casts a glance in his direction, some even lingering longer, while others display signs of fright, casting suspicious glances at Norton, the beggar cloaked in tattered rags. Although Norton deduces that this magnetic field carries a degree of intimidation based on the reactions of the slum dwellers, it proves utterly useless for him at present, even counterproductive to his efforts at concealment. Norton has always favored a stealthy approach. He does not embody the archetype of a berserker. However, though it serves no purpose now, it may yet prove beneficial in the future. After all, an additional skill has been acquired, freely given, and thus worth having. Norton is elated. He retracts the magnetic field to avoid drawing undue attention. Yet, he ponders whether this ability was derived from consuming the blood of the clergy or from feeding flesh to bats, feeling compelled to conduct further experiments. Norton crouches back into his original position, vigilantly observing the movements of the church, preparing to bide his time before attempting his experimental endeavors once more. His spirits are buoyant. He senses a change in his fortunes. In contrast, Father Abraham finds himself in a less favorable mood, as he perceives an unsettling strangeness within himself. Chapter 67. The priest's madness. Norton was reveling in the newfound abilities he had acquired, his spirits buoyant. In stark contrast, Father Abraham, who had suffered the cruel bites of a bat, found himself in a rather dire predicament. Within the opulent confines of the mansion belonging to Father Abraham, a stunning nun clad in pure white gently applied ointment to the wounds on his neck, meticulously bandaging them afterward. As one of the few heterosexuals in the church, Father Abraham's attention remained fixated on the beautiful nun, his own injuries garnering little concern. After all, the wound was devoid of pain, albeit a tad peculiar. The nun's ample bosom swayed with each delicate motion, a tantalizing distraction. In days gone by, Father Abraham might have succumbed to temptation, seeking to explore this sacred yet heavy allure. Yet, in this moment, his focus drifted away from the nun's curves, instead lingering on her tender neck. The warm blood coursed through his veins, flowing steadily from the carotid artery, a vital essence that ensured life and vigor. The sight of the nun's smooth neck inexplicably stirred a bizarre image in Father Abraham's mind, causing him to swallow hard. The sound of his own gulp snapped him back to reality, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward, prompting a swift redirection of his thoughts. Why did that image cross my mind? He twisted his neck slightly, assessing the condition of his freshly bandaged wound, and finally spoke, "Let it be so." The beautiful nun nodded respectfully, then exited the room at his gesture. As Father Abraham observed her retreating figure, a wave of warmth enveloped him, accompanied by a slight breathlessness. It felt as though the weight of the crucifix pendant around his neck was constricting, making each breath a tad labored. This sensation compelled him to shift his neck once more, intensifying the feeling of oppression from the cross. Irritated, he reached up to remove the crucifix, placing it reverently upon the table before rising to leave the room. Perhaps the prolonged oppression within the church had cultivated a deep-seated resentment within Father Abraham. To unleash this pent-up fury and to affirm his own power and status, he had constructed a dungeon within his grand estate, designed to imprison and torment servants who faltered, thereby asserting his supreme authority. The previous night, as he was attacked by the blood-sucking bat, the delay in assistance from his servants constituted a grave error. Contemplating this, Father Abraham's agitation began to subside, and he strode purposefully toward the dungeon. Outside, the daylight shone brightly, yet the dungeon remained shrouded in darkness. The servants who had witnessed Father Abraham's ordeal now hung, stripped of their garments, suspended by their wrists within the dim confines. Despite the gloom, the walls bore witness to splattered blood and an array of cruel instruments of torture, all devised by Father Abraham himself. The servant, suspended for several hours, emitted faint, helpless groans from his mouth. His arms, hanging painfully, felt as if they might be torn apart. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance of the cellar, capturing the servant's attention. Lord Abraham, I was wrong, my lord. I implore the most magnificent and noble Lord Abraham to grant me forgiveness." It must be said that the servant's mind still functioned reasonably well. He recognized that Father Abraham relished such expressions and deliberately chose these words. Typically, Father Abraham might have been appeased enough to spare his life, merely subjecting him to hours of torment. However, today, Father Abraham's demeanor was far from pleasant. The most powerful Lord Abraham paid no heed to the servant's desperate entreaties. The heavy scent of blood in the basement intensified, rekindling the inexplicable desire he had previously suppressed while in the presence of the nun. Veins throbbed upon Father Abraham's forehead as his hands gripped the implements of torture tightly, struggling against this peculiar yearning. Damn it! What is happening to me? Have I become a vampire? The noxious scent of blood was unbearable, even provoking thoughts of pressing against the wall to lick it. This involuntary association with the vampiric entities preached within the church unnerved him. Yet, vampires are said to be the undead, and having never perished, how could he possibly transform into one? Alongside the burgeoning desire, Father Abraham felt an increasing, irrational fear. After all, he was a priest. No, members of the clergy cannot become vampires. The glory of God has long shielded me. I cannot become a vampire. It is impossible. The terror and absurdity of his potential transformation fueled an inexplicable rage within him, compelling him to roar. Yet, he remained oblivious to the subtle changes occurring in his appearance. Veins of blood slowly crept into the whites of his eyes, barely noticeable, resembling the bloodshot eyes of a sleepless individual. His incisors gradually sharpened and elongated. Anyone familiar with the fangs of a vampire bat would observe that his teeth were beginning to adopt a similar form. The metallic scent of blood heightened Father Abraham's transformation, while his furious cries and bizarre alterations rendered the suspended servant weeping and utterly terrified, unable to make another sound. Yet, he need not utter a word. The faint sounds of blood coursing through veins now resonated in Father Abraham's ears, amplified infinitely. The pounding of his heart was akin to the most exquisite and captivating melody. Even the warmth of human flesh sent tremors of excitement through Father Abraham's entire being. The sweet, metallic scent of blood in the air was akin to the purest of wines, captivating the tightly wound nerves of Father Abraham. A sound emanated from his lips, resembling more the utterance of a creature than that of a human. With his back turned to the suspended servant, Father Abraham moved his head slowly, like a mechanical puppet, under the increasingly fearful gaze of the servant. One bloodshot eye fixated intently upon the trembling figure. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he parted his lips, revealing two fangs reminiscent of the classic vampire Nosferatu. Chapter 68, Persona. It is said that vampires possess elongated canine teeth. However, this portrayal is a modern cinematic embellishment designed to enhance their allure. True blood-sucking creatures, such as vampire bats, do not possess canine teeth, but rather two sharp incisors, adept at piercing flesh to facilitate their sanguine consumption. This peculiar depiction of Nosferatu aligns perfectly with biological principles, as his bat-like teeth are distinctly fashioned for breaching skin in order to feed. In contrast, Norton felt that his array of sharp teeth did not quite conform to the vampiric archetype. While others draw blood by puncturing a wound, his maw, equipped with formidable fangs, could easily sever a head, a purpose rather overt. Today, he remained a beggar, and as the saying goes, once one has accepted their identity, it is best not to seek transformation. As for why a beggar could thrive for so long in this era, it was undoubtedly due to the patronage of the young noble, Karl. After all, when Karl bestowed his generosity, it was a spectacle for all to witness. The presence of a noble lent a veneer of legitimacy. No matter how unreasonable Norton might appear, as long as Karl deemed him fitting, he was validated. For Karl's father was, after all, the brother of the wife of the low-ranking bishop of Good. While the bishop's status may seem modest in the city of Leno, he was indeed of the highest echelon, the mayor. Norton continued to crouch in his usual spot, contemplating when he might infiltrate the church once more. Homicide must not occur too frequently, lest it arouse suspicion, especially with Archbishop Dorsha, a figure comparable to a provincial governor, magnifying even the smallest of incidents, necessitating a period of calm. However, Norton found himself puzzled. During his last clandestine visit to the church, he had overheard news of Archbishop Dorsha's treachery. Yet there had been no unusual developments since. Not only had Dorsha remained silent, but the church had also refrained from discussing the annihilation of the Holy Tribunal, as if it had never transpired. Moreover, the ambitious Boya Empire, which harbored dreams of resurrecting the ancient Holy Noah Empire, remained equally quiet. At the very least, Norton had heard no news concerning friction or conflict between the two nations. Norton instinctively sensed a peculiar aberration, yet deemed it inconsequential. He was destined for immortality. And the transformations of the era were but trifles in the grand tapestry of existence. Time indeed wears slowly. Could it be the protracted evolution stemming from his prolonged life? If all vampires were to embody such traits, how could any survive? The sun cast a soft amber hue, its light gently enveloping Norton with a tingling sensation. He shifted his stance, crouching beneath the shadow cast by the wall. In the distance, figures of missionaries intermittently traversed the church, with some even passing by his side. The sight of this beggar nestled in the corner had long become a norm for passers-by. Otherwise, the missionary who had been drained of life the day prior would not have approached to kick him without a hint of doubt. Not only had the missionaries grown accustomed to his presence, but even the low-ranking bishop of Leno City and Father Abraham had also become familiar with Norton. Father Abraham, clad in a pristine white clerical robe and hooded, hurriedly made his way through the muddy streets towards the church, offering no pause as he passed by Norton, his years of habit rendering him oblivious to the beggar's existence. Moreover, consumed by trepidation and a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. He was even less inclined to notice the crouched figure in the shadows. Nevertheless, Norton's attention was firmly fixed upon him. Frowning deeply, he observed Father Abraham as he briskly approached the church. Norton recognized him, having encountered this priest countless times over the years. Initially, there was nothing about him that distinguished him from any other human, failing to evoke any particular feeling in Norton. Yet today was different. An unsettling sensation, foreign to Norton, emanated from Father Abraham, causing him to furrow his brow. How to describe this feeling? It was akin to the disdain felt by a higher being upon encountering a lower life form. A peculiar contempt surged within Norton at the mere sight of him. Every cell in Norton's being seemed to scorn the severely flawed Father Abraham, each part of his flesh screaming out its disdain. If one were to articulate this sentiment in a more refined manner, one might refer to it as a matter of hierarchical essence. Norton could not fathom why. Upon beholding Father Abraham, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of superiority, perceiving himself as an entity capable of effortlessly extinguishing this wretched being. Inferior even to a mere insect. This bizarre feeling caused Norton's brow to furrow even more tightly. Why did such a sensation arise? Until now, he had never experienced such an intense disdain radiating from within towards any other creature, even the bat that had feasted upon his flesh. Norton merely perceived it as a creature whose life essence was several tiers beneath his own, without registering any disdain for its inferior existence. He felt as though Father Abraham were akin to a few discarded scraps hastily molded together, as if plucked from a latrine. This cannot solely be attributed to Norton's weakness. Even the inadvertent release of his pet's remnants went unnoticed by him. Since the inception of the magnetic field, he had been able to discern the subservient relationship between himself and the coal that had consumed his blood and flesh. This was primarily due to the lamentably lowly state of Father Abraham's life form, rendering him an utterly inadequate creation, incapable of being classified within Norton's perceptual realm. It was akin to expecting a deity to acknowledge the refuse upon the streets as his own. Such a noble being could hardly concede to such a notion. Moreover, strictly speaking, that refuse was not forged from his blood and flesh. Rather, it was the coal that was the product of his essence. And the coal itself existed as an independent entity. The creations born of its blood bore no connection to those crafted from Norton's own flesh. Father Abraham piqued Norton's interest significantly as he cautiously entered the church. If a beggar were to suddenly ascend to emperorship, it might merely invoke admiration. However, a man transformed into a mere refuse would only inspire curiosity. Norton contemplated following this intriguing Father Abraham to unveil the nature of this detritus. Would this Father Abraham ever discern Norton's abnormal presence? Norton harbored an instinctual conviction that if he remained unseen by Father Abraham, even nestled in his embrace, he would remain unnoticed. Should he wish to confront Father Abraham, merely allowing him a glance would spell instant demise for the latter. Norton was uncertain of the origin of this sensation, yet he never doubted it. Had His Majesty Adam been present, such doubts would not arise. For a god is not to be gazed upon. The overwhelming dominance of a high-tier life form surpasses all comprehension. Only with the death and sealing of the deity could Adam dare to face the grave pressure of rank that accompanied a mere glimpse of the divine corpse. To have witnessed even that much nearly led to complications. Were the deity alive, at the very first glance upon the divine remains, the overwhelming pressure of life as hierarchy would have crushed him instantly. Low-tier life forms, when peering upon high-tier beings, find themselves utterly incapable of processing the information conveyed by the aura of such elevated entities. This lowest level of divine aura is referred to as the divine suppression. Thus, it was this instinctive sensation, akin to breathing, that had suddenly emerged within Norton. Chapter 69, What Am I? At the church's entrance, Father Abraham had vanished from sight, prompting Norton to withdraw his gaze, feeling an undeniable peculiarity. Never has anything instilled such a sense of degradation within me, even less than that of a mere rodent. Where has Father Abraham gone? How did he become this wretched being? Though I perceive Father Abraham as utterly despicable, this is the first occasion I have witnessed such an uncanny transformation in a member of the clergy. Norton rose to his feet, feigning the gait of a beggar as he made his way toward the rear of the church. He intended to sneak in and observe Father Abraham closely. Upon arriving at the back of the church, Norton carefully surveyed his surroundings and then, adopting the agile manner of a lizard scaling a wall, ascended the church's lofty barrier. Today, he merely sought to behold the peculiarities of Father Abraham, so he refrained from leaping down, instead using the towering wall to gain a vantage point from which to spy upon the priest who had already entered the church. 2 knights stationed at the entrance of the church respectfully greeted the approaching Father Abraham. With great effort, Father Abraham suppressed the terror and unease gnawing at his heart, as well as the guilt and confusion directed toward God, and coldly scoffed in accordance with his customary demeanor. The noxious air of Lino City was tainted with a hint of sanguine sweetness emanating from the direction of the 2 church knights, so potent that he felt he could almost hear the rush of blood coursing through their robust bodies. An intense longing surged within Father Abraham, compelling him to swallow hard. Feeling the fervor of his craving intensifying, Father Abraham hastily took a step forward, attempting to alleviate his insatiable thirst for blood by distancing himself from the source. As he stepped into the confines of the church, his anxiety only heightened. As a priest, he possessed sufficient rank to be privy to certain ecclesiastical secrets. At this juncture, how could he possibly remain oblivious to the fact that he had undoubtedly transformed into a creature akin to a vampire? The term akin is used because the being he had become bore no resemblance to the church's definition of a vampire. For now, the only shared trait was the insatiable thirst for blood. Thus, he could not definitively ascertain whether he had truly become a vampire or some other mysterious entity. His audacious venture into the church was driven by a desire to unearth deeper theories regarding vampires and the subsequent ecclesiastical research, with the aim of determining precisely what he had become. Upon crossing the church's walls, Father Abraham did not proceed directly to the main hall, as was his usual practice. Instead, he opted to traverse more secluded areas, constantly mindful of his surroundings in an effort to avoid regions steeped in religious significance, such as confessionals or the main sanctuary. These locations either bore images of God or adorned with crosses symbolizing divine purity, both of which could effectively harm and identify a vampire. The means of vanquishing a vampire entailed driving a cross into its heart. Father Abraham was uncertain whether it was due to the writings in Ascension that depicted God being crucified by divine beings, which rendered the cross a religious artifact, tainted with the sanctity of God, thereby inflicting genuine harm upon vampires. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from exercising caution, skillfully circumventing such items to avert any potential harm to himself. It must be acknowledged that extensive exposure to information indeed bears its advantages. Had Norton possessed a broader spectrum of knowledge, he would not have been scorched and pinpointed by the image of God upon entering the holy city. As Father Abraham approached the door of the side chapel, the church knight stationed at the entrance immediately greeted him with utmost respect, after which Father Abraham proceeded inside. What a man! Norton, concealed atop the wall, felt a profound admiration. Having lurked in Lino City for so many years and traversed the church countless times, he had never dared to enter the main hall, fearing he would be reduced to ashes by the divine artwork within. To his astonishment, this bold Father Abraham, despite the peril, had the audacity to enter the sanctuary, which was truly commendable. Norton remained poised, patiently waiting. After a brief interval, Father Abraham re-emerged, clutching several ecclesiastical tomes, and retraced his steps along the path he had come. It is worth noting that the use of human skin for bookbinding seemed to be a peculiar practice exclusive to the deeply religious Holy City, while in Lino City, texts were recorded on rudimentary materials akin to papyrus, with the more prestigious works being inscribed on sheepskin. Evidently, the church in the Holy City was quite advanced in matters of such nature. Norton fixated on Father Abraham's figure and then quietly descended from the wall, adopting the guise of a beggar, trembling as he inhaled the scents in the air, following Father Abraham to his abode. In the cellar of Father Abraham's residence, the sound of footsteps echoed as his silhouette reappeared. The dimly lit cellar remained unchanged since his departure that morning. The lifeless body of the servant he had drained of blood still hung there, now beginning to show signs of stiffness. Father Abraham placed the books upon the table in the cellar, utterly oblivious to the presence that had stealthily followed him inside, clinging to the ceiling like a gecko, hanging upside down before vanishing into the shadows of the cellar. Two crimson orbs glimmered in the darkness, fixated on Father Abraham's position. As Norton had anticipated, he desired not to draw Father Abraham's attention. Even if he were to crawl above him, he would remain unnoticed. The scent of blood emanating from the walls reignited Father Abraham's thirst for blood, causing his eyes to take on a slight crimson hue. No. He inhaled the intoxicating aroma of blood, feeling an increasing itch throughout his body, as desire wove through his mind, rendering it nearly impossible for him to gather his thoughts. However, the unwavering commitment to the sacred teachings and the despair of having transformed into a vampire tormented him, driving him to seek liberation from his sanguinary desires through sheer willpower. While Father Mia harbored a longing to become a vampire, Father Abraham had no such inclination. His aspirations lay in the papacy. Father Abraham fought valiantly against the bloodlust surging within him, veins throbbing on his forehead, his complexion flushed. Yet, the intensifying craving caused his eyes to become veined with crimson, and even his incisors began to elongate ominously. The sight of him startled Norton, who lay hidden among various instruments of torture. Good heavens, a vampire! His incredulous gaze fixated on Father Abraham, whose mouth gaped open to reveal his sharpened fangs. Norton felt as though his entire worldview was on the verge of collapse. After becoming a vampire himself, he had never anticipated uttering words of astonishment regarding vampires. Yet now, he was genuinely astounded. The appearance of Father Abraham bore an uncanny resemblance to the quintessential vampire, reminiscent of the character Nosferatu from the classic film he had seen in a past life. It shouldn't be. If you are a vampire, then what am I? Norton was bewildered. He gazed incredulously at Father Abraham, who struggled against his bloodthirst, his elongated fangs prompting a moment of existential doubt regarding his own identity. Who truly is the vampire, you or I? The visage of Abraham appeared more archetypal than that of Norton. Chapter 70. The notion of status. Norton felt his self-confidence severely diminished. So, I am not the archetypal vampire after all. As he observed Father Abraham succumbing to the intoxicating allure of blood, he felt he was unworthy of the title of vampire. Look at Father Abraham. Merely the faint scent of blood in the air was enough to stir his brutal cravings. In stark contrast, Norton remained utterly indifferent to the pervasive stench of blood in the basement. When it came to the desire for blood, 10 Nortons could not compare to a single Father Abraham. However, witnessing Father Abraham's arduous battle against his thirst for blood illuminated for Norton the reason he felt a sense of disdain towards this individual. Indeed, the vampire that Father Abraham had become was rather pitiable. Setting aside the hierarchy of existence, it was a prime example of a creature unable to control its primal hunger. Even a dog can refrain from consuming filth, yet a vampire, lured by blood, becomes unhinged, loses all restraint, and forgets the very nature of existence. Is this the normal reaction of a being confronted with sustenance? Much like a werewolf succumbing to bloodlust under the full moon, he too was of a similarly lowly nature. Norton had never lost control. But how did Father Abraham come to embody such a classic vampire? After 20 years in the church and 8 in Lino City, he had never heard a whisper of rumors pertaining to this species. If this species had indeed existed prior, it would be implausible for there to be a complete absence of information. After all, this entity, once lured by blood, would undoubtedly succumb to its instincts and attack humans, thus giving rise to legends. However, the vampire identity of Norton has been authenticated by the church, characterized by its sharp fangs and bloodshot eyes, gaunt and unclean. Hence, the church's definition of a vampire must align with his kind, rather than with the present Father Abraham. Observing the elongated, bat-like fangs of Father Abraham, and noting the bandaged neck still exuding the scent of blood, coupled with his own conjectures, Norton recalled the coal-black creature that had recently resurrected and flown out to feed last night. Could it be that this defense was a product of my own creation? Norton gasped. If that were the case, it would elucidate the sense of superiority akin to a creator that he felt when confronting Father Abraham. It would also clarify why he did not possess such complete dominion over other beings, but only over the present Father Abraham. No. It should not be a creation of mine, but rather that of the coal-black creature. After feasting upon my flesh and blood, it may have awakened such an ability. Norton fell into contemplation. He suddenly felt an oddity. He had long pondered why a vampire like himself lacked the power to create progeny, only to discover that the bat, having licked his flesh, had acquired such a capability. Was it because I desired this power that it manifested? Or was it merely a coincidence? Perhaps it was simply a gradual manifestation of the inherent abilities of vampires? Norton sensed that the secrets within him ran deeper than he had anticipated. Yet, he believed his conjectures were misguided. At the very least, it could not be a gradual emergence of vampire abilities. Otherwise, vampires in this world would have long since created other species. How could it be left to him, Norton? But why could this ability not manifest within me? Why did it specifically appear in the creature that consumed my flesh? Am I not a highly evolved material? Norton felt his thoughts spiraling into confusion, unable to comprehend. The scant information he possessed was woefully inadequate for forming reasonable conjectures. The very notion of creating progeny left him utterly bewildered. The bat that had licked his flesh did not fundamentally belong to Norton as a vampire would to its progeny. It merely represented a new tier of life as suppression. Yet, the entirely new vampire race birthed by the bat seemed to wholly belong to Norton, instilling in him a sense of control over them. My progeny are not truly my progeny. Rather, the progeny of my progeny are my true progeny? What a classic tale of the Minotaur. Could it be that the bat, having not transformed into a new species through the consumption of Norton's flesh and blood, was the reason he did not possess a creator's dominion over it? Abraham, the priest, transformed into a new species through Norton, a creation born from his very hands. Is it then plausible that Norton feels a profound sense of dominion over this creation? Indeed, such a notion seems entirely reasonable. Norton's crimson eyes grew ever more vivid, a surge of exhilaration blossoming within his heart. Why, he pondered, had he not experienced this creator's sensation with other beings or species? The answer was clear. Those creatures were fashioned by God, and thus he was their true creator. Norton himself was also a creation of God, and therefore, he could not perceive that creator's feeling from other species, as they were all mere creations, sharing the same status. Only this vampire, born from the transformation of Father Abraham, this entirely new breed of vampire, was his creation. Hence, he felt that sense of divine creation. This notion perfectly corroborated the sensation of a decline in life essence he had experienced with Father Abraham. He had descended from the realm of God as creations to that of a creation's creation, leading Norton to feel the degradation of his own life essence. Surely, it must be so. Norton felt an overwhelming sense of cleverness. Was he not, then, a degraded entity? Norton's bewildered crimson eyes widened, struggling to comprehend how. With a few conjectures, he had been demoted from a superior being to a lesser one. The magnitude of his decline seemed even greater than that of Father Abraham. Moreover, what merit did he possess to wield such power? Other vampires had not been known to possess the ability to develop entirely new lineages. Otherwise, wouldn't the vampire species have already given rise to numerous progeny? Creation, after all, is a power reserved for God alone. Chapter 71. A brief history of the bloodline. As the adage goes, the troubles of man multiply with contemplation. One should not afford oneself too much time for reflection, lest one become ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion. Though thought is a manifestation of wisdom, it can equally serve as a curse. Norton found himself ensconced in the cellar of Father Abraham's home, nearly succumbing to despair, struggling to grasp the incomprehensible. His mind felt as though it might ignite from the strain. Fortunately, the sounds emanating from Father Abraham finally liberated him from his reverie. A series of labored breaths echoed in the cellar. After enduring for a considerable time, Father Abraham could no longer suppress his insatiable thirst. The blood vessels in his eyes intensified, and he opened his mouth wide, baring his elongated fangs, his nostrils flaring in fervor. "Ah, Caesar, why do you punish me so? I am Father Abraham." His scara transformed entirely into a vivid crimson, trembling with overwhelming desire, compelling him to abandon all thoughts and seek the ecstasy of blood first. Father Abraham departed the cellar, attending to his primal needs. Norton regarded him with a sense of poignant reflection. The intellectually deficient species truly lives up to its reputation. It is incapable of resisting its own desire for sustenance. For reasons unknown, in stark contrast to Father Abraham, Norton felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Yet, this was not the moment to take pride in his lineage. Rising from behind the instruments of torture, Norton hastened to the position recently occupied by Father Abraham. He witnessed the priest extracting several books from the church. Why, knowing the risks, would Father Abraham venture into the church to retrieve these texts? It was evident that these books held answers to his inquiries, specifically regarding the nature of vampires, knowledge that Norton sorely lacked. As Norton perused the volumes on the table, it became apparent that they were indeed focused on the subject of vampires. Unlike the church's scriptures, which obfuscate their messages to foster belief, these texts employed straightforward language, replete with detail, rendering their meanings clear and comprehensible. The first book, A Brief History of Vampires, noted that the current population of vampires is exceedingly rare and challenging to produce. However, within its pages, vampires were once a thriving race. Following the births of the divine beings, Kuba and Jonah, the latter forbade Kuba from desecrating corpses, resulting in a prolonged period devoid of new vampire births. This state of affairs persisted until the primordial reaper Jonah was imprisoned within the sun. Thereafter, certain deceased bodies inexplicably transformed into vampires. This phenomenon resonated with the concept of resurgence and aligned with Norton's ability to consume the blood of the deceased. It seemed that Jonah's confinement diminished his dominion over the dead, leading to a prolific emergence of vampires for an extended duration. Various races fell victim to their predation, with only humanity surviving, safeguarded by divine protection. In response to this aberrant species, the Holy Church was established, cultivating the sanctified knights, human weapons forged through unwavering faith in God. Thus commenced the era of holy wars, during which, over the course of nearly a millennium, the rampant vampires were vanquished. This enduring conflict solidified the church's position as the bastion of sanctity, while the frequency of vampire births dwindled, likely due to Kuba's demise at the hands of the divine. To this day, vampires are scarcely glimpsed within the mortal realm, and the potential for the resurrection of any corpse into a vampire has vanished. This aligns with Norton's experiences over the past 8 years. Having traversed the world and encountered numerous creatures, he had yet to see another vampire apart from himself. Although Norton felt his knowledge had expanded significantly, it bore little practical value. What truly pertained to his immediate concerns were the subsequent volumes, particularly the Comprehensive Guide to Vampires. This text encapsulated nearly a millennium of the church's research into the vampire species. Compared to the tome that Norton once observed in the Church of the Holy Lord in St. Lord City, this one is far more detailed. Most notably, it introduces the concept of divinity. His Majesty Adam had previously expressed his confusion regarding the mural, which depicted a half-wing, symbolizing the divinity possessed by the progenitor of vampires, Kuba. This suggests that the Church, in ancient times, had already utilized the notion of divinity to bridge the connection between vampires and God. Vampires, born of God and endowed with divinity, are impervious to ordinary weapons. Only the sanctity of God can inflict harm upon them. The divine corpse of God was suspended upon the cross. Thus the cross itself bears the essence of divinity, granting it the true power to harm vampires. Of course, this is merely content from the book, which aligns with the teachings of the Church and offers a self-consistent narrative. For His Majesty Adam, there would be further explanations. Firstly, the divine corpse is nailed to the cross, and since God's life form is of the highest order, both the cross and the stake can exert suppression and inflict harm upon all beings. However, this possibility seems limited, as other beings, apart from vampires, do not fear the cross. Secondly, the cross is crafted from the body of Kuba. This reason holds the greatest likelihood. Perhaps some may find this difficult to comprehend. Yet the introduction of a concept can illuminate the connection, that of persona. The concept of persona may seem ethereal, yet it undeniably exists within this world. Norton's persona surpasses that of Father Abraham, allowing him dominion over all pertaining to Father Abraham. If Norton, the ancestral vampire to Father Abraham, were to be suspended upon the cross, then Norton's superior persona would render Father Abraham, a being created by Norton, inferior, causing even him to fear the cross. Hence, if Kuba, the progenitor, has been vanquished and transformed into a cross, then surely other vampires would also harbor fear towards it. Thus, whether the efficacy of the cross against vampires stems from God or Kuba, it is this suppression of persona that serves as the most potent weapon against the vampire race. God is referred to as divine primarily due to his elevated persona. Those of lower persona cannot inflict harm upon those of higher standing. Conversely, any discomfort felt by a higher persona will directly manifest upon lower persona entities. This is absolute control, the definitive authority possessed by the Creator. Although the notion of persona may appear nebulous, the Church's extensive research and documentation over the years have indeed manifested its significance. The most illustrative aspects are the methods employed against vampires and the advancement of their kind. Chapter 72, The Hierarchy of Stages Classification of the Vampire Species. Norton turned the page with a heavy heart. He could not help but feel that reading this book was perhaps more burdensome than beneficial. At the very least, prior to reading, he bore none of the psychological weight. Each day was spent as a beggar, slaying the Church, living blissfully. However, after perusing its contents, he found himself somewhat discontent. The clergy may struggle to connect all the clues due to the undisclosed issue of the divine corpse. However, Norton, as a modern individual, possesses the ability to discern deeper problems through subtle expressions, drawing upon the vast knowledge he acquired in his previous life. For instance, the notion that the divine corpse was suspended on the cross endows the cross with the power to harm vampires initially appears unproblematic. Yet, upon further reflection, the implications become increasingly alarming. If the cross bearing the divine corpse possesses the ability to confront vampires, it is understandable, given its daily contact with the divine and the sanctity that might be imparted. However, if all crosses gain the capacity to affect vampires merely because of the divine corpse's crucifixion, then the situation escalates dramatically. This transcends the mere contamination of divine sanctity. It fundamentally imposes a new rule upon the vampire race. The existence of the divine corpse on the cross introduces an entirely novel principle into this world. What a monumental concept of power this is. Norton distinctly senses a profound force emanating from these statements. The so-called divinity and hierarchy in this world are far more terrifying than any depictions of such in the novels he had previously read. The arbitrary manifestations of high-ranking beings can alter the foundational logic of those of lower rank, and the extent of this hierarchy is truly exaggerated. In the novels Norton perused, the portrayal of divinity merely symbolized power. The mutual deprivation of divine status represented the mutual deprivation of strength, serving as an alternative nomenclature for power. However, the divinity in this world embodies the true, omnipotent will of the divine. What then is the essence of growth? Norton feels utterly powerless in this world. When he was a cleric, he experienced overwhelming helplessness before the colossal saint city. Now, as a vampire, he finds himself similarly impotent in the face of the divine. Even when confronting the Church, he could retaliate against Father Mia with a punch, yet against God, he has no possibility of resistance. The idea of breaking through all laws with strength? That is sheer nonsense. The power you speak of, when confronted with the divine, may render you and your kind as mere refuse with a mere shift in divine perspective. Such overwhelming dominance, stemming from rules and fundamentals, leaves all species devoid of any possibility for rebellion. Furthermore, Norton recalls the coal ball and Father Abraham. Before it consumed his flesh and blood, he could not perceive the disparity in their life levels. However, post-consumption, he sensed that the coal ball's life level was somewhat inferior to his own. This is easily understandable. Prior to its mutation, the coal ball, like Norton, was a creation of God. Thus their life levels were equivalent, and the difference was imperceptible. Yet, after it devoured Norton's flesh and blood and mutated, it began to transform into one of his creations, resulting in its life level being one tier lower than his own. This undeniably proves that even if Norton were to experience an extraordinary stroke of luck and consume the flesh or blood of God, he could never surpass the divine, remaining forever subordinate. After all, how could a mere creation born from fragments of divine genes surpass the omnipotence of God? The scant genetic remnants extracted during your creation have already dictated the zenith of your potential for growth. Such growth is inherently limited, leaving one perpetually ensnared in the dominion of the divine, a sentiment that evokes profound helplessness. If the church exerts oppression through both force and ideology, rendering the populace incapable of resistance, then God imposes control at the very foundation of your being, leaving you devoid of any means to defy. The church, in its unwavering devotion to God, mirrors this oppression of existence. Origin. This is the true essence of origin. Every facet of power, life, and indeed all things, finds its genesis in the divine. He is the origin of all, thus possessing the authority to dictate everything. Does this not render the world exceedingly monotonous? The parameters and variability of the world were predetermined at the moment of its creation, resulting in a realm devoid of any potential for change. Wait a moment. How does this differ from the scientific proposition of the conservation of the universe's total mass? Could it be that Earth possesses its own deity, true to his nature? Norton found his thoughts diverging as he pondered this. The mental affliction that had imprisoned him for 2 decades still lingered, resisting complete recovery. Yet, one must consider, if he cannot overcome his own madness, how could he hope to confront God? Norton reined in his thoughts, returning to the tome in his hands. After dismissing the church's methods against vampires, only a study on the stages of vampiric transformation remained of any significance. During periods of high vampire populations, the church had actively captured and studied these beings, a venture initiated by a pope who defied consensus. The records indicate that each successive pope exhibited a keen interest in vampiric research, only for this fervor to wane in modern times as vampire numbers dwindled. Despite years of inquiry, the church's findings regarding vampires remained lackluster. According to their studies, vampires are categorized into 3 distinct stages. Chapter 73, yet again, a setup. The first stage occurs upon the initial reanimation of the corpse. At this juncture, the vampire is relatively feeble, possessing strength only 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary human. Although it exhibits regenerative capabilities, its resistance is low, making its limbs susceptible to severance by sharp instruments. However, conventional weaponry proves ineffective against it. Yet, through methods such as dismemberment and incineration, it can still be vanquished. The use of a crucifix produces a specific suppressive effect on vampires, and placing a crucifix upon one in the throes of transformation can effectively hinder its metamorphosis. Additionally, artifacts or images that represent God can inflict harm. Piercing its heart with a wooden stake can deliver fatal damage. At this juncture, the appearance of a vampire resembles that of a human who has been deceased for approximately 3 hours. The body may exhibit slight livor mortis, with eyes clouded in hue. However, overall, it remains strikingly similar to that of a living person. This is indeed the prime moment for a vampire to conceal itself within the urban sprawl. Nevertheless, it lacks the majority of a vampire's formidable powers, as its physical attributes have only been marginally enhanced, allowing 3 knights of the church to easily subdue it. The church does not recognize this stage of the corpse as a true vampire, for it shows no fear of sunlight. The second stage occurs 1 year after the corpse's revival. As time progresses, the body gradually transitions into that of a vampire. Its skin and flesh desiccate. The body becomes increasingly emaciated, teeth elongate into sharp fangs, and the eyes shift to a crimson hue. With pointed fangs and bloodshot eyes, withered and unclean. This transformation is exceedingly protracted. During this phase, the vampire's strength, agility, and senses significantly amplify over time, achieving an all-encompassing enhancement. At this point, ordinary weapons lose their efficacy. Dismemberment and incineration no longer pose a genuine threat. However, its vulnerabilities also increase markedly. Sunlight begins to inflict minor harm. A crucifix can effectively suppress it, even causing burns. Driving a crucifix into the vampire's heart will incinerate it to ashes, resulting in its final demise. Conversely, the damage inflicted by images of God and sacred objects imbued with divine essence diminishes considerably, perhaps due to the insufficient divine radiance they possess. At this stage, the church recognizes the being as a vampire, for it is at this point that the vampire truly acquires the ability to survive indefinitely without feeding. Furthermore, it attains power that can genuinely rival that of the holy knights. The third stage manifests when the vampire's body has become entirely desiccated, leading to an even more grotesque form. Initially, its skeletal structure undergoes further development, gradually increasing in height until it reaches over 2 meters, at which point it slowly ceases to grow. During this skeletal maturation, the vampire's sharp fangs begin to fall out, the withered skin gradually decays and peels away, and the underlying flesh takes on an exceedingly pale hue, remaining wrinkled, reminiscent of a child who has lingered too long in amniotic fluid. Even the once crimson eyes begin to change, transitioning to a reddish-brown that deepens in intensity. Ultimately, it presents as a long-limbed, decayed, and bizarrely malformed corpse. This phase is regarded as the most grotesque manifestation of the vampire, with an exterior akin to that of a putrid, deformed cadaver, utterly repulsive. However, the Church posits that this may represent the vampire's final stage of rebirth, the breaking of the chrysalis. Pale and slender, decayed and fragile, at this stage, the vampire transcends the realm of the mundane. No earthly monster, sword, or flame can inflict harm upon it any longer. The damage inflicted by sacred objects imbued with the essence of God diminishes further, leaving only a modicum of suppressive power. However, its resistance to sunlight has once again diminished, leading to severe burns upon exposure. At this stage, the only means to vanquish a vampire is to drive a crucifix into its heart. As the third stage concludes, the vampire may perhaps ascend to an entirely new echelon. Regrettably, the Church possesses no knowledge regarding the fourth stage of vampires. This is not due to a suppression of information, but rather the result of millennia of research and apprehension of vampires that have yielded no evidence of such a fourth stage. Even those vampires captured and cultivated by the Church for observation have remained stagnant at the third stage, unable to transcend into their final transformation. It seems as though some formidable will is stifling their metamorphosis, or perhaps the progenitor of vampires, Kuba, maintains the highest rank within the vampire lineage, rendering all others incapable of further advancement. It may only be when Kuba's will completely dissipates that a fourth stage vampire will once again walk the earth. Such is a classic closing remark, designed to tantalize the imagination. Perhaps, when the Church's members encounter this conclusion, they will find themselves indulging in fantasies regarding the so-called fourth-stage vampires, fretting over the dissolution of Kuba's, while simultaneously harboring an insatiable curiosity about these elusive beings. Yet, in the eyes of a genuine second-stage vampire, this tome is nothing short of forbidden literature. A wretched book. Had I known, I would not have laid eyes upon it. Norton exclaimed, flinging the book back onto the table, regretting it with a heart full of sorrow. Before delving into the pages, his greatest concern had merely been his own survival, yet he had managed to live each day with joy. However, after reading this book, disaster, he felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. Not only was he shackled by the eternal oppression of a divine being, but he was also denied the final transformation. Would he be condemned to drag a foul semblance of himself through endless ages, awaiting the dissolution of Kuba's will? Before reading, he had been blissfully ignorant, untroubled by the world. Yet, after acquiring this knowledge, he found himself plagued by worries. Norton could scarcely fathom that the secret of vampires he had long yearned to uncover for 8 years ultimately revealed that he was but a plaything in the hands of a higher life form. While the Church remains uncertain about the reasons behind the vampire's inability to ascend to the fourth stage, Norton is resolute in his understanding. Just as Father Abraham is but a product of his creation, he too shall never rise to the same level as Norton. Thus, the reason why third-stage vampires cannot advance to the fourth stage is evident. It must be the rank of Kuba, the progenitor of vampires, that suppresses their ascent. This world is akin to an immense pyramid system. It is truly disheartening. Norton feels ensnared in a divine trap. The divine equally oppresses all that exists in this world, while Kuba equally oppresses Norton. The thought nearly sends him into despair. Then, by the same token, I, Norton, shall also impose equal oppression upon Abraham. I too shall become a master of slaves. To this day, all the secrets he yearned to uncover had been laid bare. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Why was there no mention of a vampire's ability to develop thralls? Norton's heart raced as he sifted through the tomes upon his desk. In this realm, status signified everything. The myriad powers possessed by vampires paled in comparison to the utility of elevating one's standing. Nonetheless, this was undeniably a vampire's ability. And given the Church's extensive research on vampires, such a capability should not have been overlooked. Yet, the texts contained not a single word on the matter, as if vampires were incapable of nurturing thralls. Although Norton personally lacked this talent, he did feed his own flesh and blood to other beings, transforming them into entities of a lower tier than himself. Was this not a form of creating thralls? Had the church and the vampires never explored this? It seemed implausible. Chapter 74. Flesh is fleeting. The soul ascends. Why had the church failed to document the potential for a vampire's flesh to induce mutations in other beings, while he, Norton, possessed such an ability? Could it be that his status as a transmigrant set him apart from the denizens of this world? After all, despite being born anew, his soul remained distinct. Norton, despite occasionally struggling with self-control, proved to be quite astute when it mattered. This acuity was undoubtedly a benefit of his previous life, having consumed countless novels, allowing him to conjure various concepts with little effort. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. If this world revered status, with all other forms of life being creations of the Almighty, then their status would inherently be subordinate to him. Conversely, his soul was not crafted by the divine. Thus, from a broader perspective, his essence should align with that of the Almighty. Hence, he might possess the creative faculties denied to other vampires, enabling him to forge entirely new species, akin to the powers of creation attributed to God. Norton's crimson eyes glimmered in the darkness, his thoughts igniting a fervor within him. This notion was quite comprehensible. The souls, or minds, of other species were indeed creations of God, subject to his dominion. Within this world, only two truly free souls could be identified, the Almighty and, by extension, Norton himself. In this light, he stood on equal footing with God. Therefore, could it be possible that the creative authority held by the Almighty was also within his grasp? It seemed highly plausible. Norton felt no flaw in his reasoning. Otherwise, why would no other vampire be recorded as capable of producing thralls or transforming other species, save for him? Surely, it could not be merely because he had consumed the blood of a holy knight. However, given that the church had apprehended vampires, they would undoubtedly conduct relevant experiments. It was inconceivable that they would ignore such an apparent opportunity. Yet, upon reflection, he found his reasoning lacking in rigor. Although his soul was not a creation of God, his body was. Moreover, the bats had not feasted upon his soul. They had licked his flesh and blood, which should not trigger any creative potential. Unless the transformation of the bat and Father Abraham is not a consequence of his flesh and blood, but rather a manifestation of his desire, it can be concluded that the fundamental cause of creation lies within his soul and thoughts, rather than his corporeal form. This notion holds merit. The coal did not consume my flesh at that time, it merely licked it. Norton reminisced about his prior interactions with the coal. Moreover, the peculiar abilities of the coal were astonishing. He was initially perplexed as to why a vampire would lack the capacity to transform its progeny, only for the coal to exhibit such powers. Initially, Norton perceived this as mere coincidence and felt the unfairness of the divine. However, in retrospect, it seems this is not mere happenstance, but rather connected to his subconscious. Furthermore, the vampire visage of Father Abraham is strikingly identical to the classic depiction of a vampire in his mind. What a remarkable coincidence it is that the vampire Abraham transformed into resembles the archetype from his past life's cinematic portrayals. One coincidence may be dismissed, but two coincidences undoubtedly point toward an undeniable truth. It is quite possible that the consumption of his flesh served as a medium, facilitating the transformation of these beings. Yet his will exerted an additional influence, thereby shaping these creatures according to Norton's desires. This, in turn, could result in a degradation of status. Is that the case? Norton furrowed his brow. If so, then the werewolf also consumed my flesh. Why hasn't a creature resembling the werewolf from my memories emerged? Furthermore, this group of monsters seeks to hunt me, yet the text does not indicate that vampires attract the attention of monsters. Ahem, Father Abraham's cough resonated from outside, interrupting Norton's contemplation. He sighed deeply, returned the book to its place, and then concealed himself once more behind the instruments of torture. This journey has proven worthwhile. Not only has he acquired the fearful essence of a vampire, but he has also gleaned much useful information. Although the most valuable insight was derived from Norton's own reasoning, and he remains uncertain of its accuracy, without this information, he would lack the foundation for his deductions. Next, he could attempt to discern whether the changes in species were influenced by his flesh or his thoughts. If, as he suspects, his soul's essence aligns with that of the divine, then infinite possibilities await him. At the very least, he would not be constrained by status, forever in a state of stagnation. Norton quietly lurked behind the instruments. He did not intend to present himself before Father Abraham, despite his higher standing, even being regarded as the creator of Abraham. However, the downfall of the divine has revealed a crucial lesson to Norton. Never underestimate or misjudge the human heart. The God who governs all fell from grace, and he does not believe he is immune to such fate. A scraping sound echoed as heavy objects were dragged along the ground, emanating from the entrance of the cellar. Father Abraham was hauling the body of a servant, pulling it into the depths of the cellar. His lips bore traces of blood, suggesting a recent indulgence in the sanguine substance. Upon re-emerging in the cellar, he found himself unprovoked by the lingering metallic scent that had previously stirred his predatory instincts. The experience of consuming blood for a second time left Father Abraham engulfed in a sense of trepidation and unease. While both acts involved taking a life, the role of a priest afforded him a far more comfortable position than that of a vampire. Had he not succumbed to this transformation, he would have simply disposed of the corpse, allowing his servants to carry it away. Yet now, he dared not permit them to lay eyes on the body. Instead, he concealed it within the confines of the cellar, disposing of the remains haphazardly within the cellar. Father Abraham seized a book from the table before exiting the dimly lit space. Norton, with utmost caution, trailed behind, utilizing his heightened senses to evade detection by the household staff. Perhaps fearing the exposure of his blood-draining activities, Father Abraham had sent the servants away, and the two made their way to the priest's opulent mansion. As Father Abraham walked upon the floor, Norton suspended himself upside down from the ceiling, crawling stealthily. Upon their entry, a startled exclamation escaped Father Abraham's lips, causing him to recoil as if confronted by some ghastly apparition. The sudden outburst startled Norton, who trembled and turned his gaze to the source of the commotion. There, resting upon a table in the foyer, lay an exquisite silver cross, an item Father Abraham had removed while tending to his wounds that very morning, now forgotten in its place. Norton, equally startled, instinctively recoiled, his mind racing with the implications. He had just learned of the cross's lethal potency against vampires, and here it was, carelessly displayed in the home of a priest. This was a grave transgression against the progenitors of their kind. The two vampires fled in haste, one trailing closely behind the other. In a mere second, Norton had retreated outside, whereas Father Abraham found himself only at the threshold. Sunlight pierced through, enveloping Norton and inflicting a sharp, stinging pain, igniting his resentment towards Father Abraham. I've survived for 8 years, only to nearly fall into your hands. So you think yourself grand, a mere priest, with such an artifact carelessly lying about? Chapter 75, completed, ascended to godhood. Both vampires were engulfed in uncertainty. However, the silver cross on the table seemed indifferent to their presence. This engendered a profound sense of suspicion in both Norton and Father Abraham. Was it possible that the cross only inflicted harm when thrust into the heart? The two creatures, one perched on the ceiling and the other at the doorway, shared a similar line of thought, with Father Abraham's confusion heightened by the novelty of his vampiric existence, still grappling with the uncertainties that followed his transformation. Generally speaking, during this period, these newly transformed vampires exhibit an infantile curiosity towards anything, eager to ascertain whether it possesses the capacity to inflict harm upon them. Moreover, Father Abraham is compelled to experiment, for despite his transformation into a vampire, he remains unwilling to sever ties with the church, reluctant to relinquish his esteemed status and authority. He yearns to continue concealing himself within the city as a priest rather than fleeing into the wilderness to become a wandering stray dog. Norton has improved considerably. He no longer engages in futile experiments for validation. However, he observes Father Abraham's attempts with keen interest. Indeed, it seems that upon entering the room, he was not harmed by the crucifix, which emboldened Father Abraham slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately took another step forward, re-entering the room. The crucifix resting on the table exhibited no unusual reactions. With newfound courage, Father Abraham cautiously advanced closer. Still, no adverse effects manifested. Could it be that the crucifix only achieves lethal efficacy when plunged into a vampire's heart? Father Abraham recalled the lessons he had attended in church regarding the methods to confront vampires. Those teachings did not encompass the notion that a crucifix could inflict harm from a distance. Only sunlight and images of God were deemed capable of such. On this note, Norton found himself puzzled as well. Both the image of God and sunlight, imbued with divine sanctity, seemed to possess the exclusive ability to harm vampires from afar, while the crucifix did not. Feeling somewhat reassured, Father Abraham cautiously approached the table, nearing the silver crucifix. Even as his body drew near, there was still no reaction. Norton held his breath, concentrating intently. Father Abraham exhaled deeply, trembling as he extended his clawed hand, gingerly reaching out with a single finger to caress the crucifix. Suddenly, a sound akin to raw flesh sizzling on a grill erupted as Father Abraham's fingertip met the silver crucifix, producing a plume of white smoke as flesh was seared. Accompanying this was the anguished cry of Father Abraham. The piercing wail escaped his lips, and he instinctively retracted his arm. Yet, despite this, his outstretched fingertip remained scorched at the joint. Merely a moment of contact had resulted in the crucifix's power incinerating half of his fingertip, the wound now adorned with ash-like remnants. It appeared that a vestige of sanctity lingered, for Father Abraham's severed digit did not heal after departing from the crucifix. The potency of the crucifix instilled terror upon Father Abraham's visage as he recoiled, no longer daring to approach the silver crucifix resting upon the table. What shall I do now? How can I return to the church? How can I confront the holiness of God? How can I continue as a priest? Alas, I find myself in a dire predicament. Father Abraham's collapse did not stem from his transformation into a vampire, nor from his consumption of human blood. It was the inability to continue his priestly duties that truly shattered his spirit. In a fit of anguish, he clutched the vampire tomes he had brought and fled the room, observing the direction of his retreat. It seemed he was returning to the cellar to indulge once more in his dark cravings. This left Norton to silently leap from the rooftop. The power of the cross was astonishing. Norton furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the silver crucifix on the table. The church's standard silver crucifix was exquisitely crafted. It was not merely a simple intersection of lines, but adorned with intricate patterns that, coupled with the lustrous sheen of pure silver, rendered it both elegant and understated. Majestic and sacred, the church's aesthetic sensibilities were undeniably heightened. As he admired the beautiful crucifix, Norton hesitated in his steps. Was it the cross that had harmed Father Abraham? Or was it the silver itself? If the crucifix had indeed inflicted harm upon Father Abraham, it would serve as irrefutable evidence of the cross's terrifying efficacy against vampires. However, if it was the pure silver that caused him distress, that would only confirm one notion. Father Abraham, this newly emerged vampire, had indeed manifested as Norton had envisioned. After all, in this world, vampires were not known to fear silver. Should it be true that Father Abraham was afraid of silver, then Norton's previous hypothesis would stand validated. Furthermore, as Father Abraham had mentioned earlier, vampires feared the cross because its penetration would lead to their demise, a conclusion drawn from the church's research. The tome he had perused made no indication that pressing a crucifix against a vampire would yield a searing effect. Moreover, Norton had previously crafted a crucifix in the cave, which had proven utterly ineffective. Perhaps the lack of divine sanctity had rendered his creation powerless. Thus, Norton was compelled to experiment, if only to ascertain his own resistance to the crucifix, lest he encounter members of the church wielding such a relic and find himself at a loss for how to defend against it. Additionally, he sought to validate his own theories. With his gaze fixed on the crucifix and recalling Father Abraham's visage, he hesitated momentarily before gradually extending a withered finger to make contact with the crucifix. A chill radiated from the crucifix upon contact. There was no sensation of burning as he had anticipated. The silver crucifix showed no unusual reaction when it brushed against Norton. He felt nothing at all. Norton even grasped the silver crucifix, lying down with it resting upon his chest or forehead, merely experiencing a sense of pressure, as if something weighed upon him, exactly mirroring the results of his earlier experiment in the cave. Abraham, indeed, was a quintessential vampire conjured by my subconscious from a past life. Indeed, I, Norton, possessed the magnificent power of creation. Ha ha ha. Norton's heart swells with joy, his spirits soaring. His emotions have been unshackled. He, Norton, wields the creative force akin to that of the divine. His soul stands on par with the Almighty. Chapter 76. The City of Vampires? The concept of status resembles a restrictive hierarchy. Although Norton believes his soul to be equal in stature to that of God, it is evident that he lacks the Almighty's formidable power. However, the divine does not govern his soul, granting him limitless potential for growth. The independence of his soul bestows upon him a remarkable ability, the capacity to cultivate his own creations by feeding them his flesh and blood. In contrast, all other species are the products of God's creation, bound by divine genetics and hierarchy, rendering anything they produce as an extension of the Almighty's essence. Only Norton, with his distinct soul, possesses the genetic divergence necessary to cultivate beings beyond God's design, which elucidates the nature of his so-called creative prowess. Norton reflects that he should judiciously exploit this advantage to enhance his own existence. Emerging from Father Abraham's abode, he returns to his bell tower. Ha! Lino City indeed favors me, Norton. He extends his hand to retrieve a coal, suspended from the ceiling, grasping it within his palm. Despite having been drained of blood, the coal's form remains less desiccated, yet still resembles a bat's mummified carcass. This appearance evokes memories of a vampire's minion from a previous life, the gargoyle. The gargoyle, contrary to popular belief, is not merely a vampire's servant. It is a concept found exclusively in the game The Elder Scrolls. During the Central European era, gargoyles were viewed as guardians of churches, exemplified by the various gargoyle sculptures adorning the roof of Notre Dame. The coal's current parched appearance bears a resemblance to the gargoyles from his recollections of Warcraft. Could it be possible for Norton to cultivate the coal into a gargoyle? Utilizing his flesh and blood, along with his soul, which stands equal to God's. Every thought of his soul fills Norton with exquisite delight. Since he possesses the ability to create, why not endeavor to explore this potential further? With this in mind, Norton tears a small piece of his flesh and forcefully inserts it into the coal's mouth. Transform into a gargoyle. Coal, become a gargoyle. Can you comprehend human speech? As Norton envisions the gargoyle he desires, he suddenly considers another notion. Wait, why can't I conceive it as God? Why not leap directly to invincibility? A smirk tugs at the corners of Norton's mouth. Though he realizes the improbability of this ambition, it does not deter him from attempting it. Just as he prepares to proceed, he abruptly halts his thoughts. If I can envision a coal ball as a deity, why not also imagine it as a charming little girl with twin ponytails? Such desires are indeed intoxicating. The city of Lino has returned to a semblance of tranquility, at least on the surface. Even the coincidental deaths associated with the Lino church have ceased. Whether Norton perceives the coal ball as a god or as a twin-tailed little girl is of no consequence. He is, after all, not a deity. His so-called creative abilities are fundamentally dissimilar to those of a true god. If the Almighty can effortlessly mold new life from his own essence, Norton can merely introduce a single gene into the creatures he fabricates, resulting in a limited form of mutation. To claim he possesses divine stature is a mere exaggeration, truthfully. He is but a rudimentary aberration, at least for now. His purported creative power is nothing more than an alteration of a fundamental aspect of divine creation, a means to usurp a fragment of ownership over the beings he manipulates. Take Father Abraham, for instance. His foundational code remains that of the Almighty, who retains absolute dominion over him. Norton possesses only the code that induces Father Abraham's mutation, and thus, his supposed control is limited to this mutation-inducing code, granting him absolute authority over the life aspect of Father Abraham. Ultimately, whether it's the foundational code or the fundamental essence, they must coalesce to form Father Abraham. The removal of any single piece would spell his demise. While the city of Lino appears placid, beneath this calm surface lies a turbulent undercurrent. Given Norton's flesh possesses the ability to nurture subordinates, he will not squander this gift. However, the cultivation of such subordinates is not without its constraints. At least until complete mutation occurs, he lacks the capacity for control. Thus, he opts to use his own flesh to mutate only members of his bat family. To ensure the continuity of his bat lineage, Norton decides to cultivate only the elder bats, selecting those nearing death to foster. The younger ones are left to reproduce naturally, thereby increasing the number of his family members. Consequently, the only candidates for cultivation are the coal ball and its mate. Nevertheless, the subordinate potential of the coal ball and its consort must not be wasted. The newly created vampires may not heed Norton's commands, perhaps even defying him. Yet he possesses absolute control over their life essence. Should he succeed in transforming all the inhabitants of Lino into vampires, it would certainly be a marked improvement over the entire population remaining human. At the very least, when compared to humanity, he would exert complete dominance over the new vampires. Thus, Incidents of bat attacks on humans began to surface in Lino. "Old Norton, be cautious. You might just be whisked away by a bat." A familiar teasing voice rang out as the jovial Glenn strolled past Norton, heading towards a nearby tavern. Norton's position, purportedly near the church, is primarily occupied by individuals of the middle class or higher, who can occasionally indulge in tavern expenditures. With the conclusion of the werewolf incidents, the city of Lino has reverted to its former state. However, the adverse effects of the heavy rain have begun to manifest. This area, claimed by Norton to be middle class, is not as it appears. In the regions inhabited by serfs and the impoverished, signs of unrest such as murder and robbery are beginning to emerge. The church remains unyielding, with Archbishop Doja seemingly lost in thought, showing no signs of action, as though awaiting an opportunity from the Vatican. This has resulted in the church knights remaining within the confines of the church, leading to a lack of oversight in the slums, further exacerbating the chaos. It may not be long before order completely disintegrates. Norton continues to linger in his usual spot, his gaze wandering within the church. He realizes that he is not the only one exerting effort during this time. His bats have not fed on any church personnel. Yet, he has sensed a certain control over the essence of life from 2 church members. This suggests that at least 2 new-style vampires have been created within the church. Who else could have forged them but him, Norton, in accordance with the modern vampire archetype? There is no doubt that it must be Father Abraham, crafted by him. After all, as a modern vampire template, possessing the ability to create progeny is quite normal. Father Abraham has been remarkably industrious. Norton's crimson gaze sweeps through the tattered fabric of the church, contemplating that he ought to bestow a medal upon Father Abraham. It has been merely 2 weeks since Father Abraham transformed into a vampire, and he has already produced 2 new progeny, truly a model of diligence. Could it be that Lino City is destined to succumb entirely, descending into a vampire metropolis? Chapter 77. Forward, Father Abraham. Indeed, Father Abraham has been exceptionally diligent of late. Within the Lino City Church, he commands, "Remove the images of God from the main hall and hang them here. Do not disturb the cross." Just a slight adjustment of the images will suffice. As a priest, he holds the authority to alter the church's internal decor. It has only been 2 weeks since he became a vampire, yet in this brief span, Father Abraham's appearance has transformed completely. Previously, though his eyes were bloodshot and his teeth would elongate with desire, he still retained some semblance of humanity. Now, however, he is markedly different. His skin is pallid, his form gaunt, the whites of his eyes entirely suffused with blood, and his teeth have become permanently elongated, reflecting his vampiric nature. Clearly, Father Abraham has irrevocably transitioned from human to vampire. Yet, along with this transformation comes an enhancement of strength, speed, and physical resilience. In addition, after fully transforming into a vampire, Father Abraham instinctively sensed his newfound ability to convert others into beings akin to himself. This revelation brought him immense delight. Initially, he had lost hope for himself, but with the emergence of this power, he felt as though he had been reborn. The capacity of a vampire to cultivate progeny is of paramount importance. If he were to remain the sole vampire, then waiting for death would be his only recourse, rendering resistance futile. However, with the ability to create followers now at his disposal, it signified that he would soon possess an ever-growing cadre of allies to confront the oppressive might of the church. Standing outside the cathedral, Father Abraham directed the missionaries within to relocate the divine murals and various sacred artifacts to secluded areas. During this period, he had not been idle. Aside from developing 2 followers, his greatest achievement was discerning what within the church could inflict harm upon him, particularly from a distance. Thus, he commanded the missionaries to rearrange the items within the cathedral to prevent the danger of incineration should he venture inside. After all, as a priest, it was impossible for him to avoid entering the sacred space altogether. With his head bowed, the hood obscured his gaunt, pale visage. Observing the industrious figures of the missionaries within the cathedral, Father Abraham quietly slipped away from the entrance and hastened toward the residential quarters of the church officials. His keen sense of smell, akin to Norton's, allowed him to identify individuals through the scent of their blood. The essence emanating from Bishop Good bore an ancient quality, likely a result of his advanced age. This distinctive aroma stood out amid the church's sanguine signatures, guiding Abraham toward Good's location. Merely converting members of the clergy bore little significance. After all, they dared not question his peculiarities. Only Bishop Good and Archbishop Dorsha held the authority within the church to harbor suspicions about him. Thus, Father Abraham resolved to convert these two, ensuring his ultimate safety. After all, having allies among the higher echelons of the church would be the most secure way to exist within its confines. However, given the close protection surrounding Archbishop Dorsha by the church knights, he decided to target Bishop Good first. The layout of the church in Lino City resembled that of a quaint European castle, and as a low-ranking bishop, Good's residence occupied a prime corner of the castle's grand chamber. Stepping into the somewhat dim and damp castle region from the sunlit exterior, the waning sting he felt allowed Father Abraham to exhale with relief. For reasons unknown, he could not shake the feeling that he was not a conventional vampire. His transformation process and appearance deviated significantly from the church's descriptions of true vampires. Moreover, his resistance to sunlight was markedly different, according to the church's texts. Newly born vampires exhibited no fear of sunlight and suffered no harm whatsoever. However, Father Abraham is entirely different. If he were to stand naked beneath the sun, his skin would suffer excruciating agony as if scorched by flames, leading to the possibility of burns in a short span of time. Even when fully clothed, the oppressive heat of the sun inflicts an unbearable discomfort upon him. Yet, it matters not what he becomes, as long as he can transform Cardinal Good and perhaps the entire church into his own likeness. Father Abraham is remarkably pragmatic. A gentle knock echoed through the room, disturbing Cardinal Good, who was attending to ecclesiastical matters. "Come in." The aged cardinal placed his report aside and straightened his posture. The newly appointed Pope Adam had recently sent a new papal bull, its content difficult to articulate. Amidst torrential rains and ensuing floods in the eastern territories of the Papal States, numerous cities faced dire calamities. During this tumultuous period, Pope Adam not only refrained from ordering the release of provisions to aid the suffering populace, but also insisted on exerting ideological pressure, compelling churches to conduct baptisms and solidify the populace's beliefs, truly an act of folly. Fortunately, Cardinal Good had the support of Archbishop Doja, who could tackle this troublesome issue. As the door creaked open, Father Abraham, clad in priestly garments with his head bowed, entered the chamber. "Ah, Father Abraham, why are you neglecting your church's image and coming here?" Cardinal Good inquired calmly, observing Abraham's silhouette. The roles of a cardinal and a priest belong to different spheres. One is entwined with the political hierarchy of the Pope and the archbishops, while the other resides within the spiritual realm of the cardinals. Typically, there exists little intersection between the two within the church. Father Abraham kept his head lowered, concealing his visage from Cardinal Good. He approached slowly, softly beckoning the cardinal's attention. "I have brought you something, Cardinal Good." "Brought something? What could possibly require you, a priest, to deliver it in person?" Cardinal Good replied. "Father Abraham, there is no need for you to bow your head so low. Your position affords you the right to hold your head high." Cardinal Good regarded the approaching Father Abraham with indifference, for few within the church are deemed normal, and Abraham's eccentricities are, in fact, rather typical. As Father Abraham took steps closer to Cardinal Good, his head gradually began to rise. Beneath his hood, a gaunt and pallid face came into view. The bloodshot whites of his eyes and elongated canines sent a jolt through Cardinal Good. Startled, he raised his hand to point at Father Abraham, exclaiming in terror, "Father Abraham, you bring eternal life, my Lord Cardinal." With his mouth agape, Father Abraham lunged towards Cardinal Good in an instant. As the Reverend Abraham overpowered Bishop Good, he was thrown to the ground. Just as he attempted to cry out for help, Abraham's hand swiftly silenced him, his formidable strength rendering Bishop Good utterly incapable of resistance. Sharp fangs pierced the delicate flesh of Good's neck, the ghastly sound of swallowing reverberating throughout the chamber. The ecstasy derived from the act of vampirism surged within Abraham, intensifying his excitement and reddening his eyes. The struggles of Bishop Good gradually waned, ultimately culminating in a state of near death as his blood drained away completely. Only then did Abraham release his grip, extending his slender wrist and using his sharp nails to carve a deep wound into his own artery. Viscous, reddish-brown blood flowed from the Reverend's wrist, dripping into Bishop Good's mouth. With a twisted, obsessive grin, Abraham gazed at his own blood mingling with Good's lips. "Drink, Bishop Good. Drink. Welcome to true immortality." Chapter 78. The advance of Reverend Abraham Norton felt himself growing taller. This was no mere illusion. The last time he had sensed that standing upright would bring his head close to the attic ceiling. Now he stood straight, needing to slightly bow his head to fit within the confines of the loft. Indeed, he was ascending to the next stage. Was it the third tier? How long it had been since he last experienced such growth. Within the attic, Norton expanded his radar, feeling its range broaden. This radar, or rather, this pressure, had indeed matured, and surprisingly, at a pace more rapid than he had anticipated. Initially, its reach was merely 10 meters, but with his growth, it now expanded exponentially. Having grown only 3 to 5 centimeters, this pressure could now radiate across the entirety of Leno City. This explosive growth allowed Norton, standing in the bell tower, to clearly perceive the number of inhabitants within Leno City, the layout of its buildings, and the burgeoning presence of the new breed of vampires. Thanks to the combined efforts of Reverend Abraham and the Cole couple, the number of these new vampires had skyrocketed, now reaching double digits. The only area where Norton's pressure could not penetrate was the church, perhaps due to the sanctity of God's divine light, rendering his mental landscape a void of darkness. Nevertheless, he remained quite satisfied. Who would have imagined that a seemingly insignificant ability could evolve to such an extent? Truly, was this a power befitting a vampire? As he withdrew his awareness that enveloped the entire city from the bell tower, Norton acknowledged that while this ability did not consume energy and could be toggled at will, its activation would draw the attention and fear of those around him like a spotlight. Thus, while he concealed himself within the city, it was prudent not to engage it. Furthermore, having it active made him feel a sense of nausea. The lower classes of Leno City were not the oppressed innocents some imagined them to be. In the depths of Leno City, the underprivileged are devoid of integrity. Their plight under the church's oppression is indeed tragic. However, this very oppression has led them to embrace their primal instincts far more than their humanity. Their relentless competition and mutual harm know no bounds. Virtues such as honesty, simplicity, and kindness are conspicuously absent from their lives, while descriptors of human depravity, violence, repulsion, treachery, and perversion resonate profoundly with their existence. Scenes of cannibalism, assault, and murder unfold incessantly in the slums of Leno City. The brutality of men and the malice of women vividly illustrate the savage nature of society's underclass in this era. This is a fault of the times, unrelated to their character. Yet, Norton found himself unable to bear it any longer, especially with his heightened senses akin to a superhuman's extraordinary hearing and vision, allowing him to perceive every gruesome scene throughout the city. The more he observed, the more nauseated he became, and the darker the world seemed. With such overwhelming exposure, he felt his psyche beginning to twist. It was no wonder that God appeared so twisted. Perhaps it was the result of witnessing too much horror. Nonetheless, with this power, Norton could leave the city at will. The creatures of the wild could no longer threaten him. This extraordinary radar-like perception enabled him to detect any approaching species with clarity. Yet, paradoxically, he found himself reluctant to depart from the city. Adam, his lord, was indeed correct. When one is unburdened by concerns for safety or sustenance, one's thoughts inevitably wander elsewhere. This was precisely Norton's state of mind. As he realized he no longer needed to fear the monsters beyond the city or worry about the church within it, his thoughts began to shift unbidden. His new lineage was flourishing, and Father Abraham was diligently laboring. Norton reflected on his years in this world, masquerading as a beggar for so long, and deemed it time to relish his existence. If Leno City could be so generous to him, why should it not belong to him? He, Norton, aspired to become a vampire lord, given that the papal states were precariously teetering on the brink of chaos. What could His Holiness possibly say if he quietly seized Leno City during this tumultuous period? However, this was not the crux of Norton's thoughts. His primary focus remained on the two sacred knights of Leno City. The blood they possessed was crucial for his growth. As time flowed steadily, the sweltering heat of early autumn began to wane, and within a couple of months, waves of cold air commenced their relentless onslaught. While Norton remained oblivious to the circumstances within the papal states, the situation in Leno City had begun to deteriorate. This year's heavy rains had adversely affected the harvest, and with the dropping temperatures and dwindling food supplies, an increasing number of individuals found themselves unable to survive. The Knights of the Church in Leno City remained stationed within the church, safeguarding the Archbishop of Dorsia, which has resulted in a lack of oversight within the city. The slums have descended into chaos, with incidents of murder, cannibalism, torture, and rape occurring incessantly, saturating the air with a palpable scent of blood. In addition to famine, another species has been clandestinely evolving within Lino City. Father Abraham and the Bat couple have relentlessly produced vampires, leading to a steady increase in their numbers. As of today, the count outside the church has surpassed 100, excluding those within its walls. Not everyone who gains such power behaves like Norton and Father Abraham, exercising restraint and discretion in their development. The church personnel, bolstered by the presence of God and the long-standing influence of the church, have managed to maintain some control over the vampires created by Father Abraham, as each one is aware of the necessity to conceal their true nature to avoid revealing vulnerabilities. However, the vampires spawned from the Bat's reckless assaults lack such composure, particularly among the former impoverished. The sudden acquisition of formidable strength has transformed their long-suppressed grievances into a frenzy of perverse desires, leading them to embrace a sense of superiority that causes them to lose themselves entirely, unleashing the most grotesque aspects of humanity upon the vulnerable societal fabric. This situation incensed Father Abraham to an extraordinary degree. The incessant patter of raindrops against the cathedral roof, though sturdy in construction, still allowed faint sounds to permeate. Within the chamber of Bishop Good, a gathering of over a dozen missionaries in their clerical garb convened alongside Bishop Good, clad in black vestments. I have made it abundantly clear to all of you. Conceal yourselves, and do not be swept away by arrogance upon gaining even a modicum of power. We possess a fatal flaw. Our hubris invites destruction. Why do you not heed my warnings? Father Abraham exclaimed, his agitation palpable. As he shouted, his already crimson eyes blazed an even deeper shade of red, and the corners of his mouth bore signs of tearing. He appeared increasingly inhuman, with his jagged mouth revealing sharpened teeth within. The sight of Father Abraham's bloodshot eyes and gaping maw, coupled with protruding fangs, evoked an overwhelming sense of dread, as though he were poised to devour anyone in his vicinity. The newly transformed vampires, chastened by Father Abraham's rebuke, stood in silence, not daring to utter a word. Even Bishop Good gritted his teeth in frustration, yet bowed his head in submission. During this period, Father Abraham had cultivated numerous vampires and, through his observations, discovered a grave issue with this breeding mechanism. It appeared to exhibit a generational thinning of bloodlines. For instance, Father Abraham himself was pale-skinned, emaciated, with blood-red eyes and elongated canines resembling those of a vampire bat, his nails both resilient and sharp. Now, a subtle transformation has occurred, causing him to open his mouth wide, to the extent that it could lead to tearing, resembling a vampire bat ever more closely. However, the next generation cultivated through blood seems to have somewhat diluted bloodlines. Chapter 79. The benevolent Norton aids the people in their deliverance. Take Bishop Good as an example. He remains pallid, with crimson sclera, yet his physique does not appear as emaciated as that of Father Abraham. Even his fangs have shifted from the two elongated incisors to a slight lateral displacement, though they have yet to reach the position of canines. They now occupy the space of the lateral incisors, leaving the central incisors vacant. Furthermore, this generation exhibits a diminished resistance to sunlight and images of God. These second-generation vampires now dare not venture outdoors during the midday sun, for even clad in garments, they would be scorched by its rays. The image of God exerts a formidable suppressive force over them, while Father Abraham can shift the position of the sacred image without significant consequence. These second-generation vampires cannot even enter the precincts of the hall where the image resides. Their strength and physical prowess are vastly inferior to Father Abraham, which explains why none dare to retaliate against his rebuke. Upon acquiring the vampiric lineage, Bishop Good promptly transformed his son into a vampire, thereby giving rise to the third generation of vampires spawned from these second-generation beings. Compared to Bishop Good's second-generation status, the third-generation vampires are even less pure. They merely possess pallid skin, their eyes no longer red but rather a ghastly, corpse-like whiteness. Their fangs now mirror those of modern cinematic vampires, with elongated canines. Additionally, their physical robustness has significantly waned, their regenerative abilities greatly diminished, and their resistance to sunlight and images of God is deplorable. They could even perish in flames. Bishop Good's son, now a third-generation vampire, dares not step outside during the day, fearing to approach the church. Although he has attained the gift of eternal life and acquired strength surpassing that of ordinary humans, it is not overwhelmingly potent. While he may easily overpower 3 or 4 common individuals, facing a single knight of the church presents a challenge. The third generation seems to have reached the limit of bloodline dilution, lacking the ability to create further vampires through the embrace. Thus, with his concentrated bloodline, formidable strength, and remarkable ability to withstand sunlight for short periods, Father Abraham has rightfully ascended as the new leader of vampires. Enamored with power, Father Abraham takes pleasure in this distinction. To set himself apart from the traditional vampires of the church, he has even bestowed upon their kin a more melodious and noble name, the bloodline. He proclaims himself the illustrious progenitor of this esteemed lineage. Despite his obsession with power, Father Abraham is not a mindless fool. He was acutely aware of the significant drawbacks inherent within his vampire kin. Not only were they ill-equipped to contend with the church, but even ordinary individuals wielding church artifacts or harnessing the power of the sun could pose a dire threat to their existence. Thus, Father Abraham mandated that every vampire he nurtured must lead a life shrouded in secrecy, avoiding exposure and remaining humble. However, to his dismay, there were still those audacious enough to defy his authority, recklessly breeding their kind, and even within the slums of Lino City, there existed fools who, emboldened by their own might, brazenly engaged in bloodshed without fear of reprisal. How could this not incite his fury? We are a novel creation, unprecedented in this world. We are favored by the divine, the noblest of bloodlines, in stark contrast to the previous, foolish, and grotesque lower-tier vampires. Our eternal existence and the capacity to nurture progeny will undoubtedly incite the envy of all. You all understand the depths of human depravity and the insatiable greed that resides within mankind. Therefore, we should not present ourselves ostentatiously, akin to nuns flaunting their allure. Rather, we must quietly cultivate our lineage, expand our power, and ensnare these humans within the web of our deception, ensuring they remain blissfully ignorant, destined to serve as our sustenance for eternity. Thus, I care not who spawn the hybrids within this city, nor the means employed to do so. In summary, we vampires have no need for these wretched fools. I grant you 3 days to eliminate those detestable hybrids from our midst. We thrive in the shadows and must conceal our forms therein. Father Abraham's crimson eyes surveyed each second-generation vampire present, the bloodlust and oppression within his gaze rendering them unable to meet his stare. Overwhelmed by his formidable presence, all the second-generation vampires could do was lower their heads in loyal submission. Indeed, ancestor, the sound of rain pattered against the bell tower's roof, a gentle rustle in the air. Despite the downpour, the metallic scent of blood lingered, enveloping Norton's nostrils, unyielding. Norton's gaunt figure stood slightly hunched at the bell tower's window, his eyes closed, utilizing his oppressive aura to sense the happenings within Lino City. He understood that the downtrodden of the papal state could be pitied, yet not aided, for in their struggle for survival, their primal instincts far outweighed their humanity. Cannibalism, violence, and abuse were commonplace among them. While one might feel sympathy for their plight, given the slightest opportunity, they would not hesitate to consume you whole. These unfortunate souls had long lost much of their humanity due to their desperate circumstances, and in his 8 years in Lino City, Norton had witnessed numerous such instances. The more he observed, the more he believed that for these marginalized individuals, death might be a form of liberation. Norton was a compassionate soul. In his desire to facilitate their release, he resolved to sacrifice a select few fortunate souls from Lino City, thereby establishing his own vampire domain. Yet, the unfolding events would soon take an unexpected turn. The church has long been burdened in this papal realm, according to Norton's conjecture. Upon discovering their transformation into what the church deems vampires, these individuals would undoubtedly succumb to fear and conceal themselves, presenting an innocuous facade akin to Norton himself, while secretly hunting and draining their kin, gradually expanding to ensure their own safety. Such behavior aligns perfectly with Norton's expectations. The vampires would slowly proliferate, ultimately enveloping the entire city of Lino. However, the denizens of Lino's lower strata are utterly devoid of intelligence. Upon sensing their metamorphosis into vampires, their first instinct was not to hide their traits and develop cautiously, but rather to undergo a complete perversion, engaging in frenzied slaughter and malevolence, unleashing their inner demons with their newfound strength. Eventually, Norton slowly opened his crimson eyes, ceased the cultivation of fledglings, Cole. These wretched beings do not deserve to be our progeny. Having acquired a modicum of power, they have lost their essence. Such detritus will only drag us into perdition. Norton was exceedingly displeased with the performance of the fledgling vampires that Cole had recently nurtured. These detestable creatures were even less reassuring than Father Abraham. Since they have received power yet refuse to wield it, let them find release. Norton was enraged. These individuals are remarkably foolish. Had the church not been in seclusion of late, the emergence of these new vampires would have been inevitable. Given that they have been granted power yet fail to utilize it, they should forfeit it. Norton's oppressive aura enveloped the entirety of Lino. The figures of hundreds of vampires from the slums were vividly clear within his perception. As Norton's thoughts stirred, the divine power of the Creator emanated alongside his oppressive presence. Threads of flame ignited upon the bodies of the newly formed vampires in Lino's slums. Yet they remained utterly oblivious, feeling not a trace of pain. However, the flames that birthed from within their very being swiftly incinerated them from the inside out, reducing their organs and bones to nothingness in an instant. What is the Creator? With but a thought, all things come to rest. Chapter 80. The departure of Carl. The newly minted vampires within Lino were obliterated in the blink of an eye. Norton's casual act turned into an exceedingly terrifying enigma for vampires like Father Abraham. After all, there were over 100 new vampires in the slums. Their complete disappearance without a sound or trace was more frightening than the arrival of God himself. Father Abraham and the other vampires, being of the same kind, could likewise vanish without a sound. Anyone in such a predicament would be terrified. Thus, after the new vampires in the slums vanished, the entire city of Lino fell into an eerie lull. Time flowed slowly, and the season's first snow arrived while leaves still clung to their branches. On this snowy day, Carl, long unseen, returned once more. Old Norton, put on this coat. I would rather not return to find merely a decaying corpse. The 12-year-old Carl had undergone a complete transformation from the kind-hearted boy he once was. Under Norton's enduring influence, he had successfully metamorphosed from an innocent scion of wealth, oblivious to the treachery of human nature, into a cunning aristocrat well aware of its darker facets. His manner of speaking had also shifted, evolving from the gentle tones of Mr. Norton to the more jaded voice of old Norton. This change prompted Norton to reflect on the capriciousness of human nature. Nevertheless, despite Carl's newfound sharpness of tone, he still held a measure of affection for Norton. As the first snowfall of the year descended, he even forsook his academic obligations to deliver a warm coat to Norton. Dressed in an opulent leather jacket, Carl handed the thick coat to Norton. What brings you here today? Norton had always held a favorable view of Carl, even though the boy had lost some of his childhood politeness. After all, Norton had watched him grow, and he felt a modicum of responsibility for Carl's current state. Carl's raspy voice resonated in Norton's ears, a sound he had grown accustomed to over the years. Sighing deeply, Carl gazed at Norton, who had donned the coat, and returned to his previous spot. After a lengthy hesitation, he found himself unable to invite Norton to his home to escape the impending hardships of famine and cold. With age came a broader perspective and deeper contemplation. In his youth, he had extended such invitations without hesitation, but now, the complexity of his thoughts and the weight of his concerns made it increasingly difficult to voice such sentiments. This complexity signified a true maturation. Why the sigh? Norton inquired, resuming his position. Though he no longer feared the cold, Carl's concern still warmed him. Throughout his years in this papal state, Carl had consistently been the most caring individual towards him. Norton mused that perhaps one day, when Carl was older, he could transform him into a vampire using the coal, granting him eternal life. As for offering his own flesh and blood, that was unthinkable. Human nature is exceedingly intricate, and Norton was acutely aware of this. Preferring not to take any risks that might result in creating something he could not control. The changes in the coal had revealed a critical truth to Norton. The first generation of beings cultivated from his blood required extensive nurturing to undergo a complete transformation and gain the ability to be controlled. He could not guarantee that before Carl reached that point of full mastery, the boy's thoughts would remain unchanged. Thus, he chose to cultivate simpler creatures, such as bats and dogs, devoid of the complexities of human nature, as his initial progenitors. Lino City may soon become perilous, old Norton. I advise you to find a place to hide, lest you encounter some danger, Carl said, after a moment's contemplation. With increased awareness, he understood what should and should not be communicated to Norton, leading him to conceal certain thoughts. 2 days ago, he overheard Bishop Good discussing with his father, claiming to have discovered that the Archbishop of Dalcia was secretly engaging with spies from the Boyan Empire. Although the precise intentions of the Archbishop remained unclear, it was evident that he had already embraced the possibility of treachery. Moreover, Bishop Good exhibited some peculiar changes, the specifics of which eluded Karl. The conversation between them was rather cryptic. Nevertheless, he understood that even the few words he had caught could not be divulged. It was impossible for Karl to share such secrets with Norton. He could only subtly caution him to ensure his own safety. "Ah, how mature you have become, Karl. You would not have concealed matters so deftly before. Everyone matures, dear old Norton. It is an inevitable aspect of growth. In truth, had it not been for our long-standing relationship, I would have long since had you arrested and imprisoned. Inquiring into internal church affairs without cause is a grave sin." Ha ha. Before finishing his thought, Karl burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you have indeed grown up, Karl." Norton chuckled heartily, filled with nostalgia. Time passes swiftly. The once inquisitive Karl, who pestered him about girls' affections, now possessed his own reflections. Norton had believed that even with an eternal life, it would take decades or centuries to feel the poignant changes in life. Yet unexpectedly, in just a few short years, they had arrived at this juncture. "I owe you my gratitude for your guidance over the years, which has shaped me into this creature." Karl laughed heartily, then removed a silver ring from his finger and handed it to Norton. "I must depart, dear Norton." "Where to?" Norton received the ring with his hand. Completely wrapped in cloth, he recognized its significance. Nobles of Central Europe typically adorned their rings, garments, and carriages with unique patterns to signify their status. This exquisitely patterned silver ring undoubtedly represented the identity token of the Karl family. As a relative of Bishop Good, Karl's family was among the highest echelons of power in Leno City. With this token, Norton would not face difficulties from the church's missionaries. However, Karl relinquishing it indicated that he truly intended to embark on a journey. My father and Bishop Good engaged in a thorough discussion, preparing to branch the family. My brother will remain in Leno City alongside my father, continuing to follow Bishop Good, while I shall be sent to the Vatican for training. Perhaps in the future, I will become a priest. Karl clenched his teeth, feeling a sense of frustration. His words remained unspoken. It seemed Bishop Good had promised significant benefits, for otherwise, his father would not have been so elated. However, such benefits undoubtedly came with certain dangers, prompting his father to decide on a division of the family to safeguard their interests. His brother would stay in Leno City, following Bishop Good and ensuring the family's continued prosperity, whereas he would be dispatched to the Vatican, becoming the family's second avenue. Yet, it was evident that this path would be the most arduous and essentially equated to family exile. A priest? Damn it, Karl. You must promise me that you will never develop an affection for young boys. Norton admonished Karl with a grave expression. His disdain for priests was well known. Karl flashed a grin, his youthful visage imbued with an inexplicable sense of lewdness. "Do you recall what you taught me, old Norton?" "What?" Norton felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. "Regardless of whether they are boys or girls, I shall desire them all." Karl clenched his fists fiercely, his youthful face beginning to resemble that of a priest. "I am leaving now, old Norton. The tavern nearby belongs to my family. With this ring that represents me, you may reside there and enjoy food and drink free of charge. Should any church officials attempt to harass you, simply present this ring, and they will surely relent. We have known each other for 7 or 8 years, yet I have never once seen your face. As we part, I wonder if I might catch a glimpse of it. After all, we may never meet again." Karl's gaze was fixed intently on Norton. He yearned for a response, yet inexplicably hesitated. Fortunately, Norton remained true to form, gently declining Karl's request. "I must disagree with you. We shall meet again, Karl. However, when next we do, I hope you will not wish to harm me." Chapter 81. A storm approaches. Karl departed, and it may be decades before they meet again. Karl was indeed a promising candidate for the priesthood. Merely uttering those words had awakened in Norton memories of the terror he once felt under the dominion of Father Mia. Though he had not been subjected to such control, he had served as a gatekeeper. These unpleasant recollections led Norton to experience a rare nightmare that night. In his dream, he reverted to his childhood self, pursued relentlessly by Father Mia, an overwhelming dread consuming him. Yet, his body felt utterly powerless, unable to run swiftly or escape. Should anyone discover that the progenitor of the new breed of vampires harbored such fears, Norton's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Since Karl's departure, the weather had grown increasingly frigid. The scene of Karl bidding farewell to Norton was witnessed by others, and combined with his parting instructions, it rendered old Norton's existence considerably more tolerable than that of an ordinary beggar. At the very least, no one dared to steal his warm coat, nor did anyone covet the silver ring he possessed. In this world, a warm coat was a luxury item, accessible only to the middle class, and even selling it could yield a substantial sum. It was likely that Karl had spent part of his traveling funds on that very coat. Of course, according to Norton's teachings, it was more probable that he had pilfered it from his home. As the cold intensified, compounded by this year's crops being ravaged by rain, a widespread famine was beginning to plague the city of Lino. The slums of Lino had transformed into a veritable hell on earth, with daily occurrences of freezing and starvation. The dead from freezing and hunger would be collected by the church to be made into broth, distributed among the impoverished of Lino, in an attempt to mitigate the suffering wrought by famine. It can be regarded as an old tradition. Karl's departure left Norton bereft of a vital source of information. He could only rely on the ring in his possession and venture to the tavern Karl had mentioned, neither eating nor drinking, merely sitting there as if seeking warmth, listening to the conversations within to glean tidings of the Papal States. As for contacting Father Abraham, he preferred to delay such interactions. Should this group be inadvertently discovered by the church and subsequently apprehended, they would undoubtedly betray Norton without hesitation. It would be wiser to wait until Father Abraham had secured Lino City before making his appearance. After all, one could indulge in a bit of revelry once again. The thrill was undeniably pleasurable. In any case, prudence was paramount. The tavern, with its glowing embers, radiated warmth in the frigid weather, making it a favored haunt for those with a few coins to spare. Thanks to the benevolent and enlightened Archbishop Dorcia, Lino City boasted a merchant class. Its social hierarchy was far more complex than the stark oppression found in the Holy City, comprising various strata: the elite, merchants, affluent landowners with a surplus, serfs who toiled for the elite yet received sustenance and shelter, and finally, the landless, impoverished laborers and beggars. Thus, even as the slums descended into a hellish existence, within this little tavern, people remained carefree, representing two wholly disparate realms. The flickering flames of the fireplace cast a warm glow, and the tavern buzzed with lively chatter. Norton, clad in a thick cotton garment, crouched in the corner closest to the entrance, neither disturbing the comings and goings of others nor claiming the popular, warmer spots. He remained there, motionless, abstaining from food and drink, silently absorbing the conversations around him. Initially, patrons had been averse to his presence, but with time, they grew accustomed to him. Some, in a spirited mood, would even toss him a few peanuts, seeking to flaunt their superiority before the beggar. However, Norton declined to partake. Suddenly, a patron slammed his cup onto the table with a resounding thud, capturing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Hey everyone, you might not know this, but during my recent trip to the Rhine capital to purchase cotton, I overheard that the Eastern Boya Empire has been stirring, having signed several offensive and defensive alliances with various nations. Damn it. Do these scoundrels intend to seize the opportunity of this winter to launch an invasion against our holy state? His words instantly ignited the spirits of the tavern-goers. The individuals frequenting this establishment were at least somewhat affluent, possessing both wealth and insight. As beneficiaries of the status quo, their feelings towards the Papal States were far more favorable than Norton's and those of the severely oppressed lower class. Many even harbored patriotic sentiments. And upon hearing news of national significance, they became visibly animated. Your information is outdated. Just the day before yesterday, I heard the latest. The cursed royal family of the Boya Empire believes our governance is inhumane, claiming that human rights ought to be upheld. This is merely a pretext for their warlike ambitions. The ancient Holy Noah Empire is often hailed as the pinnacle of human civilization and advancement. However, I perceive their true intent is merely to restore the dominion of the ancient Holy Noah Empire. This assertion is undeniably accurate. The Holy Papal State, blessed by the sanctity of God, embodies the genuine beacon of hope for humanity. The feudal system perpetuated by the ancient Holy Noah Empire and the Boya Empire is nothing short of a travesty, relegating all individuals outside the lords to the status of slaves. This is the essence of dehumanization. Our Papal State boasts a remarkably advanced system and a profoundly sacred ideology. If the Boya Empire's cries for human rights are deemed a sin, then it is imperative that they surrender immediately, repent for their systemic transgressions, extol the sanctity of God, and bask in the radiance of our papal state. Within the bustling tavern, voices rose in fervent praise of the papal state while deriding the Boya Empire and the ancient Holy Noah Empire. The sentiments shared among the patrons were largely unanimous, escalating the atmosphere into one of exuberance and merriment. Fortuitously, due to the presence of the Archbishop of Dorsha and the recent demise of many missionaries, the church found itself in a semi-paralyzed state. Otherwise, the patrons would likely face imprisonment for a couple of days. After all, the church must not be subjected to frivolous critique, even if it is in the form of praise. Chapter 82. William. The Boya Empire is stirring restlessly, with neighboring states eyeing the situation warily. Having suffered under the oppression of the papal state for many years, the Holy Knights have repeatedly slaughtered the royal families and nobility of the surrounding smaller nations, resulting in deep-seated animosity that has festered over the years. Now, with the Holy Knights facing a devastating defeat, coupled with this year's poor harvest and harsh conditions, it is undoubtedly the most opportune moment to ignite war. Following the signing of defensive alliances between the Boya Empire and other nations, a wave of unease swept through the papal state. Perhaps the lower-tier merchants, believing in the nobility and unmatched valor of the papal state, maintained faith in the shifting tides. However, within the inner sanctum of the Curia, the true leaders of the papal state were already gripped by anxiety. In the papal court, amidst the serene garden by the lake, the newly appointed Pope Adam was absorbed in the sacred eye, granting the 5 cardinals ample leisure time. They gathered in this tranquil setting to voice their sorrowful reflections regarding the impending peril facing the papal state. Seated casually within the pavilion, the 5 cardinals observed a few exquisite women dancing gracefully, each cradling a delicately clad novice nun in their arms. The table was adorned with sumptuous dishes, and even the goblets were crafted from oceanic crystals sourced from the depths of the sea. The Boya Empire lurks with malevolent intent, determined to obliterate our sacred nation and dismantle the foundations of our holy church. In this critical juncture of survival, Pope Adam remains ensnared by his misguided fascination with the sacred eye, a display of utter folly. His cunning schemes may very well herald the demise of our holy church. A cardinal sighed deeply, his visage etched with anguish and despair for the future of the papal state. Yet he could not resist indulging in a few breaths of pleasure from the novice nun. Alas, the venerable pope has toiled tirelessly, pouring his heart and soul into the governance of our sacred realm, transforming his very essence into bitter gall, and his corporeal form into a mere trunk. Through 50 years of unwavering dedication, he has finally brought our holy nation to a flourishing state, achieving unprecedented grandeur throughout history. Yet, the newly appointed pope is undeniably inept, threatening to cast a shadow over the unparalleled brilliance of our church. Another cardinal, speaking in grandiloquent tones, professes deep concern for the nation and its people, lamenting the dishonor to our ancestors. However, his countenance reveals no trace of sorrow, as his gaze dances instead upon the alluring figure within the pavilion. Alas, the incompetence of His Excellency Adam is truly disheartening, leaving us bereft of avenues to serve our country and faith. Another cardinal forcefully shatters his exquisite goblet upon the ground, seemingly consumed by profound grief yet unwilling to reveal it before others, bowing his head to hide the tears of his devotion, burying them within the soft bosom of a nun for solace. Within the pavilion, one might mistakenly believe that these 5 esteemed cardinals harbor grand ambitions thwarted by fate. In truth, despite their lofty positions, their dominion extends only over various ecclesiastical rights. Matters of warfare, foreign policy, and internal governance lie beyond their purview, rendering them lesser than the minister of rights. Nevertheless, they are indeed worthy of their titles, overseeing rituals and ceremonies, at least exhibiting conventional inclinations. Yet, they are not entirely mistaken in their assertions regarding the new pope, His Excellency Adam. At this moment, he is undeniably enraptured by the sacred eye, entranced by the ethereal doctrines of divinity. Beneath the Vatican, the sacred eye has substantially expanded its research since 2 years prior, necessitating the deployment of 50 holy knights to ensure its security. The once confining cages for werewolf infants have now grown to the size of a cell. However, these cages remain prisons, reinforced with iron spikes to prevent any escape by the captive werewolves. His Excellency, clad in resplendent golden papal robes, stands expressionless before the cage, observing the reproductive process of two werewolves within. Indeed, in just 2 short years, the werewolf infant has matured into adulthood. What a terrifying rate of growth. This creature retains the characteristics of its kind, with a notably brief infancy and an extended maturation period. In merely 2 years, its human form resembles that of a 20-year-old man, while its werewolf physique reaches its zenith. Such a daunting pace of development has rendered the Sacred Eye's efforts in nurturing it nearly futile, before human knowledge and wisdom could be instilled within this wolf child. Its primal nature seized control of its mind, fully maturing. Consequently, this now adult wolf child possesses little semblance of human intellect or thought. However, the knowledge imparted by the Sacred Eye has had some effect. At the very least, its wild instincts have been significantly tempered, making it far more obedient and loyal than an ordinarily tamed werewolf. Yet, it seems that this mutated werewolf has yet to reach its full potential. Its human-like intellect allows it to continually absorb human knowledge, fostering its cognitive development. Perhaps, with the relentless nurturing of the Sacred Eye over the years, this werewolf could truly awaken, becoming the first half-wolf creature in the annals of this continent to possess human thought. Furthermore, with its formidable physical prowess and a mind scarcely distinguishable from that of a human, His Excellency Adam believes this werewolf could serve as a formidable instrument to further consolidate the Church's dominion, following the Holy Knights. However, as the first genuine anomaly within the werewolf lineage, its purpose transcends mere intellectual maturation or personal growth. It is to propagate its kind, thereby yielding more human-like werewolves. In simpler terms, the existence of this singular being is far too precious, and failing to produce offspring renders its existence rather meaningless. Consequently, His Excellency dispatched nightly squads to capture mother werewolves, confining them in cages to mate with this wolf child, facilitating reproduction. A piercing howl emanated from the mother werewolf in the cage. The agile male werewolf gradually ceased its vigorous movements and stood upright. This mutated werewolf, blessed with the holy name of William by His Excellency, completed its task. Immediately, a knight of the church clad in heavy armor entered the confinement, placing heavy shackles on the fatigued mother werewolf post-mating, securing her neck with iron chains, and leading her out of the enclosure. Throughout this process, William remained remarkably docile, showing no signs of resistance. As the mother werewolf was escorted away, another shackled mother werewolf was brought in. However, His Excellency gently waved his hand, halting the breeding process. Your Excellency, the scholar in charge of werewolf reproduction, a member of the Sacred Eye, approached with small, hurried steps, bowing his head in deference. The human-like werewolf is indeed a divine gift, a pivotal opportunity for the Church's transformation. We should not constrain all possibilities with rules. If William can mate with a mother werewolf, why should he not be able to mate with a woman in human form? There may be unforeseen delights. His Excellency Adam coldly regarded William, who was exceptionally well-behaved, having shed his wolf skin to reveal a handsome young man. Gazing with innocent curiosity and warmth at His Excellency from beyond the bars. After all, His Excellency had visited him more than anyone else, and William had long since memorized the aura surrounding him. Nevertheless, due to the primal instincts inherent in werewolves being far more potent than those of humans, the transformation of its thinking proves somewhat arduous, with its beastly nature prevailing over its humanity. Thus, His Excellency mused that perhaps mating it with a woman would yield werewolves with a more robust human essence, better suited for the Church's cultivation. Hearing His Excellency's words, the scholar's face lit up with admiration. Although he had harbored such thoughts for some time, having them articulated by the Pope himself undoubtedly brought satisfaction to both parties. Indeed, Your Excellency, Chapter 83, Utilizing Resources to the Fullest, a Joy for All. Your Majesty, the Archbishop of Dorsia has once again defied your decree, disregarding your edicts and opening trade routes within his jurisdiction, engaging in commerce with foreign nations. Furthermore, he has frequently made contact with spies from the Bohemian Empire, potentially posing a risk of treachery. Additionally, this year, the eastern regions of the Papal States have suffered severe calamities, leading to a surge in the death toll among the afflicted, with a risk of creating a multitude of refugees. In several areas, protests have even erupted. If the granaries are not open this year, it is likely that the aides of His Majesty Adam will seize the opportunity to approach him in his moment of repose and quietly relay this information. The governance structure of the Papal States starkly contrasts with that of the Bohemian Empire and similar nations, where power is concentrated within the Church. Everything is subject to ecclesiastical control, rendering the Pope's authority scarcely distinguishable from that of an emperor, and perhaps even surpassing it in terms of power. Conversely, the Bohemian Empire resembles the feudal system of medieval Europe, with numerous lords, both great and small, diluting the king's authority, who is more akin to the most formidable lord. All lands and peoples are divided among the various lords, leaving those outside the nobility as serfs. This division fosters fierce competition among lords. The size of their domains and the number of serfs directly influence their strength and the survival of their lineage. Consequently, most lords are reluctant to be excessively harsh with their serfs, lest those serfs flee to the territories of other lords. Moreover, the king does not levy taxes on the serfs. Rather, he taxes the lords directly. This marks a significant divergence from the centralized authority of the Papal States, where the impoverished populace is prone to rebellion, unlike the farmers of the Bohemian Empire, who seldom rise in insurrection, save for the conquests among lords. There is no need to elaborate further. His Majesty Adam raised a hand to silence him. With a piercing gaze, His Majesty declared, "In my Papal States, Dorsia shall not stir any tempest. If these individuals are starving and struggling to survive, let them meet their end sooner." The Bohemian Empire has schemed for so long, yet remains indecisive. They are utterly inept, since they dare not act, yet are unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. I shall place it directly in their hands. Henceforth, we shall mobilize forces against the Bohemian Empire and its neighboring countries. We shall forcibly requisition the food assets of the nobility and affluent merchants to sustain our military endeavors, and we shall conscript the starving populace, bringing them all to the battlefield. Whether they perish from hunger or in combat, death is death. Why not utilize them to their fullest potential for the greater good? The primary objective is to deplete the fighting strength of various nations and to mitigate the instability within the Papal States, significantly diminishing the power of the nobility and the living forces within the papal realm. This will leave the powerful in the Papal States preoccupied with their own affairs, hindering the starving populace from consolidating rebellious strength, while plunging the countries of the southern continent into a state of attrition, ultimately stabilizing the entirety of the southern continent, rendering them incapable of instigating further discord. Following this conflict, all nations will sustain tremendous blows, making it exceedingly difficult for them to mobilize for decades to come. Only through such means can the Pope's rule be solidified, ensuring that the divine relics in the mountains remain undisturbed and compliant in their secluded abode. Life may endure even after a portion of it has perished, thriving anew in its resurrection. Yet, should the divine body encounter tribulations, it transcends mere mortality. Before the harsh winter arrives, the impoverished citizens of the Papal States find themselves amidst an unexpected turn of fortune. With a month remaining until the depths of winter, the newly appointed Pope Adam has issued a papal decree. He proclaims that the Empire of Boia harbors insidious intentions, seeking to exploit the Church's misfortunes amidst calamity, while neighboring nations conspire in collusion, tarnishing the Church's reputation and defaming the Almighty, an affront of immense gravity, a desecration of the Church's dignity. God is sacred. The Church is divine. All who dare to invade, no matter how distant, shall face retribution. Thus, Pope Adam resolves to summon soldiers, launching a comprehensive war against the nations of the southern continent, determined to restore order and uphold the holy name of God. This sudden declaration not only astounds the entirety of the southern continent, but even leaves Norton in astonishment. He senses impending chaos, as various significant factors loom large. The Papal States find themselves encircled by ravenous wolves, aware that they have become the tender meat on the chopping block, awaiting their inevitable consumption. Ironically, the instigator of this impending conflict is not a cunning predator, but rather the Papal States themselves, a wounded tiger. Norton perches in the bell tower's loft, gazing down at the bustling streets below. Figures of the papal citizens scurry about. Among them, not only the impoverished but also merchants, affluent individuals, and even nobles intermingle. Some wear expressions of panic, desperately evading the Church's conscription forces, while others, filled with urgency, seek to hide their valuables at home. The current pope, obstinate and self-willed, seems oblivious to the absurdity of initiating war in the depths of winter. Such folly with food supplies. Why must our possessions be requisitioned? It is a travesty. Have I not toiled to amass this meager wealth from the destitute? This cotton was procured just this year, and I had hoped to sell it to regain my investment. The city of Lino is engulfed in lamentations. Previously, these merchants and affluent citizens, reveling in taverns, boasted of their eagerness to charge to the front lines in defense of their homeland. Yet now, faced with the prospect of war, they shrink back. Not only do they hesitate to fight, but they also cling tightly to their wealth. However, their reluctance is met with no tolerance from the armored knights of the church, wielding their great swords. The Pope's edict is not to be defied. Regardless of wealth or status, all must comply with Pope Adam's demands, surrendering food, garments, and substantial assets. Those who dare resist shall face the dire consequences, their families conscripted into the military or, at worst, executed on the spot. Though the presence of the sacred knights diminishes the prestige of the church's knights, they embody the pinnacle of ordinary combat prowess at this juncture. Much like Norton's first encounter with the church knights hunting werewolves, these knights, indoctrinated and nurtured by the church, display an unwavering fearlessness towards death and injury. Blindly following the Pope, truly the essence of the Papal States, apart from the sacred knights. In a single city, there exist 200 ecclesiastical knights. An estate comprises no fewer than 3 or 4 cities, with some boasting as many as 6 or 7. A prelate of the stature of the Archbishop of Moja can oversee 3 states, while the Papal States are graced with 8 cardinal archbishops. It is thus evident how formidable the foundation of the Papal States truly is, even in the absence of the Holy Knights. The Papal States remain the most prosperous empire on the southern continent. This is precisely why the 5 cardinal bishops lament that the resources amassed by the venerable Pope are nearing depletion, thanks to his grace Adam. Chapter 84. The Vampire Squad in action. After nearly a century of tranquility, the Papal States once again take up arms. The assertion that a nation's true strength is revealed in times of war holds undeniable truth. With the issuance of His Grace Adam's apostolic decree, despite the skepticism of many regarding his methods, the entire Papal States mobilized with remarkable swiftness. Missionaries and ecclesiastical knights collaborated fervently, sweeping through major cities to conscript the impoverished and extract funds from the wealthy. Although some engaged in self-serving practices, the momentum had been set in motion. Wealth flowed into the Holy See, and countless destitute souls were forcibly dispatched to the battlefield. As this campaign was characterized by His Grace Adam as a war of attrition, only a limited number of ecclesiastical knights, true embodiments of the Papal States' might, were deployed to the front lines. A small contingent of knights and missionaries was dispatched to oversee the charge of the impoverished. In stark contrast, the feudalistic Bohemian Empire and other nations operated under a vastly different paradigm. Following the declaration of war by the Papal States, the King of Bohemia, with a sweeping gesture, sent requests for troops to the various lords. Indeed, it was a request. Although referred to as a king, he possessed no absolute authority over the lords beneath him. Even in the face of external conflict, the lords remained indifferent to his commands, both great and small. The subordinates of my subordinates are not my subordinates. This is no jest. To ensure troop mobilization and to counter the Papal States, the Bohemian Empire and neighboring royal houses were compelled to offer incentives to entice the lords into action. This starkly illustrates the profound differences in governance between the two factions. Chaos reigned in the city of Lino. War cannot be concluded in a day, and the preparations alone would require at least a month or so. The ecclesiastical knights were still occupied with the conscription of the destitute and the collection of wealth, significantly prolonging the Papal States' preparation time, further exacerbating the turmoil in Lino. This chaos presented an excellent opportunity for all those harboring nefarious intentions. In the church of Lino, within the outermost chamber at the pinnacle of the castle walls, the Archbishop of Moja relocated following the issuance of the apostolic decree. From this vantage point, he could behold the vast majority of Lino's disarray through the window. Gazing out at the tumult within the city, the Archbishop finally let out a soft sigh after a prolonged silence. The Pope has led the church into a dead end. The Archbishop's face was etched with sorrow. With the commencement of the Pope's conscription, a myriad of disparaging remarks about the church have proliferated, causing its image to gradually shift from a positive to a negative perception. This stands in stark contrast to the consistent advocacy of Archbishop Dorsha. Perhaps the current might of the papacy masks the repercussions, yet should the papacy exhibit any sign of decline, a swarm of dissenters will undoubtedly converge. threatening to dismantle the church and even sever its lineage. Archbishop Dorsha, an orphan raised by the church, views it as his entirety. His most fervent aspiration is to be chosen as the sacrificial offering during the papal ascension ceremony in his twilight years, allowing the flames to purify his innocent heart, thus enabling him to ascend to the divine realm and serve at the side of God. Therefore, the continuation of the church is his very essence. The war ambitions of the Boyan Empire have recently stalled, not due to internal strife, but because Archbishop Dorsha has yet to betray the church. This has led the king of the Boyan Empire to suspect it is a trap, which consequently spared the lives of 500 holy knights. The reason for Archbishop Dorsha's steadfastness lies in the fact that the Papal States are still basking in an era of prosperity, where countless nobles, wealthy individuals, and even commoners remain faithful to the papacy. His defection would not only fail to cleanse the church's reputation, but would instead render him a mere pawn in the papacy's machinations. However, the situation has changed. The Pope has become obstinate and tyrannical, eroding the people's trust and tarnishing the church's reputation, which bears the ominous signs of stigmatization. In this context, should Archbishop Dorsha choose to betray once more, championing the church's sanctity, advocating for the separation of the church from political affairs, and denouncing the unjust wars, it is likely that various discontented factions will rally to his cause. Even if he were to perish in this endeavor, he could sacrifice his life to absolve some of the church's disgrace, illuminating its true sanctity. Perhaps even sparking the embers of evangelism should the papacy face ruin in the future. Should he miraculously survive and truly overturn the papacy, the church could undergo genuine reform, establishing a foundation for eternity. Thus, the time has come. Archbishop Dorsha withdrew his gaze from the city of Lino and turned to his confidants, instructing them to summon Bishop Good and Father Abraham. No sooner had he spoken than a voice from the church knights stationed at the entrance announced, "Your Grace, Bishop Good and Father Abraham seek audience." Ah, how fortuitous. Let them enter. Although somewhat surprised, Archbishop Dorsha waved his hand, permitting his attendants to depart. He returned to his seat, awaiting the arrival of the two men. Meanwhile, outside, as the attendants emerged from Archbishop Dorsha's chamber alongside the vigilant church knights, Bishop Good bowed his head and stepped forward, urging Dorsha's confidants, in accordance with the Holy Pope's decree, war is upon us. To beseech God's protection and to exalt the church's glory, all cities must partake in grand sacrificial ceremonies to uplift the spirits of the people. Please, allow the emissaries to go and prepare themselves. The rituals are about to commence, and punctuality is paramount. Rituals? Very well, that is indeed fitting. The entourage of Archbishop Dorsha harbored some doubts, yet they soon nodded in comprehension. It is customary to conduct a ritual before the onset of battle. It is said that nearly a century ago, the old pope performed a national sacrifice before waging war against the Bohemian Empire to bolster morale. Upon reflecting on this, the entourage summoned 2 knights of the church and proceeded towards the bathing area of the church. Indeed, in this fantastical realm of Central Europe, where even latrines were deemed unnecessary, the church had constructed a bathing facility, and it was notably well appointed. The clergy required purification, and such rituals demanded bathing, changing, and even enemas to achieve complete sanctity before encountering the divine glory of God. The sound of leisurely footsteps echoed in the bathing room. The wet floor produced a distinct splashing noise with each step. The 2 knights stood in the changing area, shedding their full suits of armor in silence, devoid of any hesitation. However, the leader of the entourage felt a twinge of uncertainty. As he disrobed, he observed the surroundings of the bathing room, sensing an alteration from the familiar atmosphere of the past. The religious symbols and decorations, which once adorned the space, had been removed, rendering the previously solemn bathing area surprisingly cool. Moreover, Bishop Good had instructed them to bathe and change for the ritual, yet at this moment, the place remained devoid of any presence. Had they arrived too late, and everyone else already completed their ablutions? The entourage felt a flicker of displeasure. Bathing had always been a private affair for him, so why was there no one to attend to them this time? Yet, considering the possibility of tardiness, he suppressed his irritation and, after stripping completely, made his way toward the curtain-draped bathhouse. With a swish, as the curtain was drawn back, the interior of the bathhouse revealed itself to the trio. In the Papal State, the concept of privacy was virtually non-existent, and thus, The bathing area resembled a vast pit capable of accommodating 20 individuals simultaneously, contrary to his expectation of an empty space filled only with murky water. The bathhouse was brimming with church personnel immersed in the water. However, they all faced away from the entrance, remaining utterly still and silent, exuding an unsettling aura rather than the anticipated vibrancy. The leader furrowed his brow, an inexplicable unease settling within him. In the next moment, the individuals submerged in the bath synchronized their movements, twisting their bodies in unison. Pairs of eyes, either crimson or murky, fixated on the trio standing at the entrance. Now stripped bare, a sharp gasp escaped the leader's lips. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a dozen grotesque figures surged from the water, charging fervently toward the three at the doorway. A chilling scream reverberated throughout the bathhouse. Chapter 85. The Invasion of Demons. The church in peril. The sound of a door creaking open interrupted Archbishop Dorsha, who lifted his gaze from his position to see Bishop Good and Father Abraham entering. Their heads bowed in utmost reverence. It is indeed quite natural, for the disparity between the two parties is akin to that of a provincial governor contrasting with a viceroy, rendering one too apprehensive to even raise their gaze. Furthermore, each archbishop commands a unique system, making it entirely reasonable for Good to ingratiate himself with Doja. The Archbishop of Doja remains unperturbed by the reactions of the two, intending to establish Lino City as his headquarters, coordinating the management of the other three major regions and numerous cities, thus serving as the principal source for this venture. The Pope, lacking compassion and disregarding the tenets of our faith, has betrayed the purity of God, truly unworthy of his position. The cities under my dominion are rife with grievances, and the image of our church has been upended, even jeopardizing the very roots of our succession. Good, having followed me for so many years, you surely comprehend the implications of my words. As for Father Abraham, I have long since reached an accord with the 5 cardinal archbishops. His Majesty Adam's current actions are utterly foolish, resulting in estrangement from allies. Hence I have resolved to adhere to doctrine, mobilize an army, and initiate a holy war to restore order and uphold the sanctity of God. What say you both? Doja's brow furrowed as he observed the two before him, who had kept their heads bowed throughout his discourse, showing no reaction to his rebellious words, which would typically incite anxiety or shock in anyone. Why did they not tremble or flinch? Had they perhaps turned traitor, aligning themselves with the Pope? What say you both? With his brow still furrowed, Doja posed the question. Having nearly concluded that these two had likely submitted to the Pope, his heart bore no fear of his plans being revealed, only a lamentation for the enterprise now in jeopardy. Upon hearing Doja's inquiry, Good the Archbishop and Father Abraham finally responded. Indeed we consent, Lord Doja. A harsh, peculiar laughter erupted from their lips, further solidifying Doja's suspicions. Accompanied by their eerie laughter, the two finally lifted their heads, which had remained bowed throughout. Beneath their hoods, 2 pairs of crimson eyes and terrifying visages, unlike any human countenance, met Doja's gaze. Thank you. The Archbishop's heart, which had just resolved to face death with composure, was suddenly shaken, and an uncontrollable exclamation escaped his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief, allowing him to clearly perceive the blood-red irises and gaunt features of Father Abraham, along with his elongated fangs, wholly detached from humanity. Demons! Damn it! What manner of demons are you? When did they possess you? Despair engulfed Doja as he cried out for help, his mind teetering on the brink of explosion. It is worth noting that he had encountered second-stage vampires within the Holy See, which rendered him incapable of associating the 2 grotesque entities before him with the vampire species. Instead, he presumed they were demons that had invaded human flesh. Confronted with death, he felt no fear. Yet, the emergence of such loathsome demons within the sanctified realm of God's church, which had insidiously replaced the upper echelons, instilled in him a profound terror. For if these demons could infiltrate the church of Lino City, they could easily invade the churches of other cities. The church would utterly shed the holiness of God and transform into a den of demons. The church is in peril. The church is in peril. Cease your cries. Archbishop Doja, your followers have already been transformed by us. Moreover, we are no mere lowly demons. We are a noble, immortal lineage of blood. And now, you too have the fortune of joining our ranks. Laughed Father Abraham, his eyes growing increasingly crimson with the intoxication of power. his emotions surging to a point of near uncontrollable excitement. He raised his hands in manic glee, his nails having inexplicably elongated to 5 or 6 centimeters, dark and sharp. Observing the terror-stricken Archbishop Doja before him, Father Abraham let out a maniacal laugh, hearing the accelerated heartbeat of Doja, fueled by fear and the sound of warm, delectable blood coursing through his veins. A ravenous thirst consumed Father Abraham's mind, rendering him unable to restrain his desires. "Embrace immortality, Archbishop Doja," he cackled, his laughter echoing with a disturbing fervor. Unable to contain himself any longer, he lunged at Archbishop Doja, bringing him crashing to the ground, and with his sharp fangs, he severed the Archbishop's carotid artery. Crimson blood gushed forth, and Father Abraham, as if discovering a treasure, cradled Archbishop Doja in his arms, eagerly sucking at the gaping wound on his neck. The metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, compelling Bishop Good, seated nearby, to swallow repeatedly. His own eyes growing ever more crimson, yet he dared not move, paralyzed by the overwhelming strength of Father Abraham. As the blood flowed, Archbishop Doja's gaze dimmed, filled with boundless regret, fear, and sorrow, ultimately crystallizing into a vague whimper as he faced his demise. "The church is in peril," he lamented, his thoughts remaining fixated on the impending consequences for the church until the very end. It must be said that Archbishop Doja truly cherished the church to his core.